Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. In the middle of the mountains was the province of Jiangxi, the city of Nanchang. After the death of Taijo, Jiang Wen ascended to the throne. In the 4th year of his reign, turmoil began in Murim. On the red building of the Union, there was a tablet with the name, Murim. Colorful flags fluttered in the wind. A fog rose near the building. A crowd of people looked at a man standing in the distance. The old men rubbed their beards, listening attentively. The warriors and elders fixed their eyes on the speaker. The heir of the Baek clan stretched out his arms to the sides and shouted loudly that he had called everyone with the good intention of expressing gratitude on behalf of Murim. Li Jun frowned his black eyebrows and made a gesture of gratitude. The listeners folded their hands in the same gesture, supporting their leader's speech that now that Kangho was safe, a bright future awaited them. The leader, without lowering his hands, said that today they were all gathered to stand together for the first time in the history of Kangho and Murim against a common enemy that no one had ever heard of before. The people stood in a row while Li Jun shouted that together they would prevail even if their enemy was a large Death Star of 1,000 years. He wrinkled his nose and shouted loudly that they would be victorious. The people in the crowd cheered in response. The man stuck his hand into the sleeve of his cape. 3 thin wooden sticks were visible there. He picked up 3 flags and said that surely each of the spectators had received 3 of these this morning. The leader frowned and added that this was the idea of the army general and that this should be used when falling into an enemy trap, since each of the flags had its own message. Li Jun showed a blue flag and said that this meant that a weak poison had been used and warriors above the 2nd class could enter its area of effect. The man then held up a green flag and explained that this color indicated that until it was lowered, warriors below the 1st class were not allowed to come within 10 zhang. He looked down, looking at the last flag. The red cloth was fluttering in the wind, and Li Jun said that this color meant that detoxification was impossible, and upon seeing it, a warrior must maintain a distance of 100 zhang, even if he was a special class warrior. The men sweated with excitement. The leader, with a furious expression on his face, said that in the event that someone inhaled the poison, that person must use these flags to warn others. The faces of the spectators froze in horror. The people stood motionless as Li Jun said that otherwise they could not expect Kangho to survive for long. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared in the air. Something was flying towards the leader at a rapid pace. Li Jun stood there dumbfounded, clutching 3 flags in his hands. Something fell at his feet. The men were sweating and frowning as they looked up. The people standing by the railing asked what was going on. The leader furrowed his brows in anger, outraged by what had happened. His face twisted in anger, and he asked who the insolent man was. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. A red flag was sticking out of the stone floor. The unknown youth asked if he had done the right thing. The old men were sitting on the 2nd floor of the building, watching the situation. The poisonous dragon was looking down at the people. The old man with the gray mustache looked at him and asked if he knew where he was. The stranger raised his eyebrows and replied that he knew, otherwise he would not have come here. Indignation appeared on the old man's face, and his comrade put a hand on his shoulder, saying that it was strange that this young man was able to overcome several barriers and get into the inner part of the palace. The old man's eyes suddenly widened in realization. Behind the stranger lay many defeated soldiers. The people in the crowd took out their weapons. Li Jun frowned thoughtfully. The poison dragon looked down and greeted the leader. He stood on the roof, looking at the huge army. The people clenched their teeth in rage. Someone began to take out their swords. The young man stretched his neck. The soldiers prepared for battle. The stranger bit a green leaf. Li Jun looked at him with undisguised hatred. The poison dragon raised his hand, now known in Kangho as the Great Death Star of 1,000 years. He began to descend. Murim gathered a detachment of 10,000 warriors just to catch him. The stranger closed his eyes and rubbed his neck. Then he opened them and threatened that they could not hope to get out of here alive if they were going to kill him, the poison dragon Shinjugun. A round moon shone brightly above the mountains. A long road wound between the houses. A small house with a thatched roof was visible. The man in the dark robe bowed his head. His face was dripping with sweat. He said that he had to tell the elder everything. Suddenly he began to fall. A large insect was crawling on the wall of the house. Many centipedes had gathered around the fallen body. His eyes turned white and closed. A purple fog appeared over the settlement. A small boy and a woman were sleeping on a bed. The child rubbed his eye with his hand. He pulled his mother towards him and said that he smelled a strange smell. The boy shook the woman by her clothes. His face was covered in beads of sweat. Foam was coming out of the mother's mouth, and tears were coming out of her eyes. Her eyes turned white, and she whispered for her son to go away. The boy jumped up and began to call loudly for his mother. Suddenly, he opened his mouth in fear. He fell from the bed onto the floor, screaming loudly. The child began to scream shrilly, while tears were flowing from his eyes. Beads of sweat were visible on his skin. He realized that the deadly poison of the centipede was to blame. A poisonous insect was running over the woman's body. The centipede rose up, spreading its pincers. Then it began to crawl down. The boy screamed in fear when he saw the dangerous creature. The insect climbed onto his chest. The next moment, it was already on the boy's neck. His eyes widened and he screamed in pain. Then he looked down. Looking at his mother, the child begged her to save him. Her face turned pale, and a trail of tears ran from her eyes. The boy, whose face the insect was crawling on, called out to his mother again. The poisonous centipede climbed into his mouth. The next second, he bit it. The child bit through the insect's legs. Saliva was dripping from his mother's mouth. The boy's eyes were red with anger, and he opened his mouth wide. The remains of the dangerous creature fell to the floor. The old man opened the door and called Juggin. He was eating a large centipede at that moment. The insect's flesh crunched in his teeth. The grandfather sweated in shock, not understanding who would dare to do such a terrible thing. The child's eyes turned white. Vihag sat down next to his grandson and shouted at him to come to his senses. He put a pill in the boy's mouth. The old man looked at Juggin carefully, saying that the poison had to be removed. Suddenly, a man appeared at the door and laughed at Vihag for wasting the medicine on a boy. Man frowned and said that Vihag had ruined his own family with his stubbornness, and that the child would not survive. Juggin's grandfather replied that the Bekwachalgok family was part of the Yak clan and had existed for 300 years, so they could resist the Chitik clan, which was always killing people with poison. Man shrugged and said that when everyone was dead, it would no longer matter which clan he belonged to. Vihag frowned and shouted angrily that his interlocutor was no different from an animal if his purpose in life was not to die of hunger. The elder of the Chitik clan looked down at the other old man as he shouted that Bekwachal would never bend to the Dok clan. Several people gathered near the house and man said that the Dok and Yak clans came from the same tribe and that Vihag should give up his futile attempts. The elder smiled maliciously and laughed, and said that it was he who had planted the special scolopendra of 5 colors. Juggin's grandfather turned around abruptly upon hearing this. He gritted his teeth, not understanding why man had chosen this insect in particular when there were many other poisonous centipedes. The boy closed his eyes tightly, tormented by the pain. The elder frowned and told Vihag to leave since he understood everything and not to waste time. The grandfather carried his grandson out of the house in his arms and man asked if he had anything to say. He looked at the child, puzzled, as he tried to speak. Vihag looked at his grandson, stunned that he had woken up. He put Juggin down, and the elder laughed at the boy still trying to fight off the poison. The child reached out to the feet of the old man, who said that he had more will to live than his grandfather. Man looked down and added that there was no antidote for the centipede bite, and too much time had passed. He froze in shock when he saw something sticking out of his leg. The shell of a poisonous centipede was embedded in his foot. The elder sweated with rage when he realized what it was. He wanted to hit Juggin with his hand, but Vihag managed to shield his grandson with his body. His subordinates surrounded man, asking if he was okay. The old man gritted his teeth in anger because he had no antidote. He looked at his servant and demanded that he be given the sword immediately. While they argued, Vihag stood over Juggin's body. The blade swung through the air. Red blood gushed out. The elder threw his head back, screaming in pain. His eyes widened and he began to breathe heavily. Anger returned to his face when his subordinates reported that his grandfather and grandson were missing. Man, who was leaning on his servant, ordered that the fugitives be captured. He turned around and shouted for them to begin the task at once. In the middle of the forest, there was a large hollow in a tree. Vihag was breathing heavily, sitting next to the dying child. He raised his head and quietly called out to Juggin. Suddenly, the boy began to choke. Pieces of the shell of a poisonous centipede fell out of his mouth along with saliva. The fragments shimmered in the light. The grandfather, whose face was wet with sweat, said that the poisoning could be cured by eating the poison gland of the creature, which contains a deadly poison. Suddenly, he began to fall. Lying face down on the ground, the old man began to beg for Juggin to live. Someone was holding a torch, shouting that the fugitives had been found. A subordinate was dragging man, who had lost a leg. The man grabbed Juggin by the hair and informed him that Vihag was dead. The child, whose eyes were closed, sighed heavily. The elder grinned maliciously. He furrowed his black brows, looking at the boy with a frightening gaze. Juggin opened his eyes, breathing heavily. He saw man's face above him. The child's pale face was covered in beads of sweat. His eyes widened when he realized that he was tied to the floor with ropes. The old man standing next to him said that he had not expected Juggin to have such a high resistance to poison. The elder arched his eyebrows, informing the child that his grandfather was dead. He then grabbed Juggin's face with his hand, saying that he wanted to finish him off right there. Holding the poisonous centipede in his hand, man added that he had changed his mind and decided to make an excellent guinea pig out of the boy. The insect squirmed in his fingers. He said it was a black centipede, whose poison was also strong. Juggin's eyes widened in fear. He screamed loudly as the insect ran over him. Man watched the scene carefully. Then he hit the boy on the leg, ordering him to lie still. The blow made a cracking sound. The child began to sob and scream in pain. The elder laughed and said that the most Juggin would be unable to walk would be Man turned around, hearing that his test subject had woken up. He walked over to the child and held a plate to his mouth, ordering him to drink. The liquid poured past the boy's lips, while the old man said that it was a special medicine called smart broth. He looked at Juggin, who thought that this decoction cures amnesia and improves memory. The boy asked why. Man smiled and replied that he could not conduct experiments on a child if he was unconscious all the time, so sometimes he would have to give him this decoction. Juggin opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly. He began to break free from the ropes, while the elder said that refined fugu fish poison was added to the broth in a 10-fold dose. He bulged his yellow eyes and added that now they would continue the experiments. Bags of herbs hung from the ceiling. Weeks or even months passed like this. On a bloody board lay a boy, whom man gave smart broth every day and continued to conduct experiments on, and also tried simple poisons and their mixtures on him. The child cried and screamed at the same time, because, being conscious, he felt excruciating pain from the effects of various poisons. The elder poured the liquid out of the bottle. It was all-consuming and continuous torture. The old man rubbed his chin, saying that the effect of the medicine was so strong that it did not allow the poison to spread. As Juggin lay on the wooden board, man tried to understand if he was missing something. He opened the box, which contained something alive. He placed a spider, which was called a paradise widow, on the boy's chest. The child looked at this dangerous creature in horror. The spider climbed onto his neck. The elder looked at the bottle, saying that now he would add more poison. Suddenly, he looked away when he heard a plea for salvation. Juggin was shaking, saying that he could hardly breathe because of the poison. Man looked down at the subject. Then the veins appeared on his face. He grabbed the child by the neck. The elder choked him, shouting that he should have thought for himself that day when man had to cut off his leg because of him. The old man frowned his black brows, shouting that because of Juggin he had become an invalid, which is why he had left his post and worked day and night. The child's face turned pale, and he exhaled heavily. The elder abruptly released his captive. He clenched his teeth tightly. The boy did not move, and man thought that he was dead. He looked at him furiously and cursed loudly. Then he untied the ropes from the child's wrist. The old man picked him up. Laying him on the floor, the former elder began to say that someone who survived the Skalapender's poison would not have died from intoxication, and that the child could not breathe because of the swelling of the bronchi and nose. Man said with a terrifying smile that he would not let his prisoner die in peace, as he would bring him back to his senses again and again, forcing him to make up for his misdeed for the rest of his life. Blood was dripping from Juggin's finger. He lay on the floor while the former elder said that he had transferred all his internal energy to him. He turned away and added that the swelling would go down when the poison left his body. The boy lay motionless, and the old man added that they still had much work to do. Suddenly, someone opened the door and called man. The man frowned and said that an inspection party from Murim was coming today, so he should attend the elders' meeting that day. The subordinate bowed, and the old man replied that he would go there. Finally, the elder turned around. The prisoner was still lying on the floor. Man grinned and said that he was going to squeeze every drop of blood out of him until he himself died. Then he walked away, laughing loudly. The door closed. Juggin did not move. A small pool of blood had collected under his hand. He sat up carefully. His open eyes were white. The sky was dark. Man walked through the forest, saying that he did not expect Legion to visit and that the head of the clan would be drenched in cold sweat. Leaning on his cane, he added that he could not believe that they treated him like that. The old man grinned and said that he would use the boy to create a better poison. He walked up to the wooden door. Frowning, the elder thought that there was a faint smell of poison and blood coming from inside. He carefully opened the door and looked inside. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. A snake was approaching him at full speed. The elder grabbed the predator by the throat. He stared at the poisonous viper. Then man looked away. There was no one in the house except him. Various insects were crawling on the floor. Many snakes crawled out of the wicker basket. The old man walked forward, wondering how the prisoner had the strength to get to his feet. Standing in the middle of the room, he shouted loudly, asking where Juggin had hidden himself. The elder turned around and thought that the boy must have left a trail of blood behind him, but there was none at the main gate. He knocked down a shelf with his hand, shouting loudly. Man turned around, breathing heavily. He looked at the wooden board behind which he usually threw away failed poisons and garbage. The old man laughed. With wild eyes, he thought that the child had not chosen the best place. He leaned on his cane, saying that the passage there was too small for a person to fit through. The elder sank to the floor and asked the prisoner to come out. His eyes were wide open, and he added that they must continue the experiments. The old man picked up the wooden board. Suddenly, something hit him sharply. Blood spurted on man's cheek. He touched his face in confusion, not understanding what it was. A bamboo skin was sticking out from under the board, with a clear liquid dripping down it. Suddenly the old man's face twisted. Sweat was pouring down his skin, and he realized it was poison. The elder fell to his knees, asking how the boy could mock him. His hand trembled as he thought that this effect was clearly not due to poison alone, but he did not understand what the child could have mixed in. Man fell to the floor, begging for an antidote. Blood was flowing out of his mouth. Suddenly, a hand appeared in the wicker basket. The old man's eyes widened in shock. Juggin climbed out of the basket. He took the snake that was biting him off his shoulder. Then he turned around silently. The elder froze in horror, realizing that the prisoner had been there all along, hiding in the box to begin with. The snake opened its mouth wide. More predators were crawling out of the basket. The boy watched the old man. He was sitting inside the box. Lying on the floor, man thought that he might die, so he needed to find out what kind of poison he had been poisoned with. Blood was dripping from the child's finger. The elder's reddened eyes widened and realized that it was the poison that had come out of Hayal Sodi. The former prisoner walked to the door, ignoring the screams. He began to walk outside. The elder pressed his hand to his face, calling loudly for Juggin. The boy grabbed his shoulder and ran away. He walked through the dark forest. Then he fell to his knees, thinking that he had managed to get rid of the enemy of Baekwa Chiolgak. The child pursed his lips as tears streamed down his face. The drops fell to the ground. The protagonist's face turned red. He wished that all of this was just a dream. He remembered the face of his dead mother. Then he thought of his grandfather, who had also died at the hands of the ruthless Chitik family. The boy pressed his hands to the ground, not understanding what to do now. He froze in shock when he heard someone's voice. He immediately hid behind a bush from two men, who thought that they had simply heard an animal. The warriors walked between the trees, saying that the head of the clan had ordered everyone to quickly gather in the meeting house for the visit of the head of the Murim Union. The men walked forward, assuming that Li Jun wanted to check how their work was going, since someone from the Union had made an accusation against the Chitik clan. The child watched the strangers. He remembered the face of man's subordinate, who reported the arrival of an inspection from Murim. The protagonist frowned and remembered his grandfather's words about Murim being a union made up of members of Jiangpa who would resolve small and large conflicts in Gango and settle them fairly. The boy looked up and decided that this was his chance to meet a member of the union and tell him about the injustice that had happened to Baekwa Jiolgak. Clouds were floating in the blue sky. The old man approached Li Jun and called him inside because it was chilly outside at night. The leader looked ahead thoughtfully. The lights were on in the large building. People made a welcoming gesture. They greeted Li Jun, who was standing at the entrance. Juggin was hiding around the corner and watching the situation. He smiled and thought that the leader was very young, but he had already done many heroic deeds before he came to Gango. The man remained silent and stood motionless. The protagonist frowned and thought that such a person would definitely expose the treacherous actions of the Chitik clan. The warriors walked with a torch in their hands. The child was standing around the corner. He ran quietly behind the men. He turned around, breathing heavily. He ran inside and began to think about how to start the conversation after meeting Li Jun. The leader of the union entered the room. Seeing him, the boy smiled happily. Suddenly, his subordinate appeared behind the leader. The old man raised his hand and said that the Chitik clan joining the union would be a great help to him. The man put his hands behind his back and replied that this clan was located on the very outskirts of Yunnan province, and in the union itself, people were still full of doubts about them. The old man frowned and asked what else was required to join the Murim besides demonstrated strength. The leader of the union turned around and replied that qualifications were also necessary, and that he asked not to give ground for rumors. The old man touched his chin, saying that he had never heard of the Chitik clan ever attacking and killing people. Li Jun placed his hand on his sword, demanding that his interlocutor remember. His eyes widened, and he asked if he should remind him who he was. The old man's gray brows furrowed tensely. Juggin stood around the corner, thinking about the Chitik clan attacking the Yak family as well. He clenched his fist and decided that he had to prove that something like that had really happened to his family. The head of the Chitik clan frowned and said that the suppression of the Yak families had not gone so smoothly because in the confusion, some had managed to escape. The child's eyes widened in surprise. The old man bowed and added that it was entirely his fault. The leader closed his eyes, asking what happened to the others, and his interlocutor replied that they were planning to send the prisoners to an underground mine that was under the joint management of the Dak clan families, and no information would leak out from there. He looked at Li Jun and asked what to do with the speaker. The man turned around and said that he had already slit his throat. A look of horror appeared on the protagonist's face. The leader of the union looked away and said that an inspection visit was already bad for the reputation of the clan, especially one where there were feuds. The boy sweated in fear, realizing that the Murim Union was in league with the Dak clan. He opened his eyes and mouth wide. Suddenly, the leader heard a sound. He gestured for the old man to be quiet and touched the hilt of his sword. Li Jun pulled out the weapon. Then he held it out in front of him, frowning. The tip of the sword was pressed against the wall, and the leader of the Chitik clan asked what was wrong. The blade pierced the wood. The man looked at his sword thoughtfully. He knitted his black eyebrows and said that everything was fine. Juggin covered his mouth with his hand, looking at the leader of the union. He sank to the floor and said that he couldn't believe it. Sweat was pouring down his face as he thought about Murim being connected to what happened to his family. The boy turned around when he heard loud sounds. 2 men were walking and talking. They passed by the door. The wooden door was closed. The protagonist was kneeling, leaning his hands on the wall. He looked down, thinking about how everyone in Murim knew about what was happening here and was helping the Chitik clan instead of punishing them. The child's eyes widened, knowing that nothing would change after he told the leader of the union about what happened to his parents. He clenched his teeth tightly and remembered how the man who risked his life and came to the union had his throat slit. Juggin punched the wall and decided that they were all the same. There was a round white moon above the mountains. Centipedes were crawling around the man's corpse. The protagonist remembered the face of his dead mother. Then he remembered his grandfather holding him in his arms. The boy imagined Vihag lying next to him. He was sitting on his knees, remembering his grandfather's words that he must survive. Lowering his head, the child decided that he would not die and would become stronger without anyone's help, with his own hands. He clenched his teeth and furiously frowned, intending to give everyone their due. The roof of the building was visible. The head of the Chitik clan raised his cup and asked for attention. He stood up, giving a toast in honor of Lijun's visit. The old man added with a smile that their clan's entry into the union was very soon, and the leader visited them precisely to confirm this information. The man smiled when his subordinate proposed to raise his glasses in unison. The head of the clan turned around when someone entered the room and called him. The man whispered something into the old man's ear. The old man furrowed his brows in shock and began to sweat. Lijun closed his eyes, asking if something was wrong, and he replied that everything was fine. The head of the Murim Union looked at the man intently, and hoped that he was telling the truth. Then he drank from the glass. The old man went out the door, and his subordinates informed him that man had lost consciousness due to the poison mixture entering his system. The head of the clan touched his chin and replied that the elder had been working with poisons for many years, so he could not be mistaken. The young warriors were surprised when the old man asked about the toy that the poison specialist used. Their faces became covered in sweat, and they replied that they had not found anyone there. The old man furrowed his gray brows and thought that the child's body would have remained there if he had died during the experiments. He looked at his interlocutors and ordered them to comb the area and find the boy. The chieftain of the Dak clan turned and shouted for them to find him dead or alive. The prisoners were getting into the wooden cart. The man with the bushy eyebrows shouted loudly for them to hurry. Juggin was hiding in the bushes. He frowned. The boy remembered the conversation between the 2 chieftains about the mine. The Chitik clan member kicked the prisoner, a member of the Yak clan. The woman sat down next to the wounded old man. Another youth frowned and shouted that the Yak clan, like animals, could not be expected to understand. The Yak clan member clenched his teeth in anger. He rolled up his sleeves, and another man stopped him, saying that he was being too gentle. Tito said with a grin that humanity and mercy consoled dogs, and that the prisoners were to blame for their helplessness. He touched his weapon. Then he swung the blade sharply. A fresh wound appeared on the young man's face, from which blood gushed. His eyes widened when Tito said that he would not mind killing all the prisoners right now. He licked the bloody sword and added that he still had to take them to the mine, and then ordered them to get into the cart. Yanming helped the old man up, saying that he was fine. The protagonist walked between the other members of the Yak clan. The round moon shone brightly in the sky. The cart was pulled by 2 horses. The prisoners sat silently with their heads down. Yanming turned around, finding a man who was not from their family. The protagonist looked at the man, who realized that he was also not from the Chitik clan. The boy answered with a serious face that he was from the Bekwikilgak clan. The prisoners looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was doing there. Yanming raised his eyebrows in confusion, asking if the Chitik clan had also attacked the child's clan. Juggin nodded his head silently. The young man frowned and said that they were hiding behind the union and no fear was known to them, and then asked how the child ended up here. The boy looked straight ahead and explained that he had been experimented on, but had managed to escape and meet the head of Murim, who was not at all what he had expected, so they had to run away. The Yak clan member raised his eyebrows sympathetically and replied that this cart was not taking them to freedom, but to another hell. Behind the cart were 2 warriors from the Chitik clan. The protagonist turned around abruptly. He frowned and counted 5 defenders. Enman looked at the boy and suggested that he surrender. In front of the cart was Tito, an outstanding swordsman, and Enman said that they would not be able to escape, since most of them were susceptible to poison. The child looked at the man and said that he had poison. He closed his eyes and replied that it was better than nothing, but the Chitik clan would have no trouble neutralizing the poison. The boy rubbed his wrists, saying that his poison was much stronger. Looking down, he added that he had managed to get here by poisoning his tormentor, who had attacked Bekwajilgak and killed everyone. Yomian frowned and asked who it was. The protagonist looked at him seriously and said man's name. The prisoners looked at him in shock. The young man frowned and asked where the poison was. The protagonist pulled his hand out of his sleeve. Then he bit his little finger. He showed his saliva dripping down his fingers. Yomian looked at the boy's hand and thought that even to the eye it was obvious that his saliva contained pure deadly poison. He frowned in shock. The child removed his hand from his face and explained that he had swallowed a centipede of 5 colors, and after that poisons no longer had a deadly effect on him. He remembered lying on the board and said that man did not know about it and tried different types on him. Juggin remembered screaming loudly. Then he imagined his tormentor pouring the poison from the bottle. He remembered lying motionless on the floor. He imagined the blood flowing from his finger. Enman looked at the child carefully and asked if he could question him. The man closed his eyes and placed his hand on his back. He felt the energy flowing through his body, only one of which was functioning. The yak looked at the protagonist and suggested that all the pain he had endured had given him strength. The boy turned around and said that they could escape with this. The woman in pink furrowed her brows and asked what would happen to them if his plan did not work. She said with malice on her face that this decision had been made too quickly. The other clansman closed his eyes and agreed with her, adding that at least they would not be killed in the mine. The child silently looked at the captives, who were unsure if it was worth the risk. The men frowned in confusion when Juggin asked if this was the only thing stopping them. The woman raised her hand and said that this was too dangerous, but the boy replied that the mine would become more difficult with each passing day. He looked at her sternly and added that it was not worth living like animals. The prisoners opened their mouths in shock. The men looked down silently. Enman looked straight ahead and said that he agreed with Juggin and that they could not sit and do nothing. He folded his arms and added that this might be their last chance to gather their strength and defeat the enemy. He turned around and asked the child for help and promised to help in return. There was a round moon in the sky. The sky was dark. Someone ordered the cart to be turned around. Tito turned around and the man on the horse reported that Elder Man was unconscious and that his escaped prisoner needed to be found immediately. The warrior raised his eyebrows in bewilderment, asking if the prisoner had done this to his tormentor. The warrior frowned and sweated, saying that nothing was known yet. He stood behind the cart, adding that one of the prisoners might be the one they were looking for. Enman and Juggin lowered their heads, looking at each other. The cart was stopped in the middle of a narrow path, and Tito said that they had to hurry, otherwise there would be trouble. The warrior raised his eyebrows in shock. Tito looked away, ordering a count of all the prisoners, of which there should be 11. The member of the Chitik clan raised a finger. The prisoners trembled in fear as the count was taken. Enman, like the others, frowned tensely. Tito fell silent, holding his finger in the air. He noticed one extra prisoner with a mad smile. The protagonist cursed silently, looking away. The warrior smiled, asking if they had hidden the extra prisoner in secret. He threw back his head and laughed loudly at this humanity. Then he took out his sword and said that now the prisoners would definitely not reach the mine, and he had a reason for this. Juggin frowned and thought that poison was not omnipotent, but the plan was to use it by hitting the enemy in a weak spot, so it was necessary to wait for the right time to attack. The prisoner trembled with fear, while the child thought that Chitik had reacted faster than he expected. Suddenly, someone put a hand on his shoulder. Enman nodded confidently. Suddenly, another prisoner jumped up and shouted that the boy had hidden himself among them, and they were ready to hand him over. The child looked at him in shock. Tito swung his sword, not letting him finish. Everyone opened their mouths in horror, seeing 2 body parts falling down. Tito licked his sword, asking not to disturb his fun. He put the weapon on his shoulder and asked his friend to tell the leader that these people were troublesome, so they could be killed. The captive furrowed her brows and asked indignantly if they thought human life was so unimportant. The Yak clan member shouted loudly, demanding that the villain kill them all too. Suddenly, Enman opened his mouth wide and signaled that it was time to begin their plan. The captives jumped out of the cart at once. A Yak clan member approached one of the enemies. The sharp tip was right at his face. Tito raised his bushy eyebrows in surprise. The enemy grabbed the captive by the wrist while blood was streaming down his face. The Doke warrior slit the enemy's throat. Then he threw the body off himself. Enman stood among the corpses. The enemy frowned and shouted that he would tear them all to pieces. Suddenly, he shuddered, his eyes wide open. The next moment, he fell to his knees and began coughing up blood. He raised his hand and called out to Tito. Another ally on horseback looked down in horror, not understanding what was happening. He turned around and galloped away for reinforcements. Tito raised an eyebrow and realized that the prisoners had broken the porcelain that was in the cart, and were using it as a weapon. A clear liquid was dripping from the shard, which could not cause much damage. On the ground lay a Yak warrior, who had inexplicably fallen dead, although he had only been scratched. The enemy looked at the man with the shard in his hand in silence. The Yak warrior prepared to fight, and Tito said that even a weakling could find courage, but that would not change anything. He smiled slightly and added that he knew about the poison, but he only needed to prevent the prisoners from escaping. The Yak member frowned and suggested that the enemy was simply stalling for time. The warrior raised his sword and denied this. The old men, women, and children froze in horror. The fighters were also afraid. Tito looked at them with a mad smile. Then he swung his weapon. The prisoner's face was cut into two halves. The allies turned around, looking at their fallen friend. The enemy licked the blood from the blade with satisfaction. The protagonist quickly ran forward. He clenched his teeth from the tension. Then he jumped over Tito and swung the shard. Enman extended his hand to the broken porcelain, saying that they would not have enough determination to defeat the enemy. The man frowned and added that while they distracted him, the boy would hide at that moment. The child was sitting behind a pile of stones behind Tito. In his hand was a shard from which a clear liquid was dripping. He jumped and swung his hand to strike, aiming for the enemy's throat. Juggin attacked the enemy. He thought with a smile that everything worked. Tito, from whose neck blood gushed, asked if this was the prisoner's plan. He turned around and said that his external energy would not allow such a weak blow to penetrate the skin. Then the enemy turned around and rushed forward with a frightening smile. Fear appeared on the child's face. Enman frowned and called out loudly. Suddenly, blood gushed into the air. The protagonist lay on the ground, gasping for breath, while the enemy said that he did not expect a sneak attack from a child. The man stuck out his tongue and asked if the boy wanted to demonstrate anything else. The protagonist grabbed the blade of his sword, thinking that the others would die if he gave in, but he could still do something. The enemy pulled the weapon out of the child's body. As he licked the blood-stained sword, his yak allies approached him from behind. Others jumped out of the carriage, attacking the enemy. Tedis smiled maliciously. There were stains of red blood on his weapon. Enman frowned and screamed loudly. The boy lay motionless on the ground. A thin stream of blood flowed from his mouth, and he began to count. Tito suddenly swung his sword. People crowded around the wagon. Suddenly, a loud explosion thundered there. The fighter was kneeling, covering his face with his hand from the rising dust. He closed his eyes tightly. Then he opened them slightly and frowned. Suddenly, tears appeared in his eyes. He saw the bodies of all his dead comrades. Tito walked along the corpses. He licked his weapon and said that all weaklings always end up like this. Enman burst into tears and the enemy asked where the escaped prisoner was. The warrior froze when he heard someone's voice. He turned around and saw the protagonist getting up from the ground and counting. Blood was flowing out of the boy's mouth. Tito frowned and asked why the child was counting. Juggin pressed his hand to his chest and said that it was time to die. The enemy asked if the boy had any problems with his head. He took a step forward. Suddenly, red drops fell to the ground. Enman opened his mouth in shock. Tito looked in horror at his hand, stained with poison. Then he doubled over and began to cough loudly. Covering his mouth with his hand, the man thought that the protagonist had not even touched him. He turned and looked at the enemy, not understanding how this was possible. The boy raised his hand and replied that Tito had swallowed it himself. The man sweated and thought that this was nonsense. He remembered how he had plunged the sword into the child's body. After that, he licked the blood from the blade. The warrior fell to the ground, and Juggin said that he had noticed this habit of licking the weapon, so he applied poison to it. They stood opposite each other, and the protagonist admitted that he had defeated the enemy with cunning. The man's face was covered in sweat, and he said that the child should give him the antidote, and then he would help him establish himself in the Chitik clan. The boy looked down and laughed, and replied that one cannot ask for forgiveness after he had mercilessly destroyed the weak. Enman approached the enemy with a sword in his hand, and Juggin added that one should beg for mercy from another. The yak gritted his teeth and raised his weapon. The enemy turned around and sighed loudly. The protagonist began to fall down. Opening his eyes, he saw the horse's neck in front of him. Behind him sat the one-armed man who had saved the boy. The child looked at the bandage on his chest. They rode along the road in the forest, and Enman thanked his new friend for helping him. Juggin touched his forehead and said that they all might have survived if he had not climbed into their carriage. The surviving yak looked straight ahead and said that they would not live like slaves. The protagonist gritted his teeth when the man said that Tito was dead, but Chitik was still alive and well. Enman smiled and asked the boy to avenge them all. The child turned around when the man warned that they might be followed, so they should not stop under any circumstances. Suddenly, the hand holding the bridle began to weaken. Enman fell from the horse. His eyes were almost closed, and he said goodbye to the boy. The child looked at him with pain. His eyes closed. The horse continued to run forward. Juggin pressed himself against the animal's neck and screamed loudly. Tears streamed from his eyes. He continued to gallop along the path, thinking that he would not give up until he destroyed every single one of the enemies. The warriors held torches in their hands, looking down in shock. Bloody corpses lay on the ground. The head of the Chitik clan frowned and furiously asked how they managed to miss one prisoner. He scolded his subordinate, demanding an explanation. His face twisted with even greater anger when he was told of Tito's death. The old man's eyes immediately turned red and he yelled that he had spent too much effort on everything they had and demanded that the escapee be found. He stretched his hand out to the side, shouting that everything must be kept secret. The leader of the Murim Union came up behind him, smiling, saying that he had come out just in time. The man approached his subordinate and added that he would leave this place at dawn tomorrow, and the old man asked for some more time to settle everything. Lu Jin closed his eyes and asked who would need such an unreliable support as the Chitik clan. He furrowed his brows angrily and looked at the subordinate. The old man screamed in fear that the prisoner would definitely be captured, and begged for another chance. The leader looked away and replied that this would be their final test. The Chitik leader sweated in horror when the man said that his clan might not have a future. He quickly walked forward. The old man entered the house and loudly called out to Man. The elder, lying on the floor, sighed loudly. The leader frowned and said that Juggin had escaped. Man's red eyes widened in shock. He clenched his teeth aggressively. Lying under the blanket, he screamed loudly, and the head of the clan asked how to get the prisoner back. He leaned closer to the elder. Suddenly, his eyes widened in fear. A few weeks later, a dense forest was visible. A small rabbit was eating grass. Suddenly, the animal looked back. It saw several apples nearby. The protagonist was hiding behind a tree. The boy, whose face was covered in bruises, was thinking that a long time had passed since he escaped from the Chitik clan, and he managed to recover quickly, despite the fact that the wound was fatal. The child was roasting a rabbit over a fire, thinking that this could be the result of experiments conducted on him. He hugged his knees and decided that he had successfully evaded pursuers so far, but this could not continue forever, so something had to change. Juggin walked through the settlement. He looked straight ahead. Buyers were talking to merchants. Parents were walking with their children. The boy stopped, looking at them. They passed by him. The child looked straight ahead and thought that there was no one from the Chiak clan here. He went ahead and decided to gather information about them. People were eating at the tables. The girl turned around to greet a customer. The protagonist looked at her and asked if there was a family or clan in the area that would take him as a servant. The man eating noodles turned around and the boy added that his house had been attacked by bandits, leaving him all alone. The girl raised her eyebrows sympathetically and said that the child should directly approach someone from a good clan. Juggin asked if she was talking about the Chiak clan. The man looked at him and said that the child would not be accepted into the Chiak clan, and there had been unrest there lately. He raised his hand and explained that the Chiak clan had recently been attacked by the Yak clan, causing many casualties. The boy frowned and thought that the Chiak had made innocent lambs out of themselves. He imagined the captives. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in shock when the man told him that the Bekwakiogak clan had been sent to hard labor. A child standing in the middle of the tables loudly asked where exactly they had been taken, and the stranger replied that it was a mine in the Nanha area. The boy immediately ran away. He ran past passers-by, thinking that someone from the family might still have survived. He clenched his teeth tightly, and thought that this was the same mine where the Yak clan had been taken. Suddenly, the child stopped. He lowered his head and decided that he had to remain calm because it might be a trap. He clenched his fist. Then he raised his head and decided that if this was true, only he could save his people. There were many people in the underground mines of Nanha. The man approached the old man standing on the mountain and asked him what was troubling him. The leader of Chiak turned around and replied that the prisoner had not shown up. Man approached his comrade and replied that they should be patient, and the old man was surprised by his calm. The elder frowned and thought that he was actually bursting with the desire to tear this child to pieces. He remembered how he suffered from poisoning. His face was twisted in pain. He lost a leg and an eye because of Juggin. Man clutched his cane and thought that he would wait for the protagonist. He smiled, mentally asking him to come faster. Juggin stood on the edge of the cliff looking down. The boy did not move, remembering this place. He opened his mouth in surprise. Below, he saw Uncle Eunuch and Grandfather Khan working. The protagonist was right, people from Bekwakiogak were sent here. The boy remembered how Eunuch and Grandfather played with him in the forest. He clenched his fist and closed his eyes. He suddenly opened his eyes. There were too many guards in the valley. It would not be possible to slip here unnoticed. Juggin looked at the barn. This agrarian stood all alone in the middle of the entire valley. Screams rang out as smoke rose up. Alarmed guards shouted and ran towards the barn. Juggin watched them carry pots of water. Eunuch and Grandpa Khan looked in that direction, puzzled. The protagonist slowly approached them. Eunuch pointed at him, surprised, and cried out. The protagonist smiled weakly. Looking at the mice, the man told the boy that he did not expect him to come here, and he had heard about his escape from the Chitik house. Working under the supervision of the guards, the man asked the boy how he ended up here. Picking up stones, Jigun said that he heard about their capture and sending them to the underground mine. He could not escape alone and abandon them. Eunuch heard his words and said that they were very happy that at least he survived. The old man bowed his head and said that he even calmed down at the thought that here in the mines, their family will not end. But how can they now look into the eyes of their ancestors if they die and take him with them? The protagonist looked at his grandfather and asked him not to worry, because he came to rescue them. By this time, the barn was put out. Mano approached the burnt building, then the guard told him that they had managed without casualties, and the barn was old anyway, and did not contain anything valuable. The man, without turning around, asked what the cause of the fire was. The subordinate standing next to him said that there were farmers in the area. They often burn unnecessary things. Apparently the fire caught the barn. Mana interrupted the servant, saying that this was just a guess. Frowning, he said that he knew very well what carelessness leads to. Turning to the master, the man said that all the prisoners were under supervision and none of them could escape. The one-eyed man immediately assumed that it could have been someone from outside. Then he turned around. Mano frowned and walked away. He understood that sparks flying from the farmland could not burn down an entire barn. Looking into the distance, he said that someone definitely started the fire to distract their attention. The old man's pupil shrank to the size of a pea. He looked at the cave and realized that the culprit was now inside. The guards were nervous as Mano approached. The sweaty elder walked inside. His eye widened in shock. He looked closely at the workers at the end of the tunnel. Among them, he saw a boy with dark blue hair. Mano bared his teeth when he saw him. His body began to tremble with joy at the sight of Juggin. The man grabbed his cane tighter. Becoming serious, he mentally said that he had writhed in pain for too long waiting for this day, so he would not get off so easily. Juggin, meanwhile, continued to collect stones. Frowning deeply, Mano said that he would let the boy taste the fruit of his hope for escape, and then destroy him. Soon, the elder opened the doors to the chieftain's house and happily said that he was right and Juggin had indeed come to the mine. Smiling widely, Mano shouted, saying that the boy was already being closely watched. The man suddenly froze and stopped talking. Right in front of him, he saw an old man with a long beard. Waijong smiled and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. It seemed like he had been working hard all this time. This old man with a gray beard was the most influential person and the best master of the three-generation Dok clan of Yunnan province. He was the head of the Poisonous Valley. The elder frowned and tried to understand why he was here, but out loud he first greeted the old man, and then asked what business he had come to them for. The head turned around and told Mano that he wanted to ask Waijong for advice on their current situation, so he visited them in a friendly manner. Waijong heard his words and said that he hadn't given them any good advice, but he had something to tell them. Mano became nervous. His face wrinkled when Waijong said that he knew that the Chiak clan had gone a little overboard in trying so hard to get into the alliance. Putting his finger in the water, he said that their fussiness was their weakness. Because of them there was a lot of noise. They supported their lord. He would allow them to suppress the power of the Yak clan. Such was the agreement. Running his finger along the table, the old man said that people began to appear inside their union who observed their chaotic actions and decided to find out the details of their agreement. Smiling, the old man asked Mano what they would do if those who found out something continued to live. Writing eliminated with water on the table, Vidzin said that now everyone was dead. The other Dok families were now not against it, so the entry of Chitik into the union could be considered a done deal. Now they would become a family of 3 generations. The elder raised his hand saying that they must take revenge on that boy. The head raised his hand saying that the boy was in the mine. He was calm, and the issue was now decided. Frowning, the man said that that boy almost killed him alone. Suddenly the whole area shook. Vigen smiled and said that they would consider the conversation over. Mano gritted his teeth in anger. The torch in the cave burned slowly. Eunuch raised his pickaxe and asked the protagonist if he really thought about saving them. The boy replied that he had poison, and if he coated the tools with it, they could become powerful weapons. Everyone stared at Juggin when he said that they, like Bekwekiogak, had lost relatives and friends. Now they should rebel together and escape. Raising his head, the protagonist asked the men if they were really going to sit idly by even though nothing was over yet. The people began to look at each other, not understanding where the boy got the poison from, and who this child was anyway. Suddenly the whole mine began to shake. The guards ran to the exit, realizing that the entrance to the mine was about to collapse. One of the men tried to grab the guard and run after him, but he swore and pushed his hand away. Frowning, the guard said that they should stay, because that was the order from above. A moment later, the shards of the boulder that fell on the guard flew apart. Juggin and the people around him looked at the entrance in horror. The ceiling of the cave was collapsing. The boy passed by the people who had fallen to their knees, all of them crying. The protagonist approached the collapsed entrance. Mano ran, saying that this could not be. He clenched his teeth, not understanding why he had waited so long, to just give up like that. The elder pushed aside everyone in his path. He suddenly froze when he saw the collapse. The man fell to his knees and grabbed his head. Shaking his whole body with anger, he said that Juggin should have died at his hands, not like this. The elder's cry of despair spread throughout the mountain range. At this time, people approached the collapse and said that they were left there on purpose, because the guards had already told them that the mine would soon close. Raising his hand, the man said that in this mine, the families of the Dok clan were jointly extracting poisons, and they would not have done something like this on a single order. When Eunuch heard him, he asked if the entire Dok clan had turned against them. The protagonist gritted his teeth, trying to understand the true reason for what had happened, although it was logical to collapse the mine to catch him alone, but there was another reason. The boy frowned. He imagined Li Jun and wondered if it was possible that this was his doing. People started shouting at each other, saying that they could not even ask for help from outside. Juggin knitted his brows and said that talking and complaining would not change anything, because the entrance was blocked, but they still had strength and equipment. If they united, they might find a way to get out of here. The crowd looked at the boy in surprise. Old Man Khan shouted, telling the people to come to their senses. He stood next to the boy and said that even the child's will was not broken, and they were already whining here. Maybe they would pull themselves together and start thinking rationally? The old man put his hand on the protagonist's back and said that even if he was an old man, he would give all his strength for the common good. Giving up was not an option. The men standing in front of the crowd agreed, saying that it was better than just sitting and peacefully waiting for death. The protagonist, looking at the crowd, thanked his grandfather, who smiled and said that if the leader could see him now, he would be very proud of him. In reality, everything turned out to be much more difficult. In conditions when there was little food, and the light of the torches barely illuminated the cave, it was difficult to make the way out. Unique was sweating heavily, he was very tired. People gradually began to get exhausted from work. The torch burned dimly in the cave. Tired people sat down leaning against the walls. The little boy hugged his mother, saying that he was very hungry. The protagonist, walking through the cave, mentally said that they had dug a road quite quickly, but working at this pace would rather exhaust them to the point of unconsciousness than lead them outside. Looking at the crack, the guy asked himself if they had another way. Juggin climbed through the crack. His eyes and mouth opened wide from what he saw. Right in front of him was a small pond. Juggin drank some water, saying that now they had something to quench their thirst, and the moss was quite edible. The guy spat out the water sharply. Looking at the water, he wiped his mouth. He realized that the water was poisoned. The guy remembered how one of the men said that in this mine, the families of the Dak clan jointly extract poisons. Juggin gritted his teeth. He realized that the poisonous energy had already spread here, and if this continued, they would all die. The protagonist picked up a stone. The boy worked tirelessly, trying to break through the passage. Many, seeing the boy's determination, said that they needed to speed up. The water in the man's flask ran out. Old Man Khan sat down next to him and said that this kid was amazing, because even adults have a hard time here. There is no strength left, but he is still holding on. Looking at the boy, the man said that Unique told him how the boy had a special body. He was able to absorb poison, so the boy gave food to others, and he himself drank water and ate moss that he found in the mine. Seeing how the boy was dragging stones, the old man said that it must be painful for him to realize that he is the only one here who is well fed, so he is trying with all his might. Khan silently stared at the boy. Suddenly, one of the beams cracked and bent. The entire passage began to collapse. A moment later, the ceiling again collapsed the entrance to the cave. Stones from the boy's hands fell at the sight of this. He froze in horror. Looking at the rising smoke, he cursed. The people sitting near the walls said that it was too dark here to try to put up a support beam. Maybe what happened was for the best, because they had almost no water or food left, but it was unclear what was for the best. The man closed his eyes and said that now everything was over. The people bowed their heads, cried, and were sad. They raised their heads when they heard the noise. At the rubble they saw a little boy who began to remove the rubble again. Old Man Khan approached the protagonist and said that it would take decades to dig up the rubble alone. Juggin responded by saying that no matter how long it took him, as long as he was still alive he would not retreat. The old man smiled, telling the boy that he did not know how to give up. The people were a little surprised looking at the boy. The protagonist glanced at the old man when he said that he had been the head of the Sangwon Valley a long time ago, and although he managed to become a leader, he failed to protect his family. Most likely he would be buried here. Becoming serious, Khan said that even after disappearing, he wanted to leave something for his descendants, and he watched him for a few days to see if he could trust him. The protagonist turned to his grandfather when he asked him if he would listen to the old man's last wish. Suddenly, one of the girls stood up saying that she also wanted to pass on the skills of her Yenjan family. Yuni put his hand on his chest and said that of course he could not teach martial arts, but they had the ability to weave silk, which could be used as a toxin and as a medicine. Everyone stood in front of the little boy, wanting to pass on their knowledge to him. Suddenly, Grandfather Khan raised his hands and shouted saying that in front of them was just a child. How could they not understand this? Did they really want to shift all the responsibility onto his shoulders and die peacefully, forcing him to bear a heavy burden for the rest of his days? Some men looked at the old man. He frowned and said that this was the equivalent of being put in shackles. The protagonist closed his eyes and interrupted his grandfather, saying that it was okay, because now his life was not only his. Clenching his fist, he said that many had sacrificed themselves for him. He was indebted to his mother, who died next to him. His grandfather had suffered beatings to save him. Now so that their deaths would not be in vain, he must overcome himself. His uncle Enman died with a weak smile on his face. The old man stepped forward when the boy in front of him said that his path would not end here, he would get out and survive, and then make everyone who did all this to them pay dearly. The grown men looked at the boy sadly, they knew what this meant. The boy's pupil dilated when he said that he would show everyone what hell was, so he would gladly accept their offers. The sound of wood colliding was heard in the cave. The man swung the weapon out of the boy's hands. The protagonist fell to the ground. He stood up, wanting to continue. The man sighed and said that they would end it here, because he needed to rest. Juggin stood up and said that they would have another fight. Sweat was pouring down the boy's face. The man frowned slightly. He saw the boy's incredible concentration. He even skillfully meditated, training the art of honing internal energy. The protagonist's teacher stood next to him. He was going to conduct speed training. The boy learned throwing from the girl. He seemed to have mastered the technique of memorization. After all the training, Juggin went to the old woman and learned the method of making medicine and even the art of combining. Juggin's speed of learning was amazing. For several days without rest he studied the secret techniques of each clan. He said that he was given a smart broth, but such an effect was impossible from it alone. Would the training boy have enough faith to survive? The man closed his eyes. Suddenly, a girl came up to them and cried, saying that old man Khan was dying. The protagonist froze upon hearing her words. Soon the boy was next to his grandfather. The old man, unable to even turn his head, greeted the boy. When the boy grabbed his hand, he told him that although he said he would hold out, he sincerely felt sorry for him, because he would always be alone. Turning his head to the boy, Khan apologized for not being able to protect him, for not being able to be next to him. Juggin involuntarily opened his mouth. The old man looked at the ceiling and said that he really missed that place. Closing his eyes, he said that he would like to see the Kiwaichio bloom in the Baequachal Valley once again. Everyone in the cave fell silent. When the old man fell silent, he died. Tears rolled down the faces of those present. Juggin bowed his head. Standing up, he said that they needed to go and finish their training. Passing the teacher, he said that they had little time. Soon autumn came, the leaves turned yellow. The leaves began to fall from the trees. Manuel, sitting by the boulder with sake in his hand, was humming a song. The ordinary members of the family looked at the elder and tried to understand why he was going crazy over some prisoner. Gritting his teeth, Manuel asked why he had abandoned him. Why? Throwing the jug of sake, he asked what he should do now. The man stood up, breathing heavily. He frowned when he saw something. Ripples began to form on the spilled sake. The ripples on the sake did not stop. The man's eye opened wide in shock. The sounds of stone hitting stone could be heard through the crack. A dim light was burning inside the cave. The protagonist raised his hammer. Sparks flew in all directions when it hit the stone. Looking at the ripples, Manuel asked if he was there. The man's body began to tremble. He laughed. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he said that everything was natural. He should not have doubted from the beginning. Raising his head up, he screamed, saying that Juggin couldn't die so easily. The gods hadn't turned away from Juggin or him. He was glad, and it didn't matter how long it took him. As long as he was alive, he would be alive. The protagonist was making a passage for himself. He pounded the hammer on the bayonet, reaching his limit. People were dying of hunger one after another in the cave. The skin of a young girl stuck to her bones due to lack of food. The protagonist swung the hammer to strike. He remembered how Unique smiled, saying that he would finally be able to meet his family. The woman, crying, extended her hand to the protagonist, asking him to definitely avenge them. Juggin remembered everyone. His teacher, smiling, told him not to forget what they taught him here. Not much time passed, and Juggin was left alone, but he still continued to hammer stones. The guy involuntarily turned around. Behind him lay the corpses of people. The protagonist pursed his lips. At this time, winter came to the world. Manuel came to a collapsed cave. He looked sadly at the collapse. Seeing the ripples in the snow, he mentally said that someone was probably calling him crazy and laughing at him, but it was enough for him to just hear it. Smiling, the man said that he would most likely need 5 years or more, but he would still look forward to their meeting. Turning around, Manuel said that he was not saying goodbye. The protagonist plucked the grass. Juggin began to eat the grass. Sitting on the bank of the pond, the guy ate herbs and poisonous water. He also continued training. Juggin meditated. The guy parted his lips and began to repeat breathing techniques. After, the protagonist began to chop stones. Juggin's expression did not change. Loneliness drove the guy crazy. He curled up in a ball and sat by the walls. He clenched his hands tighter. The guy cried. So winter came again. The protagonist continued to chop his passage. After winter came spring. The tree crowns became thick. After some time autumn came. The leaves changed their color. The time of the heifers is like a river. A snowstorm hit the valley. Juggin continued to break off pieces from the boulders. We are transferred 8 years ago, on a night when the full moon was shining brightly. The collapsed cave was overgrown with moss. The surface of one of the boulders had just begun to grow moss. Suddenly, a crack appeared on its surface. A moment later, the crack in the boulder grew larger. The protagonist's hand pierced the stone. His hand froze in this position. Soon Juggin himself was outside. His foot stepped on the ground. The protagonist first looked at the moon in the sky. His pupils were dilated. He clenched his teeth until they gnashed. The guy raised his head and screamed. He returned, only this time in the form of Asura. A member of the Dock family pierced the girl's body with a sword. His companion on horseback pierced his opponent with a pitchfork. The village, strewn with corpses, was burning. The survivors were swaddled and gathered in one place. The girl frowned at the men when their leader said that he would have found out one day that they were hiding here anyway. Biting her lower lip, the girl said that he was still the same savage he had been before. Chief Chitik, stroking his beard, said that the people of the Yak clan were talking the same nonsense, but he had dealt with 20 clans with his own hands. The old man grabbed the girl by the jaw. Approaching her, he asked her where these heavens of theirs were when they were so needed. Were they really just a figment of their imagination? In order to survive, she had better tell him where the secret books of the Konyak clan were. The lady did not answer and simply spat in the old man's face. Frowning, she said that they steal, kill and boast about it. On top of that, it seems that Murim didn't care at all since when the Union became a place for the unification of worthless rabble. The old man raised his hand to his face. He suddenly kicked the girl. Her body flew back. Gritting his teeth, the old man called her a lousy girl who didn't know anything, but she still dared to open her mouth. The lady barely opened one eye. The head of the Chitik clan began to kick the girl, saying that she was not allowed to spit in his face, but he could do such a thing. A subordinate approached the old man and called him, saying that they had found secret records. The head of the clan immediately snatched the book, saying that there was no point in so fiercely defending what they had stolen anyway. Now they would find an excellent use for them since they were so dear to them. Smiling widely, the old man said to thank him for the fact that such valuable achievements would outlive their own clan and pass to the Chitik clan. The girl froze with her head bowed. She cried and silently prayed for someone to come and punish them for their crimes. The village continued to burn. The events take us to the mansion of the head of the Chiak clan. Many bottles of sake were emptied. When the old man asked for more, the guard standing at the door said that he had already drunk too much and he should stop. The old man heard him and shouted, ordering him to bring him some swill. Pouring sake, he said that he only had worthless rabble. Seeing Li Jun and Wei Zhong in the sake, the head of the Chiak said that there were people in the world who controlled everything without trying, and he wanted to be like them. Raising his cup, he said that he thought everything would be like this when he entered the alliance. But his plans were ruined. Because of Manhwa, they lost everything, this one-eyed man who stopped wearing a cane. The head of the clan slammed the table in anger. The jar in front of him fell because of this. Taking the secret notes in his hand, the old man decided not to give up. Frowning, he said that he did not care about the opinions of others, and since the path to what he wanted was so far, he needed to take a shortcut. Smiling and leafing through the notes, he said that all the valuable books of the small clans would pass into his hands. He would seize any opportunity. The smoke from the poison slowly penetrated the mansion. The old man fell asleep because of the poisonous smoke that filled the room. The clan leader got up, not believing that he could just fall asleep like that. He scratched his temple with his hand. At the same moment, he raised his hand and saw many blisters. The old man screamed in horror, looking at his hands. He ran out of the room and called the servants. The clan leader froze when he saw something. Right in front of him were unconscious servants. One of them even had foam coming out of his mouth. Two men suddenly came running because of the clan leader's scream. The men looked at the chief in horror and said that they suddenly woke up and found blisters on their bodies. The old man frowned and began listing the symptoms to determine what kind of illness it was. He imagined a boulder when he realized that all of their symptoms were similar to those of cinnabar poisoning. He shouted, asking the two men in front of him if they had an antidote for cinnabar. One of them replied, saying that they had mined cinnabar in a collapsed mine, so they should have some antidote left. The chief shouted, ordering them to bring him the antidote quickly. The old man gritted his teeth. He did not believe that someone had made a mistake when working with poisons, because this was definitely not fog, and the humidity in the air had not changed. The chief turned his whole body to the side. He saw smoke coming from the forest. Looking into the distance, he asked who had the courage. In the distance, he saw a huge pot with smoke coming out of it. The protagonist stood next to the pot. The guy's face was hidden by smoke and leaves, but his angry eyes were visible even through the smoke. The night air was painful for the protagonist. The moonlight was blinding his eyes. The guy was crying. The protagonist raised his hands and continued to cry. He looked at his hands, saying that this had never happened before. His eyes widened in realization. The guy turned around. Juggin was silently looking at the collapsed cave. His lips parted when he said that he would keep his promise. After that, the protagonist stepped forward. He walked straight into the forest. Juggin did not stop when he found himself in the middle of the forest. Now, after all the preparations, he stood in front of a huge pot of poison. As the smoke rose up, he said that his path was now predetermined. The servant handed over pills from the rhizomes of the smilax, and said that this was all they had. The old man took one pill and ordered everyone to eat one and follow him. Frowning, she told the people in front of her that they didn't know how many enemies were surrounding them, 10 or 100, that was what was important. The subordinate said that it would be interesting to know who. The clan leader gritted his teeth, saying that they would find out now. The group followed the old man with weapons at the ready. The leader looked away sharply. In the distance, he saw rising smoke. Soon, the old man stopped in a clearing. Standing in front of the thick smoke, he asked who they were. Not receiving an answer, he frowned and demanded that the enemies show themselves. The protagonist grew some grass in a pot, saying that they had come to him after all. The old man raised his hand and asked by what right he dared to commit such a terrible act against them. Juggin looked at the treetops and thought. At that moment, smoke surrounded the group. The protagonist slowly emerged from the fog. Looking at the man, he said that it was the right of revenge. Standing in front of the head of the Chitik clan, he introduced himself by saying that he had come to avenge the entire Yak clan. The head of the clan chuckled, saying that it was surprising that he had survived, but was he really alone? Juggin did not answer, standing silently in the middle of the smoke. The men frowned, realizing that he was alone. The old man opened his mouth wide and laughed, saying that he had decided to joke with him, because one person was not capable of anything. The boy's eyes widened when he asked the head of the clan if it looked like he was just joking. The group calmed down after hearing his question. Raising his hands, the head gave the order to kill the rascal. The people immediately surrounded the protagonist, while their head told the boy that there was still a lot he did not know, for example, that cinnabar was a poison that the Chitik family had once worked with. The men rushed to attack. In an instant, they were near the boy. One of the men clenched his teeth until it hurt, feeling dizzy. His eyes went cloudy. The protagonist dodged his blow. He immediately pulled out his dagger. With one jerk, he plunged the dagger into the enemy's stomach. The man's partner standing next to him screamed. He ran at Juggin with a sword in his hand. The protagonist parried his blow. The guy raised his hand. The man sweated, not understanding what kind of technique it was. Juggin threw the enemy back with a blow from his palm. All the men in the area immediately rushed forward, deciding to attack at the same time. The leader gritted his teeth, not understanding how this was possible. Juggin dodged and parried the blows of all the opponents. The old man frowned and tried to understand what was going on. The speed and skill of the protagonist's blade were like a beginner's, but he managed to parry all the attacks. A cut appeared on the guy's face. In fact, he was not even able to dodge the blow. Now, looking at him, the old man tried to understand how he held on. One of the men jumped at Juggin with a scream. He Klanavrovn turned to him and threw something. Small beads rushed towards the man. He grabbed his face in pain and screamed. The protagonist frowned as he looked at him. Everyone in the clearing froze, not understanding why they couldn't catch one boy. The clan leader stepped forward in anger. He shouted, telling his subordinates that they should be ashamed that they, being members of the Chitik family, couldn't handle one boy. The clan leader was next to the boy in an instant. His hand was centimeters from his head. The old man hadn't fought for a long time, but he thought that his strength would definitely be enough for the boy. The protagonist calmly looked at the man through his fingers. The old man flew past him as soon as he turned his body. The old man's eyes widened in shock. He fell to the ground. Trembling all over, he tried to understand what was happening. He sweated profusely and looked at Juggin, who said that they were all already at their limit. Opening his mouth, the guy said that cinnabar poison affects the senses and ultimately leads to death. Did they really think that they could neutralize it? Because of their mistake, they were now struggling to breathe. When one of the subordinates fell, the old man screamed, saying that this could not be. The old man, shaking all over, looked at the boy when he said that when he first came here, what he lit then was not cinnabar, but green tea leaves. The old man clenched his teeth in anger. The green tea neutralized the effect of the rhizome. The angry old man, on whose body blisters appeared again, was angry. Juggin said, looking at him, that he was also weak, and did not expect to defeat them by force, so he was just stalling for time so that the poison could manifest itself. The old man opened his mouth trying to breathe air. The protagonist, crouching in front of him, said that he had been preparing for this day for all 8 years, and he definitely had enough knowledge. The clan leader, panicking, screamed, saying that he couldn't die like that, because he was only following orders. The protagonist, sitting in the clearing, listened as the clan leader swore allegiance to him and said that he would help him restore his entire clan. Juggin stood up, saying that he didn't have an antidote anyway, because poisons didn't work on his body. Looking at the old man, he listed everything that was involved in the collapse incident. The leader began to cry. He couldn't believe that Manyo's toy was in front of him. The protagonist turned around and said that the Yak clan no longer existed. Stopping, he said that in addition to this clan, there were many families that died at the hands of the Chitik, so the families of the Dok clan must answer for what they had done. The old man, trying to get up, screamed. The protagonist, walking away, said that if no one was going to judge him, then he would be the judge. After saying this, Juggin continued on his way. Juggin passed by corpses. The entire estate was filled with human corpses. Juggin stood at the entrance to the clan's quarter. He looked at the gate in front of him. Looking at the sign, he addressed the dead. Imagining the people who sacrificed for him, he said that he was finally able to fulfill their wish. Looking at the inscription Chitik family, He said that now this family had paid for its entire existence. The protagonist opened the door. He entered the room. Looking at the box, he said that the disappearance of the family did not mean that everything was over. Juggin opened the chest. Inside it, he saw many records of books. He took one of them. The guy began to read it. He understood that it was these records and the support of the powers that be that helped Chitik survive. The protagonist turned the page. Meanwhile, it began to get light outside. The sun rose from the horizon. The protagonist continued to read the secret records of the families. Taking one of the books in his hand, he learned something new. Looking at the page, he mentally said that according to the agreement between the Dok families, the owner of the Vaijin Valley, in order to dispel Li Jun's worries, blew up the mine. Juggin's eyes widened in shock. Imagining the heads of the clan, he realized that all three were involved in this incident. He involuntarily remembered the teacher who said that the mines here were poisoned. A lot of blood was spilled in the mine. Because of hatred, many more people died among the Doks. The protagonist gritted his teeth in anger. He burned the book of the Chitik family. Setting fire to one of the buildings, Juggin said that if the Dok clan was not stopped, people would continue to die because of them, and since he managed to get out of the mine, this would be his mission from now on. Holding a torch in his hand, the guy said that he would tear the Dok clan out by the roots. Imagining Li Jun, he said that after that, he would kill him too. The events take us to the gazebo. The teacher explained to his students that the heart is the center and the most important organ. Putting his hand to his chest, he said that the heart is protected by the liver, which takes the first blow. Raising his hand, he said that if you use a poison that paralyzes the heart, then it first affects the liver. The students smiled, saying that he very clearly explained the material that they could not understand. Manhwa smiled, saying that they highly praised him, an old man who was soon to die, but he was glad if his superficial knowledge would pass on to the younger generation. Closing his eyes, he said that next time they would talk about determining the type of poison by the degree of liver damage. The students stood up and respectfully said goodbye to the advisor. Manhwa watched the students go. One of the warriors approached him, saying that the head of the union was calling him. The man calmly walked along the corridors of the castle. He lightly shifted from foot to foot. Arriving at the building, he shouted to announce his arrival. The man greeted the chief and said that he had been informed that he was looking for him. Li Jun did not answer, looking at his falcon on his hand. The guy turned his head to the man, taking the letter in his hand. Looking at Manhwa approaching, Li Jun said that he was slow. He replied saying that there was no such thing and that he hurried here as best he could, with his sore leg. Raising his hand, the guy said that he had news that might interest him. Li Jun threw the letter to the man. Manhwa's eyes widened in shock after reading it. Looking at the letter, he realized that his family had been wiped out in one morning. Closing his eyes, Li Jun said that since the Chiak family was going to Murim, they could not turn a blind eye to this. The situation was very confusing, and they needed to figure out what exactly happened there. The guy opened his eyes, hearing the man's laughter. Manhwa raised his head up and laughed loudly. Lidzna looked at the man in front of him and asked what was funny about it. Looking at the chief, the happy advisor said that he had returned. Releasing the falcon, Lidzna asked if he had talked about the boy he had told him about a few days ago. Raising his hands, the man said that he had assumed that he should appear soon, but he could not have imagined that he would show himself so boldly. Looking at the man, Lidzna said that the Chitik family had weakened because he had hidden the manuscripts and medicines, and anyone could have dealt with them. The guy looking at the man said that the probability that the boy had killed everyone was very small. Manhwa smiling said that there was still a probability, because only a Sai would dare to destroy a family that was part of the alliance. Grinning, the crazy old man said that he himself had not destroyed the Chitik family only because he needed bait for the guy. If it really was him, then everything was just beginning. Imagine the boy. Manhwa said that the revenge was done too quickly. It would definitely not be enough for him, and he would want more, because he had grown older. Further events would prove that it was Juggin who was behind the extermination. Turning away, Li Jun said that it was even better this way. Putting his hand to his chest, the advisor asked to let him figure everything out, because other families of the Dok clan would also want to find out something. Li Jun thought, looking into the distance. He closed his eyes and gave his permission. Asking for a tablet at the man's feet, he said that it would grant him rights equivalent to a researcher of the Murim Union, and his business was important. It would be better for him not to make a mistake. The man extended his hand to the tablet and thanked the head for his trust. Hiding the tablet in his clothes, he said that he probably would not understand him, but if one day the day came when they brought him a big gift, he hoped that he would not forget about his humble servant. Manhwa approached the door. Suddenly the lock vibrated, preventing him from opening the door. Manhwa frowned and looked at Li Jun. He looked at him angrily, saying that despite his rank, he should watch his tongue. The advisor glanced at the door and expressed his understanding. Soon he left the headman's room. He grinned, saying that it was time to harvest the seeds he had planted long ago. Grinning, he said that the longer the fruit ripens, the sweeter it is. Meanwhile, the protagonist looked at the sky. Manhwa rode a horse through a dark forest. Looking around, he said that revenge makes a person stronger. Frowning, he said that revenge is the best engine. Having spent several years at the bottom, the guy must have overcome himself several times. Like a demon, he continued to remove obstacles in his path. In the end, he was able to break through to the outside, and the Doc family did not become an obstacle for him. Manhwa pulled the harness and stopped the horse. Looking at the corpses on the ground, the man said that he decided to come to where it all happened. The moon shone brightly in the sky. Dismounting from his horse, the man said that the boy had burned everyone to ashes. Crouching in front of the corpse, he said that the boy should have left traces. Suddenly, a kunai rushed towards him. It struck the ground near the man. The man with the umbrella standing on the roof said that he had been wondering who the suspicious person was hanging around, but it was him. Smiling, he said that it was a good thing he recognized him, otherwise he would have had a hole in his throat. But what was a man doing here who had risen through the ranks to become a member of the Murim Union? Standing up, Manhwa said that judging by their faces, they were all very happy to see him. The advisor stood up and looked at the representatives of the three families. Sangwoo, the masked man, was a representative of the ANBU. The gloomy Namji was the head of the Keelsan clan. The third man squatting was Noyak, from the Doak Valley. Manhwa closed his eyes and said that he was here for the same reason as them, because even though he had left his family, Chiak was his roots, and he couldn't stand aside after learning of their death. Noyak chuckled, saying that he had hidden what belonged to his family. Raising his hand, the advisor said that it seemed that he still didn't fully understand the situation, because even the Union had come to the conclusion that he wasn't involved. Noyak came down and said that they were simply covering for one of their own. The warrior screamed angrily. The ANBU standing to the side frowned and stopped him, saying that since the advisor had come to investigate this matter, it meant that the Union itself had paid attention to what had happened, and that meant that they needed to sort things out as soon as possible. Manhwa turned to the man and thanked him for his help. Namji lightly hit himself with his umbrella and asked what the Union thought about what had happened. Manhwa replied that the Murim people believed that this was the work of the opposing Legion family. Frowning, Namji asked if they hadn't all been repressed. Gritting his teeth, Noyak asked why the Doak clan always suffered first. They would have immediately gone against Legion. The ANBU standing on the roof asked if he had managed to find out anything. The man looked around the area again. Looking at the corpses, he said that the people were burned, but there was no sign of injury on them. Probably the enemy dealt with them in another way, most likely poison was used. Turning around, Sangwoo ordered them to follow him to show what they had found. The events take us to the forest. Sangwoo, who was standing in front, said that they had found the corpse during the day and could barely recognize it as the former head of the Chitik clan. Examining the old man's body, Manhwa said that these symptoms were similar to those of cinnabar poison. Examining the area, the ANBU said that to such an extent, traces of poisoning would only appear after a fairly long time. It is unclear what method the enemy used. Manhwa glanced at the pot to the side. He approached him. The three men shuddered when the advisor said that everything was now clear. Looking at the leaves in the pot, he said that the medical art of controlling abscesses was used here by means of water vapor emitted from a small amount of burnt cinnabar. Pointing to the leaves, Manhwa said that this was the method used by the attacker. When everyone approached him, he said that judging by the fact that there were tea leaves here, the enemy was prepared even in case the people took the antidote. In such a situation, Chiak would not be able to do anything. Namji sighed, saying that the enemy probably understood that they could not defeat them by force, and once they caught him, he would stop causing them problems. Therefore they needed to expand the search area. The ANBU did not agree, saying that they first needed to inform everyone. Manhwa trembled all over. Now he was convinced that everything was done by the Juggin. The whole world around the man disappeared when he thought about how much cinnabar a boy with his special body could have mined in the mine. Looking at the corpse, he said that the boy probably wanted to let Chiak know who he was up against. The advisor tightened his grip on the rim of the pot. Namji and Sangwoo turned their attention to the trembling man. The man clenched his teeth, wanting to meet the boy as soon as possible. He came to his senses abruptly when Sangwoo asked him if he was okay. When the ANBU asked him if he would go with them, the advisor refused with a smile, saying that he preferred solitude. Everyone stared at the ANBU when he said that in that case they would meet at this place tomorrow at the hour of the dragon. A moment later, the three men were gone. Manhwa looked up at the sky. The wind swayed the treetops. Manhwa knew that tonight would be an interesting night. The moon in the sky illuminated the entire mountain range. A group of warriors settled inside one of the mansions. Namji opened the door and went inside and said that they had found a surprisingly good place. Approaching the leader, one of the warriors asked how everything went. The old man answered by saying that they had no leads yet. He took on this case because he thought that he could fight Salsu, but they simply disappeared. Raising his hand, the guy said that they probably ran away a long time ago after learning of their arrival. Pointing to the corpses, the old man asked what happened here. The guy answered that these two did not want to give up their house to them. They had to do this. Waving his hand, he said to quickly clean everything up. Then he looked at the warriors, saying that they had no business today. They would continue tomorrow. Suddenly, several bags were thrown into the air. They fell right next to Namji's people. One of the warriors looked at the bag. It suddenly swelled. A moment later, the bags exploded, releasing poison. Namji frowned and screamed, asking where the smoke came from. Looking at the smoke in front of him, the old man said not to inhale the smoke, because it is poisonous. He covered his nose with his sleeve. Surrounded by smoke, the old man tried to understand what to do. The warriors grabbed their throats, from lack of oxygen. Looking at the thick smoke, Namji realized that they had been waiting for all this time. The guy approached the entrance to the building. Namji frowned, not understanding what to do. The smoke from the poison spread throughout the mansion. The protagonist continued to approach the door, and listened to the screams of the old man. The smoke from the poison rose upward. Namji covered his mouth with his hand and said that in such a situation, you cannot act rashly. Looking at the moon, he said that the smoke prevented him from seeing what was happening. While the protagonist walked through the smoke, the old man said that their enemies did not run away after the attack, but were waiting for their arrival. The warrior grabbed his throat, unable to breathe. His eyes were watering because of the poison. A moment later, his comrade heard him cry out in pain. He began to wave his umbrella, trying to hit the enemy. He turned around sharply, feeling someone behind him. The guy dispersed the smoke, delivering a swift blow. Looking at the barrel of the umbrella and the man, the guy said that he was a little mistaken. The needle pierced his comrade's throat. The protagonist instantly found himself behind the enemy. Blood splashed. Another cry of pain was heard from the smoke. Namji frowned, realizing that the poison was harmless to the enemies, and it seemed that it was not difficult for them to fight in the dark. If everything continued like this, they would not survive. The old man, looking at the smoke, shouted, ordering them to split up so that everyone could see their neighbor, after which they would begin to drive the enemies into a corner. The survivors exchanged glances. They stood next to each other. The guy covered his mouth with a rag and looked at the smoke. The protagonist's silhouette was visible in the poisonous smoke. Namji shuddered when his subordinate shouted, reporting the enemy found. Pointing the weapon in that direction, the old man ordered not to let the enemy escape and drive him to the center. The warrior near Namji screamed, saying that they would hit their own too. Namji frowned even more and said that he knew it. A second later, he fired several times. The shells rushed into the smoke. At the same moment, screams of pain were heard. The subordinate looked at the commander, asking what he was doing. The old man got angry and asked him if he had a better idea. Otherwise, they would all die here from the smoke. Namji walked past the corpses of his inflicted. They could not be saved, because the needle hit the target and took unbearable pain. The old man saw a boy lying near the wall. He frowned, not believing that only one child attacked them. The protagonist sat motionless while people discussed how to torture him. He suddenly raised his head. His blade was near the old man's head in a second. Namji parried the attack with his hand. After that, he immediately increased the distance between them. Sliding on the ground, Namji screamed, saying that it was hard to believe. Gritting his teeth, the old man asked how he could move under the effect of the needle. Did he really miss? Jugun squatted down, using the secret technique of the 7 Ozen. 2 needles rushed towards their targets. One of the needles hit the guy's head near Namji. He immediately fell to the ground. The old man moved his legs, realizing that he needed to be more careful. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. His body trembled. The old man frowned, not understanding how this was possible. The needle changed its trajectory at that moment, remembering the moment when he blocked the blow. Then he turned it back. The old man realized that at that moment he inhaled poison. Namji screamed in despair. The needle pierced his shoulder. The protagonist stood up. When he approached Namji, he swore, saying that he could not lose to a brat. The old man squeezed the needle tighter. He stabbed the boy in the leg, saying that he would not lose. After Namji looked at the boy's face, what he saw made his eyes almost pop out of their sockets. Jugun stood calmly, saying that these needles really had an amazing effect, but they would not hurt him. While the smoke was clearing, Namji asked what the Yak clan had to do with it. Jugun looked at the old man and said that he only needed to know this, otherwise his story would be too long, and he would not have time to hear it. The veins on the old man's face bulged. A second later, he lowered his head. He died. The protagonist looked at the sky. The events take us to another part of the forest. Noyak looked into the distance and asked if Kyo-san was located there. The subordinate answered by saying that a hawk from Manhwa had flown to them and reported an attack on Namji. Noyak frowned, thinking about the enemy attack. He was becoming anxious. When the man gave the order to prepare to leave, someone came to his estate. The people started to get ready. Noyak assumed that both Namji and Sangwoo were still alive. The man looked behind him. Turning to the guest, he asked him what he was doing here. Manhwa bared his teeth looking at the man. Standing on the steps, he said that he came here on business. Noyak heard him and said that they needed to leave immediately. Manhwa closed his eyes and said that he would not succeed. When his people approached him, Noyak asked the man what he was talking about. Raising his hand and smiling, Manhwa said that all the members of the Doke Valley should die by his hand. The people froze upon hearing his words. The veins swelled on Noyak's face. He was angry, saying that he did not even know what he was talking about. Manhwa closed his eyes and said that he was so young and already had problems with his hearing. The man gritted his teeth and angrily asked why on earth they should die. Had he really become too arrogant after joining Murim? Opening his eyes, Manhwa said he had a reason. Raising his hand, Noyak said that this was beyond the pale, although he still wanted to deal with him, and since he was not the one who started the conflict, there would be no problems. The members of the Doak Valley rushed towards the enemy. Grinning, Manhwa said that he was the only one who should die here. The events take us to the Namji mansion. A crowd of ANBU ran towards the mansion at high speed. One of them froze when he saw a survivor. A trembling man was lying on the ground. The ANBU immediately approached him, shouting about finding a survivor. The man looked at the survivor in confusion. Suddenly, a needle pierced his chest. Looking at the needle in his chest, the ANBU immediately recognized it. Falling to his knees, he screamed, telling his comrades to run. His eyes were swollen from the poison, he screamed in pain. Sangwoo stood on the roof, watching everything. Crossing his arms over his chest, the man mentally said that the enemy left the survivors as bait and attacked from a blind spot. It seemed to him that the enemy was strong, but judging by the fighting method, it was possible to say that this was not so. Another ANBU was struck by a needle. Sangwoo squinted, he roughly understood where the enemy was. Looking at his feet, he said that his technique works well in the dark. A moment later, he disappeared from his place. He rushed towards the smoke at great speed. Looking at the smoke, the man did not see anyone. Looking in the other direction, he saw a silhouette. His tanto immediately pierced the enemy's body. Standing in front of the enemy, Sangwoo said that he did not aim for the heart on purpose. If he had made a mistake by an inch, he would have died. Sensing something was wrong, the ANBU threw the enemy's body aside. Looking closely, he realized that it was Namji's corpse. Sangwoo frowned. A moment later, a cut appeared on another cheek. The protagonist stood behind him with an umbrella in his hand. The needle flew out of the umbrella towards him. Sangwoo stared at the needle in horror. He frowned even more, he did not want to die here. The ANBU's body was thrown back. He rolled on the ground. Jugun approached the exit. He stepped on the ground. The guy froze in shock from what he saw. The head of the ANBU disappeared from his place. Finding himself behind the guy, Sangwoo asked him if he really thought that he had already won. The protagonist clenched his teeth. Blood spurted. Drops of blood fell to the ground. The events take us to the surprised Noyak. Manhwa, who pulled out the attacker's hand, said that they were too pathetic to decide to attack without assessing the enemy's strength. Raising his hand, he said that they called themselves the Doak Valley under the sly, or the valley was originally so weak, although what is so, they are a disappointment. Noyak froze with wide eyes, he did not see the enemy's movements. The man put his hands behind his back and asked why they weren't attacking. Were they afraid of a feeble old man? The warriors rushed forward with a scream. Manhwa was behind them in a second. The warriors' bodies froze. Nook's eyes widened in horror. Blood ran down the warriors' faces. Manhwa smiled creepily as the heads of the people behind him exploded. The old man grinned and told Nook that he had finally realized. When he appeared in front of him, he asked if he knew the difference between true martial arts. Capillaries appeared in the man's eye from the string. He abruptly disappeared from his place. When the man increased the distance, Manhwa said that he was not called a master for nothing. Stroking his throat, the man said that it turned out that he had been keeping his abilities quiet all this time. Raising his hand, the old man said that there had simply been no need to use them before. Closing his eyes, he said that he was not interested in the Doak Valley at all, but in that child, because he was acting much more decisively than he expected, and he wanted to deal with the three families. But it was too difficult, so he decided to help him. The protagonist held back the tanto with his hand. The bodies of Sangwoo and the boy were trembling due to their confrontation. Jugun stared at the enemy without expressing any emotions. When Noyak asked how he knew his enemy, Manhwa bowed his head, saying that it was a long story, because for him he was both an enemy and a child, a teacher and an image to admire. Looking at his hands, the man mentally said that he could not even tell how difficult it was for him to live in those days when he obeyed the Chiak clan. Only Jugun was the light in the darkness. The man, without moving, mentally said that this boy made him a better person, so he could not let him go. Noyak, who was standing in front of him, said that he had no idea what kind of nonsense he was talking. Smiling, Manhwa said that he had personal reasons for doing this, so they should end the conversation and continue what they started, and he also used yellow fire. Nook, who had his hand behind his back, cursed when he heard his words. He swung his arm to strike, saying that since he knew about her, he should also be aware of her power. The man's hand was in front of the enemy's face. His external energy swayed in the wind. Manhwa jumped and appeared above the enemy. He smiled, saying that he was aware of everything. Nook screamed when the enemy began to wring his neck. Manhwa's body disappeared. He landed behind the corpse. He straightened up and looked at the smoke in the distance. A huge amount of poisonous smoke filled the space of the house. The enemy's tanto cut the protagonist's hand. He dropped the umbrella from his hand. The guy immediately struck him in the chest. Juggin took out 3 needles. The needles were immediately thrown at the enemy. The Umbu covered himself with an umbrella from the needles. Sangwol looked out from the umbrella. Having closed the umbrella and not seeing the enemy, he asked if he was going to play hide and seek. The protagonist sat hidden in the smoke and heard the enemy say that there was poison on the dagger with which he cut his hand, so he had already lost. Juggin looked at his palm. The Umbu stood motionless, waiting for the enemy to attack. He frowned. Juggin attacked him from the side. The guy's blades clashed. The Umbu dove forward. He delivered a second blow. The protagonist barely managed to block it. Standing in front of the boy, Sangwol said that even though he did not know how, he was holding on steadfastly. The Umbu raised his hand to strike. The protagonist managed to dodge the attack in time. Straightening up, the man mentally said that the enemy was not simple. He expected to catch him, but it would not be easy. Out loud he told the guy that it was better for him to give up, because he was going to die anyway. Juggin straightened up and said that it was his turn. In a second, he was in front of the Umbu. The Umbu frowned. He barely managed to dodge the blow. He grabbed the tanto tighter and cursed. When he raised the blade, the protagonist was already behind him. Sunwall looked at him, trying to understand how he had developed such speed. Fending off the boy's attacks, Sunwall said that he seemed to be hiding his abilities. With each passing second he was becoming even stronger. The Umbu was having a hard time fending off the boy's attacks. He himself swung his fist to strike. A moment later there was an explosion. Juggin managed to increase the distance. Looking at the heavily breathing Umbu, he asked him if it seemed to him that he had become faster. Lowering his hands, he said that this was not so at all. He was mistaken. Veins appeared on the Umbu's face. He remembered how he was hit at the very beginning of the fight. Frowning, he mentally said that it turned out that his perception was impaired, and not that he became faster. But out loud he told the guy that he attacked in such a way that he would not notice how the poison was spreading through his body. Looking at the protagonist opposite, Sunwall said that he was a dangerous opponent. Spreading his legs, he said that he had nothing to lose now. He would solve everything with one blow. Suddenly, the man's legs gave way. His body began to tremble. Juggin did not move, staring intently at the ANBU. Suddenly, the man used a dash of a shadow projectile and appeared in front of the boy. He frowned, telling him that he did not even hope for survival. Juggin held the blade in front of himself. He understood that the enemy would aim for his left hand, because in his opinion it was paralyzed. The ANBU frowned even more. The protagonist pierced him with a needle in his left hand. The guy silently looked at the face of his enemy. His hand was trembling. He took out the needle and threw it aside. Sangwol's whole body began to tremble. He looked at the protagonist while coughing. A moment later he fell to the ground. He didn't know that poisons didn't work on Juggin. The guy looked around the battlefield and said that he only pretended that his left arm was paralyzed. Looking at the entrance, he asked if other enemies would attack him or decide to retreat. The guy's eyes widened. Juggin felt Salji far away. He didn't expect that such a strong master was here. The guy didn't have a chance to win. Turning around, he said that the plan for today was completed. The events take us to the forest. Manhwa, standing on the stairs, said that he had a long way to go. He was glad that he could see how the boy had become stronger. Smiling, the old man said that he was looking forward to their meeting. Sitting on the roof, Manhwa enjoyed excellent wine. The man took a sip and said that if the boy knew the truth about what had happened, he would definitely take his wrath out on the entire Doke clan. And judging by what had happened to those top-class fighters, he knew the whole situation. Looking at the sky, the old man realized that there were only 3 families left in the Doke clan, the Keelsan, Umbu, and the Doke Valley, and wondered who would be the first. The elder imagined the people with umbrellas and thought that the Keelsan family ruled over the Tezhan region, but they were the weakest of the 3 families, so eliminating them would not be that difficult. The master shook his head and decided that if they started with them, the 2 stronger families would have time to prepare for defense, which would make things more difficult. Manhwa imagined the head of the clan patting his head and realized that if he could defeat one of the remaining families, it would only be a matter of time before the entire clan was wiped out. The man took another sip and realized that the boy liked to use such absurd tactics. The flags fluttered in the wind. The old man knew that destroying the Doke Valley was not the same as destroying Chiak, and he assumed that Murim would definitely intervene in that case. The elder smirked and wondered what would happen if he started with the Umbu. The master imagined their leader and remembered that these people used divine techniques and mostly attacked from behind, so one had to be on guard against them at all times. Manhwa stuck his hand in his inside pocket and assumed that the boy did not care how weak or strong his enemy was, since he was determined to wipe the Doke clan off the face of the earth. The man took out a token and said that he had an idea of where the boy would go first. The token said Murim Union. The old man thought that he would be strong enough to easily break his neck, but he wanted this child to know what pain and despair were. Smiling slyly, the elder realized that the boy was about to step onto the true path of Sir, and decided that if things remained like this, his life would be filled with blood and battles until the very end. The master rose to his feet and wondered if he should help guide him to this path. In front of him were many corpses of villagers. Bloody people lay on the ground. Among them was a woman. Manhwa said that revenge blinded the boy and turned him into a psychopathic killer, and asked why he killed ordinary people who did not even belong to the Dok clan. A smile appeared on his face. It became even wider. The man opened his mouth wide and laughed loudly. His laughter rolled over the mountains. The sun rose on the horizon. The protagonist approached the well. Juggin poured a bucket of cold water on himself. The boy placed his hands on the well. Drops of water flowed down his wounded body. In the past, Vihag, frowning, explained that his grandson would become much stronger when he completed his training and got out of here, and warned him that his new power was only in his head. The heroes were sitting in a cave. The old man said that without practice this power is nothing, but using it according to the situation is a completely different matter. The boy asked what he should do. Squinting, the man replied that he needed to figure it out for himself, and asked him to listen to himself and soberly assess his capabilities. The child sternly knitted his eyebrows when his grandfather said that he would be ready to confront the enemy when he knew himself. Clenching his fist, the young man realized that Vihag was right, and thought about how he lacked experience in real combat, which is why he was unable to dodge the blows of enemies. The warrior remembered how he had struck his opponent in the chest and realized that the blocked blood and energy flows were preventing him from using his martial arts to their full potential. A cloud of dust surrounded him. The poison dragon decided that such encounters were the only chance for him to train, despite the risks. The protagonist put on his shirt and realized that stronger opponents were waiting for him further, so he needed to become even better to fight them off. Juggin looked at his hand and thought about how he needed to improve his poison techniques. Drops were dripping from his fingers. It was the poison that had helped him resist the power of his enemies so far. The boy clenched his fist and decided that he had to return it in the same form. Fallen leaves rose into the air. The young man declared that he needed to hurry. 3 days later, lights were on in the houses of Panlong City. There was a gazebo on the cliff. Someone shouted that he had an emergency message. Vijeong was sitting at the table. His subordinate reported that Noyak, who went to investigate the murder of the Chiak family, was killed. The man looked back and asked what this meant. The valley member bowed and added that the fighters from Keelsan and Umbu suffered the same fate. The old man asked if this was definitely verified information and what exactly happened. The warrior promised to send fighters there and check everything. The elder narrowed his eyes and was surprised that all these people were dead. The head of the valley scratched his beard and realized that this was a serious matter, because someone clearly harbored a grudge against the Dok family. Someone approached the pavilion. Vijeong said that he would find out everything himself and explained that if things continued like this, there would be problems. Manhwa opened his mouth wide and asked him not to strain himself, because the boy would soon come here himself. The man frowned and said that he did not expect to see him here. The advisor folded his hands behind his back and stated that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Looking at him, the old man asked what brought him here. Since he was not welcome here, the leader of the Chitik clan asked if they thought of him as a traitor. The elder narrowed his eyes when the master explained that everything that had happened was just a misunderstanding, and accused the members of the valley of thinking too subjectively. With an ominous aura, the leader of the Dok Valley asked how dare he talk about Noyak like that. His subordinate raised his fist to his mouth and coughed. Dark smoke spread throughout the pavilion. The soldier covered his mouth with his hand, choking from the cough. Energy enveloped the guest, but he did not care. Manhwa smirked and guessed that they still thought of him as a representative of a third-rate family. The man clenched his teeth. Then he spat blood onto the floor. Vijeong looked down. There was a green liquid on the floor. The advisor declared that his comrade truly lived up to his nickname as the man who sprayed poison. The leader of the Chitik clan widened his eyes and said that he had nothing else. The smoke around him immediately retreated. The ominous energy dissipated into the air. The master narrowed his eyes and explained that these tricks would not work on him. The old man opened his mouth in surprise and noticed that he had become stronger. The elder cast a menacing glance at his guest. The heroes looked at each other in silence for a while. Raising his hand, the head of the Valley Doc decided that his colleague's skills had improved significantly since joining the alliance, and warned him that he should not think that the poison that had 100 flavors was his only weapon. Frowning, Manhwa said that it would be nice to test his every ability, but he was not interested in conflict, and explained that he mentioned Noyak because he was the one who conveyed the news of his death. Vijeong frowned menacingly and asked if this was true, and his subordinate confirmed it. The old man asked how he had learned of what had happened, and the man put his hand in his pocket and reminded him that the Chitik family was part of Murim. The advisor took out a badge and said that he had come to the scene as a researcher for the Union. The elder frowned menacingly when the master explained that everyone was dead, even the civilians who had witnessed the incident, and asked who had done it. The head of the Chitik clan, narrowing his eyes, replied that he was not sure that it was the same person, and concluded that simply exterminating his family would not be enough. Looking down, The leader of the Doak Valley suggested that a group of people were behind this, and asked why his comrade Galavan referred to the enemy in the singular. Manhwa grinned and replied that he had seen him from afar getting covered in blood and killing people like Sir. Vijan asked why he had not been captured. The man raised his hand and explained that if something had happened to him, there would have been no witnesses to what had happened. The old man frowned sternly, surprised that his colleague was not afraid of his poison but was afraid of the enemy, and asked if he had any useful information. The advisor lowered his head and replied that he had not been able to see him clearly, adding that he had been able to track his movements. Smiling slyly, the master stated that the enemy was heading straight here, and suggested calling the Umbu and other neighboring families to help and using the Keelsan as bait. The head of the Chiak clan raised his eyebrows and said that they would be able to surround the enemy in a solid ring. The elder looked down tensely and thought about how this was a siege tactic, in which a huge number of people blocked the enemy's escape routes. The white ghost stones surrounded the black stone. The leader of the Doak Valley realized that even a high-class fighter would not be able to escape, but the enemy, once surrounded, would begin to attack the weakest parts of the network. The white stones were destroyed. Wijin realized that they were at risk of losing many fighters, which would affect the safety of the entire clan. Scratching his beard, the old man decided that it was impossible to resort to such a tactic without knowing the enemy, and wondered how people would look at them after this, if they created such a commotion for the sake of capturing a single person. The elder asked if his comrade really wanted to destroy their clan. Manhwa replied that he knew what the enemy was capable of, and asked how he could doubt him. The leader of the Doak Valley gritted his teeth and explained that he did not like to dramatize and that he did not like it when someone outside interfered in the affairs of the Doak family. Vidson said that they would decide everything between themselves. The man showed him the stone token and reminded him that he was a researcher of the Alliance. The old man frowned menacingly. He opened his eyes wide and shouted that they were not in Murim, but in Yunnan. A strong gust of wind hit the pavilion. Waves of energy flew in front of the advisor's face. The master put the token in his pocket and decided that he would not insist. The elder looked at him with displeasure. The head of the Chitik clan turned away and warned that their enemy limped on one leg. Manhwa went down the stairs. The man smiled and decided that the reaction of the leader of the Doak Valley was expected, because he was seen as a person who had lowered his own influence and tried to subjugate him by force. Vijong gathered all the warriors in front of him. The advisor concluded that he had not guessed anything, and thought about how all the Doak families were now looking at Keelsan. The old man's eyes widened and he realized that the Umbu had stayed away. Frowning, the master remembered that this family was very annoying because their attack was impossible to predict, and he realized that he would have attacked them first if he were in the boy's place, to get rid of the element of surprise. Folding his hands behind his back, the elder asked the boy to take advantage of the chance he had been given, and said that he would look forward to this moment to see his anger. A bird flew over the forest. There were letters attached to its legs. All the Doak families had received instructions from the leader of the Doak Valley. Someone took the letter from the bird's leg. It said that each family should gather a squad of 20 people to capture the enemy. The head of the Umbu family opened the letter. The leader of the Keelsan clan read its contents. It also said that they should beware of a suspicious lame man. The sun rose over the village of Yunnan. The farmers were collecting hay. 2 watchmen stood on a high tower. Hiding in the bushes, the protagonist decided that at first glance it was an ordinary village, but he managed to notice how polished the movements of these people were. The worker swung his pitchfork. The man held a sword in his hands. Juggin concluded that their good shape indicated that this area actually belonged to the Umbu. Standing on the hill, the guy saw that there were about 30 people here, so an open attack would be tantamount to suicide, and wondered what he should come up with. There were sacks on the ground. Peeking out from behind a bush, the young man remembered that these people were building a buckwheat farm, and suggested that he could add poison to them, because after the first harvest, the villagers usually eat together. The warrior took a step forward and realized that he had used almost all of the cinnabar poison in the previous battle. The poison dragon looked around and decided that he needed to replenish his supplies, because even the poisons he had stolen from Chitik were almost gone. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed something to the side. In front of him was a clearing of purple bindweed. Juggin picked a flower. The bright flowers grew close to the ground. Their seeds have a laxative effect, and also cause swelling. If taken in large quantities, they can cause diarrhea and hallucinations, and even lead to death. The guy brought the plant to his mouth, and decided that a couple of seeds would not be enough. The young man ate a bud and thought that he could create a strong poison that could easily kill 30 people if he ate enough seeds. A few days later, a river flowed in the forest. A member of the Umbu clan approached it, and told his comrades that he needed to wash this batch of buckwheat. The farmer lowered the sieve into the water and was happy that he could finally eat sobian. The warrior was hiding in the bushes behind him. Suddenly, a dart flew at the man's back. The worker looked back in fear and asked what it was. The poisonous dragon came forward. It continued to chew flowers, and a scream was heard. Someone rang the bell and warned the villagers of an emergency. A man was lying by the river, His comrade reported that they had found the body of one of their family members who had gone to wash buckwheat. Standing on the tower, the lookout explained that the dead man had been poisoned, so the enemy could be behind it, and ordered his subordinates to search the entire area up and down. The fighter opened his mouth wide and declared that this was an order from their leader. Narrowing his eyes, the leader remembered that the message said that the enemy was heading for Keelsan, and wondered if this information was false. The man crossed his arms over his chest and decided that it was a good thing that the killer had come to them, and wanted to deal with the villain who had killed Sangwoo. The men with torches went out into the forest. The protagonist noticed the light coming from the fire. Juggin looked ahead. He continued on his way with the bag on his back. The guy left the stretcher by the well. Holding the bag in his hands, the young man thought that this was the last poison. Suddenly, something flashed in the air. An arrow pierced the warrior's hand. The bag of poison fell to the ground. The fighter looked back. The villains asked if he thought they didn't realize that he was hiding somewhere here. The Umbu family members surrounded him. The soldier asked if their enemy was so fearless that he had invaded their territory and tried to poison the well. The head of the family came out of the shadows and said that he had nowhere to run. The poison dragon frowned menacingly. The heroes looked at each other in silence. The protagonist's brows were furrowed. Squinting, the man noticed that the enemy had no idea how they had found him and assumed that his plan was to lure his men into the mountains and infiltrate the base. Juggin pulled out a dart from his hand. The old man said that they knew he was coming, adding that the enemy had trapped himself and had failed to hide his limp. The boy frowned sternly and realized that he had not killed all the enemies in the previous battle. Looking at him, the elder asked if he had really killed the members of Chitik, his high-class fighters, and the civilians. The young man raised his eyebrows in confusion and replied that he had killed all the soldiers but had not touched the civilians, asking what they were talking about. The master looked at him askance and asked him not to pretend and said that he did not need witnesses. Looking down, the warrior wondered what all this meant and realized that something had happened after he left. The head of the Umbu family put his hands on his belt and decided that the most important thing was that they had caught him. The poison dragon took out a dart. The villain asked why he needed all this. Suddenly, a needle appeared right in front of his eyes. The man caught it in midair. The protagonist swung the bag of poison. A cloud of smoke appeared on the battlefield. The peasant covered his mouth with his hand. Juggin raised his knife above his head. At the same time, the fighter pulled out a sword from behind his back. The soldier pounced on the intruder. The boy parried his attack and used a strong energy cry. The blow threw the enemy back. The old man ordered his subordinates to take him alive. The elder frowned when he was asked how they could get to him. The young man gave him a tense look. At the same second, the master made a dash and pushed him in the shoulder. The warrior flew out of the poison cloud and fell to the ground. The villain headed straight for him. The head of the Umbu family grabbed the enemy by the hair and was surprised that he managed to deal with two of his fighters in an instant. The man pressed his finger on the acupuncture points on his body. The poisonous dragon lost consciousness. The old man ordered his subordinates to lock him up and send him for interrogation in the morning. The protagonist was lying on the floor. The elder was glad that this commotion was finally over. The doors of the building closed. It became very dark in the room. The clan members were eating in the dining room. Today the sabian seemed especially delicious to them. Sitting on the floor, the master decided that they could improve their position at the upcoming general meeting of the Doke clan by catching the killer. Juggin opened his eyes. He looked up when someone placed a plate of food in front of him. Squatting, the soldier explained that eating sabian during the first harvest was their tradition, and added that their leader gave him this food. The fighter put his hand on the bun and relayed the words of the head of the family, who asked the hostage to accept the food with gratitude. After biting off a piece, the villain said that his friend, with whom they wanted to eat sabian together, died at the hands of the enemy, and said that he was not worthy of this food. The man kicked the guy and wished him death. The young man narrowed his eyes and silently accepted his blows. Suddenly, the warrior grabbed the fighter by the ankle. The soldier stepped back and asked how this was possible. The poisonous dragon explained that his energy channels were clogged, so this trick did not work on him. At that moment, the villain's pants were stained with blood. He fell to the ground and asked what was happening. The protagonist raised his sword and said that he had lost everything he had because of the Doke family. The man grabbed his throat and screamed. Juggin swung his blade and said that they were just paying for their sins. The man's eyes turned bloodshot. Everyone in the dining room began to convulse due to the effects of the poison. Foam started to flow from the fighter's mouth. The bloody soldier fell to the floor. The villain grabbed his groin and asked for help. The head of the Umbu family clenched his fist and asked how this happened. Suddenly, blood started to flow from his mouth. The old man wondered when they managed to poison themselves. The guy lowered the corners of his lips and concluded that he had come in time. The young man entered the house. Looking at the dying enemies, he explained that he had deliberately let them catch him so that they would calm down and eat sabian. The master's eyes widened and he remembered that they had not allowed him to poison the well and had thrown away all the buckwheat they had washed during the day. The warrior pointed to the empty bag and said that he had brought rice flour here. The elder remembered the stretcher standing by the well and realized that this was not just a disguise. There were buns on the floor. The scoundrel realized that sabyan was made not only from buckwheat, so no one noticed that there was poison in it. Grinning, the head of the Umbu family realized that he was wrong about him and asked who he was. The poisonous dragon frowned and said that he was a descendant of the Yak clan from the Bakwa Chalgok family. The man narrowed his eyes menacingly. The old man opened his mouth wide and said that he had never heard of her. Standing at the door, the protagonist began to list the names of clans and families that fell at their hands. Juggin sternly knitted his eyebrows and asked if his opponent knew them. The master silently stared at him, and the guy concluded that he remembered everything. There were corpses on the floor. The young man said that this clan should pay with its life for destroying all these families. The elder asked if he really thought he could get rid of them so easily. The warrior turned away and wished him luck in staying alive. The door slammed shut. The scoundrel realized that he could contain the poison of the seeds with the help of internal energy. Suddenly, the head of the Umbu family widened his eyes in fear. The poisonous dragon walked away from the burning dining room. The man stood up and realized that he needed to get out as quickly as possible. The old man clenched his teeth in anger. A loud scream was heard behind the protagonist. Suddenly, Juggin stopped. He turned around tensely. The master came out of the burning house. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. The elder with burning eyes promised to kill him. Blood was running down his cheeks. The young man stood in front. The scoundrel thought that he did not have any outstanding abilities. The head of the Umbu family frowned menacingly. Tongues of flame rose upward. The fire engulfed the dining room, where the dying soldiers lay. The man clenched his teeth and wondered why their family died because of such a person. The world swam before his eyes. The old man grabbed his head and decided that this was the effect of the poison of the seeds. The warrior lowered the corners of his lips and suggested that he thought it was unfair. The master leaned against the wall and thought that his family's story would not end like this. The elder swung his fist and shouted that he was not going to die at his hands. The poisonous dragon jumped back. The villain delivered a powerful blow. A hole appeared in the wall of the house. The head of the Umbu family ordered the enemy to immediately come out of hiding. Dust rose into the air. A loud scream was heard. The protagonist jumped onto the roof and concluded that his enemy was very strong even under the influence of poison. Juggin frowned and decided that he would not be able to fight him face to face. Suddenly, the guy noticed something below. A dead soldier was lying on the ground. Cracks appeared on the stone. The man spread his arms and called his opponent a coward. The old man looked back when the young man reminded him that it was the Umbu family that always attacked from behind. A silhouette was visible in the cloud of dust. The master turned around and wanted to stop the enemy from escaping. The elder jumped forward and extended his hand. The warrior took a fighting stance. Something flashed in his hands. 2 darts pierced the villain's chest. The head of the family looked at them in fear. He opened his mouth wide and let out a battle cry. The man grabbed the man by the head. A loud bang was heard on the battlefield. The old man looked at his victim in fear. His own fighter was lying in front of him. The master's eyes widened in horror and realized that it was not a poisonous dragon. The dead soldier lay on the ground. The blade of the knife was covered in blood. The protagonist stabbed it into the enemy's back and declared that today, Umbu would cease to exist in the name of revenge for the Yak clan and that the rest of the Dok families would soon follow. Juggin opened his mad eyes and wished the elder to hell. The eyes of the villain turned white. His body fell to the ground. Fallen leaves rose into the air. The boy thought that another family had been destroyed. A loud scream was heard from behind the trees when people noticed a fire in the neighboring village. People were carrying buckets of water in their hands. The dead head of the family was lying on the ground. The villagers approached the burning dining room and realized that they could not do anything. Someone came up to them from behind and confirmed this. The villagers looked around. The door of the house opened. The young man went inside. He looked back when he heard someone's voice from outside. The warrior looked at the shelves and thought that his supplies of poisons had run out again. The poisonous dragon looked at the vials and decided that there must be quite a lot of useful things here. The protagonist took the bottle in his hands. It had the inscription Sawan on it. Juggin remembered that it was a poison that paralyzed the entire body, causing the heart to stop and a person to die quickly. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The guy realized that this was the most powerful poison that Umbu had, and that even high-class fighters could not stand up to it. The young man drank the bottle in one gulp. A strong pain pierced his head. Closing his eyes, the warrior felt the poison slowly moving through his body, and decided that he just needed to endure the pain to get the perfect weapon. The poisonous dragon frowned tensely. The protagonist closed his eyes. Then he looked up. Juggin looked at his hands and concluded that he had succeeded. Drops of poison were running down his finger. The guy went outside. Suddenly, his leg shuddered. Black smoke rose above the forest. The fire continued to spread. The young man saw many corpses and wondered what had happened here. Standing in the center of the village, The warrior thought about how he hadn't spent much time in the storeroom, and assumed that the remaining Umbu people could have done it. Suddenly, the poison dragon raised his eyebrows in surprise. In the memory, the head of the family looked at him and asked why he killed the civilians. The protagonist realized that it was not a lie and that the same thing had happened now. Jugan looked away when he heard sounds coming from the neighboring village. The guy immediately ran there. The young man opened his mouth wide and began to breathe heavily. Remembering the events of that day, the warrior continued to run, thinking that if someone wanted to take his life, it would have happened already. But the unknown person continues to kill innocent villagers behind his back. The poison dragon frowned and realized that he had another goal. Running along the forest path, he assumed that he missed something when he was imprisoned for 8 whole years. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist realized that he had no idea what was happening in the world right now and decided that he had only escaped from captivity to take revenge. Jugan stopped. The boy's mouth dropped open in amazement. The young man looked ahead in fear. All the villagers were dead. They lay in pools of their own blood. The warrior walked forward through the deserted village. He stopped in front of one of the corpses. A gust of wind lifted the leaves above his head. The poisonous dragon looked down. The protagonist turned his head when he heard a sound. A large dog ran up to him. Next to it lay a human corpse. Jugan approached it and realized that he did not feel anyone's presence. The guy squatted down and concluded that the heat energy had not yet disappeared. Blood was flowing from the wounds on the man's body. The young man realized that the killer had just been here. He raised his hand and assumed that the villain had learned that there would be a battle here and dealt with the locals after he left. The warrior closed the dead man's eyes and remembered that the same thing had happened after the murder of Chiak. Removing his hand, the poisonous dragon decided that the stranger was not trying to kill or capture him, and wondered why he would defame his name. The protagonist frowned sternly and realized that he needed to think coolly. Jugan walked away and thought about how he could not forget his goal. Walking forward, the boy wanted to continue his revenge. The young man raised a menacing gaze and realized that he could not allow the stranger to use him. It was dark in the Ojo family's territory. The couple were walking along the night street. Someone approached them and said that he really enjoyed watching them. The heroes immediately blushed. The man asked what brought him here at such a late hour. Smiling, Chukyo replied that he went out for a walk, and noticed that his daughter-in-law's belly had become like the moon. The girl stroked her belly and said that her child was growing well. The old man remembered that the birth was due next month. Closing his eyes, the head of the family was very happy about this and said that it would be wonderful when their lands would come under the leadership of his son, and then their child would inherit this place. Sajin raised his eyebrows and said that it would be a long time before that happened because his father was full of strength. The elder folded his hands behind his back and said that he did not plan to hold this position for long. The man explained that he wanted to be a support for him and help the family rise. Chukyo smiled broadly. The heroes looked around when they heard a noise in the bushes. The old man raised his eyebrows and asked who was there. The bushes behind him stopped rustling. The fighter suggested calling the guards, but the old man raised his hand and suggested that it could be an ordinary wild animal that got through the fence. The head of the family came forward. His eyes widened in fear. There were traces of blood on the ground. Someone was sitting on the bank of the pond. The elder immediately grabbed his sword. The stranger looked around and noticed him. Suddenly, Manyo's burning eyes widened. Chukyo tensely clenched his teeth. The man raised his hand and apologized to him for disturbing him. The old man sheathed his sword and asked what had happened to it. The lights were on in the windows of the house. The heroes were in the room. The head of the Ojo family asked what had happened to his brother. The advisor replied that everything was fine and said that they needed to talk about something. The elder asked what they were talking about. The leader of the Chitik wiped his face and told him about how he had encountered the villains who had killed his family. Chuyo opened his mouth in surprise and asked if he had managed to catch them. Sitting at the table, the master answered in the negative and added that the entire Umbu family had been destroyed and burned to the ground. The old man asked if that villain was really that strong. Frowning, Manyo said that the lame man was just a small henchman and explained that the others were acting covertly, so it was not immediately clear that they were a whole group of people. The head of the Ojo family raised his eyebrows. The man said that he did not know who their enemy was and suggested that they would find out who was behind this if they caught their henchman. The advisor lowered his head and explained that the lame man clearly wanted to deal with the entire Diak family, and that his next target was the Keelsan family and the Diak Valley. The elder frowned in disappointment. The leader of the Chitik explained that to do this, the villain would have to go through Mount Tang, where this estate was located, and hoped that his brother now understood the purpose of his visit. Chukyo spread his arms and asked how they could defeat such strong opponents. The master replied that they only needed to catch the lame man before he gave the signal to the others. The old man lowered his head and fell silent. Manyo jumped to his feet and asked who had raised the Ojo family after the death of the previous head and done everything possible to ensure that the family entered into an alliance. Without looking up, the head of the family replied that it was all his merit, and reminded him that he did not have so many people to drag them into this. the man said that he did not come to ask for help empty-handed. Taking a step forward, the advisor reminded him that the two main pillars of Yunnan were destroyed, but their property and jobs remained, and asked into whose hands it all would pass. The leader of the Chiak family placed his hand on his brother's shoulder. Looking into his eyes, the master guessed that this person would be the one who could put an end to the chaos that was happening in this province, and explained that he wanted to propose his candidacy to the Union. Leaning close to his comrade's ear, the master said that he would not insist, and asked him to think about the future of his son and the entire family. Manhwa grinned and decided that then the answer was quite obvious. In the morning, the fighters went out into the street. The girl handed her husband the sword and asked if he was leaving because of yesterday's guest. Sajin replied that his uncle was a very important person for their family. Taking out the weapon, the man said that they could always rely on his help and told them that this time he had done them a great favor. The woman looked at him excitedly. The fighter smiled and put the sword back in its sheath. The heir of Ojo took his wife by the hands and explained that their family's situation would change if everything went as planned. Raising his eyebrows, the swordsman decided that his father did the right thing because he wanted their child to grow up in even better conditions, and promised to bring his beloved a gift. The girl blushed embarrassedly. Sajin waved his hand to her and went on his way. The woman waved back. The advisor watched them from the side. The leader of the Chitik family frowned sternly. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. Sitting on a rock, the soldier asked if his leader was sure that the enemy would show up if they just sat there. The man replied that he couldn't know for sure because this wasn't the only mountain path. He raised his eyebrows and said that his father had blocked all the roads so the villain would come straight to them. He hoped to his subordinates that this wouldn't happen. The soldier raised his hand and explained that if this man was connected to such a fearsome group that could wipe out Umbu and Chitik, then he himself must have a good level of training. His comrade pointed at him and said that he needed to train more so that he wouldn't be afraid of such trifles. The heir of Ojo laughed. The commander smiled and asked his subordinates not to worry so much because they only needed to tie the enemy's legs. The soldier's eyes gleamed when Sajin said that they would receive a huge reward for his capture. His comrade was outraged by his comrade's behavior. The soldier hit him on the head. The man looked down and repeated their goal to himself. Suddenly, the boys looked ahead in surprise. Someone came out of the forest. The heir of Ojo looked away. The protagonist was approaching them. Juggin frowned sternly. The bright sun was shining on his back. The boys saw strangers in front of him. The soldiers were watching him tensely. The commander pursed his lips. The young man looked sternly ahead. The warrior passed by silently. Sajin opened his mouth wide and ordered him to stop. The poisonous dragon froze in place. Folding his hands in front of him, the man explained that they had come here to sort out what was going on in the area and said that he would like to ask the wanderer a few questions. The protagonist looked back and asked what they were talking about. The fighter asked him to state his name and destination. Looking at him, Juggin introduced himself with a fictitious name and said that he was going to see an acquaintance in Sankian. The heir of Ojo asked if he had Hofi. The answer was negative. The commander frowned and asked him to follow them. The boy frowned and refused and asked who they were to listen to them. The soldier raised his hand and said that they were from the Ojo family. His colleague reminded him that they were from the Murim Union. The boy turned to him and asked how he knew that it was true. The soldier asked him to watch his words and listen to them. Raising his hand, Sajin decided that the Sohyop's words sounded reasonable, and promised to bring a man who could confirm his identity. The soldier ran away when he was ordered to bring Manhwa. Turning away, the soldier apologized and said that it was time for him to go. The man asked him to stop and said that they were looking for a man who destroyed 2 families. The poisonous dragon continued to walk forward. The soldier gritted his teeth in displeasure. A throwing knife appeared in his hand. The dagger flew past the protagonist. The villain frowned and shouted that his actions looked too suspicious. Suddenly his pupils narrowed. Juggin lowered the corners of his lips and addressed the heroes. The boys shuddered in fear. The boy cast a stern look at them and urged them not to stand in his way. An ominous aura appeared around him. The young man explained that he had no ill will towards their family. The heir of Ojo frowned sternly and felt a strong pressure coming from him. The soldiers rushed into battle when they realized that this was the killer. The warrior raised his eyebrows and sighed. The commander opened his mouth wide and asked his comrades not to go into battle rashly. A small bag flew into the chest of one of them. The fighter looked at it in fear. A poisonous cloud rose in the middle of the path. The people immediately covered their mouths with their hands and coughed. The poisonous dragon pursed his lips. Standing in the center of the cloud, he used a fog cry. The soldiers looked at each other. A powerful blow raised dust into the air. A scream was heard. Sajin looked at his fallen comrades and was amazed at the enemy's speed. The man grabbed his sword and concluded that this was not a simple ally but a decoy. The heir of Ojo pulled out his weapon and used a sea wave. The shock wave approached the protagonist. Juggin easily dodged the attack. The commander cut the air with his sword again. The guy blocked these blows. The fighter clenched his teeth. The young man grabbed him by the throat. The warrior knocked the enemy down. The soldier opened his mouth wide and called out to his comrade. The poisonous dragon knocked the enemy to the ground. His eyes turned white. The protagonist looked at him indifferently. Holding a knife in his hands, he asked if the strangers knew that they were under the influence of poison. A cloud of smoke floated above the ground. This poison was called wawazin, and its fumes caused migraines. Letting go of Sajin, Jugan said that everything would be fine with them and asked them not to pursue him anymore. The man raised his head and asked him to stop. The fighter frowned furiously and asked if he thought they would just let him go, and said he would stop him even if it meant sacrificing his life. Raising his eyebrows, the boy repeated that he bore no ill will towards his family, and asked if they were so eager to catch him that they would even die for it. Rising from the ground, the heir of Ojo said that it was strange to hear this from a murderer who had killed civilians, and reminded them that they were in an alliance, and that their job was to administer justice. His subordinates tried to stand up. The young man bowed his head and asked if killing innocent people was Murim justice. The commander's eyes widened in surprise. The warrior turned away and said that he was simply taking revenge on the Dak clan for the destruction of the Yak clan, and that everything else was not his doing. Without turning around, the poisonous dragon explained that he wanted to carry out fair justice, since the Union did not do that, and suggested that the strangers carefully consider the meaning of this concept. Sajin frowned in confusion. Sunset had come. Someone's shadow loomed over the man. Manhwa approached him. The heir of Ojo reported that they were attacked. The old man sat down next to him and asked his subordinate to bring some water. The advisor stuck his hand into his sleeve and asked who the man was. The sweat-covered fighter asked if he was definitely a villain. Clouds floated across the orange sky. The commander explained that the killer did not look like a person who would harm others without reason, and assumed that someone else had killed the civilians. The elder turned his head and asked if his nephew believed his words. Sajin replied that everything was too complicated and that they needed to figure it out. Suddenly, the master opened his mouth wide and shouted that he could not do anything because the poison was too strong. The man's eyes widened in surprise and he asked what it meant. Manhwa threw a pill into his mouth. The old man immediately covered his mouth with his hand. The advisor grinned and asked what would happen to his family when he was gone, and said that his child would have to live without a father. The heir to Ojo burst into tears, and the elder said that he should not have trusted his brother with this matter, and explained that his nephew would have to pay for his mistake. The leader of the Chiak family approached him and shared with him the wisdom that if you pull a cat's tail, a lion may appear. His eyes bloodshot, the master said that his nephew was the cat's tail, and his death would call a tiger to Yunnan. Sajin foamed at the mouth, and Manhwa thanked him for his excellent performance, and wished him a peaceful departure to the next world. The man introduced his father and wife. His eyes rolled up. The heir of Ojo opened his mouth and at the last moment thought that he did not want to die. The sun set behind the horizon, painting the sky red. The old man furrowed his brows sternly. He returned to the estate. Chiak opened his mouth in shock. The advisor was carrying his dead nephew in his arms. His face was covered with a rag. The head of the Ojo family opened his eyes in fear, and his wife Sajin lost consciousness. The elder fell to his knees and screamed in despair. His cries swept over the estate. Dark clouds floated across the sky. The protagonist continued on his way. Squinting, Jugan thought about how his constant fights with Doke had served as excellent training for him, and he felt how martial arts were becoming more and more familiar. Imagining their fight with Sajin, the boy remembered that these people were from Ojo, and decided that these people were not a problem compared to the enemies he had fought before. The boy looked up and realized that he was bothered by the fact that they had mentioned Murim. As he walked through the forest, he doubted that the Union would have reacted so quickly, since only a day had passed since the massacre of the Umbu. Then the soldiers frowned in displeasure. The poison dragon concluded that if the Union had actually intervened, then surely Ojo would not have mentioned him. The protagonist raised an eyebrow and assumed that they had decided to deal with him themselves, or someone had forced them to do so. Jugan clenched his fist and thought that this could be the same person hiding behind him and ruining his name. The boy looked forward and realized that he was being played like a janky chip. Manhwa froze in place. Sitting by the bed, Chukyo asked how this could have happened. Without moving, the man said that they were all killed, and assumed that the lame man had used some dirty trick with poison. Sajin's face was covered with a sheet. The old man trembled. The advisor said that his son must have been steadfast. The Ojo leader's eyes widened and he asked why this had happened. His hand shook. The elder looked down. He remembered his brother leaning towards him, and he thought that it was all his fault. At that moment, a malicious grin shone on his face. The head of the family gritted his teeth and glared at his brother. The master began to cry and said that Sajin was like a son to him. Looking into the void, Manhwa asked what kind of pain his comrade was feeling that even his soul was being torn apart like this. Chukyo raised his eyebrows in surprise. The man apologized to him. He pursed his lips. The old man bowed his head and said that it was all his greed. The advisor placed his hand on his shoulder. The Ojo leader asked why this had happened now. A fog descended on the estate. The head of the Chitik family went outside and called the boy weak-willed. Wiping away a tear, the master thought about how he should have wanted to wipe out everyone who stood in his way, and wondered if it was possible to be so hesitant when it came to revenge. Manhwa narrowed his eyes and decided to pull the cat's tail. The man scratched his beard and asked where their lion would appear now. A light was burning in the gazebo in the Chiak Valley headquarters. Rocks were scattered across the floor and the table was overturned. Wai Zhong's eyes widened and he wondered why the villain had attacked the Umbu instead of following the Keelsang family as the advisor had said. Looking at the overturned table, the old man guessed that the leader of Chitik might have deceived them, because his false information had caused the scattered Umbu forces to fall helplessly in battle. There was a fire burning on the ground, and the leader of Chiak Valley was surprised that even Kuizong, who had never fallen for the enemy's tricks so easily, had died. There were white chips on the floor. The elder wondered if it was worth the risk of catching the enemy in the way Manhwa had suggested. The scoundrel frowned and realized that it was too late to regret it. Wai Zhong raised his hand and declared that they would postpone the general meeting and ordered that all the Dok families living in Yunnan be called. His subordinate frowned and promised to take care of it. A note was attached to the bird's leg. The messenger birds flew off in different directions. Morning came when one of them continued on its way. Suddenly, someone threw a dart at it. The animal fell to the ground. The stranger approached it. The man opened his mouth wide and ordered his subordinates to hurry up because they had to reach Panlong in 4 days. The soldiers walked along a forest path. The fighter asked why they were all so sluggish. Sitting in the carriage, he was outraged that the Dok Valley had postponed the meeting, which was a month away. His companion clutched a letter in his hand. Looking at it, Kanyu asked if this did not indicate that the situation was getting out of control, and suggested that the enemy had attacked the Umbu. The man's mouth fell open in fear. Folding the letter in half, the head of the Keelsan family explained that otherwise, Vijiong would not have ruined his reputation, and decided that this time the meeting was held to show off the Dok Valley's power. The soldiers' brows were tense when the elder said that they could not be more careful. The scoundrel looked out the window and declared that they would be the assassin's next target. The heroes entered the estate. The fighter reported that there would be no villages on the way for some time, so they should make a stop here. A local came forward to greet the delegation from Keelsan. The man raised his hand and asked him to prepare rooms for 20 people and bring food. Kanyu narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The cook placed the Sichuan beef soup that Theron was famous for on the table. The soldier looked at him impatiently and declared that it was the most popular broth with 4,000 flavors. The head of the family crossed his arms. The companion asked him to eat. The innkeeper asked if something was wrong. The leader of the Keelsan took out a metal needle. He dipped it in the soup and explained that if someone was hunting them, they should be careful even in the most insignificant things. The soldier's mouth fell open in surprise. The old man's brows were tense. The scoundrel looked down. Kanyu looked at the needle and concluded that there was no poison. The man lowered his hands and said that it was edible. The innkeeper left and asked the guests to call him if they needed anything. Suddenly, his subordinate ran up to him. The old man approached the customer and asked if he had no money. The head of the family glanced at them, and when the tavern owner started shouting at the customer, he explained that he had been robbed. The cook grabbed his head and loudly complained. The customer promised to pay him. He lowered the corners of his lips. It turned out that it was the main character. Jugan raised his hands and asked the owner of the inn to show generosity. The sun set behind the horizon. It became dark. The leader of Keelsan left the room. At this time, the guy was wiping the tables with a rag. The scoundrel squinted and thought that this situation had not left his head since yesterday. The young man went to another table. The man noticed that he was not limping. The elder frowned and decided to check him anyway. The leader went down to the first floor and asked if the boy was now working here to pay for the food. Smiling, the warrior confirmed this and explained that he felt very ashamed in front of the owner of the establishment. The poisonous dragon looked back and told how he did not even have time to blink and his wallet was gone. The leader of Keelsan decided that he was very unlucky. Kanyu narrowed his eyes and asked if he really came from Kanho. Wiping the table, the protagonist denied it and called himself an ordinary member of the lower class. The man approached him and suggested that he must be having a hard time. Jugan replied that even one day without trouble was good. The elder spread his fingers and asked if he didn't want to become stronger and suggested that he join a family and start learning martial arts. His eyes bloodshot, the boy explained that he didn't want to stick his nose in something he couldn't do well. Narrowing his eyes, the head of the family noticed that he didn't have a salji and decided that he had been wrong to suspect him. Turning away, the leader of Keelsan asked the boy not to limit himself and said that no one knows how life will turn out. The scoundrel waved his hand and asked him to tell the owner to prepare food because they would be leaving as soon as everyone woke up. The young man placed a tray of corn and egg soup on the table. The warrior smiled and explained that unfortunately they had nothing more to offer. Kanyu replied that everything was fine. The man dipped a needle into the soup. His companion suggested that if they had wanted to poison him, it would have happened yesterday. The elder took out the needle and said that they should always be careful. The head of the family looked at the needle. The soldiers said that they had nothing to worry about. The leader of the Keelsan took a spoonful of soup. The protagonist watched him carefully as he ate. His eyes sparkled. Juggin left, and the family members began to eat. The innkeeper saw the guests off and wished them a safe journey. The sky was covered with clouds. The soldiers walked along a forest path. They crossed a gorge on a bridge. The scoundrel looked out the window. Clouds were floating over the mountains. Suddenly, the fighter clutched his stomach. His comrade asked what had happened to him. The man gritted his teeth and said he just had a stomach ache. His comrade immediately laughed at him and said he shouldn't have eaten so much. The soldier fell to his knees. His friend asked the others to go ahead and promised to catch up with him. The warrior smiled and suggested that his ally take a break, because they still had a long way to go. Suddenly, blood started flowing from the fighter's eyes. His comrade looked at him in fear and asked if he was okay. The scoundrel's face became covered in sweat. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The man spat out a clot of blood. His comrade shouted that he was bleeding from everywhere. He himself was bleeding from his nose and mouth. Kang Yu closed his eyes. Screams were coming from the street. His companion also fell dead. The soldiers fell to the ground. Pools of blood formed under their bodies. Clutching an umbrella, the elder said that he had given the advice to the one who had single-handedly killed the families of the Dok clan in vain, and realized that he had not driven himself into any limits. The head of the family narrowed his eyes and decided that his previous words now sounded ironic. The protagonist came out of the forest. Juggin looked sternly ahead. The leader of Chosun raised his eyebrows and asked why his enemy was not limping. Looking at him, the boy told him that the Umbu members had nicknamed him lame, and explained that it was not difficult for him to pretend to be upright for a while in order to hide this feature from the enemy. Standing in front of him, Kang Yu asked when he poisoned them. Since the food was normal, the young man replied that it was not about the food. The warrior remembered how his enemy ate soup, and explained that their cutlery was poisoned. The man's mouth opened in surprise and realized that the killer got a job at the tavern specifically to pull off all this. Presenting a flask of white liquid, the poisonous dragon said that he had mixed it with yujiang, and that it was a strong poison that manifested itself after a long time and dissolved the intestines, causing a person to die quickly. The elder grinned and realized that he did not have long left. At that moment, something appeared right in front of the protagonist's face. His eyes widened in fear. Juggin dodged at the last moment. Using an umbrella as a gun, the head of the family shouted that he would finish him off before he died. The boy rushed forward. The leader of Keelsan smiled and praised his reaction speed. The young man blocked the projectile with a knife. The villain confidently frowned and shouted that this was only the beginning. The warrior continued to block the shots. One cannonball still hit him in the shoulder. Blood flowed from Kang Yu's nose. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. The man spat out a clot of blood. The poisonous dragon swung his knife to kill him. Blood sprayed in the air. The protagonist plunged the knife into the enemy's chest. The elder decided that it was a pretty good death. Kneeling, the head of the family asked who he really was. Juggin introduced himself as a descendant of the Yak clan. The boy squeezed the handle of the knife and reminded him of how the Dok clan killed innocent people and took everything from them to increase their power. The young man took out the knife and said that now they must pay for their sins. A smile shone on the face of the leader of the Keelsan. The warrior walked away. The poison dragon flinched when the villain said that he did not know anything. Kang Yu raised his head and asked if he really thought the Dok families destroyed the Yak clan for no reason. The protagonist looked back and asked what they were talking about. The man narrowed his eyes and explained that the destruction of his clan was inevitable. Juggin looked at him in shock. The boy approached the enemy and asked what all this meant. The elder looked down and replied that there was always a reason for everything. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise, and the head of the family urged him not to blame only the Dok clan for all the sins. The warrior grabbed him by the shirt and asked him not to talk nonsense. The poisonous dragon opened his mouth wide and shouted that neither his family nor the people of the Yak clan had done anything to deserve this suffering. The leader of the Keelsan threw back his head and decided that his opponent knew little about their clans, but he was still going to take revenge. The protagonist frowned menacingly and ordered him to explain what he did not know. The villain grinned and laughed at how ironic it all was. His eyes turned white. Kang Yu fell dead. Blood flowed from his eyes. Juggin looked at his hand and wondered if his words could be true. The boy clenched his fist and remembered how the Dok clan had completely destroyed his family. Covering his face with his hand, the boy realized that he needed to become stronger and take revenge, and thought about how his motivation would not disappear after hearing the words of a stranger. The warrior stood up and decided to trust what he had seen and felt all this time. The poisonous dragon took a step forward. The protagonist left the man's corpse behind and realized that this was the force that was driving him now. Fallen leaves rose into the air. Someone was standing on a tree branch. Manhwa watched Juggin with a smile. Clouds floated above the estate. A girl was sitting at the table. Chukyo's eyes widened in fear when the old woman told him that his daughter-in-law had suffered a severe shock and lost her child. The old man drank a bottle of wine in one gulp. The man approached him and asked how long his brother was going to behave like this. The elder replied that he could not find another way to drown out his pain. The advisor sternly knitted his brows and asked him to come to his senses. The leader of Ojo stared at him intently as the head of the Chiak family stated that he had an idea of who their enemy might be. The master stepped forward and explained that it might seem like the Chiak family had suffered great losses after the death of the three families, but that was not the case. Kicking the bottle, the scoundrel recalled how he had planned to pass on the Chiak and Umbu inheritances to his brother, and said that unpleasant thoughts had been coming to him since then. Chuhyo widened his eyes in shock when he learned that all of the family's inheritances had already been transferred to the Chiak Valley at the request of Waijong himself. Manhwa looked down. The man remembered the disgruntled head of the Chiak Valley and stated that he had rejected his offer to catch the killer with an encirclement tactic, and had not done anything. Waijong raised his hand, and the advisor explained that with the Chiak and Umbu inheritances, his family had become even more powerful. In the memory, the protagonist met Sajin. The head of the family told him that the enemy managed to escape pursuit because he knew the Yunnan area well. The Ojo heir bled to death. The master said that the poison that was in his body did not belong to either Umbu or Chitik. The villain raised his hands and asked what all this could mean. The old man trembled and asked if someone was helping the villain. Manhwa frowned menacingly and said that it was all the fault of the Doak Valley. The elder gritted his teeth and shouted that this could not be true. The man explained that Waijong wanted to dominate all of Yunnan and break out to the central plain of China. Closing his eyes, the advisor said that now the valley could no longer position itself as a family on the outskirts, and concluded that they used a lame mercenary to confuse them. The Ojo leader smashed a bottle and furiously asked how the Doak Valley could do such a thing if they were never enemies. Chuyo clutched the broken bottle in his hand and asked how they could do this to his only child. The leader of Chiak replied that they were acting secretly, and probably did not want to leave witnesses. The master frowned sadly. With his crazy eyes widening, the old man declared that he was not going to sit on the sidelines and decided to go to the Doak Valley to reveal the whole truth. The villain shook his head and reminded that the enemies were acting for sure. The elder shouted that he would mobilize all armed forces, even if the villains did not confess to their deeds. Manhwa opened his mouth angrily and declared that he did not start this conversation so that his brother would go to certain death. The leader of Ojo stared at him in surprise. The man approached him and asked him to convince the people of Chanfa of their version so that justice would prevail in Yunnan. Pouring alcohol into a cup, the advisor suggested that the Doak Valley would get rid of the assassin once he had fulfilled his role, and explained that they needed to find him and make him a witness to the valley's atrocities. Placing the cup on the table, the head of Chiak declared that this was the only way they could avenge Sajin, adding that he did not want his brother to follow his son into the afterlife. The master trembled and concluded that there would never be another man like Sajin. The alcohol bubbled, and the villain promised to take full responsibility. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the table. Chuyo opened his mouth in fear. Manhwa removed his hand from the cup. The man clenched his fist and declared that he would kill all the culprits with his own hands. The old man began to cry and thanked him. The heroes embraced. The advisor looked sternly ahead. The sun rose over Yunnan province. A candle burned in the room. Vijong sat in the lotus position, shrouded in dark smoke. He closed his eyes and thought about how his family was being threatened now that no one was stronger than them, and he realized that he should have acted more thoughtfully. The leader of Ojo raised his hands and accused them of killing his son. The head of the Doak Valley decided that now all the small and medium families in Yunnan, who were previously under pressure, were starting to feel more confident. The warriors bowed to Chuyo. They looked at each other. The villain was indignant that these people were talking about some kind of friendship, but in fact they just wanted to benefit from the weakening of the Doak clan. Vijong narrowed his eyes and concluded that his family was not so easy to crush. A voice was heard from behind the closed door. Someone reported that everyone was already assembled. The man stood up. The old man frowned and realized that the Umbu and Chiak inheritances that the alliance had given him would help him suppress all the other families in Yunnan. The elder stepped into the light. The doors opened before him. An entire army of Doak factions stood outside, waiting for their leader. The head of the valley raised his eyebrows and decided that soon the entire Yunnan province would belong only to him. Clouds floated above the house where the meeting was taking place. The locals were working on a construction site. The workers were having lunch, discussing how the meeting had really taken on a huge scale this time. After stuffing his cheeks with food, the builder said that the three most powerful Doak families had been exterminated, and suggested that Vijong was rushing them so much in order to demonstrate his greatness. Rising to his feet, his comrade said that he could be executed for such talk, and urged his friend to finish eating quickly and go to work. The man came out of the tent, and called out to his subordinate. The protagonist was sitting on the roof. A local asked him to come down and eat. Jugan looked back and politely refused. The guy raised his eyebrows and said that he did not want to eat. Sunset was falling on the Doak Valley. The workers were finishing their work. The protagonist looked carefully into the yard. The leader Vision was talking to some nobleman. The young man squinted. But the next moment he turned around at the voice that noticed that the worker had not eaten anything. The foreman showed a bag, adding that the body needs to get strength from somewhere. There were 3 rice balls on a napkin, and this little was offered to Juggin. The guy accepted the food, thanking him for it, and the worker asked him not to overdo it too much, because he was already working well. Taking a bite of the ball, the man remembered that the young man looked so passionate, so he gave him the job, although at first he didn't really believe that he could handle it, because he didn't know where he was from and said that he had no work experience. The hero chewed the treat and looked at his interlocutor while he continued that, compared to the other guys, he had no shortage of persistence and was learning very quickly. Putting his palm on his knee, the foreman noted that although they had little time according to the schedule, he thought that with the speed of work as they were now, they would meet the deadline, to which the guy asked why they were in such a hurry. Because there was still time before the event itself, to which he heard the answer that in a couple of days the rainy season would begin. And in this area it always rained in the 7th month according to the lunar calendar. Continuing to chew, the worker listened to the fact that in such weather it was difficult to work, and the meeting of the Dock clan had been postponed for a whole month, so they had to tighten the deadline. Rising to his feet, the man advised him to go down after he finished eating, since it was already getting dark, and the hero agreed. Left alone, the hero left the plate on the roof. Frowning, he thought about the rain. At that moment, a gust of wind shook the branches of a nearby tree. The guy glanced at the flying leaves. He looked at the tree thoughtfully. When it got dark, the worker returned to the camp. He turned around when he heard his name. The foreman was waving his hand, offering to have a drink with them. Looking at the men in confusion, the young man objected that it was not worth it, and the other workers asked to leave him. After all, he himself did not want to be in their company. Kundu frowned when at first one of his men said that he who has not tasted the bitterness of life will not be able to feel the true taste of alcohol, and another asked if the boss had taken up his own, intending to be curious, not that memories were brought back, and he asked them to shut up. But then the hero sat in the circle, surprising those gathered. The guy looked at the team seriously. The men opened their mouths. Then they smiled happily, happy with his agreement, and calling him proud. Taking the cup, the lame man said that he had no weakness for alcohol. The foreman exhaled with a smile, while the others said that this was how it should be, and now at least it looked like they were working together, and in general, where had it been seen that a guy who was already over 20 would refuse alcohol, calls were heard to drink. The hero helped the boss get home, while he admired how hot this guy was, suggested that it was the power of youth. How many cans did he need to drink to get drunk? To which he replied that his body was designed in such a way that he was not capable of getting drunk. Pointing his finger at his interlocutor, the man said that when he looked at him, he remembered his son who had left home. Yes, he did not even know where he was and whether he was living well now, and at that moment a female voice was heard. The foreman's wife ran out of the house and asked why he had gotten so drunk. The hero put his wife in front of the man, and in response to his words of gratitude, he said that he would go. Surprise appeared on the woman's face when her husband invited the guest to come in. They had a free room. The young man turned away and wanted to refuse, but the foreman assumed that he had nowhere to spend the night. He knew that he slept in the open air every day. The wife smiled and also invited him to come in. It was already late at night. The main character lowered his head. The boss laid his head on the pillow. Bending over her husband, the woman noted that he usually did not bring anyone into the house, but it seemed that he liked the guest. Turning around, she asked his name, and the boy said it. He looked at the boss's wife in confusion when she offered to heat up some water for washing, and refused. But the woman only smiled and asked him not to worry and make himself at home. The lame man looked at the hostess in surprise when she objected that everything was fine, and after she took a bath, she would bring him clean clothes. Steam rose in the room. Juggin sat in the hot water, thinking about the words of the hostess. Lowering his head, the young man realized that he could not remember the last time he felt warmth, and all this time he had already forgotten what it was. Looking at the water, the hero could not understand why he felt so awkward. Morning came. The boy left the room and thanked them for the opportunity to stay with them for the night, and the hosts noticed that he was already awake. Smiling at the guest, Kondu asked who else they had here, and noted that before he was always shaggy, but now he looked like the son of a high-ranking person, and even his wife noted that this was true. Walking to the table, the lame man said that it was already dawn, and he thought it was time for him to leave, to which the owner of the house asked where he was in such a hurry. They worked together, offered to eat, and then go. The dishes on the table were steaming, and the man asked if it really looked appetizing, because his wife was an unusually wonderful cook. The young man looked at the table in confusion, and when he heard that the hostess had been trying for him since early morning, he agreed to abuse their hospitality. The guest put the food in his mouth. Looking at the guy with delight, the foreman asked if it was tasty. The lame man looked down. He admitted that it was tasty, but there was one thing. The man smiled sadly and said that these were his son's favorite dishes. Even during the meal he constantly repeated that when he grew up, he would go to Murim and let them know about himself. The boss looked down, not immediately answering the guest's question. Was his son really leaving home? Raising his eyebrows, the man admitted that in fact his child died 5 years ago from an illness. Looking at the bowl of rice, the foreman said that his son loved to talk. After he passed away, their house seemed empty. He and his wife practically stopped talking. They were never able to return to the old days. The hostess cut vegetables, and her husband added that today, when she was preparing breakfast, for the first time in a long time she looked full of strength and energy, as if their child had returned home. Taking a sip from his cup, the chief continued that he, of course, did not know what the young man had been doing before, or why he had wandered in here, but he could stay with them as long as he wished. After all, everyone had their own story behind them. The hero said nothing, bringing the food to his mouth. Then he ate it. An image of his mother appeared before his mind's eye, asking him to chew his food well. She wiped a crumb of rice from her little son's cheek. The grandfather stroked the boy's head and told him to eat more so that he could grow tall. The hero smiled happily, surrounded by his family. He ate a spoonful of rice. Then he looked around in confusion. The boy was left all alone. The young man froze, his mouth slightly open. Then he bit his lip. He put his chopsticks down on the table and apologized. The lame man lowered his head and confessed that when he ate home-cooked food, he was overcome with memories of what he had lost, and that he had come a long way and taken on a huge burden to forget about it all and move on. Looking up at his boss, the boy added that silence and calm did not suit him. The man put his cup down on the table, his face sad. Looking at his interlocutor, he admitted that everyone had their reasons. While laying tiles on the roof, Jugun thought that when he closed his eyes, he remembered Baekwa Chiogak, and when he plugged his ears, their covenant left to him floated in his mind. Chewing berries, the youth thought that with his nose pinched, he could not stop smelling their rotting bodies, and the blood stuck to his hands, not washing off. Biting his finger, the hero admitted that he could not stop wandering through his past. A drop of blood fell from his finger, and the boy thought that he and well-being were incompatible things. Down below, Kondu was giving orders to the workers, and looking at him, the lame man thought that, in any case, he was grateful for the way they spoke of him. Smiling, the young man mentally admitted that the food was very tasty. A few days later, the gong sounded. Dozens of people were marching under the flags of the Dok Valley. Raising his hand, Vijong announced that the head of the Sailben family had arrived yesterday. Looking at the faces of those who had arrived, the leader added that all 7 Dok clans in Yunnan province were assembled. Rolling his eyes, the old man announced the beginning of a general meeting of the clan. Already in the mansion, the leader announced that the Dok clan had directly encountered a terrible problem after entering Kanho. Looking at the people present, he reminded them that 3 of their families had already been killed by unknown people, and that external forces, having learned of what had happened, were trying to seize the opportunity to take control of Yunnan. The audience clenched their fists, as the old man continued that, however, if things continued like this, the unrest would only get worse, and it would be difficult to avoid unrest. Their province was located far from Zhongyuan, so Kangho was hardly interested in them to somehow influence. What was happening gave him the idea of the need to strengthen the unification of the Dok clan families, to take positions. The men nodded in agreement with the speech, while the leader said that they needed to start preparing for the approaching threat, but a simple alliance would not be enough. Frowning, Vijong said that in order to prevent something like this from happening in the future, they all needed to become a much stronger unit. For this he himself was ready to give everything, even the martial arts techniques of the Dok clan. The faces of those gathered looked confused when the trading rights of 3 generations of families entrusted to the leader were added to the list. Clenching his fist, the old man explained that he had gathered everyone here for a frank discussion regarding the distribution. The listeners tensed when they were asked to express their opinions. The man's brows furrowed when someone in the crowd asked if the leader thought the order of things was a little wrong. Draping his fist in his palm, the head of the Sailben Kwehu family introduced himself, asked for forgiveness for his impudence, but asked for permission to express the opinion of all those gathered here. The faces of those present brightened when the speaker proposed to first reveal the true face of those who had attacked the Dok family. It seemed illogical to him to propose unification until they knew who their enemy was. Looking straight at the old man, the head of the family added that there were also rumors that the Dok family had been wiped out by the Dok Valley, so they had to clear up the matter first. The leader waved his hand and acknowledged that his words were true, and ordered them to be brought in. Soon, 4 bodies covered with sheets were lying in front of the guests, and the old man invited them to see for themselves. Kwehu lifted the sheet when the leader explained that these were the corpses of people from each of the deceased families. Wijin closed his eyes and said that even Noyak, his valuable right hand, was among them, and he invited those present to study them until their suspicions were dispelled. Frowning, the leader warned that if they still had even the slightest suspicion, he was personally prepared to take full responsibility and commit suicide in front of their eyes by poisoning himself. He put his hands behind his back while those present examined the bodies. Watching the proceedings carefully, the old man reflected that even poison had a Taoist concept, and since there was Tao, there was a Dok clan. The men continued to check the corpses thoroughly, and the leader mentally reflected that the Salsa used different poisons on each family, and their method of mobilizing forces was insanely low. Quayu glanced at the leader when he recalled what a true member of the Dak clan knew. Their eyes met. The old man knew that the Salsu and the Dak Valley had different methods of killing. Vincent poured tea into a cup and said that if he acted like a despot, the spirit of resistance among those present would only increase, so in order to soften the protests naturally, he averted the eyes of the Dak families from himself, showing them the corpses. The head of the Sailban family, who was sitting opposite him, clenched his fist and noted that the leader's wisdom was amazing, to which he continued that, having dispelled their doubts, he pretended to have made concessions to them. Now they would not be able to refuse his requests so easily. The man smiled happily when he was praised for his excellent performance, and reminded him of the deal. The old man closed his eyes and confirmed that as they had agreed, he would give Sailban a part of the Umbu trade deals, to which the interlocutor thanked him. After taking a sip of tea, the head of the family warned that his question might sound impudent, but asked why the leader did not ask for help from the Union. Taking a sip, the old man replied that there was civil strife in Kanho, so joining the Union now was the same as putting your head right in the wolf's mouth. The interlocutor looked at the owner of the house in surprise and reminded him that there was also Seishin, with whom the Doak Valley had a perfectly acceptable relationship, to which the leader replied that he seemed not to understand. An unknown figure was walking through the darkness of the courtyard when Vijiang explained that cooperating with her was the same as trying to escape from a wolf, but ended up running into a tiger. The man looked back. Then he abruptly took off. Manyo landed on the roof, noticing something strange. Looking down, he asked if this was not what the hero had been waiting for. Why was he doing nothing? Then something under his feet caught his attention. The man lifted a piece of the roof and noticed that it was shining in the moonlight, which looked suspicious. The advisor licked the tiles, his eyes wide. Then he raised his head, realizing what he was dealing with. His eyes rolled back when he realized that it was the bezoar of a sacred snake. Looking around, the villain realized that Juggin had coated the roof with a potent poison that he had stolen from the Umbu. Wiping the blood from his nose, the man laughed. He understood the boy's intentions. The advisor raised his hands to the sky, realizing that the water running off the roof covered in poison would create a real hell on earth. Jumping down, the head of the family mentally reasoned that the bitter aftertaste of the bezoar was an admixture that made up for the shortcomings of the poison. The boy once again made a gambler plan. Straightening up, the man stated that, however, everything will not go as easy as he planned. Heading away, the villain decided to add a bit of drama to his plan this time. As his confused look imagined, his heart began to beat like crazy. And so, the morning came. Vijin again gathered the heads of the families of the clan. Frowning, he realized that everyone remained with his own. Chukyo stood near the grave. He clutched his sword in his hands, keeping his personal plans in mind. Behind him, Manyo froze, hearing footsteps behind him. The man turned around with a smile. A girl, whose face was hidden behind a kerchief, was looking at him. They were quietly waiting for the right moment. Time passed, raising his head to the gloomy sky, estimating that there were 3 days left until the end of the general meeting. Frowning, the young man was not sure when he would have another chance for revenge. He turned around, realizing that therefore he had to seize any, even the slightest, opportunity. Juggin moved away. One of the guests stated that, based on precedent, he believed it was right that the trade affairs of Mount Quan should be transferred to him in the Piram Valley. To which another replied that he had no idea what precedent had to do with it. A third noted that to listen to them, it began to seem that they were targeting more than just the trade affairs of Mount Quan. The leader listened to them calmly, his fingers clasped together. The man added that it sounded like the Piram wanted to grab absolutely everything for themselves, and the other added that he would not make concessions regarding this issue either. The old man frowned at the arguments, thinking that they would soon end up under the control of the Doak Valley anyway. There was no point in this ranting. At this time, one of the guards approached the old man and said that the carrier pigeon had brought this along with the letter. The man stared at the offered item with wide eyes, recognizing the item as Manyo's silver tablet, confirming his rights as a Murim explorer. He raised an eyebrow, remembering that this man could not be trusted. Taking the letter, he realized that, however, no one could use this tablet without permission. The old man opened the letter, wanting to know the reason why the sender sent it along with the letter. At this time, the protagonist shuddered when he was called out. He turned around. The young man saw the local guards asking him what he was doing there. Their faces were nervous. The lame man glanced at them. Vijin's pupils narrowed to dots. Holding a note in his fingers, he read that the lame man had secretly entered their place. Outside, the guards continued to interrogate the worker. Assuming that he did not take their words seriously, they demanded to know what he was doing there. The protagonist bowed and answered that he was a laborer, and it seemed that while he was working here, he had lost something of his and asked permission to look for it a little, to which one of the guards replied that he would look for his loss later. Pointing his thumb behind him, the man explained that the leader had ordered everyone without exception to gather at the meeting place. The young man tensed up. Soon he was standing among a crowd of bewildered workers. The guards surrounded the crowd, and one of them loudly demanded that everyone be silent. The head of the guard looked at the people and announced that thanks to their efforts, the important event was going on without any interruptions. There was a rustling sound behind him as the man added that Mr. Vision wanted to personally thank them for their hard work. The people were ushered into the hall where all the heads of families had gathered. The leader poured the wine, emphasizing that he was pouring it personally. The old man raised the cup and invited them to come up one by one and taste it. The guy looked at the man sullenly, and while the workers were wondering what was going on, since this had never happened before, he was also thinking about the reasons. One of the guards roughly pushed the guy closest to the cup and told him to go first. The worker stopped in confusion, looking at the nobles. At his frightened look, the leader asked him not to worry. The man went to the center of the hall and took the cup from the old man's hands. The worker took a sip, and the organizer asked if he liked it. The guy's eyes widened. The others breathed a sigh of relief when he answered that it was very tasty. The main character watched what was happening tensely, since he gave off a show, and concluded that there was definitely something behind all this. His eyes widened. Looking at Vidzin, he realized that in order to taste the alcohol, he needed to approach him. These 20 steps would be enough for him to check something. Glancing at his leg, the young man realized that the old man wanted to find out who was limping among the workers. A drop of sweat slid down the face of the poisonous dragon. The guards demanded the next one when he realized that this was a failure. Did they really know that he was here? These gazes would be directed at his legs. No matter how he tried to imitate a normal gait, it was impossible to deceive such a large number of high-class craftsmen. The next worker was called, and the lame one clenched his teeth, trying to figure out what to do. At that moment, a finger was pointed at him and he was told to go next. The guy looked ahead in horror. The hero raised his eyes to the sky, expecting rain. But it did not come, and they had already begun to rush him, demanding not to drag the cat by the tail. Frowning, the young man realized that he could neither run away nor delay the time while he was accused of being deaf. The guard reached for his blade, demanding that he come out. The old man looked up over the worker's head when he heard the shouts. His eyes widened. The lame man was approaching the leader, deciding to go head-on, ignoring the guard's shouts. Vidzin shouted loudly and contentedly. But the young man continued walking. He stopped only in front of the old man himself, looking straight at him, clenching his fists. Looking at the boy with a cold gaze, the man asked if he was the one who was eager to exterminate the entire Doc clan. Returning his gaze, the poisonous dragon clarified that he was the one who actually led the Doc families in Yunnan. Gritting his teeth, the leader admitted that he was a seriously impudent boy, first hiding like a rat in their valley, and now pretending to be the boss, and demanded to know for what purpose he came here. Clenching his fists, the young man replied to kill everyone here, including him. The leader looked angrily at the enemy. The other heads of families widened their eyes in shock. The old man spread his arms and burst into loud laughter, and asked if everyone heard that this boy said that he came to tear off their heads. The leader's gaze became mad for a moment, and he offered to try. To which the poisonous dragon pulled a knife from his sleeve. But the next moment, a weapon flew past his nose. He managed to dodge, and the blade flew past. The guards took out their weapons, and the one who threw the dagger shouted that the boy should not hope to get away with an attempt on the life of the leader himself. The heads of families also grabbed weapons, but the old man stopped them with a gesture. Holding his hand up, he offered to watch. Wishing death to the enemy, the warriors attacked the hero. The boy managed to parry the blow of the sword with the dagger. He pulled out the needles, and one of them stuck into the enemy's neck. He began to fall, but another guard parried the second needle with a sword. The poisonous dragon moved aside from the second blow, and finding himself behind, he aimed a dagger at him. The man spat blood. The blade found its target in the enemy's back, and he screamed. The other guards looked on in fear, calling the boy a bastard. The hero looked at the rest of the enemies. One man came out of the crowd of family heads and screamed that his patience had snapped, and he could not watch this beast bullying. He picked up a ball, introduced himself as the head of the Kriya family, and declared that he would fight him. The man tossed the ball, and swung his palm. The ball was sent flying by the technique of the 9 shadows of the sacred palm. Many particles flew at the hero. With a triumphant smile, the head of the family announced that this technique was his secret weapon, which used the acid of the poison of the sea plague. One touch was enough to crack the skin of the enemy. The young man glanced at the lying guard, and grabbed him by the clothes. The head of the Kriya family frowned. His attack landed on the body, which the poisonous dragon covered itself with like a shield. He cast a dark look at the new enemy from behind the smoking corpse. Then he threw him back, and rushed forward. The young man reached for the clothes of the old man, who recoiled back. But he put his palms forward, and shouted that it would not work. The shock waved through the protagonist's back, and he collapsed on the floor. Grinning, the man declared that he was ready for a new attack. But suddenly he found that both his palms were pierced by poisonous needles, and he did not even understand when it happened. The guy looked at him, frowning, while the man screamed in pain. The other Doe family heads jumped out from behind the leader, shouting that they would also join the fight. At this time, the old man frowned. He found this strange. The enemies rushed at the poisonous dragon in a crowd. Staring firmly ahead, the young man prepared for battle. Vision walked towards the hero, repeating that it was strange, although he moved well, but there was one thing. Frowning, the leader admitted that he imagined his skills to be much more formidable. The boy was pinned to the floor when the old man asked who the hell he was. The old man stood in front of the protagonist and said that he was not alive, that his skills were so worthless. Grabbing the guy by the head, was he really tearing off people's limbs and heads? Vision screamed as he approached the protagonist. He said that he had never heard anything more ridiculous in his life, because someone like him was not capable of such a thing. The protagonist frowned when the old man asked him who was standing behind him. Releasing his aura, Vision demanded to answer the question. The people around covered their mouths in horror. Directing his poison at Juggin, Vision said that he would make him try all 100 flavors of his poison. The protagonist's eye almost popped out of its socket. The entire room was filled with the old man's aura. Juggin scratched the floor with his nails in pain. The people around him covered their mouths and noses so as not to be poisoned. Smiling, Vision asked the guy if he had a desire to tell him everything. The protagonist did not answer immediately. He was wounded, his face was covered in blood. He looked at the old man with hatred. Seeing this, Vijong frowned, calling him a stubborn bastard. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed into the hall and called the old man. He turned around and asked what he wanted. The man stopped and said that they were in big trouble. A crowd had gathered outside. Many people were walking towards the building of the head of the Doak Valley. Chukyo stood at the head of the crowd. He frowned and shouted, saying that he had come to meet the head of the Doak Valley. The guards blocked the crowd's path. Vijong came out of the building, saying that Chukyo himself, nicknamed the Sword of the Vast Village, had come to see him. The old man also named the 3 men in front, after which he asked why even representatives from Yunnan had come to him, and all were fully armed. The old man frowned and asked how he should understand this. Chukyo stepped forward saying that they had come to deliver justice, and that the Doak Valley must now tell the truth about everything that had been happening here lately. Drawing his sword from its sheath, the man told Waijong that he had wiped out 3 Doak families by using the services of a Salsu and used that as an excuse to call all the Doak families here, and that he was the one who had killed the heir to his clan, his son. Gritting his teeth in anger, Waijong said that this was completely absurd, and did they really think that he was the one who had set this all up? Pointing his sword at the old man, Chukyo said that they could check everything by asking the lame man whose mouth he had covered. The leader of the Doak Valleys was angry, realizing that he was talking about the protagonist behind him. Looking at the boy lying on the floor, Chukyo said that his son had been chasing him, but had died as a result of being poisoned by a strong poison, and if the boy had no connection with the Doak Valley, then he should be handed over to them. The man, in a rage, shouted, saying that he had to shake the whole truth out of him. Vijong stood motionless, thinking about the man's words. Looking up at the sky, he mentally said that someone was standing behind the lame man, but it was not yet clear who exactly. His lips stretched into a grin. Chukyo frowned and angrily asked what was funny about it. Raising his hands, the old man laughed loudly, saying that it was simply unbelievable, an amazing coincidence. Turning around, the old man said that he, too, was terribly interested in knowing the face of this boy. Vijong grabbed the boy by the hair. He picked it up, telling Chuyo to look at what he had done to him, and he was still as dumb as a fish, and now he suddenly appeared and accused the Doak Valley of having something to do with the lame man. The people stared at the protagonist in shock. The old man holding the juggin in his hand walked up to the stairs. His eyebrows drew together when he said that in that case, the ones using the lame man were themselves. The men shouted in anger, saying that he was too impudent to shift the blame from a sick head to a healthy one. Grabbing the protagonist by the throat, the old man said that it was possible that they were the ones hiding behind his back all this time, but now he realized what he had to do. They, the brainless members of Chongfa, in Yunnan, would disappear today. Chuyo frowned upon hearing his words. Waijong lifted the protagonist with one hand and said that he would fully demonstrate the power of the valley that had dominated the province for decades, and he would start with this guy. Chukyo raised his sword and shouted that Waijong was going to get rid of the evidence, and they had to stop him. The crowd rushed straight at the guards. The old man chuckled and said that he should thank Chukyo, because he had gathered all the scum in one place, and they would have stood in his way sooner or later. Juggin opened his eye. Remembering the ruins of the cave, he mentally said that he knew what the Doak Valley did. A drop of water fell on the guy's face. His eyes widened. Juggin abruptly grabbed the old man's hand. The protagonist glared at Waijong with hatred. A clot of poison rushed towards the old man's face. The black liquid hit right in the eye area. Waijong's eye immediately turned red. Chukyo and the people behind him froze, hearing a cry of pain. Vision's subordinates stared in shock at the old man screaming in agony. He fell to the ground and grabbed his face. The subordinates of the Doak Valley screamed in shock, saying that their leader had been attacked. The head of the Kuyu family, looking at the old man's face in agony, realized that his poison was on his face. The man frowned even more. He remembered how the protagonist had reached out to him. Then he attacked him with both palms. It was at the moment of impact that the boy was able to steal the poison and hold it in his mouth. Since his mouth was full, the boy did not say anything. Juggin wiped his chin, saying that he had crawled out from under the collapse that they had caused. The boy's hands were shaking, they were covered in his own blood. Being all alone, he cried sitting under the collapse. Vijin, holding his face, raised his head. Little Juggin looked behind him. Remembering the cave littered with graves, the protagonist asked if they wanted to know who was behind him. The boy's eyes were constantly looking at the graves. The fighting Puyin screamed saying that Weizhong had fallen, this was their chance. The two factions ran at each other while the old man and Juggin looked into each other's eyes. The boy opened his mouth. He clenched his teeth until they hurt. Raising his head to the sky, he screamed saying that his name was Juggin, and he was a descendant of Baekwaejil. The boy clenched his fists until they crunched, saying that he came here on behalf of his family and all the other families of the Yak clan, in order to take revenge on the Doke Valley. The boy desperately screamed his last words to the sky. Weizhong froze upon hearing his words. Chukyo also froze in shock. All the representatives of his faction were perplexed and surprised. Juggin's pupils flashed when he said that he would leave no one alive, he would tear each and every one to shreds. The events at the estate of the head of the Doke Valley continue. The man in the straw hat asked his interlocutor why he did not simply stop this whole spectacle, since for him, dealing with such a boring battle was nothing. Manhwa, who was sitting next to the man, said that he had spent a lot of effort creating this spectacle, and it would be a pity for him to miss the spectacle itself, but he should not worry, since there would be no problems. The man in the hat looked into the distance, and asked if the young man acted as he expected. Manhwa answered by saying that everything was going exactly according to plan. The protagonist frowned at the old man. Meanwhile, the advisor smiled and said that everything was going exactly according to plan, as planned. His interlocutor stared intently at the square below. Chukyo, who stood at the head of the frozen group, asked if it was really the Yak clan. Frowning, he asked the boy if he wasn't from the Doke clan, then why did he kill his son? The man's eyes widened in anger. The protagonist looked at him and released his salji, and said not to step on these stairs. Juggin releasing the salji said that these people were his prey. If they climbed up here, they would become his prey. Chuyo froze with his mouth open. Such an ominous salji could not come from a simple man, and he knew it. Engen attacked the warrior and shouted for Chuyo to come to his senses. Now the leader of their enemies was incapacitated. When the man looked at him, Engen said that if they crushed them, Yunnan would be in their power. The man froze with his eyes wide open. Looking around the battlefield, he tried to understand why he had come here. The representatives of the Doke Valley frowned. Juggin approached the old man and said that he did not know which of them contributed to the extermination of the Yak clan, so he would kill everyone present. Standing in front of the group, he asked those who had nothing to do with that incident to leave. Kwehu, being furious, shouted saying that no one would run away after hearing such speeches. The guy's lips parted as he said that now everything was decided. Releasing his salji, he said that now he would pass everything on to them, a death sentence. Gwon disappeared from his place. He appeared above the guy with a weapon in his hand. Attacking, Gwon laughed, telling the guy to prepare to know his power. His blow hit only the floor. The man frowned at the network of cracks in front of him. Juggin appeared behind the man. He grabbed his head in a hold. The guy began to strangle Gwon. Hwangyun rushed to attack, seeing this. He tried to attack the protagonist, but due to his agility, he hit his comrade. Juggin jumped back and threw a couple of bayonets. Hwangyun easily repelled them with his claws. Juggin ran along the room, continuing to shoot at him. Running out from behind a column, the guy threw bayonets again. Hwangyun, looking at the approaching needle, said that he could not be fooled by such attacks. The man cut the ball with one blow. Realizing that it was a bomb, Hwangyun opened his eyes wide. A moment later, Juggin, who had stopped, heard a cry of pain. He turned around sharply, sensing a threat behind him. A poisonous projectile flew past him. The guy immediately jumped to the side. The entire hall was filled with poisonous beetles. The protagonist glanced to the side when one of his enemies said that if they continued to follow his tricks, they themselves would suffer. Throwing up his hands, the man said that they needed to leave their pride behind and attack all at once. Juggin grabbed one of the beetles. He rushed towards the crowd with a scream. The man with beads on his neck approached Vaijin and asked what his condition was. The old man holding his face did not answer. He asked what happened to the boy. Looking at how the boy was straining the swordsman, the head of Kuya said that the boy was fighting desperately, but defeating them all alone was an impossible task. The protagonist stuck a needle into the enemy's neck. The other swordsmen attacked Juggin from behind. One of them struck him in the back. Now the boy's defeat was only a matter of time. Smiling, the head of Kuya said that revenge blinded him, forcing him to rush to fight them without calculating his strength. In his place, he would have joined Chanfa and fought side by side with them, because pride is worthless if because of it, a person loses his life. The protagonist stood motionless looking at the enemies. He was breathing heavily and sweating. The old man removed his hand from his face, said that something was wrong here. Gritting his teeth, he said that this bastard was not so simple and he had a backup plan. Remembering how Juggin calmly lay and endured torture, the old man mentally said that he had no shortage of self-control. Even when his life was hanging by a thread, he endured, waiting for the right moment. Vincent looked at the guy with his reddened eye and mentally said that since the chance presented itself, the guy would not miss it. Since he started to act, it meant he was confident in himself. The old man glanced at the head of Kuya when he asked what kind of plan it was. A drop of water fell into the man's mouth. The old man's eye, seeing this, widened. Water began to drip into Gwen's mouth. Vincent froze looking at him. He looked at the ceiling, saying that raindrops were leaking here. Looking at the ceiling, Vincent told everyone to leave. The protagonist collided with the wall. Quehu frowned and told the guy that now he was definitely finished. Raising his sword, he told him to go to his worthless kinsman. Suddenly the man stopped when Vision called them idiots. Grabbing his face, the old man ordered everyone to quickly get out of here. Turning to the old man, they said that they did not need it. Suddenly blood flowed from Quehu's nose. All the men began to bleed from their eyes, nose, mouth and ears. The protagonist stood calmly, hearing cries of pain. The head of Kuyu stood up from his place, seeing the state of his comrades. Vision held his face. He understood what kind of poison was used. His body was shaking with fear. Juggin moved away from the wall, said that he used the absolute poison. Standing in front of the people who fell to the floor, he said that he had already warned them. The men suffered in agony, drooling from their mouths. Juggin bowed his head, said that they would fall dead in front of them. Then he narrowed his eyes. The old man stood up from his place. He sighed, realizing that the strongest poison in the arsenal of the ANBU was used. The protagonist, raising one eyebrow, said that every 7th month according to the lunar calendar, heavy rainfall occurs here, and so that the poison would mix with the raindrops, he covered the roof with it and made holes. The old man raised his head, realizing that he had set up an ambush here a long time ago. Smiling, he said that he finally understood why he was so arrogant, but alas, this poison will manifest itself only after entering the body, and if you avoid injuries, nothing will happen. Suddenly, blisters appeared on the body of the head of Kuyu. Vijay turned to him and asked what he was doing. He answered by saying that everything was unbearably itchy. The protagonist's pupil dilated when he said that this was exactly why he used 2 poisons. The second one appeared upon contact with the body and caused a terrible itch. The head of Kuyu screamed and scratched himself. The old man started yelling at him, telling him to stop. He didn't listen and inflicted wounds on his neck. The protagonist, being calm, said that he used the seeds of the ginkgo tree peels so that the second poison could penetrate the body. When the man fell to the floor, the old man asked if he really used the fruits of an ordinary tree. Juggin answered, saying that it didn't matter whether it was ordinary or not, because they would destroy him for his arrogance. Juggin looked at the enemy and said that now it was all over. Raindrops fell from the ceiling. The old man was breathing heavily. He held back the poison with his internal energy. But this was his limit, because even if he managed to get out of here, he would no longer be able to cope with the crowd. Looking at the guy's face, he asked himself if he would really lose to this idiot. The old man looked at the corpses, saying that his aspirations for greatness had now become just dreams. Vincent froze. Straightening up, he told the guy that he admits that he completely destroyed the Doak family of 4 generations and the Doak family in Yunnan. The old man began to gather energy in his hand. Raising his hands, the old man said that as long as he is alive, the Doak Valley will also be alive, because he is one with it. The protagonist took the needles in his hands, saying that it was not his plan to leave him alive. Vincent's body disappeared from its place. Juggin looked up. Vincent, who jumped up, said that he will decide everything, because he will become the king of Yunnan. Waving his hands, the old man said that even 100 years would not be enough for him, a brat, to defeat him. Many projectiles rushed towards the protagonist. Juggin looked at the falling projectiles in shock. He quickly began to run away. A small needle flew towards the old man. But having hit one of the spheres, it dissolved due to the poison. Juggin froze seeing this. Many projectiles hit his body. The poison of the split heart killed, tearing the intestines. The poison of the melting lyric that fell on the body of the guy stopped breathing and destroyed cells. Juggin began to cough up blood. His brain was exposed to the poison. The old man, opening his eyes wide, said that he would use all his poisons. Frowning, he screamed, demanding the protagonist to die, to become empty as the body melted from the ya and screaming at the top of his lungs. Energy projectiles continued to hit the guy's body. He began to fall back, losing consciousness. Vincent sank to the floor. He sighed and said that it was amazing that he could still breathe, but his 100 poisons would gnaw through his short thread of life in different ways. The guy's body was covered in blood and covered in poison. He barely opened his eyes and said that even if he ended up in hell, he would wait for him there. Vincent frowned upon hearing his words. The protagonist, trembling, said that he would wait for him there to kill him. His gaze became clouded as he said that he would do it no matter what it took. The old man looked at the unconscious boy and said that he was too crazy. The old man clutched his chest in pain. He needed to get out of here quickly, hide and start recuperating. Vijiong stepped forward. He stopped near the protagonist's body. He stretched out his hand and said that he would finish him off for sure first, leaving no chance to stop him in the future. Suddenly, Manhwa appeared behind him, releasing his salji. The old man turned around abruptly. Meanwhile, it was raining outside. The doors of the mansion were destroyed. Vijiong's body flew out. Chukyo and his comrades looked at the flying old man in surprise. He fell to the ground and rolled on it. The entire crowd silently stared at Vijiong. The men's eyes were wide in shock. The old man who lost his arm stood up and screamed in pain. He frowned in madness and screamed, asking who did this to him, who dared to attack him. Chukyo frowned hearing his words. Manhwa approached the entrance and said that he was surprisingly stupid. He grinned and said that either he lacked intelligence, or was it his stupidity. The old man's body trembled at the sight of the man who came. He stared at the man in shock, saying that it turned out that he was the one who was in the shadows and planned everything. Manhwa bared his teeth. Chukyo turned around shaking with his whole body when Vijiong said that he was the one who killed Chukyo's son. He was the one who used Janfa to attack the valley. The old man gritted his teeth out of anger. Manhwa continued to smile, listening to the angry cry of the old man. Holding his wound, Vijiong asked the man what his motive was for attacking their clan. Was it not enough for him to destroy the Chiak family? Manhwa stopped smiling and said that he had a motive, and that he had stolen everything he so ardently desired from him. The old man frowned and said that this was all nonsense. Pointing to the boy behind him, Manhwa said that it was he who had injured his eye and leg, and that 8 years ago, on his orders, the youth had been buried alive in an underground mine. The old man's eye opened wide in shock. Manhwa looked at him sadly and said that everything was true. This boy had been cutting his way through and thinking about revenge thousands, tens of thousands of times. 8 years later, he dug his way out from the depths of hell. The boy screamed, announcing his return, the return of a monster who was born for revenge. If the Dak clan fell at his hands, that justice would prevail. The man grinned and said that it was his fault that he became a monster. Because he hated the boy just as much, all these years were spent waiting for revenge, and now he had ruined his plans. The old man continued to tremble. He told Manhwa that he had become crazy. Was it worth it for him to turn their clan into what was left of it because of such a trifle? Clenching his fists, the man said that it was too early for the boy to die, because he planned to bring him to despair with his own hands, which he had never known before. Narrowing his eyes, Manhwa said that the destruction of the Dak clan was only the beginning of his path. Frowning, the old man asked what he had thought up here. A man in a cloak and hat suddenly appeared and said that there was too much chatter and that they should stop. Vidzin looked at the man in horror. Looking closely at his figure, he said that his internal energy was not like the others. It seemed to be blocked and could hardly be detected. Angrily, the old man asked the man next to him if he was the one who was keeping a low profile with Manhwa. If so, he should reveal his identity. The guy looked at him and said that he had no obligation. Vidzin released his aura, saying that he had to speak because the head of the Doke Valley was in front of him. The man stood there silently as the old man's aura enveloped him. He suddenly released his terrifying aura. The old man coughed up blood when the man said that it was even funny that the best one of Yunnan could only do this. Trying to hold back his cough, Vidzin was amazed. He did not understand how this was possible. His energy was literally being pushed out. As they went down the stairs, Manhwa said that they didn't need to fight, because he would handle everything himself. Vijiong, sweating, called Manhwa a piece of trash who didn't even have a father or mother. Gritting his teeth, he said that even though he lived in Yunnan, he managed to betray them. The man who came down told his comrade that because of his poisonous energy, he didn't understand anything. Raising his hand, he said that if he could achieve what he wanted, he wouldn't care about the fate of this province. Suddenly, someone grabbed his hand. Chuyo was holding his brother's hand. Standing in the rain, he asked his brother how he was supposed to understand him. The man froze in a stupor. Manhwa's partner turned to him. Putting his hand on his brother's back, Manhwa said that it was good that he was still safe and sound. Chukyo turned his head when his brother said that he should have told him earlier what he hadn't had the chance to tell him before. The man gritted his teeth when his brother said that Vijiong hadn't lied and the valley hadn't killed him, and the lame man hadn't used poison on him either. Everyone in the square froze when Manhwa admitted that he had killed someone. The man looked at his brother sadly. His brother's eyes were wide open in shock. His pupil had shrunk to a size smaller than a pea. The people behind Chukyo cried out in alarm that they had finally found the killer. So it was because of him that they had gone against the valley. Chukyo trembled as he realized this. Manhwa raised his hand saying that they had wanted to attack anyway and get the valley's property. That was why they had followed here. Tears rolled down the man's face. He extended his hand to his brother asking him to say that he was lying, that he had simply misspoke. Clenching his fist, he said that he didn't even know what he would do to him if it was true. The old man closed his eyes, saying that he understood his feelings. It was difficult to maintain a clear mind when facing an enemy, but he revealed the truth about his son's death out of pity. because it would be unfair to leave him in ignorance before his death. Grabbing his sword, Chukyo asked his brother why he did this. He answered by saying that this was his plan from the very beginning. The tears disappeared from his father's eyes. Manhwa grinned and said that the revival and collapse of the Ojo family was just part of the plan. Chukyo screamed and swung his sword to strike. Manhwa tore his head off in one motion. Blood spurted in all directions. Chukyo's head flew off. His comrades watched in amazement. The head fell to the ground, spurting blood. The people gritted their teeth in fear and anger. They immediately surrounded Manhwa. The old man stood motionless, listening to the accusations. He bared his teeth and turned to the warriors. The rain continued in the city. Suddenly, an explosion occurred in the house of the leaders of the Doak Valley. Manhwa stood motionless. He stepped forward. Standing in the midst of many corpses, the man said that now only the leader of the rabble remained. He stood silently in the rain. His partner also stood motionless in the rain. Waijong lay on the ground, breathing heavily. Waijong did not move, mentally saying that the Doak clan would be buried here. There would be a great commotion in Kanho. It was difficult to even imagine how Manhwa would take advantage of the situation. Manhwa himself bowed his head and asked the old man if he had really lost his mind before his death, since he laughed. Waijong, lying on the ground, called Manhwa a man. Manhwa placed his foot on his head. The man smiled and asked Waijong if he had only just realized this. A moment later, blood from the crushed head stained the ground. Manhwa's partner closed his eyes and turned around and said that it was time for him to leave. The man looked at him and asked him to put in a good word for him with the elder, that he also needed to quietly go to the Hogwan fortress and report what had happened. The guy opened his eyes, looked at him and asked if he would do something stupid that would make him worry about the consequences later. Manhwa frowned and thought. He looked at the fortress and grinned. Smiling, he said that there was nothing to worry about, because he could handle everything himself. His partner looked at him silently. Then he abruptly disappeared from his place. Manhwa turned around and said that those who were held in this world by something were afraid of the consequences. Looking at the ceiling, he said that he had no attachments left in 8 years. The man stopped in front of the boy's body. Standing under the drops of poison, he said that a lot of time had passed. Then he put his hands behind his back. The unconscious protagonist did not hear Manhwa say that he had been waiting for him. Standing among the corpses, the man said that his journey had been unimaginably long. Squinting, he said that 8 years ago, when he was still a puppy, he had fallen into the depths of hell, gotten out, and crushed those who had exterminated his family. Looking at Jugun's tortured body, Manhwa said that even a simple man would not have had the imagination to come up with something like this. The man bowed his head. Straightening up, the old man asked the guy how the years spent underground had gone, how he had lived there. Then he said that while he was gone, he had visited many places in this vast and amazing world. Taking a needle in his hand, he said that sometimes he wanted to sit down with him over a bottle and discuss everything that had happened. It was a pity that this would not happen. Manhwa stuck the needle into Jugun's head. The guy's pupils disappeared. Then the old man said that there was still a lot hidden behind the back of the Doak family. Smiling, the man said that his path of retribution was not yet completed, but without becoming stronger, he would not be able to carry out revenge. Energy flared up on the guy's head. The protagonist, even being unconscious, began to scream from the alley. He raised his head and roared. Then Manhwa told him that his energy paths were blocked. He had only one single working acupuncture point left in his little finger, allowing him to use only a small amount of internal energy. When the guy clenched his teeth, the man said that he had now opened another point in his brain, poured all his internal energy into it, thereby clearing the clogged energy paths. Smiling, he said that with all his strength, he managed to open only half of them, because they had been sealed for 8 years, but the difference would still be great. Internal energy wriggled over the roof. Manhwa removed his hand from the guy's head. When the guy fell again, the old man said that it was his gift. Wiping away the sweat, he told Jugun to strive to rise higher in order to achieve his own goal, sparing no effort. The protagonist was unconscious. He did not hear the old man's words. He turned around and grinned, saying that when he reached the top, he himself would be behind him. The man's laughter could be heard even far away in the mountains. Looking up at the sky, Manhwa asked the protagonist not to die before that moment. On the day when a heavy rain began, not a single living person remained from those who came to the general meeting of the Doak clan. Cold bodies lay on the ground. Even the body of Vijeong lay among them. The dead bodies of the head of the Doak families and the fighters of Chanfa shocked everyone. The name of the guy responsible for all the murders spread everywhere. The events take us to the Union of Murim Associations, a branch in the fortress of Hogwan. The inspector looked at the man in front of him and scolded him, saying that he had done too much. Holding the scrolls in his hand, Shimhak said that at first glance, it looked like a skirmish between Doak and the warrior Kanfa, but rumors began to spread that the lame man was involved in the battle. Manhwa raised his hand, asking the inspector to calm down, because it was impossible to say that he returned empty-handed. The inspector raised his hand and said that he had let the lame man go. Manhwa responded by saying that he had not let him go, but had let him go, and that he was now a living, angry bait. Li Jun opened his lips and ordered both of them to shut up. He clasped his fingers and said that he had overestimated the advisor's abilities. The inspector ordered the man to say that he could not be trusted under any circumstances, since he had been entrusted with such a matter. Li Jun responded by saying that it was too late to talk. The man nodded when the boy told him to leave and think about the measures they should take to combat the clan's offensive forces. Manuel looked after the inspector and said that he could not understand why this blockhead was there, that he had been given the title of military inspector, although he had never been a fighter. Li Jun closed his eyes and said that he was just a tool that helped him understand the thoughts of ordinary people. The boy stepped forward. Standing in front of Manuel, he said that he had done a great job. The man was surprised and said that according to the inspector, the enemy clans could take countermeasures. There was a chance that they would take away 2 provinces altogether. Li Jun smiled and said that he was even curious how they would do it. Manuel also grinned and said that his insight was amazing. Did he remember the promise he had made to him? With a smile on his face, the advisor said that the Yunnan province did not bring any benefit to the alliance. It was just a useless outskirts. But from the 2 clans fighting, one could benefit. Narrowing his eyes, Manuel suggested choosing the Safa or Maggio clan. Li Jun, smiling, said that he would prefer to choose the Safa clan. Raising his hand, the man laughed, saying that in one word the fate of the clan was decided. Putting his hands behind his back, the guy said that in order to achieve the goal, they would need a sacrifice. He stopped smiling and thought. Main winced when Li Jun said that one of the dragon nuts or 4 phoenixes would be enough. In Murim, the 8 families were considered the most influential. Their natives were young geniuses. They took strengthening medicines and studied the secret techniques of martial arts. Manuel grinned and said that one of them would indeed be enough. Standing up and turning around, he said that something interesting was brewing. Li Jun looked after the man and said that there were movements in Sichuan. They showed interest in what happened in Yunnan. Turning to the guy, he said that he did not know about it at all. The man froze when Li Jun told him that he hoped that he was not hiding anything from him. The advisor's lips parted. For a long time, it continued to rain in Yunnan. The protagonist looked at the ceiling and asked himself why he came here at all. Lying on the floor, he realized that he came here for revenge. The guy's eyes opened slightly. He remembered the image of the old man he lost to him. Now looking at the ceiling, he asked himself if he would die now. When his eyes began to close, he said that he was too ashamed in front of others. When the guy opened his eyes again, he saw only the legs of the one who had come. He saw a blurry image, telling him that he had been waiting for him for a long time. After a while, the guy's pupil disappeared. He experienced agony and began to scream. Juggin opened his eyes. The guy was lying on a futon, wrapped in bandages. Looking at his hand, he asked if it was a dream. Juggin looked at the corner of the room. Looking around, he tried to understand where he was. The guy turned his head, hearing someone's voice. Kanda smiled, telling the guy that he had not come to his senses for 3 days. He had already begun to think that he would not survive. Getting up, the protagonist asked his uncle how he ended up here. He answered by saying that after the commotion that had happened, the situation here had become tense. His wife had left, and he had gone after him. What he saw then greatly shocked the man. He was standing in front of a square strewn with corpses. The guy himself was alive. He was barely breathing. Putting the basin on the floor, Kanda said that when he brought it here, his breathing became even weaker. Then he asked what happened there. The protagonist frowned. He himself did not know how it all ended. Because he did not manage to defeat Vision, he should have died. The guy's picture of the world began to crumble. Remembering the blurry image, he tried to understand who it was. The protagonist sat with his head bowed. Kanda stood up and smiling said that if it was hard for him to speak, he did not need to force himself, and as he thought, what happened was connected with the circumstances he mentioned earlier. Turning around, the man said that he would go and look for a doctor in a neighboring village. The protagonist refused, saying that such a thing did not need to be done for him. The guy was surprised when Kanda said that it was not difficult. The man smiled and said that he shouldn't take everything on his own. He should rely on others in difficult times, because he was still young. The protagonist became sad and bowed his head. When Kondo turned around, his body began to collapse. Juggin looked at his uncle in surprise. He jumped up from his seat when the man fell to the floor. When the guy approached him, Kondo said that he himself was a fool, exhausted, and he himself was promising to do something. Juggin frowned, looking at his uncle's back. There were purple boils and blisters on the man's back. This was due to horse poisoning. This poison had already spread throughout his neck. Kondo grinned and told the guy that he was not the patient here, but he still caused problems. The protagonist frowned. The events take us some time ahead. Juggin was sitting next to his uncle. The guy frowned, realizing that his uncle had poisoned himself when he carried him here. The protagonist was covered in many different poisons that Vision had used on him, one of which could have gotten to Kondo. The boy gritted his teeth, thinking that someone would die because of him again. Juggin clenched his fist. He turned around and walked away, telling himself that he would definitely save his uncle. He did not want to experience that excruciating pain of loss again. Smoke was rising in the forest. The protagonist was leaving the place where he burned all the things that could transfer the poisons from him. All that was left was to prepare the antidote. In his basket were rice ears, aconite, and UME seeds. Juggin frowned. He understood that the key component of the medicine was the purple gold tablets. The protagonist walked towards the city. His body shuddered. He felt an eerie salgi inside the gate. The boy took a step back, realizing that there were several types of salgi here. Juggin still walked towards the gate. The entire village was covered in salgi like a fog. The guy knitted his eyebrows together, mentally saying that everyone would be paying attention to Yunnan now. The people inside the village were the ones who came to investigate what had happened. The protagonist looked at the people who had filled the area and said that he needed to get the pills anyway. Clenching his fist, he said that he needed to be prepared to clash with one of them. Suddenly, the internal energy in the guy's hand rebelled. He immediately fell to one knee. Juggin was sweating heavily. He felt strange, as if his body was pierced by thorns. The veins on his arm bulged unnaturally. 2 guards approached the guy, asking if everything was okay. The protagonist stood up and turned around. He could barely walk on his own 2 feet. The guards looked at him with puzzled and gloomy eyes. Juggin was sweating heavily. He clenched his teeth and said that after the battle in the Valley of Dok, something inside him had changed. His internal energy had rebelled. Suddenly, someone put a blade to his throat. The sweating guy froze. The guard who presented the blade to his throat asked how long ago he started limping. Juggin grabbed his trembling hand, trying to move. The veins on his hand turned black. The protagonist clenched his jaw until it creaked. The second guard took out his blade, saying that he should follow them. If he resisted, he would die with one blow. Suddenly, bright sunlight broke through the clouds. The girl put her fan on the guard's sword. She closed her eyes, saying that she was wondering where he was and what he was doing all the time. The guards stared at her in shock. The girl smiled, saying that she finally found him. The protagonist turned around. Removing the fan from the sword, Renjen said that it was too tactless to make the elders wait. Renjen turned to the guards and said that she had business with this young man. Juggin looked at the guest, breathing heavily. Smiling, the girl asked the guard what business he had come to the boy for. Angrily, the guard shouted, saying that she needed to step aside, because they were now investigating the incident that had occurred in the Dok Valley. Renjen closed her eyes, saying that she was also interested in the incident in the valley. Her body suddenly blurred. In an instant, she found herself behind the men. Smiling, she told them to rest a little. The protagonist's eyes widened in horror. The guards' bodies trembled. They lost consciousness. When they fell, Renjen said that they would wake up in 4 hours, while Juggin was thinking about the fact that he had not even been able to notice the girl's movements. Opening her fan, Renjen asked the boy if he would follow her. The protagonist frowned. He realized that running was pointless, so he had to do as he was told. Soon the couple settled down in a street restaurant. Renjen poured herself some boiled water. Juggin reached out for the bowl. Renjen frowned at this. The protagonist's hand immediately rebelled. Renjen, releasing her salgi, said that he was unable to contain his internal energy even when she released a small amount of salgi. It was hard to believe that he had caused such a massacre. Juggin, holding his hand, asked if she had come to take revenge. The girl closed her eyes, saying that she had not come for this, because all the dead deserved it. She was curious about what happened that day. The protagonist frowned, saying that he had lost vision and lost consciousness. What happened next was unknown to him. Renjen, looking at the table, asked if he wanted to say that the murders were not his doing. Juggin immediately confirmed this. The guy frowned and was puzzled when the girl asked him if he knew the nickname, the merciless poisonous lame. Juggin frowned even more while Renjen said that this nickname had spread throughout Kanho. The culprit of everything was behind him. He really is lame and uses poison. Raising her hand, the girl said that it was about him. There were also rumors that this man was raised in the Safa clan, because only such a person could defeat everyone. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he was not connected with the Safa clan. The girl agreed, saying that he was not among her pupils. The guy's eyes opened wide. He immediately understood that the girl belonged to the Safa clan. Raising the cup, Renjen said that the people believe in what they want. Did he not think that it was unfair when the responsibility for what was happening was shifted onto their shoulders? Putting the mug on the table, she said that in such a situation there were only 2 ways out, either to lure the lame man to their side and make the rumors true. Becoming serious, she said that they could also kill the lame man. The protagonist froze upon hearing her words. Looking at the sky, the guy said that she was wrong. Looking at Renjen again, the guy said that people would not believe in something that was impossible to believe. They did not treat rumors with skepticism because of the deeds that the Safa clan itself had committed. Opening his mouth, the protagonist said that the Safa were causing disorder in the world and causing trouble for others. If he did not hate such people, then who was worth hating? Smiling, the girl said that it turns out that he thinks that the Chanfa, who condemn them, adhere to good intentions and value morality. Juggin frowned. Renjen, looking at the guy opposite, said that even the monks of the Shaolin Temple were once known as a group of demons of the Safa clan. If he continued to judge everyone only by prejudice, he would never know the truth. Jugun bowed his head in agreement with her. Seeing this, Rinjen smiled, saying that she would tell him something. In Kanho, there used to be a famous noble swordsman. People called him a hero and a fighter for justice. No one would question the love of this man, as well as one girl. A young girl who knew nothing about this world began to receive courtship from him and believed that only happiness awaited her ahead. However, the man's goal was not her, but the secret books that her family owned. Having obtained it, he not only got rid of her, but also destroyed the entire clan, washing everything with blood, and said that they were one of the groups of demons of the Safa clan. As a result, the man began to be revered, considering him a fair man who, for the sake of valor, could even leave his wife. Bowing her head, the girl sadly asked if he liked the story. Jugun, raising his head, said that this man must be killed. The girl's eyes widened in shock. She covered her mouth and laughed, saying that this was an interesting answer, and with such confidence, less was not expected from a descendant of the Yak clan. The protagonist frowned and said that he, being a descendant of the Yak clan, wanted to take revenge for the unjustly perished Yak clan. Smiling, the girl asked the guy if it means that his revenge has come to an end. Jugun answered, saying that he needs to get rid of their accomplices. Hearing his answer, she said that his path will become even more difficult. The protagonist frowned and said that he will find the culprit of the rumors and make him pay for what he did. Raising her hand, the girl said that she liked his will. They need to work together and turn the rumors into truth. Jugun looked at her and asked why he did this. Slamming a mug on the table, Rinjen said that she will give him the strength he needs. Putting her hands to her chest, she said that she is also known as the goddess of desires. Jugun's eye widened when he heard her nickname. This girl was known as an all-powerful ruler. She stood at the top, being indestructible. Smiling, the girl said that she would pass on her martial arts techniques to him and lend him the power of her organization so that he could take revenge and she would achieve her goal. Jugun began to sweat. He understood that she was not just a responsible person. This smiling lady was the head of the Safa clan. The protagonist, sweating, refused the offer. Frowning deeply, the girl said that he did not understand the situation he was in. It was impossible to fight alone. The protagonist, starting to tremble due to the pain in his hand, said that he would carry out his revenge himself. He would not count on help from the outside. The head of Safa frowned at the guy. She released her energy from her body, telling Jugun not to forget her words. There were only two ways to solve the problem. The protagonist, being inside the barrier, said that he should not make mistakes and let himself be deceived. The guy's hand trembled due to the riot of energy. The veins on the guy's face bulged as he mentally said that he couldn't even get a guarantee that she would keep her promise. The guy raised his trembling hand, saying that he was taking revenge for those who were unjustly deprived of life. The needle cut through the guy's finger. A thick poisonous fog burst out of the finger. The poisonous smoke immediately filled the entire barrier. The girl closed her mouth. The protagonist waved his hand. 3 needles rushed towards the girl. Rengen's eyes widened in shock. She grabbed the 3 needles with her hand. Standing up, she said that his ingenuity had saved him all this time. Jugun jumped back. He clenched his teeth until they hurt. Rinjen opened her mouth, saying that now the games were over. Poisonous smoke spread throughout the area. Extending her hand, the girl asked the guy why he refused help. Jugun took the dagger in his hand and said that he was not so stupid as not to see how stupid this idea was. Rinjen placed her hand on the boy's face. She slammed it into the ground. Standing over Jugun, she told him to stop being so insolent. The protagonist glared at her. He gripped the blade tighter when Rinjen said that there was no point in resisting. Sitting on Jugun, Rinjen said that her head would split open before the knife touched her throat. The protagonist calmed down and asked the girl what would happen if the people who came running to the noise found out that the head of the Safa clan was here. Indeed, many people stared at the girl. Rinjen grinned. She waved her hand, ordering everyone to retreat. A moment later, they all disappeared. The protagonist was shocked to see this. Smiling weakly, the girl asked the boy if he really thought she was so frivolous. Looking at the smoke in the area, Rinjen asked him what he would do when he had nothing to hope for now. The girl released her salji and said that even if he became their bait, it would not be worse for him. They would destroy the common enemy, and he would gain power. Looking at the guy's eyes between her fingers, Rinjen asked if he was ready to do anything for the sake of revenge. The head of Safa was surprised when the protagonist asked her whose side she would choose in the story of the swordsman and the girl. The guy's eye seemed to crack when he said that from what he saw, he could tell that she would choose the swordsman's side. The girl stopped smiling when Jugun said that if Safa's tactics were to use others to get what he wanted, he rejected her offer. Rinjen narrowed her eyes. She imagined the swordsman. Then she imagined the crying girl, and thought about it. Rinjen sighed. Removing her hand from the guy, she said that he was an impenetrable, stubborn person. Standing up and turning around, Rinjen said that she would not kill him and use him as bait either. The girl's hair fluttered as she said that if her words differed from her actions, then Safa really was what people described. Turning to the guy, she said that she understood him. Jugun nodded. Looking at the mug on the ground, the girl said that times change, just like people. Picking up the mug, she said that those who were used to being oppressed stopped showing patience. Looking at the mug in her hand, she said that she was probably too excited about having to resolve a sensitive situation. Putting the mug on the table, she said that he might not join them, but in return, they would make a deal on equal terms. Rinjen looked at the guy and said that she would have 3 debts, and he would have 1 promise. Not hearing agreement, the girl smiled, saying that he seemed to hate her, but her words would contain what he needed. The protagonist shuddered when Rinjen said that the pills he was looking for were not what he needed. Smiling, she asked if he would accept the deal. The protagonist agreed, frowning. Rinjen continued to smile, she had expected this. Imagining herself, Vision said that of all his poisons, the one that affects the heart and stomach is dangerous. Putting her hand in her sleeve, she said that her first duty would be to give him the antidote. Jugun caught the bag. He looked sadly at the bag in his hand. The girl released her aura and said that her second duty would be strength. Gusts of wind spread from her legs. She concentrated her energy in acupuncture and began to explain the technique to the guy. Jugun looked at the girl carefully. She sharply raised her hand, saying that he needed to release all the energy through his fingers. A thin stream of energy flew out of the girl's hand. The girl lowered her hand and asked the guy if he could remember everything. He answered affirmatively. Looking at the guy, Rinjen said that the reason she showed the technique was because of the third duty. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock when the girl said that another person had found him. Kondo was sweating heavily lying on the bed. The warriors were searching his room. The girl known as one of the 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes stood outside. The hair of En, the brave phoenix, swayed. Rinjen looked at the protagonist and told him not to relax, because she was much stronger than the people of the Doke clan he had met. Jugun looked at his hand and thought, he did not know if he could defeat such a strong opponent now. Raising his head, he asked the head of Safa what she wanted from him. Looking at the sky, the girl said that in the future he would have to save the person she asked, even if he had to die at his hands. Jugun slightly frowned and asked if that was all. Having received the answer, he frowned even more and said that he understood everything perfectly. The girl smiled, saying that in that case everything was fine. Turning around, she said that this was the end of their conversation. Rinjen said goodbye and disappeared into smoke. The guy was left all alone in the square. Jugun frowned, saying that he could not do anything to this opponent. The guy clenched his fist. He began to understand the reality after meeting a couple of powerful people. The lame Jugun said that this was no reason to stop. Leaving the village, he said that his next opponent was the brave phoenix. At this time, the servant approached Jen, saying that they captured the accomplice of the wanted man. The girl slightly opened her mouth and asked if the lame man had escaped. The guy frowned when he heard her question. The girl smiled and said that this senseless lame man would die by her hand. The events take us to the Kondo house. The protagonist escaped. He broke into the house calling for his uncle. Looking at the bed, he did not see him. He immediately remembered how Rinjen told him that she was not the only one who found him. Jugun gritted his teeth in anger. He glanced to the side. There was a note on the table. The protagonist took out a knife. After that, he took the note in his hands. Kondo was tied up. The people near him said that they would definitely catch the lame man with this method. Looking around, Yun said that this man might also be a member of Safa. Celia on the cobblestone, she said that it would be good if Jugun had a sense of camaraderie. The guy looked at the lady with his eyes slightly closed. Yun, looking at the prisoner, said that she would succeed, no matter what. The events take us back in time to the tree. The guy sat down next to the girl and said that he had good news for her. They say that the Union is looking for someone to send to investigate the case in Yunnan. Lidwan smiled and said that the teacher suggested her candidacy. Perhaps he would even recognize their relationship. The girl blushed with embarrassment, but a joyful smile did not leave her face. The girl clasped her hands and said that she was very happy. Lidwan looked at her with a smile. He hugged his beloved. The girl smiled happily when her boyfriend said that now she would not worry about anything. The events take us to Li Jun's residence. Yun nervously announced her arrival. Li Jun turned to her and greeted her. He smiled faintly, calling her nickname. The girl knelt down and greeted Li Jun. Raising her head, she said that his student had already reported everything. She would definitely sort everything out and not disappoint him. Li Jun nodded and agreed with her. The girl was slightly embarrassed when Li Jun said that Lidwan wanted to betroth to another phoenix, but for her it was a great chance to prove herself. Squinting, the guy said that a man should choose a woman for love and not follow power. The girl straightened up and screamed, saying that everything would be done perfectly. The events take us to the forest. Yun stood up from her seat and said that the lame man was nothing compared to her, because he only received a little fame from the incident. The protagonist came to the clearing. He confidently walked forward. The guy frowned deeply as he looked at his prey. Standing in front of Jugun, the girl said that she thought he would be older. The protagonist, without answering, asked her where his uncle was. Yun opened her mouth in confusion, not immediately understanding his question. Pointing to the Tide Man, she said that even being from the cold-blooded Safa clan, he did not abandon his own. Liguan, frowning, said that they would do without jokes. Standing next to his girl, he told the protagonist that he took hundreds of people's lives and now deserved punishment. Jugan, angry and frowning, said that he had nothing to do with Safa, and that he only took revenge for the lives of the people of the Yak clan. The couple frowned and asked what he was talking about. Jugan, gritting his teeth, introduced himself and said that he only took revenge on the 4 clans of the Dok clan, because they destroyed his Yak clan. The couple exchanged glances and began to discuss the situation. Yun stepped forward and asked if he wanted to say that the killers were the Dok clan, and that he only avenged his clan. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and asked why she should believe him. The guy replied by saying that he did not need to lie. The girl standing in front of him objected, saying that he could very well have said this in order to get out of the situation in one piece. The guy replied by saying that in that case he should have come up with something more convincing. The girl froze for a moment, realizing that if she took advantage of the situation, she would be able to grab the guy. Raising her hand, she said that she could believe him, but he should tell all this personally to the Union. Jugan frowned and said that he was forced to refuse, because his words meant nothing to the Union. Yun's face twisted with anger. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that Li Jun was also in the Union, who also took part in the destruction of the Yak clan. The faces of Liguan and Yun were simultaneously transferred from bewilderment and anger. The girl smiled and said that he shouldn't even joke like that. Grabbing her blade, she said that he first needed to know who he was talking about. The protagonist, without moving, said that Li Jun was nothing more than a charlatan. The girl frowned. Jugan, remembering the flag and crest of the Chaegao clan, said that he had heard only good things about this clan, how brave and valiant it was. Looking at his uncle, he said that in fact, they had just fallen into the net of a swindler. The veins on the guy's face bulged when he said that they had no right to be called Chaegao. Yun swung her sword with a scream. Her sword rushed forward. One blow from her sword raised a huge amount of dust and smoke. The girl screamed angrily, saying that she would not allow the valiant name of her family to be spoiled. The guy's silhouette became visible in the smoke. He held the blade in his hand and said that it was too early to show his anger. Yun swung her sword again. Jugan frowned and said that the Jegal would be defeated today and razed to the ground. Yun stood there and barely held back from attacking. She returned the blade to its original form, saying that it was absurd. She said angrily that a guy like him knew nothing and could not do anything to her family. Jugan said nothing, silently waiting for her to act. Liguan stepped forward, telling the lady that she had no need to engage in battle. Grabbing the blade on his belt, the guy suggested that they take advantage. Pointing to the man behind him, Liguan told the lame man not to make hasty decisions. The guy parted his lips, ordering them to put away their swords. His pupils flashed as he said that they would lose their hands if they did not. Salji burst out of the protagonist's body. A stream of Salji rushed towards the people. Liguan frowned deeply, realizing the danger of this Salji. People could express their Salji when they felt anger. However, the protagonist released the Salji Si. This energy could only be released by those who had stepped on the path of murder. The people of the Chaegao clan trembled. Even Liguan, one of the 3 dragons, gritted his teeth in terror. The warriors suddenly ran away out of fear. Liguan raised his hand, telling them to stop. The protagonist looked at the approaching people and thought about it. He stood in a stance, saying that he should not retreat under any circumstances. The guy struck the man. A moment later, all the warriors fell to the ground. Liguan opened his mouth in shock. The ground beneath the warriors gave way. The protagonist, who fell to one knee, said that now it was their turn. The guy gritted his teeth, holding a sword in his hand. Yun opened her lips, telling them to go away. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. The girl's sword pierced him. The girl, putting away and collecting her blade, said that he should step aside. The sword came out of the protagonist's body. Taking a stance, the girl said that she would now fight him herself. Jugan was kneeling, holding his wound, and swung her sword. Her blade lengthened as she said that she would show the difference between them. The girl's sword began to split in mid-flight. The protagonist raised his head. He barely managed to dodge the blow, and immediately swung her hand. The girl's sword curved, rushing towards the target. The protagonist ducked, dodging the sword. He gritted his teeth, realizing that the enemy's attack radius was too large, and, swinging her sword, asked the guy where his mood had gone. The girl's sword curved along the way. The protagonist took a stance, realizing that she needed time to deliver the next blow. Jugan parried the attack, and was surprised by his strength. Jugan, holding back the blood in his mouth, realized that his strength was not enough. He threw 2 needles at the opponent. She froze with her mouth open in shock. The girl grinned. She easily repelled the needles. The protagonist gritted his teeth, seeing that his attack was repelled. The girl's sword was already near him. A moment later, the guy's stomach was ripped open. Jugan coughed up blood. He immediately fell to his knees. The guy looked with hatred at the opponent, who was now bragging about the strength of her family. Liguan meanwhile frowned. He understood that it was important to have courage when they fought an opponent stronger than themselves. But Yun wielded a flying wing sword. Because of this, it was impossible to approach her. The girl swung her sword again. The protagonist barely managed to dodge. He stood up and ran into the forest. The girl looked after him and said that he was too pathetic. Liguan approached the lady and said that the lame man had wounds, which is why he coughed up blood when using internal energy. Frowning, the guy assumed that their enemy ran away to regain his strength. Putting her sword in front of her, she said that she just needed to not let him escape. The protagonist hid behind a tree. He looked at his hand. Leaning against the tree, Juggin said that at this rate he would die faster than he realized. The guy looked to the side and struck with her sword. Juggin covered his head from the strong wind. The flow of energy destroyed everything in its path. Standing in the middle of the clearing, and said that she finally found him. The protagonist found himself behind a fallen tree. Gritting his teeth, he began to get up. The girl smirked and said that it was time to put an end to everything. The protagonist stood up listening to the humiliation from the girl. Taking a stance, she said that the concept of shame was most likely unknown to him. Her blade appeared in front of the guy in an instant. He barely parried the blow. But he could not stay on his feet and fell. The protagonist coughed up blood. He raised his head when the girl told him that she knew why he could not defeat her. Smiling, she said that it was in the basis, they were different. Looking at her sword, she began to tell how beautiful her sword technique was. Juggin did not listen to her. He was breathing heavily trying to regain his strength. Pointing at the guy with the sword, she said that he only uses pathetic tricks. The girl grinned and said that his victory is impossible, even if he tries dozens of times. Juggin did not move, trying to come to his senses. He stood up. He understood that they grew up in different conditions. The guy's pupils disappeared when he told himself that he grew up in hell, and she in heaven. That's why her techniques were so grandiose. The protagonist closed his eyes and raised his head. The girl, smiling, said that it was time for them to finish. She swung her sword. Energy began to boil under the guy. He opened his eyes saying that he was not that poor. The guy remembered Rin Jin, who told him to use this technique at a critical moment. Juggin closed his eyes and began to direct his energy. Meanwhile, the girl's sword was approaching him. At that moment, the energy paths that had been blocked for so many years broke through. Grains of poison followed him and began to tear apart the body. Energy rushed into the guy's hand. The poisons in the guy's body followed the energy into the little finger. As a result, the technique became poisonous. A stream of energy burst out of the guy's hand. The stream knocked down the sword and rushed towards the girl. She opened her mouth in shock. Liguan screamed. An arrow of energy pierced the shoulder. Liguan managed to stand in front of the lady and block her. The girl looked at him in shock. The guy fell to his knee. He smiled, saying that it was just a trifle. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth in pain. Looking at the lady, he asked her to take the antidote. The protagonist staggered, barely standing on his feet. The girl clenched her jaw in anger. She took out a pill. Swallowing the pill, she said that the enemy was too mean. Raising her sword, she said that she had just taken the antidote, and now his poison would not work. The girl smiled, saying that he had almost won. Suddenly, her body began to tremble. Manhwa, holding the pill in his hand, said that the pill did not look any different at all. The man behind him said that they had changed the recipe a little. Now the lethality was increased. The man standing by the pond laughed, saying that they had tried hard. Clenching his fist, he said that the previous version was too tedious to use. The fish began to eat the falling crumbs of the pill. Manhwa grinned. Looking at the fish, he said that the elder had terrible taste in choosing names, but no one could come up with such a disguise for a pill. The old man laughed, saying that a person would hope for a healing effect but end up dying. Grinning, he said that he was the one who suggested the pill to Chiak. The fish in the pond died. Yun lowered her blade. Liguan looked at her in fear. Even the protagonist stared at her in surprise. Blood began to drip from her. Blood gushed out of the girl's mouth. She stared at her hand in horror. Her hand was covered in blood. The girl was shaking, trying to understand what was happening to her. She covered her mouth with her hand. Her pupils rolled back. She began to fall to the ground. Liguan screamed as his mistress fell. He crawled to her, asking her to wake up. The guy froze in horror. The girl was shaking. Symptoms of a deadly poison appeared on her body. The protagonist stood behind Liguan. He frowned. The protagonist silently looked at him. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that if he spared them, they would give him everything he wanted. Juggin, standing still, said that civility was not at all suitable for the Chegel. Liguan responded by saying that his task was to protect, not kill. Juggin bowed his head and asked why he should leave them alive and worry about the consequences. Liguan narrowed his eyes and said that in this way he would save himself. Looking at his mistress, he said that if she died, the entire Chegel clan would rise up against him. The protagonist asked the boy angrily if he thought he was not ready for this. Extending his hand, Liguan asked to take his life instead of hers. The boy began to lose consciousness. A moment later, he fell to the ground. The protagonist stood motionless thinking about mercy. He clenched his jaw saying that he would never forgive them. The boy swung his blade saying that they took away his peace and tranquility in life. Kondo, breathing heavily, called Jugun. The boy's eye widened. The events take us to the mountains. Jugun was sitting next to his uncle's bed. Looking at the man, he asked for forgiveness. Bowing his head in sadness, he said that he should not have come here at all. The boy clenched his fist, angry that he had hurt innocent people again. Turning around, he said that it was time for him to go. Jugun froze when his uncle called him. The man, unable to open his eyes, said that looking at him, he realized what an unbearable burden he had taken on himself. Kondo said, breathing heavily, that if he wanted to protect someone, he needed to become stronger, but for now he needed to rely on others in difficult times. The protagonist bowed his head. The events take us to the forest. Jugun walked through the forest. He trembled from time to time. The guy always thought that he had to become stronger, but not to protect others, but because of revenge, because he had no one left. The guy continued walking, deciding to become stronger so as not to cause problems for others. He looked into the distance and became determined. Soon the guy stopped. He stood in front of the entrance to the cave. Lidwan's voice was heard in the cave greeting the protagonist. Silently in front of his mistress, he said that he had already thought about what he had abandoned. Jugun, entering the cave, said that his name was not Lame, but Jugun. The guy nodded tiredly. Holding out a bag, Jugun said that he brought medicine for the poison. Lidwan stood up and thanked the protagonist. The guy nodded and said not to flatter himself, because he had his own intentions, and he did not want to cause misunderstanding. Lidwan, who sat down next to the lady, was puzzled. The protagonist remembered the corpses of the villagers. He remembered the corpse of the heir of the Ojo family. Imagining a pile of corpses, Jugun said that the whole world says that the massacre in Yunnan is his doing. Turning around, the guy said that in fact he was not involved in this, but the members of the Chan clan came to him for revenge. Looking at the lady's face, Lidwan asked if he really was not involved in all this. The protagonist, looking at him, said that his only goal was to take revenge on the murderers of the Yak clan. Looking at the ceiling, the guy said that yesterday he almost lost his life for something he was not involved in at all. When Lidwan turned his head to the guy, he said that his technique did not work and that he was not the one who poisoned the phoenix. Servant Yun froze in horror. Looking at the mistress, he said that she could not have been poisoned. Suddenly, he froze again. He remembered that the girl swallowed the pill. Clutching his head, the guy tried to understand why the alliance that gave them the pill did this. Jugun, looking at the excited guy, said that there were times when he also thought that the alliance was not capable of such a thing. The protagonist, being calm, said that after he saw how Li Jun took the side of the Dok clan and destroyed his Yak clan for no reason. Lidwan gritted his teeth when his interlocutor said that perhaps the goal was an assassination attempt, or a desire to drive him into a corner. Looking at the lying girl, Jugun said that there was someone in the alliance who wanted her dead. Lidwan frowned. Turning around, the protagonist said that now everything depends on him. Turning his back, Jugun said that he had helped them enough. Looking after the guy, Lidwan shouted begging him to take them to the nearest residence of the Chaegao clan, but the guy refused. Turning to the interlocutor, the protagonist said that he was hunting Li Jun, and they were his allies. One day he would definitely kill them. Lidwan jumped up asking the guy to stop. He extended his hand to the kris of the lame man. The servant clenched his fist. He turned to his mistress. She was sweating profusely. Bowing his head, Lidwan told her not to worry, because he would protect her. Soon night fell. The girl's voice was heard in the cave. Lidwan immediately woke up. His eyes widened. In an instant, he was next to his mistress. The girl could barely turn her gaze to him. Then she asked who was the man behind him. Lidwan immediately turned around. He managed to parry the enemy's blade. The servant stood up, blocking his mistress. Clenching his jaw, he asked the killer who he was. The man grinned and asked if he was the Chaegao family's dog. Looking at the girl, he said that this person was his target. A needle came out of his secret pocket. Lidwan frowned when he saw the Amjai. He swung his sword, saying that he would not touch his mistress with the finger. The killer flew back. Gritting his teeth, the guy realized that he was not in the best shape. Straightening up, the killer said that there was no order to kill him, but he himself would die if he used internal energy. Lidwan raised his sword, saying that this was the duty of a protector. A moment later, he disappeared from his place. He swung his sword many times. The man bowed his head and dodged the attack. Then he pulled his body back. Then he quickly stepped aside. The man appeared in front of the guy and said that he was too confident for a man with such speed. Lidwan frowned. The blade flew out of the guy's hand. The man knocked the blade down with a swing of his sword and said that the games were over. A moment later, he swung his sword again. A wound formed on the guy's face. Blood splashed onto the walls of the cave. Lidwan fell to the ground screaming in pain. He desperately grabbed the killer's leg. Clenching his jaw until it hurt, he said that he would not let him approach the lady. The man looked down at him and said that it was all over for him. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened. The protagonist, who had grabbed the enemy, demanded that he lower his weapon. The man frowned angrily looking at the protagonist. Lidwan, who was lying on the floor, was also shocked. The protagonist and the killer looked into each other's eyes. Pointing to the needle, the guy said that the divine water of Samhain was at its tip. The mercenary sweated as he looked at the needle. Letting go of the sword, the assassin asked the boy if he had it left. When the sword fell, the protagonist said that he had only pretended to catch those who were acting on his behalf. Kneeling down, the assassin said that this was complete nonsense, because he had been ordered to kill Yun, nothing more. Grabbing the man by the jaw, the protagonist said that he would make him tell who had given him the order. The boy's pupils flashed as he said that otherwise he would kill him. The man, without moving, said that he was at a loss, because Yun had been sent to kill him, and she was still alive. Were they not his enemies? Lidwan clenched his jaw. The protagonist looked at the assassin and said that it was because his sincere intention was not to help him. The mercenary narrowed his eyes and said that in Murim there was no such thing as sincerity. There was only profit and loss, and he should use them while he could. Juggin grabbed the man by the throat and said that he did not need to be taught how to live. He either told her who his henchman was or he died. The man closed his eyes. He understood that there was no way out. Tired, Yun stood up. The girl frowned when the man said that he did not know who gave the order, because pawns like him did not know anything. Then the mercenary trembled all over. His boss was sitting at the table. Releasing his salji, the man said that he could only die if he did not complete the task. Opening his eyes, the mercenary realized that he would definitely not get out alive. He abruptly struck the guy with his head. Lidwan frowned seeing this. Yun, breathing heavily, could not do anything. The killer raised his hand. The protagonist screamed, ordering him to stop. The guy stuck a needle into the enemy's throat. A needle flew out of the hidden weapon. The needle flew towards its target. A moment later, it pierced the girl's chest. The tired Yun stared at the chest. Lidwan opened his eyes in horror. His cry of despair was heard throughout the cave. The protagonist grabbed the killer by the clothes in anger. Tears flowed from the man's eyes. Juggin looked at Lidwan angrily. He raised his mistress's head. The girl cried and said that she couldn't die. Lidwan cried, calling for his mistress. Tears rolled down the girl's face when she said that her beloved was waiting for her. Turning to Juggin, Lidwan begged, asking him to save her. The guy said nothing. He closed his eyes. The servant cried and screamed for help. Yun said, crying, that she was very close to her dream. Lidwan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The girl's lips barely moved. A moment later, her eyes closed forever. Lidwan froze. His body trembled, and he himself began to get angry. The protagonist bowed his head, understanding the sadness of losing the boy. Lidwan's desperate cry was heard throughout the area. There was bamboo growing at the entrance to the cave. Shinyun told him that he had watched every moment of the lady's life since she was 4 years old, and protected him. Sitting in front of the dead Yun, the man explained that he had gotten used to her habits, actions, manner of speech and movements, and asked if his comrade was familiar with this feeling. The protagonist lowered his head and answered negatively. The servant of the Chiak family said that this girl had become closer to him than himself, and her life was more valuable to him than his own. The fighter covered her face with a cloth and said that today his world died with her. Juggin frowned silently. The swordsman looked down and asked if this dastardly plot was somehow connected to the one using him. The boy assumed that it was, and said that there was a high probability that the Union itself was involved. Shinyun picked up the woman and said that he would go home and would not give evidence that would prove his innocence or talk about the mercenary. The man frowned and said that this was the only way to find out the motives of the people who ordered this murder. The young man raised his eyebrows and explained that this was exactly what he needed. The servant of the Chiak family looked at him and said that the retribution for killing Yun would be worse than anyone could imagine. The warrior sternly knitted his eyebrows and said that he could handle it. Holding the girl in his arms, the fighter asked how much longer his comrade planned to force himself. The poisonous dragon lowered his gaze and said that he would do this until his revenge was complete. The swordsman narrowed his eyes silently. The sunlight illuminated the cave. Shinyun asked his friend to remember the yin-yang in the form of fish in case he encountered the Chiak family or was in a critical situation. Standing in the center of the cave, the man said that in the gate of life of the inner hexagram, there is a gate of death, and inside the gate of death is the gate of the species. The protagonist promised to remember this. Clouds floated across the dark sky. The guys said goodbye. They went their separate ways. The servant of the Chiak family asked his friend to survive and reveal these villains to the world at all costs. Juggin frowned tensely. 6 days later, the sun illuminated the city. Lidwan swung his sword. Someone was watching his training from the side. The disciple looked back. Lidwan frowned sternly. Bowing to him, the silent dragon asked what brought him here and reported that he had finally reached the 6th level of the heavenly human sacred sword technique. The leader of the Union placed his hand on his shoulder. His expression became sadder. The man looked at him in confusion and asked what was wrong. Yun was lying on the ground under a blanket. The shocked villagers gathered around her. Shinyun begged to be killed for failing to protect his mistress. Someone ran forward. The heir of the Beck family opened his mouth wide and called out to his beloved. He saw a servant sitting next to the dead girl. The master's apprentice's eyes widened in fear. His hand trembled. Ligwan lifted the blanket. The silent dragon opened his mouth in horror. A pale woman's body was lying on the ground. The man burst into tears and said that this could not be. The fighter pursed his lips and also began to cry. A piercing scream was heard. Manyo looked out the window. The old man grinned and said that it was impossible to look at such a thing without tears, and suggested that he must be in terrible pain right now from the sudden loss of his beloved. Someone closed the window right in front of his face. Looking back, the advisor asked if his comrade had closed the window to block out the crying, and said that he thought he had a heart despite not being related by blood. Li Jun clenched his fist and explained that there was nothing more indecent than an adult crying, and that it would be great if his student became more rude after what had happened. Standing by the window, the elder reminded them that they knew they were sending the brave phoenix to a deadly place, and asked if they couldn't have chosen someone else. The leader of the Chiak family frowned, but before he could voice his opinion, Shimhak burst into the room and announced that the Chaegal family had arrived. Someone came out from behind him and asked if the Gakshu were there. The man raised his eyebrows and noticed that they had arrived rather quickly. Myung frowned menacingly and declared that his family was ready. The head of the family took a step forward. The old man placed a map on the table and said that they would leave for Yunnan right away, and the leader of the alliance promised to pass this on to the others. After that, the elder walked out the door and said that he was relying on them. The scoundrel raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what this was. The map showed a city that was surrounded by mountains and a wide river. Manyo folded his hands behind his back and deduced that this was a diagram of the 9 palaces and 8 sectors of the Chaegal family. The old man's eyes widened in shock and asked if this was really a tactic of encircling from all sides. The advisor turned his head tensely and asked why the Gakshu had not consulted him. Looking down, King Kong of the Heavenly Sword replied that the price on the lame man's head had risen considerably after the destruction of the Dok clan and the murder of the Yun, and explained that they needed to get rid of him before the plague began. The elder opened his mouth wide and tried to object. Li Jun reminded him that his colleague was the first one who did not listen to his warning. The man raised his eyebrows and asked him to leave Sichuan. The leader of the Chiak family frowned tensely when the head of the union asked if he thought he would not be able to find out about his exploits. The scoundrel lowered his head and said that he needed to cooperate with them to invent a new poison. The King Kong of the Heavenly Sword asked his subordinate to begin the plan. The inspector opened his mouth in shock and asked what was going on. The master gave him a stern look. Li Jun introduced Ligwan next to the girl and said that he was talking about the wedding of his disciple and the disciple of the Sword Queen, the Ice Phoenix. Manyo gritted his teeth and guessed that his comrade had been trying to achieve this from the beginning. The man smirked. The old man imagined a woman with a sword in her hand and decided that the leader thought that he could win over the Sword Queen of the Southern Sea with an alliance between the disciples, so Yun was just an obstacle in his way. Imagining the Jigo family with Myung at their head, the advisor thought about how they still held a high status and realized that his friend had gotten rid of Yun in order to win over her clan, who would go to fight the Safa clan to avenge her death. The elder remembered how he had talked with the girl and realized that his help in eliminating her would instead choke his throat. The leader of the Chiak family gritted his teeth and declared that he could lose everything that was dear to him. The scoundrel opened his eyes wide and called his comrade a scoundrel. King Kong of the Heavenly Sword looked at him in confusion. The Swordmaster turned down the corners of his lips and said that his friend had already broken the warning twice. Li Jun frowned menacingly and ordered him to shut up. The inspector covered his mouth in fear. The old man grabbed Manyo by the robe and asked if he was completely crazy to say something like that. The advisor frowned sternly. Shimhak asked him to apologize immediately. The man cast a displeased glance to the side. The leader of the union decided to forgive him this time. The elder waved the servant away and suggested that he might still be useful. Holding a cup in his hands, King Kong of the Heavenly Sword said that on the game board, both a soldier and a cannon were valuable. Squinting, the leader of the Chiak family wondered what value the one who had subjugated the Chaegal family saw in him, and suggested that they wanted to use him for other purposes. The scoundrel frowned sternly. Manyo looked at the Swordmaster and asked if he really planned to shake Sichuan. Li Jun silently finished his tea. The old man smiled and said that his words about there always being someone better were true. The inspector opened his mouth in surprise. The advisor spread his arms and asked if he felt sorry to get rid of the lame man right now, because he could be used. Shimhak reminded him that an all-out war with the Safa clan would soon begin, so they did not have time for this. The elder narrowed his eyes sternly and asked if the Kokshu was really aiming for the position of commander-in-chief of the troops. The man lowered the corners of his lips and froze. The head of the union squeezed the cup in his hand and declared that he would not mince words. The shutters opened with a crash. All the windows in the room were open. Sheets of paper flew into the air. King Kong of the Heavenly Sword said that he wanted to conquer the whole world. The inspector began to catch the scattered documents. The Swordmaster asked his comrade to throw these thoughts out of his head and silently follow him. Li Jun raised his eyebrows and promised to give him a province when he had the whole world in his hands. The leader of the Chiak family smirked and said that he would gladly accept his gift. The scoundrel headed for the exit and concluded that he had no choice but to agree, even if it was a trap. Walking along the corridor, Manhwa thought that he did not need either the provinces or the whole world. The old man looked ahead menacingly and realized that he only needed the lame man. His eyes turned bloodshot. The advisor left silently. A stream flowed in the forest. The protagonist clenched and unclenched his fingers. Juggin sat on the bank and examined his muscles. In his memory, energy burst out of his hand. The boy realized that after using the technique of dividing the arrow projectile, changes had occurred in his body, and he realized that he no longer felt such strong pain and recoil when controlling internal energy. The youth looked back when he heard a noise in the bushes. The warrior raised his hand. The poisonous dragon suddenly thrust it forward and used the dragon grip. He grabbed the snake. Looking at it, the protagonist thought that the amount of his internal energy had increased to 1 capsha, and decided that he could use it with his entire right side of his body. The snake bit his wrist. Juggin assumed that now he would be able to use other secret techniques of the Yak clan, which were previously unavailable to him. The reptile looked at him puzzled. The guy realized that he had not heard that the finger of the wind increases internal energy. The young man let go of the animal and decided that the goddess of desires knew something, since she had already passed on such a technique to him. The snake crawled back into the bushes. The warrior rose to his feet and realized that he could become even stronger. After that, the poisonous dragon walked away. The sky turned orange. The protagonist went out onto the hill. A map of the area appeared. From the outskirts of northwestern Yunnan to the Murim Alliance branch in Huguang province, one can get through Sichuan. Juggin took a step forward and thought that the final point of his path of vengeance was the place where Li Jun was. The boy saw a fortress ahead and decided that he would have to cross Namga village to get to Sichuan. A gust of wind ruffled his hair. The youth silently looked forward. He looked back and asked who it was. Behind him, on a rock, stood a man. His face was hidden in the shadow. The warrior narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Myung gave him a menacing look. The poisonous dragon looked at him with fear. 2 giant black eyes stared at him. The protagonist gritted his teeth and realized that he could not even move. Blood flowed from his mouth. Juggin forcefully punched the air with his fist. The man, whose eyes had been cleared of the black veil, was surprised that he had managed to break his spell and noticed that his hands were stained with an incredible amount of blood. The boy frowned sternly as the elder decided that it was this fierce ferocity that had allowed him to take the life of his niece. The head of the Chiak family opened his fan and introduced himself as the uncle of the deceased Yun. Gritting his teeth, the master declared that he had come here on behalf of his family to get even with the murderer, adding that the heavens themselves should punish him for this sin. Standing on the stone, Myung urged him to tell him about the Safa clan that stood behind him, their goals, location and composition, and promised to kill him quickly in exchange for this information. Frowning, the young man replied that he had nothing to do with them and acted alone, and explained that the brave phoenix had not died because of him. Looking down, the man said that it was a lie and asked if he thought such excuses would save him, since the entire alliance knew of his crimes. Looking away, the warrior said that he had merely answered his question and added that he had something else he wanted to ask. Soldiers were hiding behind the trees. The poisonous dragon wondered when the Chiak family had sunk to the status of dogs who listened to the Union's commands. The protagonist, with his mouth wide open, assumed that they lacked the wisdom to see the whole truth and was surprised that they wanted to capture him alone with the whole group. The head of the family frowned menacingly and asked if killing Yun was not enough for him. The elder snapped his fan shut and was indignant that the enemy wanted to humiliate his family. Cracks appeared on the stone under his feet. Juggin clenched his teeth tensely. The master jumped off the stone and said that this was not a trial or a battle at all. The boulder split in half. Its fragments fell to the ground. Myung declared that this was retribution. Veins appeared on his forehead. The boy turned down the corners of his lips and asked why they hesitated if they were so determined. His eyes lit up. The young man looked at his enemy from under his brows and urged him to show him his retribution. An ominous aura appeared around the heroes. The warrior narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The man continued to glare at him. The head of the Chiak family closed his eyes and asked what kind of incitement this was. The poisonous dragon took out darts. The elder asked if the enemy really wanted to use the poison that was behind his back, and said that such cheap tricks would not work on him. The master opened his fan and explained that he, a man of not noble blood, had nothing to oppose his family, and besides, a quick death was not an equivalent punishment for what he had done. Holding his hand behind his back, the protagonist asked what he was going to do. Myung replied that his family had its own methods. Juggin looked at the village. The man asked him to forget about going through Namga to get to Sichuan province. The head of the Chiak family waved his fan and said that as soon as he left the village, real hell would begin for him. A piece of paper stuck into the ground under the boy's feet. The paper bent in half. The boy picked it up and examined it carefully. It had the inscription "Merciless Poisonous Lame." The elder explained that it was a death amulet that they gave to those they swore to destroy at all costs. The master frowned sternly and added that the enemy may not ask for mercy or a quick death when he gets to the military camp, because he will have to meet his end in terrible fear anyway. The warrior gave him a stern look. The villain turned away and asked him to prepare himself and come to them so that despair would develop in him even more. After that, Myung disappeared from sight. The poisonous dragon clenched his fist. The protagonist swallowed the death amulet and decided to accept the invitation. Clouds floated above the village. Jugun took a step forward. As he walked down the street, the boy thought about how he was going to meet the Chaegao family in Sichuan anyway, but they began to act much faster than he thought. The villagers looked at him disapprovingly. The young man realized that this fight would be different from the previous ones, because before he managed to first prepare traps and attack the enemy from behind. The warrior passed by the homeless man and realized that now everything depended on his response to the enemy's strategy. People watched him go. The poisonous dragon decided that his enemy had an advantage in numbers and geography, and his position was more like a caged rat. Various tools and weapons lay on the racks. The protagonist entered the shop and thought about how Chaegao did not catch him right away, but tied his hands and feet in the village. The blacksmith asked if the client was looking for something specific. Jugun looked around and realized that the enemies must clearly have a reason for doing this. The guy noticed a sickle on a chain and realized that he could not waste the allotted time. The young man took the sickle in his hands. Looking around, he asked how much it cost and decided that unpredictability was a brilliant move against the enemy's carefully organized plan, so he needed to introduce as many unknown variables as possible. The sun set below the horizon, turning the sky orange. Soldiers were walking around the military camp. Myung was sitting at the table. The man frowned and asked if the scouts had not returned yet. Sanghi looked down and said that they would soon arrive at the barracks. A soldier entered the tent to report. He looked up and reported that they had not noticed anything unusual about the lame man, except for buying weapons and constantly training. The advisor crossed his arms and asked what the point of training now, since nothing would change anyway. The soldier suggested that their enemy had lost his mind after receiving the death amulet. Gritting his teeth, the leader of the Chaegao family said that this man was not that simple and reminded them that Yun died because of him. In the memory, the girl swung her sword. The elder told him that his niece practiced a powerful technique called the Blue Energy Gate, and even received a poison-neutralizing pill from the Alliance. The master frowned and assumed that their opponent must have a backup plan, since he managed to deal with the brave phoenix. The villain imagined his glowing eyes and told him that the lame man did not show an ounce of fear towards him, but on the contrary, tried to provoke him and find an opportunity to attack. The commander narrowed his eyes and said that, according to rumors, in the battle against the Doak families, the villain thought out tactics instead of fighting face to face. Spreading his arms, the fighter asked why they were giving him extra time and suggested that they attack him right in Namda village. Myung slammed his fist on the table and declared that in a battle of cunning against cunning, the Chaegao family would never lose. Sony looked down. The man explained that if the lame man tried to use a trick, they would show the difference between them with their immense wisdom. The soldier knelt down and asked for forgiveness. The head of the family gritted his teeth menacingly, and thought that if they were satisfied with simply killing the enemy who killed Yun, the whole world would laugh at them. A bird flew across the sky. Pyongbok extended his hand for the bird to sit on, and said that it had arrived just in time. The servant took the letter from its paw. Suddenly, his mouth opened in surprise. A bright light lit up the cave and screams were heard. The man fell to his knees and reported that they had just received a letter from an informant in Yunnan. Renjen took the letter. Her comrade explained that the Chaegao had been besieging the village of Namga for half a month, but the civilians were still unaware of anything. The fighter raised his eyebrows and added that rumors had begun to spread among the Kanho members that there was a poisonous lame man in Namga. The girl studied the letter carefully and said that something like this must have happened after the boy dealt with the brave phoenix. The woman looked at her subordinate and asked what they meant by besieging the village. Pyongbok replied that the poisonous lame man had received a death amulet from Chaegao and had not left Namga for about 2 weeks. The head of the Safa clan smiled and decided that such tricks were very similar to the behavior of this impudent guy. The people were unloading a cart with sacks. The servant told them that Chaegao was suffering from high food costs and had already requested help from the Union. The man frowned and reported that, according to rumors, Chaegao was going to attack them together with the Murim Union after they captured the lame man. The fighter smiled and asked if this was not a good time to strike at them. Rinjen declared that it was brilliant. Her comrade blushed and thanked her. The girl declared that she was not talking about him, but about the enemy. Sitting on the throne, the woman explained that they were passively busy guarding the alleys and doing nothing, and asked how a family that was once part of the military could plan a strategy without paying attention to the supply of the most important goods. The head of the Safa clan put her hand to her chin and decided that the enemy wanted them to come and save the lame man. whom the Chiak considered one of their clan. Pyongbok gaped in surprise and declared that then they did not need to respond to their call. Rising to her feet, the elder asked him to prepare to return to Yunnan, and said that if they ignored this call, then the Chiak's diligent efforts would be in vain. Renjin lit a fire in her hand and thought that the scoundrel had deliberately given the boy such a grandiose nickname in order to use it for his own purposes and get behind Chiak's lines. The flames shot up. The girl realized that her opponent had not yet emerged from the swamp of conspiracies, intrigues and dirty tricks, and decided that one day there would come a day of retribution for what he had done. The woman opened her fan and suggested playing along with the military. The Guizhou branch was illuminated by the setting sun. A throwing knife with a letter flew forward. The dagger pierced the wall behind Liguan. The man lowered his head. He looked back. The blade of the knife sparkled. The doors of the room suddenly opened. The silent dragon came out into the corridor and told his subordinate that he needed to step away for a while. When the servant tried to object, the fighter opened his mouth wide and asked him to lie to the teacher because the matter was very urgent. The Swordmaster's apprentice gritted his teeth. The swordsman frowned menacingly and urged the poisonous lame man to wait for him. On the table lay a letter with the location of the main character. Liguan declared that he would console his beloved soul by reprisal against him. At night, carts with provisions were driving through the forest. The man who held the torch yawned widely. Suddenly, an arrow flew past him. Bandits emerged from the bushes. The merchant realized that he needed to report the attack immediately. Someone put a hand on his shoulder and urged him not to let himself be confused. Sanghi stepped forward and declared that this was the only way to call himself a member of the Chiak family. The man kicked the scoundrel in the chest. The soldiers tied up the bandits. One of them assumed that they were not members of Chafa, and reported that none of the attackers knew how to use internal energy. The advisor crossed his arms and said that none of the commoners knew the path they were taking and that the bandits had timed their arrival precisely. Drawing his sword, the commander concluded that someone had given them orders and decided that they needed to find out the truth at any cost. The stranger opened his mouth wide and asked for mercy and explained that they were just trying to make some money. The commander raised his sword in front of him and asked who had ordered it. The full moon was shining in the sky. It was morning and clouds were floating above the village. Leaves were swirling in the air. Suddenly, someone cut them into pieces. The protagonist swung his sickle. Juggin frowned and thought about the fact that he had been practicing the art of Kuzurigama here for 3 weeks already. The villain was watching him from behind a tree and the boy realized that the Chiak still did not want to attack first. The young man swung the chain and decided that it gave him time to prepare. The warrior walked through the village. A man with a book was sitting on the ground. The poison dragon looked back when he called out to him. Taking up the glass with the sticks, Pyongbok noticed that clouds had gathered on his face and offered to tell his fortune for only 2 fun. Squinting, the protagonist thought that he had not seen him here before and found him suspicious. Juggin looked at the locals and decided that it would be a good idea to check what all this meant. The boy sat down next to him and asked the seer to tell him what luck awaited him in the future. The man shook the glass and told him about how unreasonable rains prevented spring from leaving, and how peach blossoms fell from the branches. The boy watched him carefully. The servant Safa abruptly took out a stick and declared that this was his luck. The warrior took the prediction from his hands. The poisoned dragon tensely read its contents. On the stick was written the near future, the troops of Chiak, the tactics of the 9 palaces and 8 sectors. Pyongbok smiled and asked if he should explain the meaning of the prediction. The protagonist looked back and decided that they should talk elsewhere. The heroes walked along an alley. The man said that compared to Sichuan, the weather here was quite pleasant. He took out needles and said that they had gone far enough. Safa's servant threw darts at the people who were chasing them. Juggin looked at them and explained that he knew that this was not a simple fortune teller. The boy asked if the goddess of desires had sent him. The fighter put his hand on his shoulder and replied that his mistress had ordered him to help him. The youth asked why she needed it. Pyongbok reached into the stranger's pocket and said that he also did not understand why the mistress would show mercy to someone who refused an outstretched hand. The warrior frowned and realized why the Chiak had not touched him all this time. The man took out the money and explained that the villains were waiting for them because they thought the lame man belonged to their clan. The poisonous dragon asked if their actions did not confirm these rumors. The servant of Safa clutched the clothes of the pursuer and said that it did not depend on them and that the enemies would not stop calling the lame man a member of their clan. The fighter threw the bodies of the villains in the corner and said that the mistress thought that instead of waiting for the Chiak to attack, it would be better to save him and find out the true intentions of the enemy. The bandit pointed his finger towards the forest. Pyongbok added that they had come up with a plan to rescue the boy and distract the enemy. The bandit pointed to a house in the dense forest. The soldiers broke down the door. Sanghi gritted his teeth in displeasure. There was nothing inside. The man assumed that the enemy was already beginning to understand what was happening. The servant of Safa spread his arms and thought that his story had already made the lame man understand that it was time for them to leave. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock when he learned that the village would soon be brutally murdered and asked why they would attack Namga. The fighter raised his hand and replied that such a development would be to their advantage because rumors that the Chiak family had surrounded the lame man had spread throughout Gango. There were traces of blood on the ground. Pyongbok asked who he thought would be blamed for the terrible tragedy that had happened in Namda and explained that everyone would think that the clan had taken the villagers hostage. Jugan narrowed his eyes and remembered that this had happened many times before. The boy raised his hand and said that he found it hard to believe that such a famous family could do such a thing to ordinary civilians. The man frowned, realizing that his friend did not know who he was fighting against, and told him that Kangho was currently not driven by courage and justice, but by profit. The elders gathered in front of the scales. Everything depended on which option would prevail. Raising his index finger, the servant of Safa said that they had very little time, and decided to briefly tell him what Kangho was like now. The people in the military camp were busy with their own affairs. For a long time the Beck family had given maximum support to the implementation of the Chegal strategy due to grief over Yun's death. Myung was reading a letter. For a whole month there was no news from him, so the Union began to grow dissatisfied with their family. Li Jun stood by the window. If the head of the family only got the head of the lame man out of a thirst for revenge, then the Union would be worried about his future reputation. The man clutched the letter in his hand. The head of the Union hoped that he would not allow this to happen and would take all necessary measures. Bowing to him, Sangyu reported that the members of Safa who had staged the attack had already disappeared from sight, adding that they were not attacking personally, but were mobilizing various bandit gangs that were nearby. Gritting his teeth, the elder realized that they had guessed their intentions and decided to mock them, and thought that they would not be able to capture the goddess of desires so easily. Standing behind him, the advisor asked what they should do now. The master replied that the pride of the entire family was involved in this matter, so they could not make a mistake. The commander frowned. Myung ordered him to prepare to leave for Namga. The man turned around and declared that they would crush the entire village along with the lame man. Clouds hung over the building. Pyongbok raised his index finger and said that originally, Kanho had the concepts of justice and bravery, and people fought for noble thoughts and ideologies. The sun rose over the village. Several decades ago everything changed when the Murim Union united all the Bekto clans and Haywell became its leader. The old man's red robe stretched across the floor. For the sake of forming the union, he did not reject other ideologies. On the contrary, he managed to find a method that helped to unite them into a single whole. The scales were empty. On the surface the union represented a moral duty, but in fact, the new criterion on the basis of which Murim began to make decisions was benefit. People put weights on the scales. Depending on the choice, they began to count their losses and gains, and Kanho followed Murim in the name of its prosperity. One scale tipped, moral duty became something that the members of the union could sacrifice as much as they wanted for the sake of gain. Gritting his teeth, the man reported that many of the noble families had begun to degenerate and promote the union, and stated that the Kanho that his friend knew was already in the past. The protagonist frowned, and the servant Safa said that Shigal's actions were routine for the new Kanho because they were beneficial to Murim. Jugan asked why the leader had created such a world, and the fighter spread his arms and replied that he could only assume that such a situation was somehow beneficial to him and that the person he wanted to take revenge on thought the same way. The guy looked down and realized that all this time he had thought that he was fighting Li Jun and his forces. The young man imagined the heads of the noble families and realized that all these people were simply acting on the principle of profit. The warrior put his hand to his head and decided that he must crush the order of the new Kanho, in which even atrocities are the norm. Pyongbok put his hand on his shoulder and said that it was time for them to go, because soon there would be nothing left of the village. The poisonous dragon pursed his lips and concluded that those sacrificed to the powerful order were always the defenseless. The protagonist clenched his fists and declared that he was not going anywhere. The man asked what that meant. Jugan looked back and explained that he would not run away if the villagers were in danger, because what had happened was his fault, and he alone was responsible. Safa's servant opened his mouth in shock and asked what he was talking about. The boy frowned sternly and said that he would stay here to fight Chegal and find out how much the Kanho his comrade had told him about had changed. The fighter grabbed his head and asked how he was going to fight against the huge army. The boy replied that he had fought all this time because he hoped for victory, and had not sat idly by waiting for an attack. Pyongbok gritted his teeth in displeasure. Looking down, the warrior explained that he had promised himself not to live for the sake of living, and asked his friend to convey his gratitude to the goddess of desires. The man put his hand to his forehead and asked if he had really had to strain himself for this. The poisonous dragon asked him for forgiveness. Turning away, the servant of Safa said that it was clear to him why the lady liked the boy so much and prayed for him to be okay. The fighter walked away and wished him luck. He closed his eyes and realized that this man had decided to stand up to the whole world alone. The protagonist watched him go silently. Many people were walking around the village. Flags with the inscription nobility were fluttering in the wind. The man and woman waved to each other and said goodbye. Suddenly, soldiers from the Chegal family approached them. A local looked back and noticed a grinning fighter. Chogyal narrowed his eyes slyly. Sangyu watched the village from a hill. A blue flag was fluttering near the fortress. A soldier placed the same flag at the opposite gate. The advisor looked back and reported that the cordon of Namga was complete. Myung said that there was a great view from here. The elder hit his hand with his fan and ordered the battle to begin. The fighter blew his horn. Standing in the middle of the street, the villain realized that they had been given a sign. At that moment, he cut the body of a local villager with his sword. His torso was cut in half. The woman ran to her husband and screamed in fear that they were being attacked by bandits. Holding a bloody sword in his hand, the man asked her not to put them in the same category as ordinary gangs. The soldiers grabbed their swords when Chogyal ordered them to kill all the villagers. Blood sprayed into the air, screams were heard. Smoke rose above the village. People ran to the back gate to escape the villains. There they were met by the second half of the army. The survivors were surrounded. The fighter said that they had nowhere else to run. A local raised his hand and asked why they were doing this. The servant of the Chogyal family replied that they were destined to become victims of Safa in the name of moral duty. Suddenly, an explosion was heard behind the houses. A cloud of black smoke rose into the sky. The commander frowned and asked what it was. A second explosion thundered next to them. The man covered his face with his hand and loudly asked what was happening. Standing on the hill, Sangi asked why the explosion happened and suggested that the people of Namga were hiding gunpowder. Myung gritted his teeth and said that it was obvious. The elder narrowed his eyes and said that only one person could do this. Someone stepped on the wooden floor. A fire started in the village. The head of the Chogyal family wondered if the lame man had decided to confront his army. Chogyal raised his sword, trying to understand what was happening here. A subordinate asked him to look up. The fighter looked back and frowned in displeasure. A man was standing on the roof of the burning building. The protagonist was holding a sickle in his hands. The servant gritted his teeth and realized that this was their enemy, who had killed Yun and defiled their entire family. Juggin gave him a stern look. The soldiers continued to kill the villagers. The boy realized that even after the disappearance of the Dok clan, innocent people continued to lose their lives. The villain cut the villager's body with his sword. Watching the chaos from the roof of the house, the boy realized what the current Kanho was like. The warrior clutched the chain in his hand. The people turned around when the poisonous dragon attracted their attention. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist shouted that the village gates were already occupied and called on the villagers to run to the outer wall, where a passage had formed. The villagers opened their mouths in fear, not understanding what he was talking about. They looked at each other and decided that this could be a trap that would allow the enemy to deal with them in one go. Standing on the roof, Juggin explained that they had no time to hesitate, because everyone who remained here would die. Chogyal gritted his teeth in displeasure. The villagers watched the boy tensely. He frowned menacingly and asked them all to stay alive. The villagers opened their mouths in horror and realized that they had no other choice. The soldier raised his sword and ordered his comrades to give chase. The man turned down the corners of his lips and said that he was simply speechless. The soldier frowned furiously and was indignant at the behavior of Safa's henchmen. The people continued to run forward. A passage actually appeared in the outer wall. The villager ran outside the village and shouted that they were saved, but soldiers immediately ran up to them. The local man opened his mouth in fear. The scoundrel swung his sword. A throwing knife flashed in the air. The dagger knocked the enemy off his horse. Pyengbok waved his hand and asked the villagers to run to them. Safa's servant smiled and was surprised that his young friend had time to study all of Namda and prepare all this. The village was raging with fire, and the villagers had already left it. Sangi frowned and decided to follow them, but Myung said it was too late. The man closed his eyes and explained that the explosion had already attracted enough attention, and the lame man had shown himself to the entire village, meaning they were not the only ones watching what was happening. A fog had fallen on the mountains, and the elder said that they needed to shut the villagers' mouths so that they would not spread false rumors, but they did not know who was hiding among them. Holding a fan in his hand, the head of the Chogyal family said that they could not give chase so as not to arouse suspicion, because otherwise the world would hear that this atrocity had been committed by their family. The advisor gritted his teeth in displeasure, and the master thought that the one who had been brutally killing people all this time and had dealt with Yun could not change out of a sense of justice. Standing on the hill, Myung decided he didn't know why he was putting on this whole show and mentally urged the enemy not to even think about escaping from them. The man lowered the corners of his lips and ordered the troops to begin distributing. A giant yin-yang sign appeared. Black smoke rushed into the sky. Someone climbed onto the roof. Chogyal put his sword on his shoulder and explained that the Jegal family would no longer pursue the villagers and would focus on catching the lame man. The protagonist looked back. The fighter was surprised that the enemy would let the villagers escape because it was unlike him. The soldier narrowed his eyes suspiciously when Juggin explained how he thought there was a misunderstanding due to the false information the Alliance provided. Lowering his head, the boy said that he understood everything when the man who called himself the uncle of the brave phoenix blocked his path and concluded that the people blamed him for the massacre of Yun. The corpses of the villagers were lying on the ground, and the young man was outraged that the villains were killing innocent people so mercilessly. The warrior turned around and asked how low Che Gal had fallen. The servant raised his sword and asked if he really wanted to lecture him after killing Lady Yun. Standing in front of him, the poisonous dragon stated that even if that were true, they had no reason to take out their anger on the villagers. Chejiel explained that the brave phoenix had died because of Safa's intrigues, which meant the beginning of a war between him and Che Gal. The protagonist frowned in disdain when the man added that wars always come with inevitable casualties. Smirking, the soldier suggested that the people of the Safa clan were going to break ties with him and abandon him, and said that they would create the appearance of their presence even if they did not show up. The fighter spread his arms and concluded that this was why the locals had to die to avoid even greater atrocities in the future. Juggin asked if they really wanted to wash away all their sins by making up excuses. The servant narrowed his eyes and replied that they were just following orders and asked why he even cared about the lives of these people, and shouldn't he care. The boy clenched his teeth in anger. The young man imagined a burning forest, and stated that he had been in their place. Chogyal looked at him in confusion. The warrior, covered in an ominous aura, said that he would not feel remorse in killing ordinary puppets. The man clenched his fist and declared that it was too late. The soldiers jumped onto the roof and were ordered to kill the enemy. The poisonous dragon took a fighting stance. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips and used the execution of the lonely moon. With one swing of the chain, he managed to destroy all 4 mercenaries. The servant frowned tensely as he saw the blood splatter. His dead comrades flew into the air. Juggin glared at his opponent. The villain raised his sword in front of him. An iron chain immediately entangled its blade. Chogyal looked at his weapon in horror. The boy raised his hand. He grabbed his opponent by the throat. Ash swirled above the building. A cloud of smoke rose. The man realized that his enemy actually belonged to the Safa clan. The soldier grabbed him by the shoulder and declared that everything was ready. The flags fluttered in the wind. The fighter reported that the formation of 9 palaces and 8 sectors was already assembled. A magic circle in the shape of the yin-yang sign appeared above the city. Servant Chagao grinned and declared that his death would not give the enemy any hope of salvation, because there was no way out of this labyrinth. Suddenly, something flashed in the air. The young man raised the enemy in front of him, and said that this was not so at all. The warrior narrowed his eyes and explained that it was not he who was surrounded by the formation, but they. Tears flowed down the scoundrel's cheeks. The poisonous dragon declared that he would gladly accept this invitation. After that, the protagonist released his opponent. Juggin stood on the edge of the roof. The sound of a blow was heard. The boy lowered his head, and there was a noise behind him. He turned around. A flash appeared far away in the mountains. Myung opened his fan. The entire village was engulfed in flames. Soldiers ran through the streets, trying to find the lame man. At that moment, the boy jumped off the roof. The warrior swung his sickle. He managed to kill one of the fighters with one blow. The other 2 scoundrels rushed into battle. The blood of his comrade splashed on the face of one of them. The poisonous dragon killed his comrade with a sickle. The man opened his eyes the moment a blade appeared in front of him. Shigal's member looked at him in fear. The neighboring building burned to the ground. Soldiers walked through the streets, looking for the enemy. The protagonist hid behind a column. A man was walking ahead. Juggin realized that the smoke was hiding him, but the enemy was still not far behind. The boy narrowed his eyes and concluded that the villains were moving in groups, so to defeat them, he needed to break their formation. Clutching the sickle in his hand, the boy decided that no matter how perfect the formation was, if it was led by a man, then he must have a weak spot. The man raised his weapon. The warrior pounced on him from behind. Blood spurted. The poisonous dragon cut the enemy's throat. He threw his body into the fire. The protagonist looked back and wanted to continue getting rid of the enemies one by one to study their movements first. Juggin took a fighting stance when he heard the screams of the Chagao members. A soldier ran out of a cloud of smoke. The boy cut his throat in one motion. The dead fighter fell to the ground. The boy gritted his teeth and, hearing the sound of a whistle, realized that they had developed a way to report his location. The flames spread to the nearby houses. Myung frowned menacingly and thought about the 9 palaces and 8 sectors, a formation in which the army surrounds the enemy and destroys them, causing them to experience terrible fear. The elder imagined a lame man walking through a labyrinth, and remembered that the formation changes based on the enemy's movement, turning into a mobile labyrinth. The white stones surrounded the black chip. The 8 formations were not determined from the beginning. The black stone changed the trajectory of the move. While the masters of the 5 elements gather and disperse, 8 gates are formed by themselves. The white chips followed the enemy, then the gates disband and form again, and this is repeated over and over again. The fish swam one after another. The head of the Chagao family realized that in this case, the battlefield turns into yin-yang. The gears began to spin. The Swordmaster thought that if they were properly interlocked, the enemy's movements would be visible through and through. The warrior continued to run forward. The Gate of Death, where the maximum power of Chagao was concentrated, appeared before him. The villain narrowed his eyes and realized that now only death awaited him. The soldier swung his sword. The poisonous dragon looked back. He managed to block the enemy's blow with a chain. The sword hit it with a ringing sound. The protagonist found himself behind the enemy. Juggin stabbed him with a sickle. Dead fighters lay on the ground. The guy turned around and realized that he had gone too far from the starting point, which meant that they were trying to drive him somewhere. Gritting his teeth, the young man thought about how he would not be able to get out of the formation if things continued like this, and decided that he needed to figure out how to break the formation. The warrior's eyes widened and remembered how Xingyun asked him to remember the yin-yang fish. Then the servant picked up Yun's body and told him where the Gate of Death and Insight were. On the ground lay a flag with the inscription Gate of Pain. The poison dragon looked at him in amazement. Suddenly, a hail of arrows fell on him. The protagonist frowned and realized that he would not be able to dodge them. The arrows fell down. They hit the ground with force. Juggin lifted the soldier's corpse over his head. Dozens of arrows pierced it. The boy narrowed his eyes tensely. Approaching his leader, Sangye reported that the enemy was at the Gate of Pain, and added that they had briefly led the army to the side and began firing. Myung decided that they would not be able to kill him so easily. The man lowered his gaze and ordered his subordinate to lure the lame man into the Gate of Insight. The young man gritted his teeth. He jumped to the side where there were no arrows. An enemy fighter appeared in front of him. The warrior looked at him tensely. He managed to dodge a sharp blow with a sword. The poison dragon killed the villain with the sickle. He had a furious look. The elder narrowed his eyes and ordered the advisor to lure him into the gates of death. 2 more soldiers came running to the protagonist. Juggin took out a handful of tetsubishi. The fighters ran out to meet him. The boy threw the spikes on the ground. The fire continued to rage in the village. The head of the Chaegao family watched from the hill. Sangye grinned and offered to give a signal to complete the construction of the gate. The elder slyly knitted his brows and declared that the lame man's life would finally end. The villains swung their swords. Their comrades put their weapons forward. The master realized that they had led the killer into the gates of death and surrounded him. Suddenly, the soldier knitted his brows tensely. There was no one in front of him and his comrades. The fighters lowered their weapons and wondered where their enemy had disappeared to. The men looked at each other in amazement. Black smoke rose above the houses. Someone shouted that the lame man had disappeared. Standing on the hill, the advisor asked how this was possible and explained that he had nowhere to run because he was surrounded by dozens of their soldiers. Frowning menacingly, Myung remembered how a man who was a martial artist once destroyed the formation by force, and realized that the enemy had never disappeared so suddenly. Suddenly, the head of the Chaegao family widened his eyes in fear. The elder gritted his teeth and said that it was impossible for some henchmen of Safa to know about the gate of life of their formation. The youth hid behind the building. Sitting on the ground, the warrior realized that the gate of life of the inner hexagram is in the gate of death, which is located in the gate of insight. Soldiers walked along the streets. The poisonous dragon realized that he was in the dead zone of the formation. The protagonist squinted and thought that he needed to find a way to destroy the formation in order to get out. In his memory, Xingyun frowned and asked him to remember the yin-yang in the form of fish. Juggin imagined the fish and realized that this taiji meant the continuous clash of yin and yang, which implied the endless movement of the formation. Looking at the enemies, the boy noticed that they had lost sight of him, which meant that the formation was changing without having a center of gravity. The boy frowned tensely. The fighters came forward and wondered how they could search in such a place when the flames were only getting stronger. The man raised his hand to his forehead and was indignant that their leader was simply giving orders without knowing what was really happening below. Raising his sword, the scoundrel asked if there was any point in continuing the search if their target had simply evaporated, and suggested that the lame man might have died somewhere. A soldier accidentally stepped on a tetsubishi. He suddenly raised his foot and screamed. His comrade asked what happened. Suddenly, foam flowed from the fighter's mouth. His body fell to the ground. The man did not understand what had happened to him. Suddenly, the villain opened his mouth in amazement. Member Chaegao noticed the bulging veins on his friend's face, and realized that this was the effect of the poison. The soldier turned around and shouted that their enemy was right there. Black smoke covered the sky, and the sound of a whistle was heard. Standing on the mountain, Sangye asked if the lame man had appeared at the gate of healing. The advisor raised his hand and ordered his subordinate to direct the majority of the formation to the gate of healing. Myung narrowed his eyes and thought about it. The elder frowned and found it strange that their enemy was not hiding at the gate of life. The fighter raised his hand to his mouth and ordered the others to reorganize the formation and head for the gate of healing. The men cautiously walked forward. The villain looked back and asked how the lame man managed to break through there. His comrade assumed that the enemy was moving, hiding in the flames. A soldier caught his foot on a tripwire. A dart immediately flew into his neck. His comrade turned around and asked what happened. The fighter replied that something had pricked his neck. Suddenly blood began to flow from his mouth. His body fell to the ground. The scoundrel asked where the enemy could have come from. The man took out a whistle to warn the others about this. The Chaegao members looked around, not understanding what was going on, since the lame man could not have traveled from one gate to the other in such a short time. At that moment, the protagonist jumped out of the smoke cloud. The soldier turned around in fear. Jugun had cut his body with a sickle. The commander's mouth opened in shock. The sound of whistles could be heard from every corner of the burning village. Dead fighters lay on the ground at the gate of healing. Their comrade who was at the gate of limits had also fallen. Those who guarded the gate of insight were also dead. Even the villains at the gate of pain had been killed. Sangi frowned menacingly and asked if the lame man had split into several parts. The head of the Chiak family gritted his teeth and said that the enemy had set traps everywhere. The Swordmaster looked down and decided that despite the pitiful situation, he had managed to show ingenuity. But this was his last prank before his death. Raising his hand, Myung urged his subordinates not to panic and ordered them to reorganize the large-scale formation. The boy narrowed his eyes suspiciously. There was a group of enemies ahead. The boy realized that he was in the rear. He killed one of the soldiers and realized that he had deviated from the flow of the formation. Tetsubishi were lying on the ground. The warrior decided that the traps he set had confused the enemy and sowed panic. The corpse fell to the ground. The poisonous dragon concluded that moving against the formation was the right decision. The protagonist looked to the side and thought that he could get out if he continued to act in the same spirit. After that, he ran forward. The fire in the village continued. Someone shouted that he saw a lame man. Jugun swung his sickle. The boy attacked the fighter from behind. Then the boy killed 2 more opponents. He had a tense look. The villain dropped his sword, and blood gushed from his mouth. The chain flashed in front of his comrade's face. A powerful blow stunned the man. The warrior's brows furrowed sternly. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed. Ahead was a broken outer wall. The poison dragon smiled confidently. In an instant, the smile disappeared from his face. Ligwan lowered his head and said that he was lucky to have escaped the line. The man came out from behind the wall and thanked him for not having to look for him. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and asked who it was. The silent dragon pursed his lips. The master's disciple opened his eyes wide and introduced himself. Jugun stared at him in fear. The heir of the Beck family frowned and said that he had come to avenge Yun. Clouds gathered over the Murim branch in Jiangxi province. Someone was grinding herbs with a special device. There were vases on the shelves. Legion entered the room. A man was standing on the opposite side of the office. Hual did not even turn around, continuing to grind herbs. The man approached him and asked what he was making. The old man replied that he was making a purple heaven pill. The Beck family leader lowered his gaze and remembered that it was called a peerless miracle medicine, and asked if it was safe to make it in front of everyone. The Heavenly Sword King Kong sat down at the table, and the Murim leader asked if there was anything grand about this medicine. Sitting opposite the guest, the Alliance leader said that everyone was talking about his funny deeds, and asked if it was true that the Chiak family had spent an entire month in Yunnan to capture just one person. The Swordmaster suggested that they were simply seeking revenge for Yun's death, and the villain lowered his gaze and asked why they had waited so long. Taking a cup of tea, Legion said that according to rumors, this was a key figure of the Safa clan, and added that the Chiak had decided to use him as bait to attract the enemy's attention. The man smiled when the old man thought it was his own invention. Raising his head, the Murim leader declared that his comrade was more than capable of throwing food to a hungry wolf, and explained that Safa would never have taken such a ridiculous bait. The Beck family leader took a sip and reminded him that Rinjen had a fickle nature, so it was quite possible that she would rush to save the lame man. The Union leader turned down the corners of his lips and asked if his colleague was sure he knew his wife well. The King Kong of the Heavenly Sword narrowed his eyes when the villain concluded that his plan had already failed. Heiwo remembered how Myung had clutched the letter, and explained that they could not allow the Chiak to stall for time any longer. There were many corpses in the village. The old man said that for the sake of prestige, they must not deviate from the path, and decided that there must be a good excuse for another attack on Safa. As he continued to grind the plants, the Murim leader said that it did not bother him, but it would be a good idea for them to separate the public and the private. The Swordmaster closed his eyes and said that he did not understand what was being said. The Alliance leader opened his eyes wide and asked if he really thought he could deceive him. His eyes emitted a bright light. Energy enveloped Li Jun's body. A bright aura spread throughout the room. The man gritted his teeth in displeasure. The villain lowered his head and explained that he had only brought this up out of concern. Heiwo closed his eyes and suggested that his comrade could handle everything on his own. The old man raised his eyebrows and said that they would have to postpone their tea party because his friend had some business to attend to. The Beck family leader narrowed his eyes tensely. Someone ran down the hallway. A servant ran into the office and announced that he had urgent news for the Gokchu. The Heavenly Sword King Kong turned his head and asked what was wrong. The soldier raised his eyebrows and said that news came from the Guizhou branch. The Swordmaster's eyes widened in shock when he heard that his top disciple had gone to Yunnan. Ligwan walked out of the bright flames. He had a menacing look. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and called out to him. Jugun frowned and wondered what brought him here. The man walked towards him and asked if he thought that only her family would want to avenge the brave phoenix. The boy's eyebrows furrowed when he learned that Yun was his lover. The silent dragon lowered his gaze and explained that the girl was indispensable in resolving the incident in Yunnan because only in this way could she have hope of recognition of their relationship. The Swordmaster's disciple remembered how they hugged and said that he believed that everything would work out for her, so he happily saw her off. Shinyun laid the dead lady on the ground. The heir of the Beck family declared that his beloved had gone to heaven, never to return. At that moment, Ligwan looked at the dead woman in shock. Clenching his fist, the man told her that he had personally sent her to her death, and explained that the thoughts of what had happened did not allow him to forgive himself. One day, the silent dragon brought his sword to his neck, wanting to share the fate of the brave phoenix. Tears flowed down his cheeks. It dawned on him that no one would be able to console Yun's unfortunate soul if he left. The Swordmaster's apprentice unclenched his fingers. The heir of the Beck family smirked and thanked the heavens for the opportunity to take revenge on the murderer with his own hands. The protagonist frowned and declared that he did not kill his beloved. Jugun wanted to say that the girl died as a result of a conspiracy, but Ligwan attacked him. The boy's eyes widened in fear. A cloud of dust rose into the air. Ash swirled with smoke. Blood dripped onto the floor. The boy jumped back and noticed that his opponent was quite fast. The man thrust his fist forward and asked if it wasn't enough for him that he had taken Yun's life. The silent dragon gritted his teeth and said that his enemy was deeply mistaken if he thought that his lies could calm his anger even a little. The warrior raised his weapon in front of him and saw that the murderous energy had completely absorbed it. Taking a step forward, the poisonous dragon realized that there would be no use in talking and thought that he couldn't waste time, because very soon the Chagal soldiers would realize that he had escaped from the formation. The protagonist gritted his teeth and decided that he needed to win as soon as possible. Jugun grabbed the poisonous needles and concluded that he had no other choice. In one move, the Swordmaster's apprentice got very close to him. The boy covered his face with his hands. The fighter swung his hand. The Beck family heir delivered a powerful blow. The youth narrowed his eyes tensely. The shockwave threw his body back. It crashed into the burning building. The warrior fell to the ground and coughed. He looked up when Ligwan asked him to stand up. The man approached him. The silent dragon opened his eyes wide and promised to slowly and painfully return to the villain all the pain that the brave phoenix had experienced. The Swordmaster's apprentice stopped and asked if the killer was really capable of nothing more. The poisonous dragon lowered his head. The fighter decided that since he managed to kill Yun and escape from the formation of 9 palaces and 8 sectors, his skills could not be worthless. The protagonist wiped away the blood and repeated that he did not kill his beloved. The Beck family heir frowned and was indignant that the enemy continued to lie to him. Ligwan raised his fist and decided to give the villain a good beating. Jugun grabbed his sickle. The boy slashed the air in front of him with all his might. A few hairs fell off the man's head. He opened his mouth in surprise and realized that he would have died if he had come half a step closer. The silent dragon struck his opponent in the stomach and declared that he had been careless. The powerful blow threw the boy back again. The Swordmaster's apprentice narrowed his eyes and assumed that the brave phoenix had died because of the same cunning trick. The chain entangled his arm. The fighter looked up and called on the villain to show his abilities. Holding the chain in his hands, the warrior grabbed his stomach. The poisonous dragon pulled the weapon towards himself with all his might. The heir of the Beck family leaned forward. The protagonist threw several poisonous needles at him. The darts ended up in front of Ligwan's face. Jugun gritted his teeth and thought that this time everything should work out. The man pulled the sword from its sheath. The boy's eyes widened in fear. The silent dragon raised the sword above his head, and a stream of fire burst out of it. The chain fragments flew into the air. The Swordmaster's apprentice freed his hand and said that he would crush all of his opponent's tricks one by one. The young man frowned in horror. The fighter raised his weapon and promised to show him what true power was. The heir of the Beck family jumped into the air and swung his sword. The warrior looked back. He managed to block the attack with his sickle. When their weapons collided, a cloud of dust rose from the ground. The poison dragon gritted his teeth, that his hand would not withstand such pressure. Ligwan frowned menacingly. The protagonist realized that they were on completely different levels. The man made a sharp dash forward. Jugun jumped back. Clutching the sickle in his hand, the boy realized that he would have no chance of winning in a face-to-face fight, and decided that he needed to seize the opportune moment. The silent dragon appeared behind him and asked where he was going. The young man turned and cut the air with his blade. The Swordmaster's apprentice knocked the weapon out of his hands. The fighter raised his sword high. He narrowed his eyes angrily. The warrior frowned tensely. The heir of the Beck family cut the air with his sword and declared that it was over. The poisonous dragon swung his hand and used the finger of wind, after which the protagonist thrust his hand forward. At the moment of the blow, Ligwan's eyes widened in fear. Blood gushed out from a deep wound on Jugun's body. Its drops sprinkled the ground. The guy looked up and began to breathe heavily. Standing in front of a cloud of smoke, the young man concluded that no one could survive such a blow. The warrior looked forward sharply when the man declared that his enemy had been hiding his strength all this time. The silent dragon emerged from the cloud of smoke and said that he felt a sharp increase in internal energy after using this technique. The heroes stood opposite each other. The poisonous dragon could not believe that he had failed to inflict a single wound. Suddenly, his hand began to tremble and a terrible pain shot through it. The protagonist gritted his teeth and wondered why these symptoms appeared at this moment. Holding the sword, the fighter called his attempts to resist reckless bravery. The Swordmaster's apprentice narrowed his eyes and asked if the enemy thought he could defeat him with less than his full strength. Jugun glared at him. The heir of the Beck family suggested that they start a real fight. Li Jun frowned and asked what it meant that his adopted son had gone to Yunnan. His subordinate put his hand in his pocket. The man stated that his apprentice had maintained excellent behavior and asked how this could happen. The servant handed him a note that was found in Liguan's chambers and explained that after some time, they began to receive news that he had been seen in Yunnan province. The head of the family looked at the piece of paper in amazement. The Heavenly Sword King Kong bared his teeth and noticed that there was not even a detailed explanation, which meant that his desperate son could imagine anything. Clutching the letter in his hands, the master wondered who dared to do something like this and asked where the note came from. The soldier replied that the sender was unknown. The scoundrel turned away and said that he would immediately go to Yunnan. The soldier reminded him that his disciple was considered the strongest in the 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes, and decided that he should not go there just because of one lame man. Li Jun opened his mouth wide and shouted that he was not afraid of him. The man frowned sternly and explained that she would definitely show up if she found out that his adopted son was in Yunnan. The yellow scarf flew into the air. Renjen walked out onto the cliff. The head of the Beck family called her a woman who was going to ruin all his plans. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. Someone approached her from behind, and concluded that they had arrived on time. The goddess of desire looked back and asked who it was. Manuel told her not to worry, his cloak fluttering in the wind. The old man grinned and identified himself as the one who had called Liguan here. The woman asked in what sense the one who had called Liguan, and Manuel replied that he had literally told the one named that the brave phoenix's enemy was in Namga. Renjen frowned when the man added that he had thought that for her, the goddess of desire, he would be a more tempting bait than the lame one. The power spread around the head of the clan, and she demanded to know her name, since she was not in the habit of chatting with God knows who. The man looked at her calmly and gave his name, explaining that he held the minor position of advisor to the poison disposal unit. Looking menacingly at the advisor, she repeated his name and position, and said that it was the first time she heard this name, but he replied that everything was correct. Being on everyone's lips would be a big mistake. He needed the advisor's position for show. The girl's eyes widened when the scoundrel told him that in fact he was a pawn of the leader of the great sword of the heavenly dragon, Li Jun, and did his dirty work instead. The woman got angry and shouted that she could not trust him even more. How dare he pronounce this name in front of her? Was he really trying to humiliate her? The man stretched out his hands and asked to hear him out to the end. The fact that this man was his leader did not mean that they were on the same page. On the contrary, their goals were different. The clan leader continued to look at the interlocutor with malice, while he declared that, wasn't it enough as proof that he brought here his adopted son, whom he did not want to let into the village under any circumstances? To which the woman stated that for the sake of this desired, a person was capable of getting rid of even his own blood, not to mention his adopted son. Frowning, the advisor said that Liguan received Li Jun's patronage, and despite his young age, he reached the 6th level of the sacred sword of the Man of Heaven technique. Everyone knew that the leader put his heart and soul into his main disciple. A shadow appeared on the tree, and Manuel continued that if Li Jun was going to sacrifice Liguan to catch her, he would not have allowed this to become the property of Chegal and would have come personally. Remembering the leader's face, the man reminded that, however, he was currently in Jiangxi province. The woman could verify this through her clan's connections. Having calmed down a bit, the woman explained that it was something else. When you live on the run for a long time, you start to find a reason even in the leaves falling from a tree. Glancing at her interlocutor, she added that she did not know who he was, so she could not trust him, to which he said that she was going to miss such a great opportunity. The advisor lowered his head and, when the woman answered that she would look into the situation, reminded her that if the truth about what happened came out, his head would roll. The head of the clan looked at the man in surprise and asked him to tell why he had protested Li Jun, how this circus benefited him. The scoundrel raised his eyebrows and answered that his benefit was in what he would get. He lowered his gaze. Then he grinned. With a mad laugh, the man said that he needed Jugun. The woman looked at her interlocutor in bewilderment. A strong wind arose, and Manuel warned that the story might drag on, but he would tell her the story of his life. The houses were engulfed in flames. The blades collided. Dust flew in all directions from the heat of the battle between the two opponents. Liguan looked at his opponent with hatred. The guy parried the poison dragon's blow again. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist felt as if all his nerve endings were screaming in pain. His body seemed to be torn apart. Looking at the enemy's determined face, the young man realized that only being in the abyss of pain would help him. The vessels in his eyes swelled, and the fighter mentally added that this would help him catch up with the power of the silent dragon. The enemy left furrows on the ground from his feet. The hero managed to start pushing him back, and then the young man threw the lame man away from himself with a powerful blow. But he managed to stay on his feet. The guy was breathing heavily. Lowering his sword, Ligwan noticed that after looking at him more closely, he understood everything. He did not expect to encounter the bloody heavens of madness technique here. The young man frowned, and when the opponent added that she was able to instantly increase her internal strength, he thought that he did not understand what he was talking about. Looking straight at the enemy, the leader's adopted son asked, that risking everything for victory, even putting his life on the line if a secret technique required it, was this his approach to combat? Raising his blade again, the silent dragon added that if his opponent was so ruthless, then he could begin to understand how Yun could die at his hands. But in that case, he had no right to lose to such a person, since their battle was dedicated to her. Crossing his arms, the hero replied that he also had many reasons not to lose. The opponents stood opposite each other in front of burning buildings, and Ligwan agreed with this. Then, they both took off. The leader's adopted son swung his sword, using the sacred sword of the man of heaven, the technique of stroking the horse's back. In response, the poison dragon used his weapon to unleash a powerful energy cry. The blows collided, raising another cloud of dust into the air. The explosion was so powerful that the opponents were pushed apart. A blade flew out of the warrior's hand. But his opponent had also lost his weapon. Veins bulged on the hero's hand. He rushed at the youth with the splitting arrow projectile, while the latter prepared to use the thundering lament song tearing palm. Both boys let out a furious cry, stretching out their hands. A powerful explosion thundered amidst the fire. The lame one was thrown towards the remains of a nearby building. He glanced to the side. Shock showed on his face when he saw that his arm was twisted. But his enemy stood up, calmly listening to the youth scream in pain. With a menacing look, the silent dragon explained that the tearing song tearing palm was one of the 3 ultimate techniques of the Beck family. If you put in enough internal energy, you can even tear out the roots of a giant tree. Frowning, he added that he did not believe that the enemy dared to respond to force with force. He was brave enough. Looking at the seated enemy, the leader's adopted son continued that, however, that hand was now useless. It could not carry out an attack, which meant that everything was over. But he shuddered and clenched his teeth, although he began to demand that he fall to the bottom of hell and repent for his sins. Pressing his palm to the injured hand, the hero reminded that the opponent believed that he wanted to measure his strength. While the guy examined the needles in his palm, Juggin added that he only needed to close the distance. Looking sullenly at the leader's adopted son, the young man explained that he had been regularly eating various poisons for the entire month here, and this was the poison of the cockleburr, which caused vomiting, migraines and stomach pain, and also slowed down the heart and lungs. Rising to his feet, the hero continued that he had applied poison to the needles. It would soon take effect and the enemy would have difficulty standing, and he realized that it was not for nothing that he was called the merciless poisonous lame, because it turned out that the poison was his true weapon. The fighter was visibly shaking, but when the enemy concluded that this was why he resorted to cheap tricks again and had no shame, he replied that losing for him meant death. He was simply trying his best to win in order to survive. The leader's disciple frowned. He realized that the hero's strength did not come from internal energy. Putting his hand into his bosom, the young man admitted that someone else was right. He did not want to rely on this. But he had no choice, he also could not lose. The warrior took out a round pill. The protagonist's eyes widened. He remembered that this was the pill that Yun had eaten. Did the Alliance really want to get rid of not only the brave phoenix, but also the silent dragon? Chewing the potion, the young man said that thanks to this medicine, the poison would not affect him. And he rushed through the flames at the enemy. Swinging his palm, the guy said that it was time to avenge Yun. Looking at someone else's attack with fear, the hero realized that he had miscalculated. His opponent's strength had grown. The veins on his face bulged from the realization that he could not dodge. But at that moment, a ribbon flew through the air. It crashed into the shoulder of the leader's adopted son right before the blow. He only managed to squint. When the enemy flew to the wall, the hero did not even immediately understand what had happened. With his mouth open, he looked at the fallen man, and then squinted his eyes when a familiar voice suggested putting it off for later. The ribbon was returned to the woman's hands, who ordered the young warrior to step aside. Rinjen extended her hand forward, declaring that he was now her enemy. Juggin stared at the girl in shock. Tam frowned at him when he recognized her as the goddess of desires. And at that moment, the voice of the Union leader's student was heard from behind the smoke, calling the newcomer by name. He looked at the woman with hatred, and expressed confidence that someone was standing behind the ruthless poisonous lame one, which meant that she was also an enemy of Yong. The clan leader moved forward, and noted with a laugh that apparently her adoptive father had not taught her manners. She ordered her to watch her tongue. She was old enough to be the impudent man's mother. He demanded that he shut up, because there was no time for manners with enemies. The woman sighed and replied that he was rude, did not want to listen, but only yapped incessantly. She looked straight at the young man. Then she suddenly jumped up, saying that in that case, all she could do was teach him a lesson. The warrior glanced at his blade. He grabbed the hilt, preparing to use his technique again. But the next moment, the goddess's ribbon entangled the blade. Pulling it towards herself, the woman asked how he dared to use this technique in her presence. The leader's disciple's eyes widened in anger when he heard that he was very far from mastering it. The ribbon tore the sword out of the silent dragon's hands. But the young man rushed forward, shouting for his opponent not to be arrogant. She even froze for a second, hearing that they were going to use the tearing palm against her. Then she extended her palm forward. A clap was heard from the collision of two energies. The leader's disciple clenched his teeth. He could not believe that the recoil force was colossal. The capillaries in the youth's eyes swelled. A wave of the goddess's energy threw him back. Breathing heavily, the protagonist watched the battle. The silent dragon lay between the crushed stones, and Juggin was amazed at how easily the woman crushed it. Turning his gaze to the calm face of the clan leader, the guy realized that the difference in their strength was incredible. So this is what the goddess of desires is like. Approaching the enemy, the woman reminded him that he called her an enemy, but he and Li Jun were her sworn enemies. The warrior stubbornly rose up, and said that he could not die like this. If everything ended now, he would not have another chance to take revenge. But the next moment his eyes rolled back. He only managed to call the name of Yong. The warrior looked at the young man in surprise. He fell face down, and the woman realized that these were symptoms of poisoning. The defeat of the adopted son of the leader was a matter of time. The woman cast a surprised glance at the protagonist, wondering why he continued to fight even though he had the chance to escape, and wondered if the silent dragon had fallen because of him. She called out to the lame one, but he did not respond. He had also fainted. The goddess looked at the young man with slight sadness, calling his nickname. Suddenly, her eyes widened. The warrior barely managed to jump back, and the ground began to crack. Casting an angry glance at the attacker, the goddess realized that this man had reached a level of mental energy murder, which matched his nickname. The man on the roof exuded danger. The woman recognized him as Myung of the Eye of Destruction, and he remarked that they had not tried in vain since she had appeared. The clan leader landed on the destroyed wall, noticing that they had arranged a real feast here. How could she pass by? And the enemy asked if she wanted to save the lame one. With a smile, the goddess replied that no, she wanted a descendant of the Beck family. The family leader frowned. He saw the silent dragon, and mentally assumed that it was there to avenge his niece. The old man flinched when the woman declared that if he was thinking of saving the adopted son of the alliance leader, he should abandon the idea. Ribbons flew around the goddess of desires when she declared that the enemy could not stop her on their own. Gritting his teeth, the family leader declared that the audacity of the enemy had exceeded all imaginable limits. The man waved his fan. Lightning flew towards the goddess of words. But she swung her ribbon, breaking the roof tiles where the enemy had just stood. The old man swung his weapon again, snorting. But the ribbons surrounded him. They wrapped the family leader, and the woman loudly asked how a mere private dared to engage in battle, since he was no match for her. Pulling the cloth, Rinjen threatened him not to think of interfering. The wrapped man twitched when he heard the threat to exterminate his entire family. Eyes glowed through the cloth. The woman's eyes widened. The cloth seemed to be torn. Something fell onto the roofs of the burning houses. A cloud of ash rose into the air. Angrily looking at his opponent, the old man asked what she was even talking about. Che Gal had long since surpassed her. The goddess was stretching her wrist, and the family leader added that it had been a long time since they had crushed her gang, because her arrogance, a result of intoxication with past glory, had not gone away. Pulling up her sleeve, the clan leader replied that as Chagall's right hand, he should be well aware of the sad history of her family, so what was the point of these words? The old man closed his eyes and agreed with this. The goddess looked at her opponent in shock when he added that the fate of her family was the result of her greed. There was no need to look for others to blame. Heading towards the woman, the family leader continued that it was Mr. Li Jun who had taken advantage of her, even though his wife was involved in what was happening, but he, more out of anger, made a decision and established justice. The goddess's face twisted in rage as the enemy accused her of joining Safa in her anger, interrupting him, and shouting at him for saying such absurd things in her presence. The man frowned. The clan leader's eyes were bloodshot, not about to forgive her opponent. But then a sound caught their attention. Another figure flew over the heads of the enemies. Earth flew between them. Coming out of the hole, the new face admitted that the fight had been harder than he thought. The woman covered her face with her hand to protect her from the dust. Myung frowned when he heard the offer of help. Smiling madly, the advisor offered very little. The battlefield was silent for a moment. Looking angrily at Manhwa, the old man remembered that this man served under the Union leader, and asked why he had come. The goddess only frowned. But the advisor only smiled slyly and asked what they would do. Looking at both of them, the scoundrel admitted that he might not be able to overpower such a martial artist, but he thought that in this situation, help could be useful. The family leader assumed that the man was planning to share the achievements of the Chiak family, and called him impudent, but he said that he was not talking to him. Pointing a finger at the warrior, he added that he was talking to her. The goddess frowned and said that she did not need his help, to which the advisor said that then she should have finished him off herself as quickly as possible, because the Chiak were forming a line again, and he did not involve her in order for her to stall for time. He had a brilliant plan. The old man clenched his teeth and called the advisor a traitor. Swinging his fists, he accused the man of conspiring with Safa and betraying Murim, to which he reminded him that he had not betrayed anyone, and the one who had stabbed him in the back was the impudent Legion. The scoundrel moved forward, adding that he should have parted with him, because it was worth remembering what happens if you take away an important thing from a person. The advisor grabbed Lidwan by the hair, and said that in such a case it was necessary to prepare to sacrifice something valuable in return. A crease appeared between Myung's eyebrows. He was indignant that this scoundrel decided to take the silent dragon hostage, but he clarified that since he valued his niece, he would so easily betray the poor guy who rushed to avenge her. The warrior narrowed his eyes when his opponent added that, moreover, he was Li Jun's main disciple, and asked what he wanted. The advisor grabbed the guy by the throat and said that he should first lead the Chiak troops away from here, then they would talk, and since the silent dragon's life was in his hands, therefore no tricks. The man's eyes again reflected madness when he added a request to be quiet. But then surprise was reflected on the faces of everyone present. Manhwa sighed. They saw that the protagonist found the strength to rise and tried to stick a needle into the advisor's prosthetic leg, and he noticed that the young man did not cease to surprise him, or forgot who he was. The warrior held the needle, and the man had to remind him that a lot of time had passed since he lost his leg because of him. The guy's eyes cleared up. Then they filled with anger and shock. He could not believe it. Looking at the man's figure, Zigan remembered him. He turned with an unpleasant smile, and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Looking at the scoundrel with horror, Lame asked why he was still alive. The advisor smiled even wider, and when the boy began to say that he was sure that time, he finished for him, that he killed him. Remembering the past, the man said that it would have been much better to die. He had to wander on the edge of life for a long time to be cured of the poison. The pain was hellish. His body and mind were falling apart, but he did not give up. He could not leave the world where the one who took everything from him lives peacefully. Closing his eyes, he added at that moment, he understood his enemy. The desire to kill someone makes you continue to live. The hero looked at the advisor with hatred while he continued, that is why when he got involved in a secret conspiracy and ended up buried in a mine, when he fought alone with the Dak clan, he believed in him, supported and waited. And the young man guessed that all this time, the one who arranged this whole circus behind my back was Manhwa, and then too. Trembling, the scoundrel admitted it. Then he burst out laughing and shouted that the boy was a toy in the palm of his hand. The boy's eyes were covered by his hair, while his enemy continued to say that everything he did was supposed to plunge him into terrible despair, and asked what it was like. The rest of those present looked at Manhwa with malice while he laughed, being sure that the lame one was shocked. With a mad face, the advisor shouted that the boy should suffer more, and know the strongest despair. And then his eyes widened in surprise when he heard joy from the poisoned dragon. He turned his head, and realized that the boy had managed to stick the needle into his side. Not understanding anything, the man looked down. The hero's gaze was full of hatred when he repeated that he was glad. Holding the needle in a trembling hand, Juggin finished that he was glad that he did not lose him. Gritting his teeth, the boy added that he swore to finish off every last one of them. The scoundrel's mustache bristled. He called him a scoundrel. The advisor kicked the boy away from him, and he ordered him to let go. The hero flew past Rinjin. Looking at the boy with rage, the man reminded him that with such wounds he should not have had the strength to even stand up. And although the lame one was lying on the ground again, the scoundrel accused him of stubbornness. Breathing heavily, Manhwa thought that he had managed to make him live inside the endless battles that brought him pain. Pulling out the needle, he realized that, however, this was not so. Throwing the weapon onto the slabs, the man mentally added that pain is suffering. Turning his head, the advisor admitted out loud that it was pointless to throw someone who had grown up in the darkness into the darkness, so he needed to turn on the light. And then the scoundrel's face became shocked. It dawned on him that he should have given him hope, not despair. He began to laugh again. To the surprise of the others, his laughter rang out over the fire. Suddenly calming down, the advisor announced that he had changed his mind. The woman frowned when the man said that he would have to take the silent dragon with him, and was indignant that he really thought of stopping her. The scoundrel hit the Union leader's apprentice in the chest with his knee and asked him to listen to him. Blood mixed with poison flowed from the young man's mouth. The family leader screamed at what this bastard was doing, to which his opponent reminded him that the silent dragon was poisoned with a potent poison. Blood dripped onto the floor, and the advisor added that only he could neutralize this poison, so he would have to borrow the silent dragon for a short while to patch it up. The man threw the wounded man over his shoulder. The goddess got furious and said that she did not trust him, and why would she let the descendant of the Beck family go, to which he reminded her that her goal was not to kill Liguan, but to use him to find a way to put pressure on his adoptive father, so it was more useful to leave the guy alive. Glancing at Lame, the scoundrel asked what the problem was. He would heal him and return him, let her look after Juggin for now, and later they would exchange. Extending his hand, the advisor added that there was no need to trust him. After all, the interlocutor knew how much he valued the hero. In fact, he was leaving his weakness in her hands. At that moment, the head of the clan swung his fan and angrily asked what kind of conspiracy they were starting, and they thought that he would let them go so easily. The advisor turned around and warned that if the old man followed him and blocked his way, he would not guarantee that he would spare the silent dragon's life, and besides, he himself did not plan to kill him. Fury reflected in the young's eyes, while the man reminded that if he caught the one who tried to save the youth and contributed to his death, then the Chiak family would also have to take responsibility, and in general, if he was loyal to the Beck family, then wouldn't it be better to focus on the original plan? Turning around, the scoundrel concluded that he was taking the silent dragon and healing him. The Chiak continued to catch the goddess of desire, and when she left with the lame one, he would exchange him for a healthy Liguan, and everyone would be satisfied with this outcome. Smiling, he added that judging by the silence, everyone agreed, so he left. The people present looked at the scoundrel with anger when he finished that they should deal with the rest themselves. He suddenly jumped up and wished me luck. Turning his gaze to Rinjen, the old man asked what kind of relationship she had with him. The woman closed her eyes and replied that she had none. The advisor was doing things his own way. Clenching his fists, the family leader concluded that the kidnapping of the Union leader's adopted son had nothing to do with them. His family's target was the goddess of desire, and he would not let her go at any cost. At that moment, yellow lightning flashed across the ribbons, and the woman stated that since Liguan had disappeared, there was no reason for her to linger here. The man wrinkled his brow. The goddess moved toward him, activating her technique 9 rays of void jade, 5 thunderstorms of toad kung fu. Looking at her opponent haughtily, she said that she would finish him off in one blow. Gray smoke appeared on the battlefield. The man closed his eyes. Falling to his knees, Myung admitted that he could not believe it. The second head of the Chiak family bowed his head and muttered that the opponent was so strong. A moment later, he collapsed on the ground in front of her. Renjen spread her fingers. The Kwandu brothers put their hands on the ground and asked if their mistress was okay. The boys bowed their heads and said that they rushed over immediately after feeling the energy of the 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu, to which she replied that she was safe, after which she asked about the situation. The authorized warriors clasped their hands and said that the soldiers continued to advance, and it was becoming difficult for them to hold them back, so they needed to leave quickly. Looking away, the girl replied that she agreed with them, but first they needed to take the young warrior. The main character was lying on the ground, and the ruler said that he was coming with them, to which her assistants exclaimed that they obeyed her. With her lips pressed together, Rinjen thought about not knowing Manyo's true intentions. A bright light appeared in the distance, and the head of the Safa clan thought about not treating her like a simpleton. The sun's rays fell into the room through the open window. Juggin gritted his teeth. Beads of sweat appeared on the protagonist's cheek, and someone in his head said that it was him. The Admiralty advisor smiled maliciously and admitted that it was he who had been controlling the protagonist all this time. Large palms surrounded the boy, and he was told that he was in his power, and he would never escape. The young man clenched his teeth in alarm, and Manyo said that he would not be able to do this either now or ever. Suddenly, someone's hand appeared near the protagonist's body. The protagonist opened his eyes in fear. At the same second, the young warrior threw the stranger's hand aside. The boy dropped his jaw and asked who she was and where she was. The girl's eyes widened and she remained silent. Suddenly, someone explained that the young man was in a city near Sichuan, and that Safa was staying there, to which he lowered the corners of his mouth in confusion. Smiling, Rinjen asked the young warrior not to be afraid, and then added that they were safe. Raising his hand, Juggin muttered that this was the goddess of desires. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that Manyo had taken the silent dragon, after which he clarified what had happened to the village of Namga, to which the ruler replied that they had not been able to avoid losses, but thanks to his resourcefulness, many lives had been saved. The girl said that they were all in his debt since he had helped move the surviving villagers to another place, to which the protagonist opened his mouth and objected that if it were not for him, their lives would not be in danger. Closing her eyes, the head of the Safa clan said that he should not blame himself, but the morally fallen Union, because Murim and the clans under his control had been destroying countless villages and subjects for their own benefit all this time, and this time the fire broke out in Namga. Looking away, the ruler noted that the young warrior fought alone, getting involved in a matter that the others had given up on, which is why his actions made her understand a lot. Clenching his fist, the boy admitted that at first it seemed that it was enough to take revenge only on the Dok and Lijun clans, and then added that as he got to know Murim more and more, he no longer understood who his true enemy was. The young man noted that the one he thought he had already repaid had also appeared, to which Rinjen, putting her hands on her legs, said that since they were talking about him, She wanted to note that Manhwa was not very attached to him, after which she asked if this man had lost a leg and an eye because of him. Jugun said that Manhwa had mercilessly dealt with his family and the Wajio Valley, so he had become his enemy, to which the girl, lowering her eyebrows, replied that it seemed to her that this man considered him not an ordinary enemy, but a special creature. Rinjin said that it was he who called the silent dragon to save him and lure her, to which Jugun's eyes widened in alarm, and the girl suggested that Manhwa planned to use the fact that the Pakli family owed her a lot. The ruler noted that during the treatment, she inadvertently saw that they used a perforation of the madness point on him, and this was also the work of that man, after which the protagonist looked at his palm and thought about the words of the interlocutor. Glowing points appeared in the man's body, and the head of the Safa clan explained that his body was not like others, and she did not know what happened, but due to the energy pathways blocked throughout the body, he managed to acquire a strong resistance to poisons, the ability to store it and regenerate terribly quickly, but because of this, it was impossible to actively use internal energy. It seemed as Manhwa put his palm to the young warrior's head, and the ruler assumed that the man wanted to make him stronger, and found a solution in perforating the point of madness. The boy's hand began to darken, and Rinjin said that this was an old forbidden technique of Safa, which breaks the meridian paths and forcibly expands energy flows, but she did not know how he came to her. The girl frowned and assumed that the man used perforation right before they met him. A memory appeared where Jugun clenched his teeth, and the ruler said that at that moment his internal energy was twisted and unstable. Earlier, the head of the Safa clan waved her fingers, and now she admitted that this was why she gave him the technique of dividing arrow charge, which activates energy circulation and brings energy paths into order. Rinjin, with her mouth slightly open, noted that this was a temporary measure, and that perforating the madness point was a dangerous technique that destroyed the body, and then added that at this rate, his body would soon break down and death would occur. Frowning, the girl said that Manhwa helped him take revenge and at the same time drove him into danger, and then said that she did not know what was in his favor, but difficult to predict steps would hinder him. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist said that his life was about to end, and there was nothing worse than an enemy with an unclear goal, when suddenly the ruler noted that this was not all, and only 5 days had passed since the Battle of Chiak and Namaga, but some talk was already circulating among amateurs. The protagonist appeared to be hiding behind a wall, and the girl explained that this was talk about the ruthless poisonous lame man who had destroyed the Chiak family's 9 palaces and 8 sectors formation and defeated the brave phoenix. The young warrior opened his mouth. Yun closed her lips. A memory of the boy and Liguan's battle appeared, and the ruler added that he had competed with the silent dragon. Rinjin closed her eyes and explained that this was why everyone now called him the poisonous dragon with reverent fear. The young man lowered the corners of his mouth in bewilderment at what he heard. A map of the area was visible, and the head of the Safa clan reported that his position had moved from Yunnan, which was on the outskirts, to the very center of Kanho. 2 areas on the map began to highlight, and the girl explained that now he would have to face much stronger enemies and get involved in dozens of times more complicated matters. The ruler lowered her eyebrows and pointed out that the problem was that the young warrior was still weak, both in terms of strength and support, to which he remained silent. She closed her eyes and asked if he understood what she meant. The boy lowered his head, when Rinjin suddenly asked if the young warrior wanted to join them. A black cloak fluttered in the wind. Li Jun stood in the middle of a deserted plain. A bird flew over his head. The boy held a message for Likachu from the Chiak family in his hand. Lowering his head, Li Jun read that when the formation of 9 palaces and 8 sectors, formed to catch the ruthless poisonous, was collapsing from a fire, and the adopted son, the silent dragon, arbitrarily intervened. Sangi closed his eyes and the message said that the silent dragon had lost to Rinjin, who had appeared during his fight with the poisonous lame, and they had tried to stop the Safa clan from kidnapping him, but their efforts had failed due to Manhwa appearing later. The body of the second head of the Chiak family was bandaged, and the message said that the man took the silent dragon with him and disappeared in an unknown direction, and Rinjin escaped with the lame man. The raven sat on Li Jun's shoulder, and the message said that it cannot be said that what happened was solely Chagall's mistake, but be that as it may, they feel morally responsible for what happened. On the cliff, warriors sat and talked about the head of the Murim Union of Associations. The fighter's eyes widened and did not understand what the King Kong of the Heavenly Sword was doing here, to which his partner replied that he heard that in his current position, almost no one interferes in outside affairs, when suddenly another warrior clarified whether he came to look for the silent dragon, because it was already late. Frowning, the man exclaimed that this might be their chance before the enemy let their guard down, to which his ally asked to leave him alone, since they were not working as killers now, but were protecting the village of Namga. The warrior asked if they had forgotten what Li Jun had done to Safa and how many of their brothers had died because of him, to which they replied that they understood his feelings, but it was too dangerous an undertaking. The fighter grinned angrily and exclaimed that if they succeeded, the confrontation between Safa and the Murim alliance would change dramatically, so they should get rid of the enemy at least for the sake of the ruler who had been taking care of them all this time. after which he shouted that if his partners did not want to, he would go alone. Looking at each other, the guys were indignant. Looking at the paper, Li Jun read that therefore they would not refuse a single request and would help, after which he remained silent. Suddenly, the warriors of the Safa clan pounced on him from behind. Gritting his teeth, the head of the Murim Union muttered that one or the other. Clenching the message in his fist, the boy exclaimed that they were all pathetic trash who did not know where he belonged. The fighter's eyes bulged in alarm. The skin on the warrior's face wrinkled, and he did not believe that this was possible. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard, after which it seemed as if the guys turned into red flashes. Turning his head, Li Jun declared that even if he had to turn Kanho upside down, he would be able to find them and make them understand what punishment they would suffer if they touched what belonged to him. Near the capital of Sichuan province, the gate to the Tang family courtyard was visible. Opening the door, the protector announced that the go-ahead had been given from above, after which he added that Manhwa could enter. The wounded silent dragon lay on the carrier. Pointing his hand forward, the Tang family member said that they should go there. The elder of the Chitik clan closed his lips and noticed that in front of him was the most famous main temple of the Tang family. A huge courtyard appeared, and the man said that for several hundred years, outsiders had not been allowed to enter here, and this place deserved its great fame. A red building was visible. Sacks were hanging from the ceiling, and someone was heard saying that the guest who came had done a lot of bad things. The man dropped his jaw and asked if the advisor had thought with his head at all, to which the advisor asked him again, and the doctor admitted that he had heard that Li Jun was suspicious of the Tang family. The doctor inserted needles into the boy's body and asked why it was necessary to bring the silent dragon here, because if this was found out, there could be great trouble. Raising his eyebrows, Manhwa said that they were ungrateful, and then added that it would have been good if the poison had worked properly from the beginning. The doctor opened his mouth wide and asked the advisor again, to which the latter replied that they themselves were boasting about their 5-killer pill, and that its effect was questionable both in the case of the brave phoenix and now. The man remarked that if he had finished off the silent dragon, the current situation would have probably been avoided, and then asked what it had to do with the Tang family's poor skills, to which the doctor turned his head and exclaimed whether Manhwa had forgotten where he was now and that he needed to watch his tongue. Lowering his eyebrows, the advisor asked if he had said anything wrong, because if Liguan had fallen into Li Jun's hands, he would have learned about the 5-killer pill and about the Tang family hiding in the shadows. The advisor asked if the other man thought that this would have been worse, to which the other man frowned and shouted that he should have chosen the place where he would have used the poison properly from the start. The boy gritted his teeth as the doctor shouted that the families of the brave phoenix and the silent dragon had put their hearts and souls into raising them, so the poison had not seeped into their bodies properly, and had not had the desired effect. Suddenly, the boy's eyes lit up brightly and a loud scream was heard. Liguan opened his mouth wide and began calling out for the lame one. The doctor clenched his jaw in alarm. The advisor pressed his hand on the warrior's head. The man dropped him onto the bed in an instant. Letting go of the boy's face, Manhwa muttered that he was a chatterbox. The elder of the Chitik clan turned his head and explained that such an excuse would not work in the future, and then asked what they were going to do with the other strong warriors, of whom there were many, if they could not suppress the 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes. Looking away, the doctor said that more transformations would need to be carried out, and then added that all the pills collected as experimental samples would serve as help, and it should be taken into account that they were planning to create a mass-produced poison. Lowering his head, Manhwa replied that it was a good thing he brought the boy here then, and then asked what the doctor thought about looking for a way to destroy the Pakli family's internal energy techniques along the way. The man agreed, and the advisor folded his hands behind his back and asked if he could see the elder since he was in such a close relationship with the Tang family. Opening his mouth, the doctor noted that it was difficult for them to meet him, and then suggested that the interlocutor find the heiress. Turning his head, the doctor recalled that the girl wanted to meet Manhwa about what happened in the Doak Valley, to which he asked him again. Closing his eyes, the man thought for a moment, then noted that although she was related by blood to the Tan family, he could not stand to please the girl. There was a table in the room. Renjen asked if Jugan was still thinking about joining them, to which he lowered the corners of his lips. The ruler closed her lips. The little assistant was silent, her eyes wide. The protagonist lowered his head and, after a pause, began to speak. Closing her eyes, the head of the Safa clan said that he had already had to refuse, so he would need time to think about the offer again, after which she added that she was not asking for an answer right now. The girl explained that his recovery would take a long time anyway, so he could think about it slowly while he was here, to which he opened his mouth and said that he could not bother them anymore. Smiling, Renjen asked the protagonist not to be boring, and then said to consider it gratitude, because he did what they could not do. Turning away from the interlocutor, the ruler noted that now he needed allies, and he could not cope alone. Lowering her jaw, Renjen said that Kanho was too cruel and merciless a place. The doors to the room closed. With the corners of his lips lowered, Jugan was silent. The assistant removed the bandages from the protagonist's hand. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist apologized for scaring her. the girl closed her eyes. Closing his lips, the young warrior was silent. In the distance, the setting sun was visible behind the mountains. The guy walked forward, holding on to a pole. Leaning slightly, the young man thought about how he had fought recklessly without realizing that he had seriously overdone it. Remembering the battle with the enemy, the fighter realized that it had been so difficult that surviving it was a miracle. Imagining how he had struck his opponent, the protagonist remembered that, as the goddess of desires had said, he would need some time to recover. Lowering his head, the protagonist mentally said that he could not rest with a calm soul, because the village of Manga had shown him what the current Kanho was like. Remembering the piles of corpses on the ground, the young warrior decided that this was not the fair and righteous place he had admired as a child, but a real dump. Lowering the corners of his lips, the fighter thought that if the water was polluted by a couple of fish, then it was enough to catch them, but it was unknown what to do if the water itself had changed. Huol's back was visible, and the boy thought that if the leader of the Murim Union had made the world like this, then he needed to take revenge, since the responsibility lay with him. Closing his eyes, the young man realized that the true identity of his enemy was much more complex and majestic than he had previously thought. Remembering Manyo's evil face, Jugan decided that, moreover, he needed to deal with an enemy who had an attachment to him, and he did not understand whether he would be able to take revenge. Suddenly, someone asked what the young warrior was doing outside, to which he looked away. The man was carrying a deer on his back and said that they had already met, and his name was Pyeonbok. The informant threw the animal to the floor and said that the interlocutor could call him an old man. The protagonist noted that he had survived, to which he turned his head and explained that he was, after all, a scout and informant for Safa, and escaping from any situation was no problem for him. Raising his eyebrows, the warrior noted that the guy had also managed to get out alive. The protagonist's body was bandaged, and the man said that from his appearance it was impossible to say that everything had gone well, but he remained silent about something. Smiling, Pyeonbok admitted that, whatever the case, he felt a sense of joy that they had met again. The setting sun was visible behind the mountains, and the man said that he had heard that the ruler had offered him to join them this time too. Lighting his pipe, the informant said that this was so that he would not act unapproachable and become part of the gang, to which Jugan asked his interlocutor again, and he explained that if you live helping each other then it is a gang, and it is better that way than planning some great deeds against the leader of the union. Frowning, the scout said that he was against his joining, because he heard that people call him the poisonous dragon, and then clarified how to live in fear now, because you never know what he will say wrong, and they put poison in his food. The main character, wide-eyed, remained silent. Squinting, the man laughed loudly and said that he was joking, and for the first time he saw the ruler trying so hard for someone, and at first he could not understand her, but when he saw him, he changed his mind. Therefore, if he agreed to join, she would accept him with open arms. Pointing to the deer, the informant said that it could be considered a gift, then added that meat was best for recovery, and caught the animal himself, and the instructions were given personally by the mistress herself. Lowering his head, the boy thanked the man, when suddenly the man interrupted him and asked him not to be afraid, because if he said that he would not join, then he would not take away the food, so he could eat in peace, and then loudly called So-So. The girl went out onto the stairs, and Pyeonbok shouted for her to call people here, and today there would be venison for dinner. The assistant smiled. Opening his mouth, Jugan paused and remarked that it was a little strange that such a young girl was in the Safa shelter, to which the man replied that she was not just any girl, but also from the Yak clan of Guizhou province. Turning his head, the protagonist asked if it was true, and then said that she had not spoken to him, so he did not know about it, to which the informant muttered that it was not that So-So had not spoken to him. The interlocutor said that the maid simply could not do this, to which the protagonist frowned and remained silent. The girl waved her hand, and the scout explained that about 8 years had passed since she had to end up here, after which he added that she was going to be sold to a rich house as a maid, and he himself found her and brought her here. The poor girl appeared, and Pyeonbok said that now So-So looked like a cheerful child, but when they first met, her face was completely dark, but over time the girl became more open. Turning his head, the young warrior clarified whether the assistant could not initially speak, to which the man replied that it was not innate. Pointing his finger at her mouth, the scout said that her tongue was cut off. Clenching his fist, the informant explained that this was done in exchange for sparing her life, after which he added that it was good that she remained alive, but he did not understand for what sins she was treated like this. Sitting on the steps, the protagonist asked who did this, to which the interlocutor replied that it was someone from the Dak clan. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist exclaimed that the Dak clan and the innocent Yak clan were tormenting. Raising his eyebrows, Pyeonbok asked the protagonist again. The man suggested that his interlocutor did not understand something, to which the latter opened his mouth in alarm. Turning his head, the informant admitted that he was sorry that the girl was treated like this, but the Dak clan attacked the Yak for good reason. Lowering the corners of his mouth, the scout reported who was the first to start the war in Zhongyuan. The man said that it was not the Dok clan, but the Yak clan, to which the young warrior widened his eyes in fear. The heroes were sitting on the stairs. Lowering his eyebrows, Juggin clarified whether the Yak clan had attacked the Doke clan. At that very second, the protagonist's pupils noticeably shrank from anxiety. Imagining the man's bloody face, the protagonist recalled his words about not blaming only the Doke clan for all sins, because his clan was not so kind either. Widening his eyes, the young warrior did not understand whether this was connected with those words. Earlier, the guy shouted at his opponent, who said that if he was going to take revenge without knowing the whole truth, he would be like an animal allowing anger to take over his mind. The fighter asked if Pyongbok could explain in more detail, to which he looked away and replied that he himself did not know the truth, and only knew what people said, after which he was asked to tell at least that. The man paused, taking the pipe between his lips, and agreed. Flags flew into the sky, and the informant said that it happened about 10 years ago, and the Doke clan was attacked by the Yak clan. The buildings were burning, and the scout reported that due to the unexpected attack, the Doke clan was unable to fight back and fell under the power of an invincible force, and then added that if there had not been a turning point in the process, the situation of the Doke and Yak clans would now be the opposite. Tall flames were visible behind the elder, and the man explained that by turning point he meant the entry of the Tang family into the battle, and thanks to their secret techniques, poisons, and command skills, the ally was able to unite the disintegrated Doke clan and begin to confront the Yak clan. The old man's eyes shone brightly, and Pyongbok said that after the brilliant intervention of the Tang family, the advantage passed to the Doke clan. The Yak clan's edifice began to crumble, and the informant reported that the clan eventually fell, some were exterminated, and some met their last days. Uniting with the Doke, who later joined the Murim alliance, but no one wanted to take their side and run into the alliance's hatred, so the survivors simply collapsed helplessly. Pyongbok exhaled tobacco smoke and clarified that everyone only knew the superficial reason for the conflict between the two clans, and no one knew the details, after which Juggin asked him again. Looking away, the scout replied that the Yak clan justified itself by saying that the Doke was making some kind of forbidden poison, and the Doke clan said that they were attacked first, but the two clans had always been at odds, so he assumed that their anger had been building up and had finally spilled out. The protagonist lowered his head and admitted that he had always considered his clan as a victim, and that was why he had never doubted the need for revenge, but not now. Putting his hand on the protagonist's back, the man noted that he had no reason to torment himself, and then added that the incident had happened in Zhongyuan, and there were completely different circumstances compared to the Yunnan province where the boy was. Squeezing his hands, the young warrior said that, be that as it may, there were many secrets that were unknown to him, and then asked where the guarantee was that the truth would not change in the future. Pyongbok pressed his lips together and thought. Putting his palm on the interlocutor's back, the man said that the world was not so simple as to divide it into black and white, and the Doke clan was, in its own way, the Doke clan, and the Yak clan was, in its own way, the Yak clan. So smiled broadly, while the scout said that it was important to at least now establish the correct criteria on the basis of which it would be possible to judge. Juggin kept silent, turning down the corners of his lips, but thought about the words of his interlocutor. The moonlight fell on the table in the room. The protagonist covered his face with his hand. Opening his eyes, the protagonist did not understand whether his revenge was right, if the Yak clan attacked Doc first, and their confrontation could be called fair. The windows in the room were wide open, and the young warrior thought that all this time he had acted only for the sake of retribution, but if he continued to blindly run after her, not seeing the truth, he could make a big mistake. Suddenly, the guy looked away. So was standing by the wall. The maid grinned. The bloody bandage began to fall to the floor. Raising his hand, the young man turned to Milady. Lowering his head, Juggin asked from tomorrow not to change his bandages and just leave the bandages that he would tie himself. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, and the protagonist added that food could also be placed by the door. The protagonist closed his eyes and explained that he was not saying this because she was of no help. Remembering Pyongbok's face, the young warrior thought that the one who had started the war in Zhongyuan was not the Doke clan, but the Yak clan. The boy admitted that he felt a little uncomfortable, to which the assistant folded her hands and remained silent. The young man lowered the corners of his lips. So raised her eyebrows in alarm. The fighter remained sitting on the bed alone. It seemed like the protagonist was meditating outside. A blue aura hovered around the protagonist's body. The veins on his arm turned red. The young warrior clenched his teeth from the effort. Ren-Jen touched his shoulder with her palm and asked him not to strain himself. Turning her head, the ruler explained that one should breathe slowly and calm the internal energy, and then added that one should be like a wave reaching the shore. The boy relaxed and lowered his jaw, to which the head of the Safa clan praised him. Waving a fan near his face, the interlocutor noted that the young man had recovered well in a week and was already able to circulate energy, and his abilities were truly something special, after which she added that seeing how even when circulating energy he had phenomena of bloody skies of madness, one could say that his concentration was shaken. Ren-Jen asked if something was bothering him, to which Juggin closed his lips and remained silent. The sunlight illuminated the leaves of the trees. The branches swayed in the wind. The protagonist lowered his head and said that for 8 years he had only looked at the world from the perspective of the Yak clan, but after going through various situations, he realized that the world was not at all what he thought, but he was not sure that he could carry out the right revenge in such a state, to which the ruler replied that if he thought about it, he had already managed to go through a lot. Putting a fan to his lips, Rinjen noted that when the protagonist learned the backstory, he began to hesitate in taking revenge, after which she explained that this could drive him into great danger. Lowering his jaw, the guy paused and began to speak. A mountain of stone debris appeared, and the young man expressed his opinion that he believed that his revenge should be fair and righteous, otherwise the will of the deceased members of the Baekwajal Valley and the entire Yak clan would be distorted. Grinning, the girl asked if the interlocutor really thought so. Closing her eyes, the ruler remembered what she had once told him. The mountains were visible, and the head of the Safa clan said that he should not judge the world by prejudice, but by what he saw and felt himself, and then added that these words still had power. The ruler's dress fluttered in the wind, and she asked him to stop his revenge for a moment. Smiling, the girl noted that he needed to look around and see what was happening in the world and how. The sun's rays were bright, and the goddess of desires said that his revenge might take a little longer. Jugan lowered the corners of his lips, and the interlocutor suggested that in this way he would be able to pave a clearer path. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought about her words, when suddenly someone clarified whether this was the reason he did not want to join them. Pyongbok put his hands on his hips and asked if it was because he was afraid of the emergence of prejudice. Scratching his head, the scout said that this was good, but there was one caveat, and then added that he should know that setting boundaries could hurt someone else. The young warrior's eyes widened in alarm. The boy admitted that he had not known that they thought that about him, to which the informant, opening his mouth wide, shouted that he was not talking about himself, but about Soso. The young man asked the man again, to which he spread his arms out to the sides and exclaimed that he had refused her help and ordered her not to come in again. The maid was sweeping the floor, and Pyongbok said that she simply wanted to help him, since she had found herself in a similar situation when Soso's entire family had died. Pointing his finger forward, the informant cried out that he did not know what kind of prejudice he had developed after hearing that Yak could be the instigator. But even if so, he did not understand what the little girl had done wrong. The soldier's mouth fell open in bewilderment. Renjen smiled, and Pyongbok said that persistence was good, but one cannot think of a group in general terms, because there are people inside it, after all, and then said that empathy is natural for a person. Jugan lowered his head and remained silent. At sunset, the clouds turned pink. Soso held a tray in her hands. The protagonist approached her from behind and called out to the lady. The maid widened her eyes in surprise. The girl's skirt dragged along the ground. The protagonist looked down in confusion. Bowing, the young warrior said that he wanted to apologize for what happened recently, after which he added that he was sure that she helped him from the bottom of her heart. The guy admitted that he could not accept this easily and fell into thought and moved away, and then added that he did not think that his words could offend her, to which the maid widened her eyes in disappointment. The young man put his fist to his palm and said that he was sorry because he was currently fixated on one thing and did not notice anything around him, and he perceived human kindness as strange and unfamiliar. Jugan explained that this was his shortcoming, when suddenly Soso took his hand. The maid smiled widely. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. A moment later, the protagonist grinned back. A bright moon was visible in the sky above the city. Someone was heard calling loudly for Advisor Manuel from the building. The man opened his mouth wide and asked where he was going, because outsiders were not allowed to wander around here without doing anything, to which he asked not to worry, and explained that he felt sick from just sitting in one place, so he decided to take a walk. Spreading his fingers, the man did not understand what was happening. The advisor took one step after another. Stretching his hand up, the elder of the Chitik clan said that today was a wonderful moon, and then said that he was interested in where she was now and what she was doing. Suddenly, a red rope flew through the air. A thick thread was tied around Manuel's arm. The girl pulled her shoulder back and asked if it was time to carelessly admire the moon, to which he replied that it was a bit of a dry greeting since they hadn't seen each other for so long. The advisor closed his eyes, wondering what had irritated her so much. The man called out to the heiress, to which she frowned seriously. The girl stood with her lips pressed together. A large wall appeared, and someone was heard asking what the commotion was about. A glint of light was visible on the rope, and the heiress said that she asked for things to be done so that there would be no consequences. The Tang family member frowned and asked to look at what was happening, since she didn't understand what had happened, and then added that the brave phoenix and even the silent dragon had collided with that guy. Manuel looked down, and the heiress exclaimed that he was very pathetic, and asked if he had not predicted that the situation would become so complicated. Heron widened her eyes and said that she knew she should have finished him off then. Remembering herself in a samurai hat, the girl thought that he could have been just a survivor of the Yak clan that was located on the outskirts of Yunnan province, but suddenly, It was as if a sixth sense had awakened and she sensed the danger emanating from him. Jugin's lips turned down, while the heiress realized that this guy was a bad omen, and if left alone, he would become an obstacle in her path. Gritting her teeth, the Tang family member exclaimed that the people had not yet begun to call him the Poison Dragon. Smiling widely, the advisor noted that this nickname was slightly beyond his actual abilities, and in any case, everything was going according to his expectations. With her mouth wide open, Heron asked the man again, asking if he hadn't said that in the Poisonous Valley. Unwinding the rope, Manhwa asked her to look wider, as the boy's potential was limitless, and depending on how he was used, he could be used to his advantage. With a wave of his fist, the advisor explained that someone who only thought about putting out the flames during a fire was a mediocrity, while a true master would think about planting crops after the fire was out. The man pointed out that his interlocutor held a high position in her family, so she should be more resourceful, to which she clenched her jaw in confusion. Lowering her head, the advisor said that he had a plan for everything, and there would be no problem even if Li Jun began to pester the Tang family about what had happened, to which the girl said that she didn't know what he was planning to do, but advised him to hurry. Heron closed her eyes and said that her grandfather had not said anything special yet, but she did not want to disappoint him. The advisor spread his arms wide and said that he was about to act, and since the heiress was so demanding, he would try harder. Smiling maliciously, the man remembered the question he wanted to ask his interlocutor. The girl turned around, while Manhwa asked if she was interested in what kind of person he was, who had surpassed the Tang family of Sichuan province and received the nickname Poison Dragon. Heron closed her eyes and remained silent. A bird flew high in the sky. Renjen extended her hand forward. The ruler silently took the message from her beak. The earring in the ear of the head of the Safa clan glittered. A moment later, the girl turned around. At that very second, a grin appeared on her face. Jugin and Soso were walking behind her. The maid's eyes widened in delight. Clouds were visible over the mountains, and the protagonist began to speak. Clenching his fists, the protagonist said that he would go his own way. Looking up at the sky, the young warrior explained that he wanted to see the world a little, as he had been advised, and then declared that he was going to walk around, look at and feel what was happening in the world, and check if his knowledge was true. Gritting his teeth, the boy noted that if he encountered something unknown, he would find out the truth, and that way he would be able to take revenge without becoming a monster. Closing her eyes, Rinjen admitted that she had expected this outcome, but she still felt sorry. Standing on the edge of the cliff, the ruler explained that giving advice and simply saying it was easy, but following the intended path is difficult, and then added that this was precisely why she did not want the fighter to choose such a path. The girl assumed that his decision was unwavering, in response to which the young man dropped his jaw and said that he had reasoned and realized that he had one important matter. Folding her hands behind her back, the head of the Safa clan decided that ultimately his life belonged to revenge. Rinjen admitted that she wanted the protagonist to get to know her other side, to which he turned his head and remained silent. Raising her chin, the ruler wished him good luck on his journey. The protagonist closed his eyes. Rocky mountains were visible in the distance. People from the Safa clan were seeing the young fighter off near the entrance to the settlement. Smiling, the ruler said that it was time for them to part ways. Scratching the back of his head, Pyongbok called the fighter stubborn and muttered that they begged him, but he would not agree under any circumstances, and after the events in Namga village, things seemed to be getting better. Smiling, the guy noted that although they had not been together for long, he had managed to learn many things from the old man. The young man explained that his knowledge gained in the mine was not great, and Pyongbok explained everything in great detail, to which he grabbed his head and asked how it was possible to use martial arts in a real fight without knowing their basics. Folding his arms, the informant exclaimed that he did so because he thought that Juggin would join them, but if he knew that he would leave without feeling, he would not have done it, when Rinjen suddenly asked him not to take his words to heart. Closing her eyes, the ruler explained that in her soul the scout was much kinder than he looked. The protagonist grinned, and the informant clarified what the ruler was talking about. Suddenly, the protagonist lowered his gaze. Putting his palm to his chest, the man exclaimed that he was very popular. Soso moved her hand behind her back. The maid extended the bag forward, and the young warrior did not understand what it was. Pyongbok began to cry and shouted that he was a real handsome man. Inside the cloth were small golden balls, and Rinjen explained that these were pills of purity and tranquility, which had an excellent effect of protecting energy paths, and noted that this was a secret remedy of the Yak clan, living in the Guizhou province. Smiling, the ruler admitted that she wondered what the maid had been making with such diligence for several nights, and it turned out that she wanted to have time to give the pills before the young warrior left. Juggin grinned. At the same second, the protagonist touched Soso's hands with his palms. Opening his mouth, the protagonist thanked the girl. The guy said that he hoped that one day would come when they could walk together again, to which the maid's eyes widened. Rinjen looked at her assistant happily. Lowering his head, Juggin thanked all the residents of the Safa clan. The Kwandu brothers waved their hands and shouted for the protagonist not to get sick, and another man asked him not to forget to eat well. At that very moment, the protagonist began to leave. Approaching the ruler, Pyongbok asked if it was right to send him alone, to which she replied that it was already known, that she let him stay in the settlement without the intention of keeping him by force. Clouds were visible in the sky, and the girl noted that he was a brave guy, and she wondered what choice he would have to make, and which path he would take. Extending his palm forward, the informant asked what they should do and whether the head of the Safa clan was going to ignore the letter, to which she remained silent. Unfolding the paper, Rinjen read that the promised day was approaching, when in the southern Guangxi region in the city district of Gilan on Mount Laozhai a man would appear who would take the silent dragon with him, and demand that the temple dragon be prepared in exchange. The girl turned down the corners of her mouth, and said it was too late to take it back. The man opened his mouth wide and shouted that it was very dangerous. Pyongbok asked what would happen if the advisor had set a trap, then shouted that he was sure it was a trap and asked the lady to think again, to which she closed her eyes and said that it was the same in Namga village and there was no telling when the next opportunity would come if it wasn't now. Opening her eyelids, the girl began to speak. The informant clenched his jaw in alarm. Clenching the paper into a fist, Rinjen said that she was willing to take the risk to steal the silent dragon from him. Suddenly, a palm touched Manyo's face. A moment later, Li Jun gave him a powerful push. A strong blow could be seen from afar. The leader of the Murim Union, approaching the ruins, ordered them to stand up. The boy's legs appeared and he said that the old man was not one to be easily killed, to which he received the answer that his feelings were understood. The man, getting up, said that he had attacked with his fists without asking anything. The elder of the Chitik clan, smiling, called the boy impatient. A second later, a powerful explosion was heard. Suddenly, thick smoke appeared. Manyo flew up and shouted that since this was the case, he had no choice but to strike back. Suddenly, unusual magic flew towards Li Jun. The boy, swinging his weapon, used the red blade of heaven's skill. The man began to jump along the traces of the blow. It was seen how the old man quickly dodged. Suddenly, it seemed like the elder frowned in bewilderment. Looking down, the Admiralty advisor wondered where he had disappeared to. Suddenly, the boy raised his hand and said about the tearing palm, as well as the song of thundering cry. Manyo bared his teeth angrily. Suddenly, the leader of the Murim Union touched the old man's body. A strong flash was visible from afar. Many trees broke off. A man lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Opening his mouth, the Admiralty advisor exclaimed that he knew he was not his opponent. A moment later, a young man flew up above him. A second later, the young man fell with his feet on his opponent. The elder, with his jaw open, screamed loudly. Li Jun's eyes lit up red, and he asked what he had done to Liguan. Manyo, sighing heavily, explained that he had no intention of hiding the truth. The leader of the Murim Union, his eyebrows lowered menacingly, listened to the silent dragon now safe and sound in the Tang family in Sichuan province, and clarified whether Liguan was in the Tang family. The old man, looking at the boy, said that he had been exposed to a strong poison, and since he could not neutralize all poisons, he had to quickly go to the Tan and ask them for help. Lying on the ground, the man added that if he had not brought the silent dragon to them, he would have died, to which the boy asked if he should thank him for this. Li Jun, presenting the provincial note, said that he was sure that it was he who made Liguan come to the village of Namga. The boy added that the elder let Rinjen go, which made him raise the corners of his lips and replied that he did not know why the silent dragon went to Namga, and he did not have enough strength to stop Rinjen. The pupils of the Murim Union leader narrowed when he heard that he thought that Chiak would catch her themselves in order to return the silent dragon, who could become a hostage, and surprisingly, the silent dragon was easily defeated, to which he called him a shameless scoundrel. The young man, spreading his fingers, exclaimed that he should not have raised a vagabond like him. It was visible how Li Jun's hand began to shake violently. Manyo's eyes widened in fear. Suddenly, the man pulled out a note and said that he was still useful. The Murim Union leader, noticing the paper, asked what it was, and was told that it was a weapon that could prolong his life. The old man, showing the contents of the piece of paper, clarified whether he recognized it. Coughing up blood, the elder said that he was sure that he had not forgotten his ex-wife's handwriting. Lowering his eyebrows, the boy asked what he was planning. Smiling broadly, the Admiralty advisor explained that this time he would catch Rinjen for him. After some time, the protagonist walked along a forest path. Jugan calmly moved his feet. Suddenly, a human silhouette appeared behind the protagonist. The guy looked straight ahead thoughtfully. A moment later, the young man narrowed his eyes. In the past, the girl, crossing her palms, said that as soon as he left the estate lands, they would assign surveillance to him, to which the poison dragon asked who exactly. Rinjen, opening her mouth, answered that these were the 3 strongest clans of Sichuan, and added that they were equally influential in this county town. Jugan, turning his gaze to the side, asked again about the 3 strongest clans, and the head of the Safa clan explained that these were the Tang family, the Ami clan, and the Chongsan clan. A man with red hair appeared, and it was said that the Tang family was called the highest peak of the Dok clan. A mysterious entity with a yellow necklace was visible, and Renjen said that the Ami clan is considered one of the 2 largest Buddhist temples on the mountain ranges. A warrior with a blue headband appeared, and the girl said that the Chongsong clan are independent followers of Taoism who do not interfere with the alliance. While presenting a map, the head of the Safa clan said that Sunchuan has been under their control since ancient times, and they have deeply rooted themselves in the territory of the province, and they are also trying to maintain a balance of power, continuing to increase their influence. 3 silhouettes of clans appeared, and the goddess of desire added that due to the strengthening of their positions even after the Murim alliance, they maintained their unique appearance of the 3 strongest parts of Sunchuan, and now they are called the Kings of Sunchuan. Renjen lowered her eyebrows and said that like many people in the province, the 3 strongest clans had an unwavering desire for independence and a chauvinistic attitude towards outside forces, and she thought that they would not welcome someone who had already caused quite a stir in Manhwa. The protagonist bit his lips as he was told that they would monitor his every move, and that Yunnan's strength was not comparable to Sunchuan's. The girl added that he should be prepared for anything, which made Jugan think through the sweat on his face. Walking along the forest path, the protagonist thought that the closer he got to Chengdu, the more invisible eyes he felt on himself, and wondered if they knew he was coming. Turning his head to the side, the boy muttered that if the surveillance did not stop, it would be difficult for him to act in his own way. A moment later, the young man picked up a bag in his hand. Poison Dragon emptied the contents, and thought it was time to shake off the tail that had gotten stuck. A long white trail could be seen from afar. A second later, Jugan had disappeared into the thick forest. Suddenly, someone jumped up and spoke out loud about the deities of Taoism. The boy, hitting the ground, asked how one could thoughtlessly scatter poison on the road where people were walking, and called the protagonist an ill-mannered co-religionist. Spreading his fingers, the boy exclaimed that it was his own fault because he sensed its presence, and anyway, he needed to clean up the poison so that innocent people would not suffer. His hand could be seen collecting the spilled poison. A moment later, the white powder turned into a small ball. Opening his mouth wide, the young man said that he needed to report what had happened to the clan. A quarter of a day ago, Mount Chongsang in Sunchuan province appeared. The boy, opening his jaw, yawned loudly. Suddenly he was asked to come closer, causing him to turn his gaze to the side. With his eyes wide open, the boy obeyed the teacher's request. After a while, a small room was visible. The young man, raising his eyebrows, asked about the poisonous dragon, to which he received the answer that he was part of the Safa clan and a professional killer who had recently begun operating in Yunnan. John, through the sweat on his face, listened attentively to the fact that the protagonist had dealt with the villagers and killed a member of the Union who had come to punish him for his crimes, and therefore the poisonous dragon was an enemy of society, and Murim was worried because of him. Cheon, raising the corners of his lips, added that they said that he had gone into hiding, but it seemed that the poisonous dragon was currently in the Safa hideout in the county town. The master said that he had left there today and that his mission was to follow the poisonous dragon in Sunchuan, to which the boy, with his mouth wide open, asked if he trusted him to follow such a dangerous man. A second later he was hit on the head. The teacher, holding a stick in his hand, asked why the disciple of the Chongsung clan was afraid, and hadn't he taught him this? The deputy head of the clan, placing a wooden object on his shoulder, explained that he was not asking to attack or kill him, and that he should simply make sure that he did not do anything stupid. John, clutching his head, wondered if the poisonous dragon was a villain, then wouldn't it be better to catch him before he committed an even more terrible crime, and why leave him alone? Cheon, looking ahead, replied that if they entered the battle, the Ami clan and the Tan family would join them, and that this would only cause a stir, and added that there were many suspicious moments in the poison dragon's actions, so instead of creating unnecessary problems, it would be better to observe him first. A small building was visible, and the teacher clarified that he had already learned enough, and therefore would he be able to cope with the task, because if he did not complete such a simple mission, he would spend another year contemplating the wall. John, sighing heavily, asked himself that if it was so simple, then why didn't he himself take up surveillance? Putting his hand in a small bag, the boy exclaimed that since the teacher assigned the mission, it meant that he recognized him. Clenching his fist, the young man confidently said that he would successfully complete the task and asked to be sent to Kanho. Noticing the tracks, the boy said that the poisonous dragon had managed to move away again, and wondered if it was trying to throw him off its tail. John could be seen smiling contentedly. Falling to the ground, the boy said that since he was lame, the weight of the pressure of his right and left legs on the ground would be different, and decided to follow the tracks. Suddenly, the boy looked ahead in bewilderment. Tree branches appeared, and it was audible whether he had missed him. The young man, running in different directions, did not understand where he had disappeared to, and explained that he had not been told that the poisonous dragon could use the light step technique. John grabbed his head in fear. Sharply jumping up, the boy shouted that he did not want to spend another year contemplating the wall. A forest path was visible. Suddenly, something rustled in the bushes. A moment later, Jugan came out from behind a tree trunk. After some time, a bright sunset appeared. The protagonist, sitting at the table, thought that he had said that he would leave the county town and go explore the world, and wondered where to start. Lowering his head, the protagonist silently wondered that maybe he should first find out what rumors were going around these days. Looking back, the boy heard a conversation between two townspeople, who said that the Silent Dragon and the Brave Phoenix had been captured, and that both sides had suffered in the battle with the Silent Dragon, and whether the Poison Dragon's strength should then be equated with the Silent Dragon's. The men continued that if the Poison Dragon had encountered the Silent Dragon after it had destroyed the formation of the 9 palaces and 8 sectors, then it was probably stronger, causing Juggin to close his eyes and mutter that he did not like hearing stories about himself from others. Suddenly, someone shouted at the protagonist that this was where he had been, to which he widened his eyes. John, with his mouth wide open, explained that he had to try hard to find him and asked how he managed to escape. The boy said that he had to comb the village from top to bottom to find him, and the protagonist, looking down, thought that the village was a day's walk from here, and he had managed to get there very quickly. The boy, sighing heavily, asked if he could sit down next to him, to which he received a positive answer. The young man, closing his eyes, said that at first he thought that he had escaped using the light step technique, because his tracks suddenly ended. Clenching his fists, John continued that, however, it turned out that he went in the opposite direction, and this was an unexpected move, because he had already thought that he was a ghost. A plate of food appeared. The boy said that it looked delicious, and the Poison Dragon, holding out his palm, offered him a treat if he wanted. The boy stuck out his tongue and asked if it was true. The boy's eyes widened and he exclaimed that he had completely forgotten to introduce himself, and he said his name, and explained that he was a follower of Taoism and was studying on Mount Chongsong, and that his teacher had learned that he was in Sichuan and ordered him to keep an eye on him. Juggin, through the sweat on his face, realized that he was a disciple of the Chongsong clan. John scratched his head and said that at first he had intended to quietly follow him on his heels, but it seemed to him that he would try to distance himself from him again, and so he decided to walk right next to him for a while, and also asked if he would mind. The boy added that even if he refused, he would still have to which the protagonist, biting his lips, muttered that he could be his enemy, and could not understand how he had so easily revealed his identity and purpose, and whether excessive confidence was typical of the Chongsong clan. The boy, happily opening his jaw, said that he would not refuse the pleasure of tasting such beauty. A moment later, the protagonist looked at his plate. Juggin said that there was poison in this dish, which caused the young man's face to suddenly turn blue. John, wide-eyed in fear, asked if he was joking. The protagonist, sitting at the table, replied that he thought it was obvious to him, to which the boy asked why. Extending his finger, the protagonist asked if the mountain herbs sprinkled on top had changed their color. The guy, lowering his gaze, said that it was true, and it seemed to him that he simply had specific food preferences. Clenching his fists, the young man asked what had happened where they had seen food offered and then said it was poisoned, and the Poison Dragon said that the poison was not his doing. Juggin, hearing the question of who did it, opened his mouth and replied that he should ask those people. Looking at the next table, the protagonist added that he should ask those sitting next to him. The man, smiling, laughed and exclaimed that he was surprised, because he did not think that a pawn of the Safa clan would easily recognize food poison. The warrior, getting up from the table, added that it was probably not for nothing that he was called the Poison Dragon. Suddenly, John lowered his eyebrows, recognizing these clothes. Frowning, the samurai wished the health of the disciple of the Chongsung clan, and introduced himself as Lee Sim from the Tang family. The boy turned around abruptly, and said that until recently he had been in good health, but after meeting him, he could no longer say so. It was visible how the protagonist narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. The warrior, lowering his hands, clarified what he meant and said that, as far as he knew, the Chongsung clan, the Ami clan, and the Tan family ruled this territory together, and therefore how could they thoughtlessly use poison here? It seemed like the girl was looking ahead mysteriously, and the boy objected that his actions were insulting their Chongsung clan. Lee Sim extended his palm and asked whether checking the Safa palm could be considered an insult to the Chongsung clan, and also added that he did not know that he would eat the food. The guy, bulging his eyes, clarified whether that meant so. The fighter thoughtfully bit his lips. It seemed as if the young man lowered his eyebrows in displeasure. The interlocutors looked at each other furiously. Suddenly, Juggin, shaking his head, said that it seemed that he would not be able to eat in peace, and therefore he would leave, and if there were any problems between them, then let them solve them without him. The main character wished him all the best, and Lishin, baring his teeth, called him a bastard. A second later, the warrior took the pipe. Throwing a small stick, the samurai clarified that first he had disgraced him, and now he decided to run away. It was visible how the small projectile was quickly approaching the guy's body. Suddenly, someone stopped the flying pipe. The fighter clenched his jaw in bewilderment. John opened his mouth and asked why he continued to behave like this even when talking to him. Frowning, the boy asked if he could consider his actions an insult this time. The walls of the room appeared and it was said that the three clans show mutual respect and dare not thoughtlessly act against each other. Li Xin, through the sweat on his face, listened to the teacher say that this was an unwritten law. The young man clenched his fist and explained that he had used poison and thrown the weapon in front of him. In other words, he had disregarded the order of his teacher. Opening his mouth wide, the warrior shouted that he should think about Master Chan, and although he was young, he was deliberately lenient with him, and asked if he was covering for him. The samurai clarified whether he wanted to interfere with the Tang family, to which John, wide-eyed, replied that he was the one interfering here, and he was the first to meet the poison dragon and start a conversation with him. Suddenly, the boy tightly squeezed the pipe. A moment later, the young man threw it forward and shouted that he should take it back. The man clenched his jaw in anticipation of the blow. Suddenly, a red rope appeared. The unusual rope broke the stick into 2 parts. A second later, the debris fell to the floor. John lowered his hands in confusion. The silhouette of a samurai appeared. The girl was calmly sipping a drink from a small glass. The boy, through the sweat on his face, said that she was very agile, but he could also hit hard. Slightly bending over, the guy said that his stomach hurt and asked if they would give him an antidote first. Suddenly, Juggin, turning his head to the side, asked to stop making a fuss and explained that if there was anything to say to him, then let them say it in person. Li Xin bared his teeth and warned that today, due to the presence of a member of the Chongsun clan, he would tolerate it, but if he got too arrogant here, it would not end well for him. The protagonist, looking ahead, replied that he understood everything and would follow his advice. John, holding his stomach, asked to wait. The door creaked open, and the boy turned to the poisonous dragon. The protagonist could be seen walking down the street. The boy ran quickly and asked him to wait. Putting his hands on his hips, the young man apologized and said that he did not plan to walk so close to him, and until he left Sichuan, he asked for his love and favor, because if he did not keep a good eye on him, he would have to train at the wall for another year. Juggin looked away and answered positively, to which he was asked if he understood him, and explained that he simply thought that he would not lag behind anyway if he tried to throw him off his tail again. The protagonist, walking forward, thought that it was better to keep him close than to force him to watch him secretly, and perhaps he would help him, as happened now, and also said that he would not like to train at the wall for a whole year either. The disciple of the Chongsun clan, rubbing his palms, exclaimed that what happened in the tavern was a surprise to him, and he did not at all look like he wanted to enter into a fight, so he stepped forward. John added that he had previously seemed like a proud man, ready to go through fire and water, and the protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, said that pride was not something he considered important, and if a fight had started there, the inn would have suffered losses. The guy's eyes widened, realizing what he was thinking, and called him a good man. Holding his chin, the young man said that judging by the fact that he had thoughtlessly scattered poisonous powder along the road, perhaps this was not so. Suddenly, the disciple of the Chongxiang clan opened his mouth wide, hearing that this was necessary to attract his attention. Remembering the forest path, the poison dragon clarified whether it was true that he had been looking for his tracks, searching the entire forest to catch up with him. A white powder appeared, and Juggin said that he had sprinkled poison on his tracks, which he had previously mixed with arrowroot from the roots of Puraria to neutralize it, and such a substance cannot kill, and it only dulls judgment for about 2 hours, and that is why he had difficulty finding it. John, raising his eyebrows, exclaimed that he felt everything before his eyes began to blur, and his thoughts did not come into order, and now he understood why he could not find it. Smiling contentedly, the boy said that he not only killed with poison, but also used the right poison in the right place, and added that he was not quite as described in rumors. The protagonist asked if this was his nature or if he was pretending now, to which the boy turned and clarified what he was talking about, and received the answer that, as far as he knew, the people considered him a cold-blooded killer. The boy's eyes widened and he explained that he was watching him so that nothing would happen in these parts until he left, and he asked if there were any problems. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, said that he seemed very careless, because what if he ate poisoned food again? The poisonous dragon continued that if someone approached him with bad intentions, then the member of the Chongsong clan, looking back, asked if it was him. John said that this would not happen, which made Juggin bite his lips in confusion. The boy held out his palm and explained that it was because in Sichuan no one could harm a disciple of the Chongsong clan. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist's mouth widened and he listened, saying that otherwise the scoundrel would have to be prepared for the fact that his clan could be wiped off the face of the earth. Clenching his fists, the poison dragon muttered that for the past 8 years, he had only thought about revenge and trying to survive in the darkness of hell because neither he nor the Yak clan had enough strength. Looking at the boy's thoughtful face, Juggin thought that this boy in front of him was in a completely different situation, because just like a mother protects her child, he was protected by his teacher and clan. Lowering his head, the protagonist realized that this was why he was acting so relaxed. Closing his eyes, the protagonist muttered that he envied him. The boy bent down and asked if he was worried about him now, and if he was afraid that someone might suddenly attack him. The Chanseong clan member called him a good man, causing the poison dragon to look down sadly. Walking forward, Jugan explained that they needed to hurry before the sun set. Suddenly, samurai appeared in the distance. Lisjin bared his teeth and exclaimed that the disciple of Chong-sun was running after the poisonous dragon like a clingy one under the guise of a protector, to which the girl objected that it was very ugly to first strictly follow the rules of your opponent, and then speak ill of him as soon as he turned his back. The warrior continued that even though he was a relative of the head of the lateral line, this did not give him the right to trample the name of the Tang family into the dirt, which made the man open his jaw and say that if she had not butted in, he himself would have done a great job. Suddenly, the samurai's pupils shone brightly, and she asked Lisjin again. The fighter clenched his jaw in confusion. A moment later, the girl turned around and left. The warrior's eyes widened thoughtfully. In the distance, the protagonist could be seen walking down the street with the boy. After a while, the highlands of the Guangxi region came into view. Mount Laozhai was visible. Suddenly, an unusual aura circled in the sky. A human silhouette was visible through the yellow cloth. A second later, the girl landed on the ground. Renjen looked forward seriously. Suddenly, 2 stars appeared above her head. A moment later, a powerful explosion was heard behind her. The Kwanda brothers lowered their eyebrows menacingly. A man sat on the stairs and said that here they were. Manhwa, crossing his fingers, added that he had been waiting for a long time, because the proximity of their meeting did not allow him to sleep normally. A warrior was visible behind him, and he reported that the goods he promised were in place, and said that he used an intoxicant on the silent dragon, so if he woke him up, he would be able to move immediately. A second later, the old man narrowed his eyes. The elder of the Chitik clan asked why he could not see their goods, to which Renjen, smiling, replied that of course he would see them, and explained that she had not come for the sake of a deal. Raising the corners of her lips, the girl added that she had come to take the silent dragon. Manhwa looked ahead thoughtfully. Thick clouds were visible in the sky, and the old man said that he had offered to cure the silent dragon and exchange it for Jugan, and for him the deal was logical. The man, stretching out his palm, asked if they simply wanted to steal it, explaining that their decision slightly contradicted the terms of the agreement, and also did not expect that their goddess of desires was so fickle, which made him disappointed. Renjen, looking at the elder, exclaimed that she did not know whether he remembered or not, but did not agree to his deal, to which he asked that they had really managed to become friends with the lame man. The girl, with her mouth slightly open, replied that the young warrior had decided to go his own way and could not force him to join them. Manhwa, with his eyes wide open, asked if they had let him go, to which they explained that they had, but they did not know what had happened to him later. The man, smiling slyly, muttered that the goddess of desires, although a member of Safa, at the same time denied her belonging to the clan, because she knew very well that Jugan would still fall into danger, which is why she did not bring him here. Raising the corners of his lips, the old man exclaimed that this was expected, and thought that he had done the right thing by sending the lame man to her in order to save him in the village of Namga. Lowering his head, the elder allowed the silent dragon to be taken. Renjen, looking ahead, asked if he was going to stop her. Stretching out his palm, Manhwa clarified that someone like him could not do it, because he firmly believed that they had inherited the valor of the Tang family. But since they decided to throw it away, there was nothing to be done. The goddess of desires, narrowing her eyes, said that he was now deliberately humiliating her, to which she was explained that it turned out that she knew how to be ashamed. The elder crossed his arms and asked him to quickly take him and leave, because he needed to think about how to live on. A moment later, Renjen approached the silent dragon. It was visible how Liguan lowered his head. A second later, the girl extended her palm. The guy, closing his eyes, began to talk about the mountain cave. Suddenly, the pupils of the goddess of desire dilated. Suddenly, the young man frowned menacingly. Unexpectedly, the silent dragon opened his mouth wide and called Renjen. The girl pushed him away with her hand. It seemed as if the goddess of desire powerfully slammed the boy to the floor. The head of the Safa clan clenched her jaw and spoke rudely of Manhwa. Suddenly, a foot was approaching her face. A moment later, Renjen grabbed the enemy's foot. Baring her teeth, the girl asked if that was all. The man, smiling contentedly, answered in the negative. Smoke was visible coming out of the enemy's shoe, and the goddess of desire wondered if it was the smell of gunpowder. A second later, the old man's mechanical leg opened. Suddenly, several sharp projectiles flew out. The cartridges quickly approached the face of the head of the Safa clan. The Kwanda brothers, opening their jaws, shouted that it was a trap and that they needed to save their leader. The archers began to pull the bowstring. The authorized warriors of Safa turned their gaze back. A moment later, a huge number of arrows flew in their direction. Rengen's assistants turned around and asked if it was an ambush. Suddenly, the Chagal family appeared. Sandi clenched his jaw and exclaimed that he would not let Safa get away this time. The girl sighed heavily, and the Kwanda brothers clarified whether the ruler was safe and reported that they were surrounded. Safa's authorized warriors added that the goddess of desires should leave quickly, to which she, baring her teeth, said that this meant he had planned this from the very beginning. Manhwa, lowering his head, replied that this was true, but he thought that he had no need to feel remorse. The elder, waving his hand, shouted that she had no intention of keeping her promise either. Renjen opened her jaw and called him a vile bastard. A moment later, smoke appeared on the roof of the building. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. The old man was striking the girl many times. The man, with his mouth wide open, asked what was wrong with her and if she couldn't handle him. The head of the Safa clan, frowning, didn't understand how that was possible and wondered if he had such a powerful internal energy. Suddenly, the goddess of desire's eyes widened in surprise. Renjen asked if this was the bloody skies of madness, to which Manhwa, holding out his palm, explained that he wasn't the only one who had decided to do anything for revenge. The girl, with her eyebrows lowered menacingly, asked if he was talking about the young warrior and where he got such affection for him, if he was even ready to spit on his own body, and also called him crazy. Suddenly, the rivals' hands touched each other. A second later, a powerful surge of energy appeared between them. It was visible how the old man jumped high into the air. A moment later, the man quickly skidded to a stop on the ground. The elder, spreading his arms out to the sides, said that he had been out of his mind for a long time and did not know how it had come to this. Manhwa, his veins bulging, said that at first he had only a slight desire for revenge, but this feeling did not pass, and everything only became more confusing, and the actions he had committed for the lame man gradually turned into a huge sea. Squeezing his fingers, the man asked if it was true that everyone had something like that, and added that it was something that he wanted to take possession of, something he wanted to try, and something that he thought about all the time, and for him it was Juggin. The old man, putting his palm on his face, said that no matter how hard he tried to throw him out of his head, his eye, which saw nothing, always drew the lame man. Renjen looked ahead attentively. Suddenly, the elder took off the bandage and asked if she could see what was reflected in his eye. The girl squinted in the bright light, and wondered if it was a bronze mirror. A thick haze appeared in front of her, and she muttered that everything around her seemed to be floating. Manhwa, with his mouth wide open, laughed and exclaimed that she had fallen for his trick easily and asked what would happen to her reputation as the godmother of Safa. Suddenly, the silent dragon flew up above the goddess of desire, and the old man shouted that it was necessary now. Liguan, raising his katara, explained to Renjen that it was all over. It seemed as if enemies surrounded her from all sides. Suddenly, the girl's body was covered in bright lightning, and she spoke the ability of 9 rays of emptiness of jade. 5 thunderstorms of toad kung fu appeared. The silent dragon bared his teeth in pain. The man opened his jaw in bewilderment. The goddess of desire dealt a powerful blow to the ground. The body of the article was visible. Rengen's eyes shone with an unusual aura. Raising the corners of her lips, the girl said that it was not bad, because he was able to withstand such power. The goddess of desires asked what could be the reason for his affection for her, to which Liguan, flying high, exclaimed that because of the Safa, who raised a bloody murderer, his bride died, and therefore he would cut her throat with the lame one and console Yun's soul with this. Using a magical aura, Renjen explained that she did not need his life, but since he was so determined, he was afraid that without killing him, the matter would not end. Suddenly, the girl turned her gaze to the side. Unexpectedly, Manhwa fired projectiles from his leg. The cartridges quickly approached the body of the goddess of desires. The head of the Safa clan, holding out part of her robe in front of her, thought that she should fight back. A moment later, the silent dragon delivered a slashing blow with his katana. The guy menacingly bit his lips. Rengen's eyes widened in confusion. The elder smiled contentedly. The sounds of battle echoed across the mountains. Songi swung his blade at his opponent, but he dodged the blow. The man glanced back. He managed to block the attack with his fist with the hilt of his sword, but it was enough to send the advisor flying back. While his warriors fought the second brother behind him, the swordsman noted that this was to be expected from Rengen's guards. They were far from simple protectors. The first brother Kwanda declared that they would not allow them to approach the mistress, to which the man objected. That should have been his phrase. The fighter suddenly shuddered. He felt the energy of the 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu. Gritting his teeth, he turned around, as it weakened. His eyes were bloodshot. The woman pressed her fingers to her severed hand, when her subordinate called out to her. Enraged, the first brother screamed, "How dare these freaks!" The man parried the enemy's sudden blow with his bracer. He grinned and asked where he was looking. The fighter clenched his teeth again, holding back the blade. Moving the pieces of wood, Manhwa admitted that it seemed that there was some benefit from cutting off his healthy leg and inserting a prosthesis. Looking at the head of the clan with a mad smile, the advisor called to see that the goddess of desire herself was kneeling before him. The villain looked at his unwitting ally, and added that the silent dragon had also tried. But the young man did not answer, and the villain realized that he had apparently lost his mind, and allowed him to sleep. While the warrior pulled out the needles from herself, the man noted that even Li Jun would be pleased with such a product, and he was ready to turn a blind eye to the fact that she had violated the order and went to the village of Namga. The woman threw the needle to the ground. Activating her technique, The goddess screamed that they were all worthless. Did they really think that they would catch her by tearing off her arm? Manhwa chuckled and advised her not to use internal energy now. Feeling blood running down her face, the clan leader froze. She glanced at the lying needle when she heard that the advisor's prosthesis and needle were made by the Tang family, and asked if the opponent understood what he was getting at. The woman clenched her teeth. She realized that it was poison. The advisor nodded and said that, moreover, this poison was created specifically to catch her. If she tried to use the technique again in this state, he could not guarantee that she would remain alive. He offered to humbly surrender. Who knows, maybe the leader of the Union will remember his old love and save her. Breathing heavily, the goddess declared that she was already better. She activated the technique again, exclaiming that she would die voluntarily. The man raised his hands and snorted, telling her as she wished. He had no orders to bring her necessarily alive. But at that moment one of the Kwanda brothers pounced on them from above, calling for the mistress. Having fallen from above, the man grabbed the goddess from behind. After which he simply rushed away, under the indignant cries of the head of the clan, shouting that she cannot die here. He begged to do this at least for the sake of those who believed and followed her. The woman looked indignantly at her follower, but he continued that the Chagal had already surrounded the entire area. Tears flowed down his cheeks when the fighter added that this was the only way to protect the mistress. The goddess looked around and asked where his older brother was. At that moment, surrounded by enemy fighters, he smiled at the fleeing ones. The woman's eyes widened. The younger brother clenched his teeth while the tears grew more and more. The warrior twitched in his grip, screaming that he couldn't be left here alone, but the man begged him to forgive him, but she might get a little hurt. He simply jumped off the cliff into the water, while the goddess screamed in despair. Manhwa scratched the top of his head, clicked his tongue and muttered that this was very tedious. Turning around, he loudly asked what the others were doing. Advisor Sony turned around, his men holding his older brother, while the villain cursed that they had failed to restrain one of the guards and they had lost the goddess of desires. Heading towards them, the man demanded that soldiers be sent to comb the entire valley. They could not have gone far under the influence of the poison, and the commander replied that he understood. But he clenched his teeth and thought that this man spoke as if he were his servant. Hadn't he ruined their operation in Manga village? He was only restrained by the order of the leader. Grinning, Manhwa quietly said that although the goddess of desire had miraculously survived and escaped, he looked at the stump of her arm and, continuing to laugh, promised that eventually this woman would end up in his hands. At this time in Sichuan, the call of the poisonous dragon was heard over the forest. John, looking at his companion with wide eyes, asked why he killed so many people. The protagonist looked ahead, while the boy noticed that he did not look like such a person at all. The next time, the disciple Chion asked why the young man limped. The fighter silently took a sip of tea, while the boy clarified whether he was born with it. In the forest, he looked at the boy with curiosity and asked what techniques he used. He had hardly seen him use them. The hero's face acquired a tired expression, and the Taoist disciple realized that he should not have asked such a question. Jugan sighed with relief, and the boy apologized and suggested that he was too talkative. Sitting on a rock in the forest, the boy admitted that he was just a little nervous, as it was his first time talking to a member of Safa, but his interlocutor retorted that he was not from Safa, which surprised him, since as far as he knew, he came from their palace. The boy opened his mouth when the poison dragon asked if everyone coming out of the Chongsang Palace was a disciple of the clan, and after thinking about it, he admitted that he was right. Scratching his chin, the disciple said that it was strange that everyone said that the poison dragon was from Safa. The teacher could not lie to him. Clasping his fingers together, the young man said that in such moments, the truth will be revealed when you look at the situation with your own eyes. He was given such advice when he was in the same situation, and the interlocutor found it good advice, and asked who gave it to him. Looking up, the hero replied that he would be able to meet this person if he got to the palace from which he came. The boy raised his eyebrows, after which he darkened and said that he was sorry. And then he clapped his hands over his mouth when the fighter asked what he was talking about. Waving his hands, the boy asked to understand him correctly. He just didn't know if it was okay to tell. The teacher hadn't said anything about it. The boy looked at his companion with curiosity and asked him to tell, but he replied that he couldn't, since it was beyond his rights. To his surprise, the hero stood up and began to draw with a stone on the ground. John put his hands on his knees, then asked what he was doing, and heard in response that the poisonous dragon was going to settle down, and he was interested in the reason. The boy's face became frightened when the young man answered that there was a good climate and good land here, so he planned to stay here for the next 3 years, and he remembered that he was told to watch him until he left their land. Jugan continued drawing, and when asked what he should do if he lived here for another 3 years, he put forward a condition. The boy looked straight at the Taoist disciple and asked him to tell him what they were hiding. The boy put his fingers together and tried to speak in confusion. A gust of wind rose above the forest as the boy told him that the Safa palace his companion had come from would soon disappear. The action moved to the Gilan city district in the Laozhai mountain area. The fugitives lay on the riverbank. Pressed against the tree trunk, Rinzhen breathed heavily. Water flowed down her face. The woman directed her palm to the stump of her arm. She called upon 3 shades of true fire, and the flame blazed in her palm. While cauterizing the wound, the goddess could not help but scream. Her companion stirred and called the mistress, and she replied that everything was fine. Her pain could not be compared to his from the loss of his brother. The warrior shook. She expressed regret that due to her carelessness, he decided to live instead of her. The younger brother of Kwanda looked sadly at the ground, when the head of the clan added that she would never forget her mistake and insult today. Rising to his feet, the fighter stood up and reminded that the enemy would soon set off in pursuit, asked where they would go, to which the woman replied that they were returning to Sichuan. Looking resolutely at her companion, the goddess added that they would start all over again there. The protagonist stood up and asked again if he had understood correctly that the palace from which he had come would soon disappear. John scratched his cheek and admitted that he had heard that he would be destroyed along the way, since many important persons of Safa were passing through that place, and when the interlocutor asked whether the 3 strong men of Sichuan would take up the matter, he answered that no, the Union, or rather the clans that were under his control, had begun to act. The boy gave a guilty look and added that they couldn't keep an eye on the 3 strongmen, so the Ami clan would be watching everyone as a representative. The young man opened his mouth and the student Chong-sun asked if it was unpleasant for him to hear that, although he himself had said that he didn't belong to Safa, so he shouldn't worry. The lame man clenched his fist and repeated that he really wasn't one of them, but there were many people who had pulled him back from the other world, so he would pretend that he didn't know anything if his benefactor was in danger. Turning around, the boy said that he was going back, and the kid sighed. He knew that this was how it would end, so he didn't want to say anything. Looking at the poisonous dragon with confusion, the boy asked him to stop, because preventing his stupidity was also part of his mission. The hero stopped, and when the Taoist student threatened that if he didn't give up the plot, he would have to stop him by force, he said that he wouldn't fight him. The boy smiled, not noticing that a bag was flying at his face, and declared that it was the right decision. But then he noticed the flying object, after which he abruptly cut the bag. Pink smoke came out of it, and the boy immediately realized that it was poison, and he had simply struck by inertia. The young man turned around when the kid asked what kind of tricks this was, and replied that it was the same poison as last time. Frowning, the hero added that even a small dose would work, and advised his companion to return quickly and take onions, oil made from pork fat, and tea. After which he moved away, despite the cries that he should not leave. The boy continued to move away until they called after him. Looking tensely ahead, Juggin figured that the road to the palace would take 3 days at best. He had to go without a break, he could not be late. Covering his mouth with his hand, the boy took out a bell, deciding that there was no other choice. He began to ring, pronouncing a mantra. The lame man suddenly froze. Then he fell on all fours, coughing up blood. Continuing to ring, the boy explained that his words meant, "The imperial bell rings. I bring the demon to his knees and cut his throat," and the bell was one of the derivative sound techniques. Its advantage was that it suppressed the enemy without being affected by his attacks. As the youth tried unsuccessfully to get up, the student added that this type of weapon was especially used on people who used poison. The hero's eyes were bloodshot, while the boy explained that this was why the teacher sent him on this mission, and he felt as if his head was about to split and his eardrums would explode. Was this the effect of the sound technique? Frowning, the adept explained that if he let him go, another massacre could occur, so he had to stop him. He demanded to say that the boy would say that he would not go to the palace, just one word and he would stop. Gritting his teeth, the fighter asked if, in his opinion, it was possible to calmly let the people of Safa die. The boy raised his eyebrows, noticed that he hadn't meant that, and asked if they weren't villains, it would be better for a small part of them to leave, rather than the human, large part. The veins on Juggin's face bulged. He remembered the faces of those who had helped him. Rising above the ground, the young man declared that they were much more important to him than others. The boy frowned, not understanding what was happening. The vessels in the hero's hands were bulging. Continuing to call, he noticed that the interlocutor said that he was not a member of Safa, but, having found himself cornered, used its techniques. The lame man turned around and realized that his flow of internal energy was weakening. He pressed his palm against the ground, but fell back onto it. Closing his eyes, the student said that Taoism is like water. If you block the flow, the current will go around, but not stop. The technique of bending the demon to his knees was done on the same principle. If the ringing of the imperial bell meets 100 different demons, it will affect each one differently. Raising his hand in a prayerful gesture, the boy began to speak to free his soul, moderate anger, the thirst for murder and will, and continued to recite excerpts from the sutra. The young man lowered his gaze while the sutra was sounding. He felt how his strength was leaving him. The hero's eyes clouded over, as did his mind, and he wondered if this was the end. Was he going to end his life like this? The image of a snake before his eyes made him think that he did not have time to take revenge, did not protect the people who showed him kindness. But he did not want to lose anyone else. He needed to get up. If he did not get up, he would not be able to change anything. But suddenly his gaze cleared. Right in front of him he saw a real snake. The boy opened his mouth and simply bit off the snake's head. John let out a tired breath and said that was enough. But the next moment, a hole appeared in the bell, and the boy screamed in fear. He looked around, trying to understand what was happening. But he saw the poison dragon stretching out his hand towards him. The youth rose to his feet with the snake in his hands, while the kid wondered how the hell he did it. The disciple looked at the rising hero in surprise. Furrowing his brows, he muttered that it couldn't be. The boy finished chewing on the snake's head, when the Taoist adept realized that he had used snake venom to free his mind from the sonic attack. His tricks were as terrifying as his nickname. Lowering the bell, the boy declared that, however, he was now forced to use much cruder methods. At that moment, a whip whistled through the air. A whip struck between the opponents, raising a cloud of dust. They both looked back, hearing someone's apology. Someone decided to intervene, as someone was torturing someone. Members of the Tang family came out into the forest clearing, and the man asked if it was really the disciple of the Cheongsum clan. John got angry. He recognized the same Tang family members they had seen in the tavern. Leeton grinned and noted that the bell was so noisy that it was impossible to just walk past, to which the little one began to be indignant that they were asking for another conflict. Why did they use force haphazardly again? They did not listen to him at all that time. The main character managed to get up. He was wiping his lips. The two paid attention to him. The man pointed his finger at him and called. Looking at the snake in the young man's hands, he asked if he had really eaten it. Biting off another piece of the reptile, the fighter asked if it really belonged to them. The man winced and called his interlocutor a psycho. And then the girl giggled with him. And then she burst out laughing. Wiping her eyes, Heron noted that she thought that people were making a mountain out of a molehill when it came to the ruthless poisonous chromium. Looking at the others, the warrior added that, however, having seen such a picture with her own eyes, she could say that the nickname was appropriate for the hero. Pointing her finger at the remains of the snake, she asked if the poisonous dragon knew the name of the snake he bit off. It was a pure blood gland snake that was close to the spiritual beasts owned by the Tang family. If it bit even a fairly good martial artist, his blood would immediately boil in his body, and he would die. With a smile, the girl added that, however, for those who wielded poisons, she was a real miracle cure, an analog of which could not be found in the world, and since the young man did not die, it meant that he belonged to the second type of people. The heiress folded her arms across her chest and, when the hero admitted that he did not expect the snake to be a cure for him, she confirmed his words, explaining that it was a test to see if he lived up to his nickname. He asked what they would do if he died from the bite. Hiding her eyes behind the shadow of her hat, the girl answered that they would blame him for not knowing his place and daring to call himself the poison dragon. Looking coldly at his interlocutor, the guy clarified that then if they died at his hands, they should blame themselves for not knowing their place and daring to test him. Heron pursed her lips. She took out her whip again and reminded them that the poison user who had come to Sichuan should consider it an honor to be assessed by their family. The young man was too impudent for someone who could even master such a simple sound technique. But then John reminded them of himself, holding out his palm and asking them to stop. Standing in front of them with his arms outstretched, he reminded them that, as members of the Seven Tangs, they had no right to interfere in the affairs of the Cheongsum clan, and asked them to state their full names and leave. The girl took hold of the brim of her hat, and, when the boy added that if they continued to interfere, his clan would formally lodge a protest against them, she agreed to provide it. Taking off her hat, she said that she was the heiress of the Tang family. The little one immediately became embarrassed when he realized that it was Lady Heron in front of him. The warrior pressed her hat to her chest and said that she heard that Master Cheon had taken in a talented student. She asked if it was him. The boy confirmed it and said his name. Smiling sweetly, the girl asked to step aside. She and the poisonous dragon needed to talk about something. Rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment, the student agreed. The heiress turned her gaze to the young man and suggested going over the facts. He had just been attacked by student John and was almost caught. The hero even opened his mouth when the warrior continued that she had released the snake. He could have died from the bite. But thanks to her, you still managed to escape from the effects of the sonic attack, and he assumed that they were waiting for words of gratitude from him. The guy frowned when the girl said that the gratitude was still weak. He owed her a lot, and replied that he did not ask for help. The heiress extended her hand and offered another option. The boy's face turned indignant when the warrior suggested that Jugan go about her business, and she would detain the disciple of the Cheongsum clan. The little one shook his head from one to the other, while the young man asked what the interlocutor was going to do with her confidence in her debt to them, to which the heiress asked if he was really interested in that now, or if there were no more important matters. Bowing to the fighter, the girl explained that she did so out of personal interest, so there was no need to bother her head. The guy frowned. Then he simply turned and walked away, not paying attention to the shock of his now former companion. The boy extended his hand, shouting that he was not allowed there, but the heiress said that she was letting the poison dragon go. The student looked at the girl in confusion, reminding her of the teacher's order, to which she replied that he could, of course, pursue him, but forbade him to block his path to the palace. The warrior closed her eyes when the boy began to claim that if the poisonous dragon returned there, many people would die. Panic appeared on John's face when the girl loudly declared herself a resident of Sichuan. And she looked at the boy with a withering look. The boy lowered his head and said that he would simply follow him. After which he jumped up from his place, and Li Sim turned to his companion. The man reminded the heiress that they needed to return to the estate, but she wanted to watch a little longer. She put her hat back on. Pressing her palm to her chest, the girl thought that the poisonous dragon contained the terrible fury of a wounded beast. Soon the sunset began. The boy's foot pushed off the branch. He rushed through the trees. The student lowered his eyebrows and looked at the protagonist, estimating that he had been running for 2 hours without stopping. Stopping on one of the branches, the boy thought that even if he forgot Lady Heron's words, he himself was becoming curious. The young man had already dropped his backpack, while the little one was wondering why he was rushing there so desperately. But then the hero tripped, and fell flat on the ground, and immediately tried to get to his feet. Something caught his attention. Looking at the boy standing in front of him, the boy noticed that he had caught up with him in an instant. Looking at the lame man with curiosity, the young man admitted that he still couldn't help but ask what was making him run so zealously. To which the fighter, getting to his feet, reminded him that they said his benefactors were there. The student noted that at such a speed he would not reach the palace in time, and even if he did, he would not be able to do anything in such a state. The young man sighed and said that he knew. The boy looked at the hero and asked why, if he was just a cold-blooded killer, he had no reason to torture himself and run as fast as he could. The lame man pressed his palms to the ground, and clenching them into a fist, he replied that he himself did not understand. It seemed to him that his head would soon explode from what was happening around him, and the road to revenge still felt unattainable. Leaning his palms on his knees, he explained that he felt that if he closed his eyes to the current situation, he would lose something important for the rest of his life. Looking up at the boy, he added that that is why he needed to go. If I do not find out what this important thing is now, I will never know. Looking hopefully at the student of another clan, he asked him to step aside. The boy frowned. Then he scratched the back of his head, exhaled nervously and expressed doubt whether he was doing the right thing. He suddenly squatted down and held out his palms, offering to climb on his back. The poison dragon looked at this with confusion and asked what he was doing, and the little one replied that he himself said that if he did not find out something important, he would not know about it until his death. He was also overcome with curiosity, so he offered to go to the palace together, but he was not sure that this decision was right. The boy remembered the teacher who told him that one should not perceive Kanho only with his eyes. It is important to feel everything on his own skin. A foolish youth like him should live in Kanho and know its bitterness. Resolutely looking ahead, the boy explained that he remembered how the poison dragon once told him that it was better to check the truth himself. The teacher once told him something similar. The guy looked at the boy in surprise when he added that therefore he decided to follow his words. Well, and if he makes a mistake, he will just stand by the wall for another year. And although the boy's face expressed uncertainty, he said no matter what, and suggested that they go forward. Dawn was breaking over Safa's headquarters. So opened the gate holding a jug in her hands. And then the girl's eyes widened in horror. The jug fell from her hands and broke. The maid fell to her knees when she saw the mistress on the threshold, and one of the Kwanda brothers on the ground. Looking at the sad faces of her family gathered at her bedside, Renjen said that her opponent had no intention of handing over the silent dragon from the very beginning. Chagal had set up an ambush, and those two had attacked them. She believed that she could somehow deal with them. But Manyo's strength far exceeded her expectations. Not taking into account other possible scenarios was a mistake. The fighters' faces filled with rage. They began to exclaim that they knew it. They could not just sit back, and that they needed to gather all their strength and strike back. Pyenbok looked at the others and told them to stop acting so frivolously. If Chagal was involved, then Murim was involved too. The old man turned to the mistress and admitted that he was very uncomfortable reporting this. The woman's face became focused when she heard that there were strange movements everywhere. It was said that the Sichuan clans that were part of the union were gathering in one place. The goddess lowered her head when the man added that he did not think that this was happening for the sake of holding some kind of feast. It was too suspicious that their movement coincided with the moment when this happened to her, and she clarified if he meant that her return here was part of their plan. Lowering his eyebrows, the scout asked what they should do, and in response he heard the order to warm up the room. Without looking up, the woman explained that she would immediately begin circulating energy. The faces of everyone present turned indignant when they were told to all go to shelter. The men frowned and shouted that they could not do such a thing. The clan leader closed her eyes, explaining that from what had happened, it was obvious that they intended to destroy this place. But if she stayed here and changed the enemy to herself, they would be able to leave Sichuan one way or another. She smiled and asked not to worry. She would immediately drive them away and follow them, but she was interrupted. One of the fighters, putting his hand to his chest, reminded the mistress that on the day she took him under her wing, he swore to dedicate his entire life to her, and therefore he would not abandon her alone. The others also pressed their palms to their chests and declared that if necessary, they would all fight together. The scout smiled. Then he looked straight at the mistress and said that there were no cowards here who were capable of leaving her and running away. Renjen looked at her family in surprise. Little Sosa looked at the goddess with tears. Lowering her head again, the woman admitted that she had committed many sins, that several people had lost theirs to save her life. How many more victims would there be because of her? But she thanked them all. At this time, in the Murim Union of Unifications, in the Kansa Province Division, Hual picked up a cup of alcohol and noted that it would not even pass as a snack. In front of him in the box lay the hand of the head of Safa, and the old man clarified that he had ordered to catch a carp, so why had they only brought him one fin? Li Jun looked guiltily at the elder and apologized. He had relied too much on one of his dogs, to which the latter grumbled that his interlocutor did not take on the matter himself, but entrusted everything to the dog, so such an outcome was obvious. Taking a sip from the cup, the head of the union admitted that, however, since he was able to survive to pull such tricks with his right hand, the dog was smart, and added that he heard that he had already ordered to take action. The man took the cup and confirmed this, saying that the Sichuan clans that were part of the alliance had begun to act, and that the three strongmen would not refuse the offer. The nobleman closed his eyes when the old man added that even though the goddess of desire had lost her arm, in his opinion, they would still not be enough to catch her. Taking a sip from his cup, the man said that since a member of the Ami clan, the demonic disciple of Buddha, would act as an observer, it meant that his dog would try to follow their plan. The leader of the alliance scratched his beard and chuckled. He muttered an observer, so interesting, and then added that if that was the case, then the political position of the Ami clan was clear, and he also clarified whether the plan had really been entirely thought up by that dog. The old man also clarified the name of that man. His name was Manyo, and the leader replied that everything was correct. Li Jun opened his eyes when the leader of the union said that he would like to meet him next time. With a slightly crazy smile, the old man asked not to kill him yet. The leader looked at his reflection in the alcohol when the elder added that as long as they had a plan, he would be satisfied. Folding his hands on the table, the leader of the union hinted that, however, from now on he hoped to get not a hand, but the entire corpse, to which the man replied that he would obey. At the same time, preparations were underway at Safa's headquarters for defense. Even the little servant Sosa was working. The falcon flew off the scout's hand. The old man watched him go, and expressed the hope that everyone would arrive on time. But then a loud noise was heard behind him. Gritting his teeth, Pyeongbok turned around, not believing his eyes. An army was approaching the gates, and he could not understand how they had arrived so quickly. One of the fighters warned of the attack. The maids headed inside while shouts were heard about the enemy approaching and about being ready for battle. Renjen was meditating in the room. Sweat was running down her face. The first soldier stepped onto the flagstones of the courtyard. With gloomy faces, the army entered. Smiling nervously, the scout noted that they had come in a herd. Stepping forward, the old man asked if they were really going to play a staring contest. Since they had come to fight, then go ahead, damn mongrels. But the soldiers only frowned. Continuing to put on a brave face, the informant noted that there were only mute people here. Today was clearly not their day, and he himself thought tensely that the fact that they did not allow themselves to hasty chatter meant that there was a person in power who forbade them to act thoughtlessly. The enemy commander stepped forward and shouted to the goddess of desires that she would not survive. Taking the sword from his belt, he added that the place was surrounded, demanding that they humbly surrender and appear before the court of Murim. The old man chuckled and said that the speaker did not seem very influential to say such words. The man frowned and expressed dissatisfaction that the pathetic lackey of Safa did not know who he was. Hitting his chest with his fist, the commander introduced himself as the head of the Namchen clan named Chonan, and added that his words on behalf of Sichuan insult Murim, and demonstrated a frivolous attitude towards the activities of the alliance. But the scout interrupted him, shouting that the enemy talked too much. They had no intention of surrendering, so if they wanted to bend them to their knees, then let them try. The commander chuckled and declared that they did not need to be bent. A yellow ribbon was already flying at him when he added that they would simply finish everyone here. And then his eyes widened in fear. Renjen herself came out to meet them, declaring that she could not rest when the guests were already at the door. The woman was breathing heavily, but she looked at the new arrivals with a frown. Someone was holding the end of her ribbon in front of the tense commander, and she asked if the union had really sent him. The goddess recognized the new face as the demonic disciple of Buddha. He smiled creepily in response. It was indeed the named one, Mayawal from the Ami clan. The head of the clan named the newcomer, adding that he was the one who cleansed the path of Buddhism, dancing with blades and cutting the throats of enemies. Pulling the fabric, the woman concluded that since such a person was sent by the union, it meant that they were serious. It became perfectly clear to her why her subordinates were numb with fear, to which the strong man greeted her and told her that his story was very old. The temple gave him, Bini, a second name, Mayawal, and he would be grateful if they used it. After which he unclenched his fingers. Pulling back the ribbon, The goddess stated that she found it funny that a man who wanted to purify himself and become enlightened was attached to the name of the mortal world, and asked if he had come here despite having a Buddhist name because he had not taken enough lives. The man folded his hands in a prayer gesture and explained that concentrating on the positive and discarding the negative was an ancient expression of the Buddhist temple. One who had gone mad after being eaten by the demon king deserved to be destroyed before harming another. The goddess frowned and concluded that the Buddhist had decided to break the silent agreement with the 3 strongmen of Sichuan and call a bloody wind to the county town. Without opening his eyes, the enemy admitted that, unfortunately, he was only an observer today. If they had not pointed a blade at the head of the Namchan family, he would never have interfered. Gritting her teeth, the warrior objected that he had butted in, so he could no longer be called a simple observer, to which the monk asked for understanding, since this choice was a forced measure, and she declared that the old woman of the Ami clan was delirious. Releasing her inner energy, the woman demanded not to joke with her, the goddess of desires. The man's face took on a terrifying smile again, and he said that she seemed to have been befuddled by his speculative speeches, so it would be difficult for her to understand his deeds pleasing to Buddha. The commander looked at the monk in confusion when he heard the order to get down to business, and he would make sure that Rinzhen did not use her weapon, to which he thanked him. He stepped forward and accused the woman of daring to attack from behind, without any shame or conscience left. Unsheathing his blade, the man shouted that today they would pay for all the crimes they had committed under the name of Safa, and gave the order to the detachment. With a furious expression on his face, the head of the family ordered that everyone here be destroyed, and the fighters rushed into battle. Pyeonbok raised his hand and shouted for no one to retreat. The 2 armies rushed at each other, while the Safa dedicated this fight to their mistress. The slaughter began. Swords clashed, and the first blood was spilled. But almost immediately, the enemy began to suffer losses. At this time, Mayawal pulled a rusty blade from his bosom and asked if they recognized it, since he had never used it since he had taken the path of Buddha. Demonstrating the weapon to the goddess, the Buddhist added that this blade had become jagged and dull so much that it would no longer cut even tofu. Raising the blade to face level, the man continued that, paradoxically, he was nicknamed the Buddha Slayer, a sword that he could only use with the intent to kill someone. Frowning, the monk explained that his Buddhist soul was not contained in the teachings of Buddha, but in this blade, and as long as the head of the clan kept out of the fight, the Buddhist Slayer would not move either. Tears ran down the Buddhist's cheeks, and he expressed the hope that the woman would measure the depth of his Buddhist soul and kill as many people as he wished, point a weapon at them and rip their flesh, let the blood flow in all directions. The woman clenched her teeth at such speeches. At that moment, one of the enemy soldiers looked inside the building and shouted that the others were hiding inside. The goddess turned around sharply, exclaiming that this was not it, but then the voice of the observer was heard. Pointing a blade at her, the monk asked if she wanted to interfere. The woman became furious, and decided that she would have to finish him off first. She rushed at the Buddhist. He jumped back from the attack of the ribbons. And smiling contentedly, he noted that the head of the clan nevertheless pointed her weapon. The goddess looked at the chatterbox with hatred, raising her hand. The ribbons surrounded the man. But then his blade filled with a red glow. With the help of a wave of chaotic wind, the enemy tore the cloth, shouting that this would not defeat him. Red gusts of wind flew straight at Rinzhen. It was possible to reflect it with the cloth. The woman narrowed her eyes. And the next moment, the monk's face was very close. The blow of the blade hit her shoulder. Blood evaporated from the blade. Lowering the sword, the observer expressed regret. The goddess ended up on the roof, and the enemy complained that she was faster. After examining the wound, the head of the clan realized that it was infected with poisonous energy. The warrior squinted when he heard the demand to let someone go. One of the maids demanded to leave the wounded man. He was unconscious. Where did such fierce cruelty come from in these people? To which the soldier barked for her to shut up, because they would all die here, not just him. Sosa looked angrily at the warrior, and he said that they should have thought about who to worry about. When the girl grabbed his leg, he simply kicked her, calling her a pest. The man swung his blade at her, demanding that she let go. The blow with the hilt hit the servant's back, but she did not let go. The others grabbed the warrior's arms, demanding that he stop, but the men only considered them impudent girls. The woman holding the scoundrel's hand was indignant. How dare they? But the next moment, blood flowed from her mouth. The murdered servant fell, and the one who did this ordered to stop and just kill everyone here. The goddess's face was distorted with anger. The soldiers seemed disgusting. Glancing at Pyeongbok, she mentally ordered him to go inside. The old man looked back. He heard a voice that ordered to quickly save the people, and guessed that this was the telepathy of the ruler. The informant turned around, saw the enemies entering inside, and cursed. Pointing to this, the man gave the order to everyone who still had their hands intact to follow him, to help those inside, but then he was asked where they were going. Chonan blocked the scout's path. The old man rushed forward, demanding that he get out of the way. Looking at the carnage inside, the head of the clan was horrified. At this time, the monk's face became very sad, and said that the opponent did not even really look at him. The goddess turned to him when the man and said that it was rude to not pay attention to the fight, being wounded, or would she come to her senses only after they were all dead. The woman's hair rose in the air, and said that since he wanted her to use all her strength, she would do it. Rising to her feet, the warrior shouted that it would be his way, and launched her 5 thunderstorms of toad kung fu. The Buddhist opened his mouth, and noticed that the opponent finally had a serious intention to fight. The woman's eyes were filled with rage, and she threatened to make the monk pay 1,000 times for forcing her family and comrades to shed blood. But before the goddess could finish her sentence, blood began to flow from her mouth. The observer raised his eyebrows. Pressing her palm to her chest, the clan leader realized that the poison of the Tang family had not yet been absorbed. The Buddhist took a step forward, assuming that the warrior had some kind of problem. Placing the blade of his sword on her shoulder, the assassin said with regret that he did not know how their fight would have ended if the opponent had not been wounded. He was very sorry that her end was so sad. The goddess was breathing heavily, although her eyes expressed hatred. With a mad smile, the observer swung his sword, and declared that it was time for the clan leader to rest. Time seemed to slow down as the blade flew towards its target, although the battle continued around. The first needle flew into the neck of the one who was about to kill the maid. The monk glanced to the side, and he deflected the second needle with his sword. Both the goddess and her faithful follower turned around. The Buddhist raised an eyebrow. Looking at the approaching protagonist, the observer asked who he was. Moving forward, Juggin said that he had rethought everything. He regretted that he had been absorbed only in revenge, and he was going to ignore immorality even if he encountered it. Several more needles felled the enemies. Raising his hand, the young man continued that he regretted abandoning the people he was obliged to protect. Several more soldiers struck the lame man with needles, and he asked for forgiveness for not knowing the concept of mercy and for being impudent. Gritting his teeth, he added that he had caused pain and harm to the people around him. Muval opened his mouth slightly, hearing about the late repentance of the newcomer. The guy looked back at the enemy running towards him and admitted that he understood the value of his loved ones only now. He screamed, "Who is he to appear from nowhere and stick his nose up in the air?" The hero cast a murderous glance at his enemy. The fighter immediately froze. The young man looked at him attentively, and the soldier grabbed his throat. Foam came out of his mouth. The monk watching this realized that this guy had a level where the intent to kill someone became natural due to the knowledge gained through rich experience and deep insight, knowing that Salji is not necessary to kill a person. Frowning, the man mentally added that the ability to kill a person only with Salji made Salji itself meaningless, a paradox that denied its very existence. Smiling, the Buddhist realized that Salji turned into Shur Salji and almost reached Kvan Salji. One soldier tripped over the body of his comrade. Then he fell right on him. Seeing the blue face of the corpse, the man realized that it was the poison that killed him. The poison dragon glanced at the screamer, hearing its nickname. He looked at the enemy darkly, while the latter shouted about its appearance. The goddess turned around, hearing these shouts. So also raised herself on her elbows. Chonan turned around, and the old scout noticed it too. The commander frowned and shouted that somehow the scoundrel Safa was going to hinder them with his dirty tricks. Hiding his eyes behind his bangs, the young man asked to tell them why they attacked this place and killed its inhabitants. The clan leader turned around and shouted that their destiny was to uproot Safa and establish justice in the land of Sichuan, to which the hero declared that then they would have nothing to say even if they themselves died. Throwing a murderous glare at the villain, the boy explained that it was obvious to put his own life on the line if his destiny was to kill people and gain authority. A vein bulged on the man's forehead, and he called the speaker a worthless person. Throwing himself at the lame man, he barked at who he was lecturing. But the boy simply threw away the needle. His hand was pulsing with poison. The weapon plunged straight into the commander's throat. He dropped his sword and fell to his knees, screaming in pain. Looking down at his enemy, the poison dragon said that he would kill them all now. The soldiers' faces showed different emotions when the boy told them that they considered themselves righteous, but without any compunction dealt with others. The lame man's eyes turned bloodshot, adding that they would pay for this. But then a monk appeared behind him and asked if it was true. The young man waved his hand sharply, but the enemy disappeared, to appear right in front of the hero in a prayerful gesture, greeting the poisonous dragon, and introduce himself. Closing his eyes, the observer assumed that from what the fighter said, it was clear that he, too, was one of those he was going to eliminate. The hero frowned at the monk until he said that, in that case, he should have taken his words back. And he squinted when he heard Ringan's voice from the roof, calling for the demonic disciple of Buddha. Rising to her feet, the woman reminded the enemy that he had come here as an observer, and had gotten involved in what was happening because of her, which was what he wanted. The man looked up at the goddess, and when she demanded that he, as one of the 3 Sichuan strongmen, keep his words, he expressed regret that he had just discovered the root of evil, so he could no longer stand aside. Looking at his opponent with fury, the clan leader shouted that the moral principles of the 3 strongmen had sunk to the bottom, in his opinion. who could now call the followers of the Ami clan righteous people. Drawing his sword again, the killer objected that there would be no someone if there were no survivors. Raising the blade, the man declared that no one could discuss what happened today. The woman clenched her teeth, arching an eyebrow. Needles flew at the monk. And suddenly becoming serious, he parried them with his sword. The protagonist rushed at the enemy. Swinging his dagger, he used a powerful energy cry, and saw a creepy smile from the observer. The young man struck the first blow. Frowning, he barked that everything had worked out very well, because he was not going to let them go either. Smiling wider, the monk began to mutter, "Do not steal, do not seduce, do not accuse rashly, do not make a mistress out of a girl." Throwing the lame man back, he continued that there was no need to support and commit atrocities. The fighter managed to stay on his feet, and the enemy continued that if both were guilty, there was no need to try to cover for each other, and there was no need to keep in mind what he considered unpleasant. The man's face distorted when he explained with a grin that these were the commandments of the community of enlightened ones, which the Buddhist monks who had gone to a better world had to follow, and they were very complex, so the easiest way to adhere to them was to destroy the source of the complications, and to demand complications from him was the ultimate evil. Letting out a new wave of disorderly wind, the killer screeched that evil was punishable by beheading. Red waves flew towards Juggin. Dodging them, he ran away. Continuing to swing his sword, the monk shouted that no one could escape. But the gusts of wind killed everyone indiscriminately, both allies and enemies. The youth turned around, hearing cries that the monk army had gone mad and they needed to run. The man's face increasingly resembled a terrible mask when, for some reason, he again uttered the words of greeting. The observer's eyes turned bloodshot when he heard someone's voice declare that the commandment not to kill is one. The hero raised his eyebrows when the same voice added that this was true for both the monk and the believer. The leaky bell rang until the ringer asked if this was not the most important rule that a monk must adhere to. Disciple John stood at the threshold, and he added that, while pronouncing the commandments of the community, the enlightened monk dared to forget about do not kill. The boy looked at Manhwa with a frown. A few minutes before, the youth had been running through the trees, grumbling that the poison dragon was in his element, had promised several times that he would not leave while he was resting, and had run away as soon as he took a nap. Jumping to the next branch, the boy added that he was very upset. The student's eyebrows rose when he reached the place. A real massacre was going on in the courtyard. The soldiers of the Namchan clan were killing everyone in sight. The boy, with his mouth open, thought that even if the Safa were villains, but seeing the corpses of women and old people, the Taoist follower could not understand how it was possible to deal with unarmed people so cruelly. Seeing two soldiers kill an enemy fighter at once, it occurred to the little one that it looked like the situation was getting worse and worse. While the man danced with his sword in the crowd, attacking everyone indiscriminately, the disciple looked for the monk Ami, who was supposed to be watching this. A righteous anger appeared in the boy's gaze, and he mentally addressed the teacher, how to understand this. The monk turned to the boy and asked why the young follower of the Chongsun clan interfered with him, and she replied that it was because he went beyond the limits of what was allowed for an observer. Looking angrily at the man, the disciple added that in a situation where the damage should have been minimized, he only increased it. Most of the villains were already cornered, so if he reconciled them as an observer, they would have to stop resisting and surrender. Why resort to violence? A wrinkle appeared between the killer's eyebrows, and he objected that punishing vile creatures was the duty of a follower. Even more angry, the youth reminded that showing mercy was also a moral norm of a follower. The monk glanced sideways at Juggin and noticed that there was one condition. The young man was breathing heavily, and the madman added that the degree of evil was too great for mercy. Frowning even more, the disciple explained that the poisonous dragon had decided to go with him. If the observer judged what was happening, he would no longer kill and follow him. Gritting his teeth, the hero declared that until he repays everyone here, this place will not droop. The boy looked indignantly at the lame man, and at that moment the monk squeezed the hilt of his sword. Looking at him with a cold gaze, he clarified whether the follower had decided to deceive the observer. With a confused look, the youth shouted that this was not so, and he only wanted to prevent senseless killings. But the Buddhist simply turned away and said that he would close his eyes this time because the boy was a disciple of Master Chan, but he should remember that there would not be a second time, but he still demanded to stop. The killer clenched his teeth. Then he looked at the boy with pressure, which in his opinion, he clearly expressed that there would be no second time. The follower clenched his teeth in horror, feeling a huge salji. Foam came out of his mouth, and the boy realized that he was having difficulty breathing. While the youth was coughing, the monk concluded that, judging by the fact that he stood up for the vile supporters of Safa, he too was possessed by a demon. At the moment when the protagonist pointed his dagger at Mvel, the madman said that in that case he should personally get rid of the boy. Without looking back, the Buddhist parried the blow of the dagger. The eyes of the youth reflected surprise. He turned around with a smile, and said that he saw everything. He chuckled and said that of course. Needles flew through the air. But the monk easily dodged both. The weapon fell on the yard slabs. Still with the same terrible expression on his face, the man added that this too. Then the fighter swung another needle. The observer managed to intercept his hand. The man, smiling triumphantly, declared that it was over. Then he kicked the boy with his demon-taming foot. Blood gushed from the hero's mouth. He flew back to the wall, and the killer declared that he had hoped for a more impressive salji. With a mad face, the monk rushed at his opponent, shouting that he had been disappointed. But the young man managed to parry the blade with his needle. He looked angrily at his enemy. He continued to smile and let out a chuckle. At this point, John came to his senses and opened his eyes. The boy saw a furious battle between the monk of the Ami clan and the poison dragon. The man smiled creepily, waving his sword, and laughed loudly, adding that his opponent was filling his hungry Buddhist heart. The hero gritted his teeth, realizing that he had used the bloody skies of madness technique to the limit, but all he could do was reflect his attacks. And when a cut appeared on his cheek, he realized that he couldn't even handle that. The mad monk aimed his blow at the boy, and he had time to think that there was no victory in a face-to-face fight. Putting his hand in his bosom, the lame man decided that he should increase the distance between them with poison. The young man threw the bag of poison, but it only crashed into the blade. The killer threw the projectile aside, reminding the surprised enemy that this sword was the Buddha Slayer. And swinging the blade, he added that if it is not filled with salji, it cannot cut. The hero extended his little finger and activated the finger of wind. A wave of energy flew past the enemy. It was the dividing projectile of the arrow, and the bag of poison burst. The courtyard filled with purple smoke. Covering his face with his sleeve, the observer asked what kind of trick this was. Swinging his dagger, the lame man reminded himself that it was a mixed poison that confused the enemy's senses. Rushing through the smoke, the young man figured that the outcome of the fight was decided in the moment of inhalation. And then surprise appeared on the hero's face. The monk's palm pressed against his chest, and he activated the palm of taming the tiger. John sat up, clutching his head. The next moment, the poison dragon flew past him. The boy's eyes widened when he heard the roar with which the protagonist flew into the wall. The youth turned around in fear. The youth was lying near the wall, unable to move. Horror was reflected on the face of the Taoist follower. He was calling for the poison dragon. Juggin opened his eyes slightly and noted that the boy had finally come to his senses. The youth fell to his knees in front of the hero, asking if he was okay, and he said that if he had any strength left, let him leave here. He bought him time, so if he left right now, the killer would not go after him. The boy raised his eyebrows and objected that he could not abandon the fighter, because he was trying to save him, to which he heard the question why he had intervened. The youth lowered his head, and when the student answered that he simply considered this situation out of the ordinary, he reminded him of his own words. The boy looked at his interlocutor with a puzzled expression when he repeated that it was better for the minority to die than the majority, and asked if he had changed his mind. Looking at the bodies around him, the hero continued to ask if the Taoist disciple saw that the people dying here were acting like villains, or if he still seriously believed that the minority's sacrifice was truly better. Watching as the villains continued to kill unarmed women and old people, the lame one added that the majority was not always right, and truth could not be expressed in numbers. The boy lowered his head, and the hero noted that, at least for him, these people were true benefactors who fed and treated him. With a sad face, the disciple admitted that he understood what the poison dragon wanted to protect. However, Monk Maiwo was one of the 3 high-class masters even in the Ami clan itself. Continuing to fight was tantamount to suicide. Rising to his feet, the boy declared that he could not sit back and watch his benefactors die cruelly at the hands of people who considered themselves to be followers of the path of justice, to which he tried to object. He looked at the poison dragon in confusion when he called his name. Staggering, the young man moved forward, explaining that there were battles in the world in which it was impossible to retreat, even if you understood your situation. The boy's eyes widened. Again he remembered the face of the teacher who told him to experience Kanho on his own skin. Looking at the fighter's back, the youth realized that he seemed to have now understood a little of what the master's words meant. But then panic appeared in his eyes when the voice of Maiwa was heard, who had discovered where the sounds of the evil spirit were coming from. The man appeared in front of the lame man, declaring that he urgently needed to drive it away. The killer of Buddha filled with energy. A powerful explosion was heard, but the fighter managed to dodge the blow. Taking one look at the frightened boy, the hero shouted why he was sitting there. If he didn't want him to get it, he should leave right now. Grinning, the monk said it was too late, because he was already fully determined to cleanse this place. The observer attacked the boy again. The blades crossed, and the man said that he would start with him first, and then he would send each of them to the next world one by one with his own hands. Holding the other's weapon in despair, the boy asked loudly how the Buddha's disciple could allow himself to judge others and kill based on false standards. But the madman's face did not change. He said that the wicked demon was ranting about what a follower of Buddha should be. Ripping open the fighter's shoulder, the killer used the sword of barbarian destruction. The hero screamed, coughing up blood. The monk, now looking like a demon himself, swung again. The chaotic wind dealt several more wounds to the youth while the enemy laughed and said that he was taking over the powers of the merciful Triratna. The blows continued to rain down while the Buddhist continued that he was giving these words to Mr. Sanjisoku of the Buddhist Support Association. With despair in his eyes, John called out to the poison dragon. Continuing to swing the blade, the observer asked for mercy to take his victim. The hero could only watch the blade flying towards him. But a few centimeters from the boy's face, the weapon froze. Gritting his teeth, the monk hissed about the little bastard. The boy was holding 2 cross sticks, and when he heard the threat of being beaten to death, he replied that he would no longer allow the madman to commit murder. The monk turned to the youth and threatened that once he dealt with the dragon, his death would not be long in coming. Was he really that impatient? The student began to hit the sticks against each other, not letting the enemy finish, and began to loudly pronounce the mantra. The imperial bell rings, double clap of hands. The sound suddenly hit the scoundrel's head. The boy desperately continued the technique, and thought about his teacher, because he still did not know much about this world. The student hit the sticks again and again, repeating the mantra, and he himself decided that now he wanted to do as his heart tells him. The madman grabbed his head, screaming loudly. Without stopping the technique, the boy demanded that the monk Mayawal surrender. He only became angrier. But the pain only allowed the killer to continue screaming in pain. And then blood spurted. The follower froze in fear. Pulling his bloody fingers out of his ears, the man said that it was impossible, but the little one tore his eardrums. Gritting his teeth, the killer said that no matter what pain he had to endure, he had to punish the great evil at all costs. Directing a chaotic wind at the boy, the Buddhist demanded that he remember that this was his will. The gust cut through the sticks in the follower's hands and flew to the disciple's stomach. Letting out a groan, the disciple fell back. The madman's terrible face was imprinted in his memory. With a frightened face, the youth looked at the observer preparing to strike again. And then he put his palms forward, releasing internal energy that gathered shadows. Stones flew in all directions. Unable to move, Juggin wondered if this was how it would end. The young man's vision became clouded. The thought came to him that in the end, he could not save anyone, again. The hero opened his eyes when he heard a voice in his head that said that it was too early to give up, there was a way out. The boy raised his head, and the voice continued, asking him to take the medicine of purity and calm. Looking at the lame man from the roof, Rinjen telepathically informed him that after that she would pass on her technique to him, which was her most powerful and great power. Exhaling, she told him the name. With a trembling hand, the young man put the medicine in his mouth and bit into it. At this time, John was kneeling in front of the monk, and he came to the conclusion that the disciple of Master Chon was trained with dignity. It became clear that he compensated for the second energy of the sword with the palm of his hand. Continuing to smile, the madman expressed confidence that, be that as it may, this was all. If the world found out that the boy helped the members of Safa, what would happen to the reputation of the Chonsun clan? The student breathed heavily, while the Buddhist continued to crucify himself, that out of courtesy to the 3 strongmen of Sichuan, he would say that he lost his life at the hands of the poison dragon. But then his gaze widened in surprise. The killer only wanted to tell the youth to leave all worries and calmly go to rest. Purple lightning shot up. The observer's gaze appeared to be filled with the image of a poisonous snake. The protagonist looked straight at the enemy with hatred. The youth stood ankle-deep in water. It was empty and dark around, and he could not understand what kind of place this was. The fighter turned around at the noise. Hundreds of images appeared before his eyes. He involuntarily crossed his arms in a protective gesture, but then a voice was heard reading the sutra. The hero's gaze looked at the ghostly figures in confusion, and he realized that a group of celestials was marching in front of him. Behind them walked people holding axes in their hands, and a little behind, high in the sky, a dragon flag was fluttering. Ahead, the figure of the emperor appeared, while the voice continued that the carriages in which the heavenly army was riding, the bells were ringing. Everyone was gathering at the reception area in the kingdom that the Lord of Heaven had organized. There was chaos ahead, but those who were finally following there were truly noble beings. As he watched the procession, the boy muttered to himself what he had heard. And then something else caught his attention. In his hands was a glowing ball, which turned out to be a powerful internal energy transferred to him. Suddenly, the object began to glow brightly, frightening the lame man. He felt his hand fill with strength when the voice of the goddess of desire rang out. She explained that this was a crystal of pure internal energy that was in his own veins. The boy clenched his teeth, and mentally asked one question: where should the crystal be concentrated? The light blinded him when he was told that this was the place that the ghosts had spoken of. The man's Tanjong was located in 3 places: in the head, in the heart, and in the solar plexus. Of these, the place that connected man with the cosmos was the point in the upper Tanjong. But this turned out to be incorrect, for in this place the Lord of the Heavens opened a reception, and did not live. Frowning, the hero realized that the right place was in the central Tanjong. Raising his hand with the crystal, the fighter estimated that it was somewhere around the heart. The poison dragon pressed the energy to his chest, accepting the devoted power. The youth seemed to dive into the water with a splash. Floating on the surface, he heard that now a mound had formed in his body, which needed to be destroyed with one blow. The lame man's eyes opened wide as the flow of internal energy, which filled him only to his ankles, rolled through him in a huge wave. It was as if water was boiling in the guy's eyes, and he realized that this was the best power that the goddess of desire could give him. Looking straight at his enemy, the poison dragon activated the 9 rays of void jade, 5 thunderstorms of toad kung fu. A huge wave of internal energy was from the figure of the youth. The monk even opened his mouth in surprise. John tiredly turned around, whispering the name of the poison dragon. Looking at his opponent with a grin, the madman admitted that he did not think that this guy still had secrets. However, it was too late to do anything. The veins bulged on the hero's neck. He did not even listen to the Buddhist's threats that his end would simply become even more terrible. He felt a very strange and unusual phenomenon. The swelling began to decrease, and the fighter realized that the pain in his body, which seemed to be falling apart, was moving away. Raising his palm, the young man felt how a huge and enlightening energy appeared in the place of pain. Squeezing his fist, he felt this power. Then he took out a needle. The killer rushed at the hero and shouted that such tricks would not work with him, and demanded that he obediently go to another world. But the fighter swung his weapon and replied that they would. The needle rushed at the speed of light straight into the shocked opponent. The monk snorted and covered himself with a blade. But that didn't stop the needle. There was a pop. The Buddha Slayer sword began to smoke. The needle flew right through it, and pierced the observer's eye. A small hole remained inside the blade. For a moment, the man froze. Grabbing his face, the killer screamed about his eye, asking how the boy dared. The pupil in the madman's whole eye trembled. He screamed that he would finish off the enemy. Everyone who was still standing on the battlefield listened in shock to the cries of the enlightened one that he would tear the main character to pieces. The Taoist disciple rose, listening to the monk scream that he must destroy the source of great evil. Looking gloomily at his opponent, the poison dragon objected that no, the madman had lost. The young man frowned and explained that the needle was laced with pure blood iron snake venom, and when it penetrated, the blood inside would boil, and even a good martial artist would eventually die. The Buddhist turned to his opponent and asked if he really thought he was scared, but he said that was not all. The fighter turned his gaze to the wall. The assassin also turned around when he heard the call to save his brothers. New warriors began to penetrate the walls, calling for the destruction of these degenerates from the Union. Not a single one should be allowed to escape. The fresh forces quickly joined the battle, attacking the villains. Another man jumped on Regan, who was lying on the roof, asking if everything was okay with the ruler. She looked at the guest's face, and he introduced himself as Unyap, the commander of the 5th group of Shaanxi province. With a respectful gesture, the man said that word had reached them from the elder Pyeongbok that they were in trouble. Although few in number, they had come to help them. The scout looked with relief at the reinforcements, and while the commander on the roof reported that the followers of Safa, who were near Sichuan, had also rallied their forces, he muttered that the reinforcements had arrived in time. The monk, watching all this with his one good eye, clenched his teeth in anger. The protagonist was approaching him from behind, saying that the battle was going in their favor. The man closed his eyes, trying to decide whether to cut down the remaining enemies to death, as his instincts dictated, or to hide and postpone the battle for later. To the youth's surprise, the madman arched back and screamed. Then he simply rushed straight at the fighter. Jugan prepared to defend himself, but the monk simply jumped over him. Leaping onto the wall, he turned around and warned the poison dragon that he remembered him well, and they would still see who would win. With a bloodshot eye, the enlightened one screamed that one day, no matter what, he would throw him into hell with his own hands, no matter what. And then the observer disappeared. The young man squinted when he heard behind him that he had succeeded. John was sitting on the floor, smiling, looking at the hero, and he called his name. Looking at the boy with confusion, the fighter asked why he did not leave, and the boy replied that he himself did not fully understand. His body itself did not want to move. Squinting, the Taoist follower asked if the fight was over. Lightning flashed from the boy's eyes when he admitted that it was not yet. But heading towards the fighters, he said that it was only a matter of time. Smoke rose in a light plume into the sky. The swords fell to the floor with a ringing sound. The warriors fell to their knees and begged for mercy, saying that they were surrendering and that they were simply following the orders of the alliance. Their opponents raised their swords and began to talk about whether they really thought that their surrender would be enough for them to rush to forgive them for what they had done. The man raised his sword and was about to strike one of the enemies, when a woman's voice ordered him to stop. Rinjin, leaning on Pyeongbok, said that enough blood had already been spilled, so she was sure that among the defeated enemies there were those who had come here in complete ignorance, believing the words of the alliance. Moreover, she did not consider ignorance a sin. The woman looked at the bowed warriors, then said that even they once lived without knowing anything about the world around them. Rinjin sighed heavily, then continued to say that, nevertheless, not all sins can be forgiven, and the one who committed murder must be severely punished according to conscience. Jugan sat on the ground with sweat running down his face. Suddenly, someone approached him and paid their respects. Rinjen put her hand to her chest and sincerely said that they only survived because he had struck the demonic disciple of Buddha, thus buying time, and she did not think that the day would come when the Safa would receive support from him. The boy stretched out his leg tiredly, saying that without her help, he could not do anything, but the woman replied that she had to take extreme measures, but she was still glad to help, and Juggin confirmed that the eco-technique saved people's lives. The boy lowered his head, as he still had doubts. He thought about the victims and said that because he put his goal above all else and doubted, he failed to protect everyone. Rinjen quietly said that this was his fault. The woman clutched her injured arm, trying to calm the boy down by telling him that she and her people lived prepared for danger, and since he was in Safa, he should get used to it. Juggin raised his head when he heard that regardless of their preparedness, his action was the right decision. He asked the protagonist to look at the people himself. All the people in the courtyard could continue to live, although it was important to feel bitterness over the losses. Juggin did not know what to say when Rinjen said that now he should look at those he protected and be proud of it. The protagonist remembered Enman and thought about how he survived thanks to the sacrifices of many people. Thinking about the dead girl, he thought that he could stand on his feet again and again, since he had their support. An image of a man with his eyes closed forever rushed into his thoughts. Thinking about the exhausted woman, he remembered that they were all connected to the road of revenge that he wanted to take. Juggin remembered sitting on the roof, watching the man. Then he looked back at Soso and John, who were smiling, thinking that somehow they had been dragged into this with him. The boy hung his head sadly, reading that if living for survival was the life of a beast, then living for the sake of place was also the life of a beast. He clenched his fist tightly, thinking that he did not want to lose the people dear to him anymore. His eyes blazed with rage as the protagonist decided that he would protect them and carry out his revenge at all costs. The boy perked up when he was addressed as a kind dragon. John, with a smile on his face, asked if Juggin had found the reason why he had to come here. The protagonist was silent for a moment, looking at the boy intently. He looked back at the moon hanging over the mountains, then replied that he thought he had. The sunset was setting over the house. One of the warriors spoke to Rinjen about how this attack would most likely not be the end of it, as they could prevent them from recovering by bringing in more fighters, so the man thought that Rinjen would be better off leaving this place quickly before the enemy came here again, to which she only thanked him for his help. The warrior looked at the woman intently and expressed regret that they could not help more, to which the woman replied that they had something to protect, so they could return to their duties. The warriors clasped their hands and shouted in unison that they obeyed. A moment later they were gone. Rinjen turned around and muttered that they would have to go back through Qinghai province. She looked at the people accompanying her, explaining that since it was far from here to Shandong province, there might be enemies waiting for them from all sides, so everyone should be careful. At that moment she grabbed her head, starting to fall to the side. Someone's strong hands caught the rulers, preventing her from falling. Juggin, holding Rinjen by the shoulders, promised to go with her. Pyeonbok folded his arms over his chest and suspiciously asked why he suddenly decided to do this. Because this decision might cause snow to fall, and besides, wasn't it he who said that he would not be able to unite with them? To which the protagonist awkwardly muttered that he had not said exactly that. Soso immediately rushed to embrace them, screaming happily. Pyeonbok and John even opened their mouths indecently in surprise. The girl blushed, and Rinjen smiled contentedly. The people had a long journey ahead of them. Gray clouds were gathering over the courtyard. Songi cursed loudly. He turned to Manhwa and began to furiously accuse him of saying that if the demonic disciple Buddha was sent to this place with the members of the Sichuan Provincial Union, Yewa would be captured in no time. He spread his arms, looking around the empty house and shouting that there was no Yewa here, not even a single henchman of Safa to be seen. Manhwa calmly passed by the man, saying that they should have captured her at Mount Laojai back then. His attention was drawn to the warriors tied to the tree, so Manhwa muttered that he wanted to see who was left alive. The man heard the question about what happened there, so he decided to begin his story. He looked out at the sunlit courtyard and began to talk about how victory was in their grasp at first when they pressed Safa with overwhelming force, and the Ami clan monk captured the goddess of desire. Manhwa's eyebrows shot up when he heard that then the poison dragon, who was originally heading to Sichuan, suddenly appeared out of nowhere and thwarted them. The warrior lowered his head, telling how the Ami monk had lost to him and retreated, and then the Safa reinforcements had come and stolen their numerical advantage, and if it had not been for the mercy of the goddess of desire, they too would have perished, to which Manhwa muttered that the poison dragon had defeated that same demonic disciple of Buddha. Songi shouted furiously that it meant that his warriors had missed absolutely everyone. The man continued to rage, muttering through his teeth about how he could now look his elder in the eye, when Manhwa laughed. Songjin immediately turned to him and asked him what was making him laugh so much, but he assured him that he hadn't been trained properly in martial arts, which was why he often had a stupid grin on his face. Manhwa continued to grin, thinking that he couldn't believe that the protagonist had grown so much that he could stand up to Bada's demonic disciple, and that was one piece of good news he had heard. The man's suppressed laughter brought tears to his eyes as he thought that he was more happy that the protagonist had returned here and fought to protect Safa. Song Jian looked at Manyo's shaking shoulders, who in turn was thinking about the difference in how a rich man and a beggar react to leaving home, and it was the degree of anxiety. Manyo looked at his hand, realizing that it had long been the custom that the more things you wanted to protect and the stronger your attachments became, the more anxiety you felt in your soul. He clenched his fist, thinking that as worries grow, they become addictions, and addictions become torments, and torments become a crack that eventually splits and becomes weakness. Manyo raised his head to the sky, rejoicing that light had finally begun to enter the protagonist's life, filled with blood. One of the warriors had been watching the man's actions all this time. He crossed his arms over his chest and stared at Manyo. Suddenly, a voice distracted him from watching. Two men, hiding their faces under hats, said that Manyo's advisor should come with them. Tio lazily turned around and asked them to identify themselves. The uninvited guest said that they came from the Tan family. Manyo immediately perked up, saying that he understood, but he reminded them that he was currently on duty. The strangers began to quietly talk among themselves. Sony immediately recognized their speech as the Zhang Mibmil technique, which allowed them to convey words to someone who was far away. Manyo took a step forward, and Songye immediately called him. The man turned around and apologized with a satisfied smile, saying that the Tang family had an urgent matter for them, and then asked them to gather here without him. Songye demanded that the man stop, but he had disappeared without a trace. The warrior who had been watching him earlier silently watched him go. Manyo, moving forward with the Tang family people, said with satisfaction that he, of course, knew that the time would come soon, but he did not think that this day would come today. The three of them rushed over the forest. The man grinned contentedly. He rushed forward even faster, muttering why Elder Yongwan was looking for him. The carriages were traveling along a deserted road. About 8 to 10 hours had passed since the protagonist's departure, and there were still no enemies nearby, so he was very lucky. The sun was pouring into the carriage. Pyeongbok leaned over to John and asked why a follower of the Chongsung clan was with them, to which the boy awkwardly replied that it just happened that way. The man grinned slyly and said that he understood that the boy wanted to join them, to which the boy exclaimed that this was not so, because he was a disciple of the Chongsung clan. Pyeongbok folded his arms over his chest and expressed doubt that John was a disciple of the Chongsung, because he managed to befriend the poison dragon, and also beat up a monk of the Ami clan, and after the boy was indignant that this did not happen, he continued that he saw all this with his own eyes, therefore he felt that John would be expelled from the clan. The boy's eyes widened to incredible sizes when he began to lament that everything was really so serious, because he thought that he would simply be punished by forcing him to meditate by the wall for another year. John exclaimed that he had done what he thought was right, to which Pyeongbok laughed, and replied that things were bad and that he swore that as soon as John returned, he would be given a severe reprimand. The boy listened in fear as they said that all of his energy paths could be severed and even that Danjam could be destroyed. Renjen listened with a grin as John said that he needed to confirm to his teacher that it was not his fault, to which Pyeongbok replied that he was too cunning and wanted the man to go to certain death, so he was sure that as soon as he crossed the gates of Mount Chongseong, his head would immediately fly off his shoulders. Renjen closed one eye and heard the man offer John to join their clan, but he shouted that he could not do it, despite the fact that he learned that Safa was not really what he imagined. Silence reigned in the carriage. Rengen's voice rang out. She was sure that Jugan wanted to ask something and that it was related to technique, and it turned out to be so. The woman sighed and began to say that since they did not know when it would be better for him to find out about everything in advance. John and Pyeongbok stopped arguing when Renjen said that in the battle against the demonic disciple of Buddha, she gave the boy the spiritual technique 9 Rays of Emptiness Jade, 5 Thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu. John immediately exclaimed angrily that this technique was in the Old Plus records of his clan, and everyone in a row thoughtlessly did not study it because in addition to the power of the technique there is a very strong effect, so he did not understand where this technique was known to Regan and did she really steal it. Pyeongbok immediately perked up and angrily asked what the boy was saying, because this technique is the family technique of the mistress. But John could not believe it, because how can the Toad Kung Fu technique be transmitted to Safa? Renjen closed her eyes and said that the ancestor of her family was a student of the John clan, and he managed to master the Toad Kung Fu technique, but he was worried about the side effect, so he did not master it. The boy stared at the woman in surprise, then said that it turned out that she came from the family of their clan's disciple, to which she replied that the Toad Kung Fu technique had been passed down from mouth to mouth for a long time, but no one had studied it, and only in the last generation did their family begin to understand it. John heard that it was then that they encountered such a technique as the 5 thunderstorms of the trembling sky, to which he exclaimed that it was a demonic technique. Regan did not deny that it was a very cruel and ferocious technique, however, when mixed with Toad Kung Fu, it was called the 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu, and it was much more powerful than ordinary Toad Kung Fu. The woman looked at Jugan intently and said that the technique had passed through another pair of hands, and as a result it had turned into the 9 rays of void jade, 5 thunder-toed kung fu, and she had only given part of the technique to the boy. John covered his head with his hands and began to speak, but he couldn't believe his ears, because his clan's technique was mixed with demonic technique, because, as a follower of the Chongsong clan, it was hard for him to bear this. Rinjen looked at the boy with a smile and said that the one who had helped remove the side effect of the 5 thunder-toed kung fu and complete the 9 rays of void jade, 5 thunder-toed kung fu technique was none other than the head of the Chongsong clan, Murim Jiangsa. It seemed that John's eyes couldn't get any wider when he said that the head of his clan had touched demonic techniques. He clenched his fists and began to shout that this was absurd, to which Renj replied that she was not lying, and if he was so interested, he could ask his teacher, but the boy saw no point in this. The woman turned away and said that she was suddenly very tired, so they would talk later. John began to lament that if Renj just fell asleep, how could he curb his curiosity, to which Pyeongbok immediately began to ask why he was making such a noise in the carriage, and at this time Jugun was thinking that the story about the theft of secret books and the destruction of the clan, which the goddess of desires told him, was about herself, and her misfortunes began with this very technique that she gave him. The carriages passed by the forest. A monk's foot stepped onto the cliff. The monk, accompanied by his students, breathed a sigh of relief, since she was able to find the carriages. She looked at the procession and muttered that Rinjen and the poisoned dragon were riding in that carriage. She watched the horses, saying that they couldn't just stand there and watch, because they had to attack as they planned. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared behind them, saying that a difficult situation had arisen. The monk thought that he hadn't felt the presence of the stranger at all, but he asked out loud who he was. The man, hiding behind his straw hat, lowered his head. Cheon looked at the monk with a keen gaze and said that his disciple was riding in that carriage. The monk recognized the master and sighed with relief. Everyone immediately bowed to Cheon, and the head monk said that he was glad that the master had appeared here, because then the right thing to do would be to attack the carriages with them and save his disciple. But Cheon said that he had heard the story of the monk mule. Chong smiled awkwardly when he heard that as far as Chong knew, his disciple had harmed Maiwo, and after saving him, the monks might want to take him to the Ami clan, to which Chong replied that, being an important figure in this matter, the disciple John had definitely allied himself with Safa, so he would have to cooperate with them. Chong angrily clenched his teeth, and then asked if the Ami clan had exceeded their authority as observers. Suddenly, he began to shout that not only had the Buddha's disciples gotten involved in the matter, but they had the intention of reprisal in their hearts, and were also shifting their mistake to another clan. The shout made the monks take a defensive stance. Chong clenched his fists and replied that, although they were the same age as him and both were part of the 3 strongmen of Sichuan, Chong's words, which were more like a reproach, were too far beyond the bounds. The master frowned and said that his disciple was also young and was also part of it. 3 strongmen of Sichuan, but it seemed to him that the boundaries were being crossed by the monks' plans to take John to the Ami clan and force him to give shameful testimony. Chong looked angrily at his interlocutor, then asked whether Chong was now comparing that boy with him, who had taken the full 150 bhikshu vows. Whirlwinds of power began to swirl around the master when he said that he had deeply understood such truths of divine revelations as the 6 heavens of the desire realm, the 18 heavens of the colored world, the 4 heavens of the colorless world, the summit of the 4 heavens, the 3 boundaries of purity, and the abode of the celestials. So why did the monks standing before him, who had taken only some 150 bhikshu, dare to stick their noses up in the air? Chong, waving his arms, began to complain about the malice and hatred in every word of the master, calling it sophistry because of the angry feelings he had towards their clan, since he allowed himself to speak so angrily. Chong hit the ground with his staff, saying that they were the ones who violated the rules of the 3 strongmen of Sichuan. He poked the staff towards the monks, saying that Mule interfered in what happened and later, he planned to unite with the Union, since he liked him, so he would not allow his disciple to be taken away. He still said that if the monks still continued to pursue the carriages, they would have to deal with him first, to which Chong, through clenched teeth, said that they were leaving. Finally, he turned to the master, saying that they would not forget so easily the insult they had faced today. Chong was left alone on the cliff. A voice came from behind the master, saying that even though he had managed to settle everything today, he would not be able to cover for him any longer. Heron stared at the master, saying that the disciple John had indeed helped the poisoned dragon and stood up to the demon disciple Buddha, to which she heard in response that this was the last time he would help such a stupid disciple. Chong turned to the people and said that he had of course expected the Ami clan to come here, but he never thought that the Tang family would also have an interest in his disciple, to which Heron replied that they had no interest in him, to which she received the expected question of what they were doing here. She looked at the moving carriages and said that she was interested in something else. The girl looked into the distance and thought about that guy. She recalls the battle, thinking about how he always fought against those who were stronger than him, namely the head of the Dok clan of Yunnan province, the brave phoenix, the Chaegao family, the silent dragon, and this time the demonic disciple of Buddha. She was still thinking about the fight she saw when she decided that this was pure recklessness, because at this rate, he would just die in another fight. Despite what others said, he never caved in or retreated. Heron thought about the pain that the boy's opponent had gone through and how Jugun was ready to face death itself, throwing himself like a madman into the enemy's clutches, and victories ultimately helped him develop further. She looked into the distance when she thought about how neither the blood flowing through his veins nor his techniques were remarkable, but he was able to get here only thanks to his steadfast spirit. The girl looked at the gathering clouds and seemed to ask the heavens where such a strong will came from. Chun interrupted her thoughts, saying that he did not know who the girl was thinking about, but he believed it was a great man. Heron heard that the lady of the Tang family was not one of those people who so easily felt the desire to imitate, to which the girl looked at her interlocutor in surprise, saying that his jokes had gone too far, and if a monkey showed a trick, there would hardly be a person who would imitate it. This amused Chun, and he explained that he said this only because he saw the light of youth on her face, after which he asked her not to be sad. Heron silently watched the departing master. A strong wind howled above the fortress. The main courtyard of the Tang family was illuminated by the rays of the setting sun. Manhwa raised his head up and thought about how he had finally arrived here. He looked at the majestic building and thought about how the Tang family of Sichuan province controlled various affairs. Behind the scenes of Murim, and even from the Tang family itself, only select key figures can enter this courtyard, and this place has no connection with a person of low social status. A pretty girl opened the door for him and invited him in. Manhwa grinned contentedly. He took a step inside the building. The door slammed shut with a bang. Manhwa looked around the building in surprise. Inside, many officials were bustling about, busy with their own affairs. They were carrying many scrolls in their hands. Some of them were sitting in front of pigeons, preparing to send messages. One of the subordinates was lighting a fire. Manhwa stood in the middle of this process, feeling that he really could control the entire world. Suddenly, he was startled by the question of his worth. An invitation to come in came from behind the officials. Yongwan was sitting at a table, holding a scroll in his hands. He was called by many names: the pillar of the Tang family, the envoy of Sichuan, the strategist, and simply perfection. But the most popular nickname was Yongwan Tang Chion, which meant that he controlled even the life of a person in heaven. Manhwa stared at Yongwan and thought that the common people knew that it had been more than 10 years since he left the position of the head of the Tang family, but he still decided all sorts of small and large matters behind the back of the current head. The man stood in front of Yongwan and introduced himself when one of the officials reported to him that the exam in Ping'an County had failed. The official continued to whisper that 35 people had died without neutralizing the poison, and 80 residents had been poisoned, but he didn't care. He was more interested in Songju County. Manhwa listened silently to the fact that it was necessary for them to leave the stronghold and return. Let them leave those 30 children there. He exhaled loudly, still listening to how Yongwan ordered to observe how they restored order there, and let me sell the Hebei Trading Company, but the price should not be less than 50,000 silver. Manhwa said that the effect of the killer of 5 was unsatisfactory, which attracted attention. The officials immediately looked at him. An awkward silence reigned in the room. Yongwan also remained silent, looking closely at the guest who had spoken. Finally, he returned to his work and, as if nothing had happened, continued to talk about how this was possible, because this was a project at the development stage, but Manhwa said that a poor quality product was ruining his work, but Yongwan asked if his interlocutor thought that an ordinary poison could so easily cope with a spiritual technique that had been practiced for several thousand years. Manhwa looked sullenly at the follower of the Tan, and said that if you make a mistake using poison, you can fall under unwanted suspicion. Yongwan raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked who he meant, and when he received in response that Manhwa was talking about himself, he replied that he himself knew about the matter with Brave Phoenix. They had already taken all the necessary measures, so he should not exaggerate. The man waved his hand at one of his assistants and began to say that he could not believe that their business, which the family put their heart and soul into, was being insulted just to get his attention, so he considered it gloating, and then offered to take the box. The box contained a bottle of tiger heart hibiscus, which was good for the body with a physical handicap in which energy did not circulate properly due to a severed limb, and if you drink it, your internal energy will increase as if you spent 20 years practicing Buddhist self-discipline. Manhwa looked at the box with pleasure and said that he accepted the gift with gratitude, but he wanted to say something, but Yongwan did not want to listen. He handed one of the sitkas to his subordinates, and then said that he called the man only because he brought the silent dragon, and King Kong of the Heavenly Sword is of very meticulous nature, so they did not have the opportunity to study the spiritual technique of the Pekli family. Manhwa smiled when he heard that Lidwan was a good material, and replied that his head would roll if June heard about it, and then asked if the man didn't think that the tiger heart of the hibiscus was not enough to pay for a life. Yongwan looked at the scrolls and said that it was worth 20 nyan of gold, so it was enough, and then demanded that his guest not become stingy, to which Manhwa replied that it was not about stinginess, but that he wanted to make a deal. Yongwon gave another sweater pattern to his subordinate and said that he was not interested in deals, since he only determined the goods and their price, that's all. Manhwa smirked and said that he planned to become a matchmaker. Yongwon stared at her guest when she heard that he wanted to tie the knot between Lady Heron and the poison dragon. A half-mad smile froze on the man's face. Yongwon sat with a frozen shock on his face. Finally, he began to laugh softly. At the same moment, the hall was stunned by his crazy laughter. From uncontrollable laughter, Yongwon threw her head back and began to say that this was a big surprise since Manhwa was the first one in 10 years to offer him a deal that he felt interested in. Manhwa looked at the laughing host with tension, and a bead of sweat ran down his face. A strong punch hit the table. Yongwon's eyes sparkled with interest when he said that the poisonous dragon was chasing the alliance, and now he was moving with Rinjen, and they could not accept a member of Safa into the family, so he was interested in the guest's plan. Then he barely frowned and explained that the poisonous dragon was from the Kwajil Valley, belonging to the Yak clan of Yunnan province, so it can be considered a member of Chanfa, and if this fact is made public, then it will be possible to accept him into the Tang family as if to take. Yongwon jumped up at this idea, saying that since the poisonous dragon was from the Kwajil Valley, it was related to the Chiak family, to which his guest belonged, and moreover, King Kong of the Heavenly Sword became an arbitrator and passed a verdict on this case, and he thought that the poisonous dragon and he were at odds, so he was interested in what could be said in response to this. Manhwa smiled and said that this was true, and he had business not only with him, but also with the man himself. But nevertheless, the poisonous dragon wanted to get Jun's head as a goal. Yongwon immediately began to say that if a supporter of the Union leader's faction hated him, then the entire Union did too, and as a family that was part of the Union, they should sort things out with the Union, after which he asked what the guest's plan was on this matter. Manhwa thought about the elders and at first it was necessary to separate the Union leader and Jun. Then they would need to elect Jun as the new leader. Yongwon frowned and said that then there would be no need to sever ties with the alliance. Manhwa smiled smugly, saying that that would be the best time to sever all ties. Yongwon began to laugh again, clutching the paper on the table. His face twisted in anticipation as he said that this was wonderful, and that Manhwa was only half right, but he still liked it. Manhwa immediately asked about why the Dok clan attacked the Yak clan, and where the accomplices were, because since their Chiak family had the lowest position, they could not help but follow the orders of the poisonous valley. He looked at all the officials in this room and said that after coming here, he realized that even though they were part of the Dok clan, they would never have been able to do something like this without the permission of the elder, and moreover, he only now realized what the Dok clan could gain from attacking the Yak clan. At this point, Yongwon interrupted him, saying that there was no point in wasting time on well-known conversations, this was enough. He frowned, saying that last year, due to the large number of corrupt officials in the country, there was complete chaos in the management of water resources. Manhwa was still standing in the middle of the room and listening to how this winter also saw twice as much snow as last winter, which is why a thick layer of snow formed on the mountains, and with the onset of winter, it will all melt, and in the rainy season of the coming summer there will be a heavy downpour, which happens every 4 years. Yongwon thought about her buildings, after which he said that if the Yellow River overflowed its banks and all the houses, buildings and agricultural crops sank under the water, and people lost their homes and died of hunger, wandering the earth, then the rats would eat their corpses and gain weight. He thought about the pile of corpses and how after that, a terrible plague that China had never seen would start raging in the coming summer, and the casualties would be colossal. Yongwon's eyes narrowed as he spoke about how they would include the martial artists from the 9 great clans. Manhwa couldn't help but be surprised and his face twisted in fear as he thought about what he had heard from the Tang family when they had delivered the 5 killer to him. He remembered how the people had said that the product would be delivered in unlimited quantities, and if the effect was confirmed by using the maximum amount, they would promise even more support. Manhwa rested his chin on his hand and thought about how they had improved the 5 killer not just to use it as a weapon, since this wasn't just about planning a rebellion or an internal war, but a much more powerful tsunami was approaching before his eyes than he thought. He imagined Yongwon stretching his hand over the world and thought that he was thirsty for supreme power. An ornament fell at his feet. When he looked at the ornament, he was explained that this thing proved that he had the right to receive any help from the Tang family. Accordingly, he could use the medicine and have fun, and he could also go beyond the limits, since it did not matter. Manhwa bent down to pick up the ornaments, muttering that he could go beyond the limits. It turns out that he could implement the proposed plan. Yongwon frowned at his interlocutor and said that he liked him much more than the poisonous dragon, so he agreed to a deal in which he would act as bait, so Manhwa could do as he knew, and could marry him to Heron. Yongwon waved his hand and said that permission was not needed, since he took all the responsibility on himself. The ribbons on Manhwa's head fluttered due to the draft. He grabbed the jewelry and looked at him silently. His lips spread into a satisfied smile. Manhwa took a step forward. He slammed the jewelry down on the table with all his might, and the sound filled the entire room. Yongwon barely managed to grab the important documents from under the blow. The man did not understand what his guest was doing. Manyo's face darkened when he said that he did not think it would be so easy to get his consent. For him, this man turned out to be much more boring than he thought. Yomwan continued to look at his guests with incomprehension. Manyo, leaning on the table, stared at Yomwan. He frowned and tried to figure out what his Kostya had planned. Suddenly, he lowered his gaze to the table. Manyo was still clutching the jewelry he had been given. The man's lips spread into a smile. He looked at the guest with you and said that she had completely forgotten that Chinin might call him soon. Manyo heard with a smile that it was time to show off her skills and not to disappoint the man. The officials went back to their business when Manyo turned to leave. He walked with a smile on his face and thought that the fact that the owner of the house accepted his provocation as if nothing had happened showed how far he could cross the line with this thing in his hands. Manyo clutched the jewelry tighter. He walked to the exit and thought that this gave him confidence that Yomwan could not be put off, even if he asked for something special from him, he did not care. The man could not hold back his satisfied smile, thinking that this power would play a huge role in the implementation of his plans, and there could not be a better deal. As soon as he left the palace, he laughed contentedly. The forest was quite quiet. And finally the horses stopped. It sounded like everyone was exhausted, both the people and the horse. Rinjen, stroking the horse, said that she thought that the critical danger had passed. She looked at her people, saying that it would be better to rest here before moving on. Night fell. John was sprawled on the bed and prevented Pyeongbok from sleeping. Soso, unlike them, slept quietly. Rinjen was meditating. Well, she heard that she invited the guest to come in at the door. Jugan came in, sorry for the late visit. Sweat rolled down the woman's face when she said that the guy came to the women's room in the middle of the night, and this was too bold for him. However, the protagonist reminded that she herself asked him to look in on her at 1 a.m. Mouse, to which he heard that he was boring and did not understand jokes. Jugan went inside the room, saying that he saw that she did not feel better, to which Rinjen replied that this was an expected effect of the Tang family poison, and without an antidote it was not easy to remove it. The protagonist decided to clarify whether this family was involved in the attack on the palace. However, the woman could not say for sure, since she was poisoned and her arm was cut off elsewhere. She admitted that before they took the boy from the village, Manyo offered her a deal. Jugan was silent, waiting for him to continue. The room was silent. Finally, the guy realized who exactly did this to the woman. Renjin lowered her head and said that he was waiting for her and set a trap, mobilizing people from the Chaegel family and the Silent Dragon, and it seemed that he foresaw that they would separate. The protagonist was sullenly silent, listened to the fact that he should not blame himself. The woman poured tea with a trembling hand, then said that what happened to her was exclusively her own fault, since she did not intend to accept the deal from the beginning. Her hand was still shaking, the lid of the teapot ran because of it, when she said that it was necessary to oppress others in order to get what they wanted. The protagonist did not have an answer to this. He extended his hand to the teapot. Jugan decided to pour the tea himself. The woman looked at him with a smile. She looked at the steam coming out of the cup and said that she called him to tell him something. Renjen admitted that she wanted to pass on the remaining Kyugyeol of the 9 rays of the Void Jade, the 5 thunderstorms of the Toad Kung Fu. Jugan placed her hands on the table and said that it turned out that what he learned was an incomplete technique, to which the woman replied that she only passed on part. The protagonist pulled the cup closer to him and said that on the way she told the secret of her connection with the technique, so he assumed that all her misfortunes in the past began with this technique, and he did not think that such a technique could be easily decided to pass on to someone, so why did she want to teach not a supporter of Safa, me her student, but him? Renjen took her cup and said that it was necessary for everyone, since he could leave them again, but chose to stay. She thought that the past battle clarified something for him, causing a sense of responsibility to them. Because of the feeling of awkwardness, Jugan sipped tea from the cup when he heard that she wanted to say that it was not necessary, but admitted that now both she and all of Safa are not in a very good condition. Her hand holding the cup trembled violently when the woman said that, so much so that they have to rely on someone. She sipped her tea and explained that if in this situation she transferred her power to the guy, the person who was helping them, then it would also protect itself. Renjen looked at her interlocutor closely and said that, however, he would need power not only to fight with them, but his techniques would definitely be of personal benefit to him. She recalled the moment when the guy was badly injured and reminded him that she had talked about his body condition and that due to the side effect of the bloody skies of madness, each time he used his internal energy, he would quickly shorten his lifespan, and if such battles were repeated, he would not last even 3 years. But it could not be said that there was no way to prevent this. Renjen thought of the technique of the 9 rays of the Void of Jade, the 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu, which formed a shaft in a certain place inside the guy's body, and by gathering internal energy in it and pouring out her mind, one could realize explosive power. The woman thought about the chakras and how only one shaft was currently formed inside the guy, but if all 9 were installed, which are called the apex of the 9 rays of the Void Jade, the 5 thunderstorms of the Toad Kung Fu, he would be able to balance the side effect of the bloody heavens of madness. In other words, he would prolong his life. Sweat continued to flow down her face as she said that. However, since she herself had only installed 5 points, her help was limited, and in order to obtain the rest, he would have to ask the head of the Chongsang clan for help. But knowing his resilience, perhaps he could do it himself. Jugun looked at the woman closely and said that if this was her request, then he would accept it. Renjen smiled, think of it as a request, and then explained that even she could not compare with him in courage, and perhaps, someday, she would need to ask him for something during the process of passing on the technique. Jugun interrupted her, and said that now he could not cope with June on his own to get the chance to spare him. The woman could only remain silent for this. It remembered itself in the past, and thought that she would ask the guide to spare one person, even if he had to kill him, he would have to keep him alive. She narrowed her eyes and muttered that the protagonist knew about this. Jugun lowered his head and said that he came to this conclusion after thinking about the morally degraded man who is called a brave warrior, but whose soul is rotten to the core, about her affection for the Pakli family, and that request, and the reasons for the transfer of technology. The protagonist thought about the young man and how he considered his revenge as revenge against the Yak family, and that he must kill June at all costs, at least for the sake of repaying him for the insult to his family. The boy looked at his interlocutor with determination and said that he would accept her request, and then put June alive right in front of her and make him pay for all his sins, as he promised about it. Renjen was silent. She was empty in her head, thanking the boy for not forgetting. In the room, sacred with the sun's rays, the teacher's call sounded. The boy folded his hands in a welcoming gesture and asked to listen to him that there was something suspicious in the death of the brave phoenix, but at this time the heir was asked to leave. The man listened to the fact that with his influence everything would work out, so the heir asked to make a request to the Union so that they would begin a reinvestigation. The boy fell to his knees, asking for forgiveness for breaking the order and going to Yunnan, since the duck had just left him after the news that the culprit of Yun's death was there. The man drank from the cup and said that she did not want to listen to him anymore, so she demanded that he leave. However, the heir continued to persist. The man glared at his son and asked to leave again. The boy's teacher helped him up, saying that now was not the best time, asked to drop by another time. The old man led the heir to his father's chambers. He slowly poured tea into his cup. He drank the entire bowl in one gulp. The man silently looked at the box in front of him. In the box there was a hand and a note, saying that he was sending this hand back because it was missing a head, body and legs. He thoughtfully touched his chin. But the houses were shining brightly in the sun. John grabbed his head with his hands. The people in the house were confused, asking what this meant, and in his least speaking in his mind. Jugun stood in front of the people and said that not everyone had heard it before, so he would repeat it. They were going back. The guy looked closely at the people and explained that they were going to Mount Chongsang, in the province of Sichuan. Indignation sounded in the room that the main character was suggesting to go there. People did not understand why such a decision was suddenly made, and if they returned from where they came, they would run into the enemy, and they barely escaped, so you can't say go back straight into the enemy's mouth. Renjen, you heard the question about whether she gave her consent to this. Her subordinates even jumped up from their seats, asking why this was so, to which the protagonist decided to answer that they needed to be realistic, since most were seriously injured, and there was not much time to recover. He looked at the people and said that this is why they were moving slowly, and so far they had managed to break away, but the enemy was persistent, and would never give up, and if they were caught up, they would suffer great losses, when it was said that this is why they should stay away from the enemy, and they should not go straight towards him. Jigun rolled his eyes and said that they should hit the enemy's weak point, since they think they are pursuing the test, fleeing from Sichuan. People listened to the fact that this is why no one will pay attention to the text, who is going to Sichuan. The subordinates began to whisper, hearing the idea that they would disguise themselves as a trading company heading to Sichuan, and go to the Chongsang harem, and there completely break away from pursuit, after which a stream ran through the ceiling about the fact that the Chongsang clan is not part of the Union, and even if the Murim Union notices something is wrong, their influence does not extend there. John threw down his hands and asked where the guarantee was that the Chongsang clan would accept them. Jugun looked closely at the boy. He bowed and asked him for help. The protagonist said that he would be honest, since his main confidence in the plan was that he could use John. Damn it, if they were with him until they passed the city, then the Chongsang clan would not use force. The boy seemed to be choked by the suffocating atmosphere when he realized that he was a hostage, after which he said that he did not know about the other brothers and students with teachers. But his mentor would not leave it so easily. John was even more scared when the protagonist said that he then talked to his mentor. If talking was not enough, then he would have to fight. The subordinates began to say that the plan was not so reckless. If they continued on the intended path, then the enemy would sooner or later capture them. Renjen and Jugun exchanged glances. The strike was driving along the road again. Pyenbok lazily looked out the window of the carriage and said that they had collected a mountain of food and left in broad daylight, as if they were going on a picnic. Many people were simply walking accompanied by the carriage. Suddenly, something caught the attention of the protagonist. The road was empty, but the sound of only a dig was approaching, when the boy warned that someone was coming. The faces of the subordinates immediately showed drops of photo from the tension. Renjen lowered her head from excitement when she heard the order for everyone to remain calm and behave naturally. The horses galloped towards the process. The coachmen pretended that they did not pay attention to the rushing warriors at all. They walked with calm faces, even with their eyes closed. Jugan did not think twice, as befits servants. Pyeongbok and John leaned back on the back of the carriage, trying to hide their faces. Well, finally, the riders who galloped away were left only with the dust they raised. The people were happy, because they managed to get around the pursuit. The main character turned to the people and said that he did not think that this was all the pursuit. If they encountered others, then they should behave exactly the same way as they behaved now. Pyeongbok looked at her neighbors happily and said that they would not be discovered, since there was very little time. But the guy had already managed to think of another escape, and the more he watched him, the more amazed he was. Night fell. The people stopped in the forest for the night, when it was announced that everyone followed his plan. Jugan breathed a sigh of relief and said that even though they were under disguise, it was not easy to act as if nothing had happened while in the center of danger. Renjen, sitting next to him on a rock, said that it was because he, although not from Safa, was ready to sacrifice his own life to save them. She looked at her subordinates and said that she thought that everyone trusted him very much. At that moment, Pyeongbok and John were fooling around, catching up with each other. The protagonists watched their games with a smile. Finally, Renjen stood up and said that there were still a couple of days before the arrival of the Koryo, so it was necessary to finish transmitting the 9 rays of the Void of Jade, the 5 thunderstorms of the Toad Kung-Fu for now. She turned to the protagonist and reminded him that he had decided to go to Mount Chongsung to meet Muam Chongsa. Jugan looked at the woman silently. They were surrounded by the starry night, when Renjen decided to first explain the techniques that make up the 9 rays of the Void of Jade, the 5 thunderstorms of the Toad Kung-Fu. They walked to the river, where the women began to talk about how earlier, the Toad Kung-Fu belonging to the Chongsung clan, I blocked the flowing internal energy and formed a striking force, exploding the energy of the mind. In the process, the cart continued walking along the road while the woman was talking about how the 5 thunderstorms of the gathering sky, being a demonic technique, rotates the internal energy in a circle in 5 sections of the blood arteries, thereby maximizing the power, and this technique and the bloody heavens of madness technique that he uses have the same origin. Pyeongbok was yawning desperately on the box while Renjen continued to teach that the 5 thunderstorms of the Toad Kung-Fu is a combination of the Toad Kung-Fu and the 5 thunderstorms of the shaking sky, and it fills the 5 shafts with water and creates an even larger wave of internal energy, forming a whirlpool. John and Soso were sleeping in the carriage when a story was told that when using Toad Kung-Fu, the internal energy is concentrated in the blood vessels that act as shafts, which can cause serious internal damage, and when using the 5 thunderstorms of the trembling sky, the blood vessels in which the whirlpool is formed are destroyed. Renjen turned to Jugan and said that no matter how strong a warrior is, if he uses such techniques for a long time, his life will be at risk, and in order to compensate for these shortcomings, a combined technique appeared, 9 rays of emptiness jade, 5 thunderstorms pity his kung fu. She looked out the carriage window, where a beautiful view of the forest opened up, said that the 9 rays part means 9 places inside the body. When the sun was setting, she said that by distributing the whirlpools by forming shafts not in 5 places, but in 9, one can achieve more stable strength. Jugan listened with interest that since he managed to gather power in the central Danjiang, which is one of these 9 places, he formed 1 shaft inside himself. Renjen added that the boy had captured the first ray. The sunset light from the sun illuminated their faces in the carriage. Night fell over the mountains, and 2 days later they arrived in the province of Sichuan, the Chongsung mountain range. Dawn was breaking over the houses. At the stronghold, there was a sound that someone had entered the territory of Chongsung. The man, crossing his arms over his chest, said that it seemed to be the same carriage in which his nephew John was. He stood in front of the master and asked what they would do, but he remained silent. John's teeth were chattering with fear. Pyeongbok, watching his torment, said that he was already going crazy himself, so he did not understand why he could not sit still, to which the boy replied that he did not even imagine how the teacher would punish him. He looked at the protagonist, who immediately asked what Master Cheon was like. Renjen looked out the window and said that he was the deputy head of the Chanseong clan instead of Muam Kyansa, who did not show himself in public, and his abilities matched the position he held, and his character was very strong and impatient, so his pride was stronger than cast iron, which is why dissatisfied people called him a stone. The window still had a view of the forest when she said that the reason why Chanseong is not currently part of the Murim alliance is because of Master Cheon's stubbornness, since he is a rather complex person, so it is better not to mess with him if possible. She smiled as if remembering something. Jugan looked at the girl and heard that she and the master were bitter enemies. Suddenly, he seemed to be crushed by someone else's aura. The people in the carriage did not understand what was happening, and their faces were distorted by horror. The protagonist thought that he was being pressed as if by a whole sea, and this incredible pressure of internal energy. Renjen clenched her teeth, saying that everyone needed to get out of the carriage while he was in front of them. In the process, she stopped when it sounded that they would not be able to pass unharmed. The men went down the steps. Jugun looked with interest at the man approaching them. It was Master Cheon. John shrank from fear when the teacher approached him. The man said in a quiet and calm voice that he had already mentioned not to catch his eye, otherwise he would not leave him alone. John, who decided that the master was addressing him. He was surprised when Renjen came forward, greeting his teacher. She smiled and asked how Muam Kansa was doing. At that moment, anger distorted Cheon's face. He screamed that the woman should not dare to pronounce this name. People fell to their knees from his scream. Despite the serenity of the weather, the situation was becoming tense. Janan stepped forward. He covered Renjen with his body. The woman looked at his back in surprise. The boy heard that with eyes filled with malice. The master guesses who he is. Chan folded his hands on the staff. He looked at the boy and called him a poisonous dragon. The master looked at his guests. He nodded briefly. The woman bent over in pain, an empty sleeve rising into the air. Chan looked at her with a grin and noticed that the authority of the goddess of desires was no longer the same. Everything was so bad that she relied on some succor. John looked at the teacher in fear. He waved his hands in panic while the man shouted that he was a brainless student, that he became a hostage and allowed strangers to penetrate the Chongsang mountain range. The boy began to speak, but the teacher shouted that he did not need excuses. He shouted at him menacingly that the disciple was ordered to watch the poison dragon so that he did not do stupid things, and he ended up teaming up with him and seriously wounding a high-ranking monk of the Ami clan. At least he understands what a difficult situation their leader found himself in because of him. Screams were heard over the ridge. The leader asked how the boy dared to bring here those who the Alliance and the Ami clan were looking for with all their might. Did he have brains or not? Chong threw the stick over his shoulder and continued to curse at his disciple. He said that there was simply no one to take except him. John was completely wilted. The goddess silently looked at her old friend. The horse was quietly grazing nearby. The deputy leader said that it was a good try, using his disciple as a hostage and coming here to hide, and since he sinned by taking such a fool as a disciple, he would endure it today. He pointed his stick to the side and said that there was a small hut where he had studied Taoism in his youth. The people at the gate watched this dispute with confusion. Cheon said that until they recovered, they could settle in it. They could do whatever they wanted, he didn't care. The stick drew a line on the ground. The master looked at the guests and ordered them not to cross this line. Renjen looked at the line and said okay. The man turned around displeased and waved his stick. He went back. But suddenly the hero said that he did not agree. The companions looked at the dragon in shock. Cheon's eyes flashed menacingly and asked him to repeat what he had said. Jugun looked at him angrily and said that they had come here to survive, not to die. The man asked if he had ordered them to die. The guy reminded him that he would not care what happened beyond the line. He assumed that he had meant not only the goddess of desires. The warrior walked back to the devils. The young man said that this was not just a line. It was a sign that the Chanson clan would look on indifferently at everything that happened to the people here. No, he added that if he drew a line and just left, it would be the same as abandoning them to certain death. The poisonous dragon looked closely at the deputy and asked to accept them so that they could take responsibility for everything while they were on their land. Cheon sighed nervously and said that the hero's nickname suited him since he was so brainy. The people looked around with relief. The deputy said that while they were on their clan's territory, no one would harm them, he guaranteed it. He took a step and added that he needed to check in the morning. The master hung over the guy and clarified that he would check whether the dragon had the right to make such an impudent demand. The men stood at the line. The clan representative said that there would be only 3 clashes, and if he did not move a step from the place where he was standing, he would recognize him. The boy looked at the warrior and asked what would happen if he lost. He replied that he would not be able to object to him. Chan looked at the dragon in surprise. He asked what would happen if he pushed him from his place, but he said that this would not happen. Jugun looked at him seriously and asked if he would listen to one of his requests. The man laughed and called the boy funny. He hit his hand with a stick and agreed to these conditions. John looked at him from the side in fear. He asked why the dragon was making such an argument. He could not believe that the teacher had agreed. The master looked at him and told him to be silent. He asked what good he had done to raise his head so confidently. Suddenly the boy put his hand on his stick. Chan looked at him questioningly. Jugun smiled and said that this was the first clash. Everyone froze in amazement. The deputy chief looked at him angrily and asked if he was joking. The warrior replied that he had been completely serious since recently. The man looked at the youth and replied that he was only making things worse with cheap tricks. The boy replied that he was simply trying his best to win, no matter how. Chong snatched the stick and replied that in that case he had no reason to hold back. He stated that this was the second clash and the opponent should use his hands. Jugun said that he did not need to give in. After these words, energy began to emanate from the master. The hero immediately took a defensive stance. He was told not to take his eyes off him. The man struck him with the sword of 72 waves. Blood began to gush from the wounds of the poisonous dragon. He coughed and bent over in pain. Chong stood with an extended stick. He said that this is a technique that creates 72 sword forms in one breath. The boy gritted his teeth in pain. The man replied that he had only used 16 so far. Energy went down the warrior's leg. Juggin put his hands on his knees and screamed furiously. Chan slowly lowered the stick and said that the third clash was left. What would he do, since he was going to use all 72 forms of the sword? The boy looked at the hero with excitement and asked him to stop. He replied that then he would have to go to the promised third clash. Wasn't it obvious? John was covered in sweat. Renjen frowned. The student shouted that the sword of 72 waves concealed deadly forms. He asked to stop. The warrior froze, hearing that he would die if he made a mistake. He asked, and? The kid recoiled, while Hyungnam said that he had always overcome critical moments due to his lack of ability. So when faced with another danger, he had no reason to retreat. The people gasped at these words. A smile appeared on the deputy's face. He shouted that the guy was right. He told his blockhead student to study. Juggin looked at his opponent seriously. He said that this is the look of a man who has already experienced Kanho to the point of blueness. Perhaps because he got out of Sura's lair, his eyes are filled to the brim with malice. The man threw the stick over his shoulder and said that before they move on to the third test, he will ask something. He reminded that the hero had some request. The guy said that he will voice it if he wins the bet. The clan representative lowered his head and sighed. He called it a neglected case. He said that the young man constantly hits his pride, apparently. He has some kind of plan in mind. He spread his hands and offered to do it this way. He said that in the second clash he struck, then in the third the handicap will go to him. He ordered to use everything, be it poison or something else, so that before death there will be no regrets. The warrior looked forward in surprise. The boy pointed out that he himself was saying to resort to everything, and he himself was holding a weapon behind his back. Chong threw the stick on the ground and said that he would throw it. He asked if the young man really thought that his clan's sword techniques were worthless without a weapon. He spread his bare hands in order to attack. All of Juggin's veins turned red. He shouted that he had already started. Electricity ran through his body. A scream was heard. Chong frowned. He thought that he should spare the boy, but he would still die. Suddenly he shuddered. The opponent's skin became normal. The deputy realized that the hero suppressed the raging internal energy and took control of it. The wind began to blow dust in his direction. Lightning began to strike in all directions from the poisonous dragon. The dragon's eyes began to glow with evil. He screamed. Chong shuddered with fear and called the goddess of desires. The woman only grinned. At that moment, a fist flew into the man's face. The forest around shook from such energy. The master noticed a needle between the boy's fingers. It came forward, towards his eye. The deputy easily parried the blow. The fist began to twitch from the heap of energy inside it. Juggin swung again for an overhead strike. But the master struck ahead. A shock wave flew in all directions. John opened his mouth in surprise. He said that this was the power of the poisonous dragon, which he used when he fought the monk. Chong closely watched every move of the boy. He did not expect that he would last so long against him. His speed was close to the speed of the sword art of 72 waves. His eyes opened wide. The dragon looked at him intently and attacked. He really used 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu. The palm rushed into the boy's chest. The representative of Chongsun decided that this was not enough. The hero abruptly lowered his eyes. He put out his hands to protect himself from the blow. He was pushed back. He groaned. Chong pulled his hand back, but blood suddenly spurted out of it. He looked at it in surprise. The young man stood in a block pose, and blood was gushing from his palm. The poisonous dragon smiled. A needle was sticking out of his palm. The master got angry and covered in energy. He said that the guy was acting like God knows what, and he himself could only pull himself together when he was given a good beating. He swung his left hand. The warrior got into a fighting stance. The enemy was attacking. Many claps were heard around the combatants. This was the technique of the sword of 72 forms. The nimble hand of the master hit all open areas of the young man's body. He asked, was he not used to such power? He clenched his teeth and said that he did not know with what intention Rinjen gave it to him. Juggin looked at his opponent in fear. The latter said that his power was beyond his strength. The shock wave cut the skin. The wind carried it away. The warrior grimaced in pain. He understood that he needed to hold on. He was pushed back, but he dug his feet into the ground, because he was going to hold on until the end. Renjen opened her mouth in shock. Pyeonbeek and Soso screamed. The scout realized that something bad was about to happen. Chan angrily attacked. The guy's composure frightened him. Juggin looked at him, already completely covered in his blood. He decided that he would not retreat under any circumstances. The man attacked and screamed that he would soon die like this. Didn't he feel sorry for his life? The guy looked at him angrily and screamed that if he did not put her on the line, nothing would be achieved. He was ready to die for his goal. He screamed, spitting up blood. He screamed that it was better to die with honor, but to fulfill the promised revenge. Chan looked at him in surprise after these words. From his next blow, a deep cut appeared on the guy's chest. He winced in pain, Blood splashed in all directions. His head fell down, his hands clutched his knees. Sweat and blood mixed on his face. Red drops stained the ground under his feet. The master moved his hand to the side. He thought that the natives of Safa were fighting without a goal, but he saw that the hero had won. He frowned and said that he recognized him, but his attitude to his own life, but the hero did not let him finish. The kid smiled contentedly, covered in blood, and said that he had won. Veins bulged on the master's face. He ordered not to make him laugh. He understood that he himself had stopped attacking. The young man looked down again and reminded that they were not fighting to the death. He pointed to his feet and said that the winner would be the one who did not take a single step. He ordered to look at his left foot. The deputy looked at the foot. He lifted it and saw blood under his boot. For a few seconds he examined the blood-stained sock. The guy said that if he had not moved, there would not be blood under his feet. John looked forward in shock and asked, "Did his mentor really lose?" Juggin staggered and said that before the threefold blows began. He threw his weapon and the striking distance changed, which meant he would have to take a small step forward, but of course he would hardly have fallen for such a trick so easily. He reminded that the tip of the needle that pierced his hand had poison, or rather several poisons, which dulled the senses and in such a state for an attack. Chong frowned at his opponent, and asked if he had unconsciously moved forward a little in such a state. Juggin smiled contentedly and asked if the master would admit his defeat. The man looked at him sternly. He thought that the 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu was a trick. The boy was set from the very beginning for him to make a mistake and rush forward. He looked to the side and reminded that the hero said that he would win if he pushed him forward, and not just made him take a step. The guy nodded understandingly, and said that it was so, and the deputy was right. Chong stood opposite him and said that even though he had taken a step unconscious, he had not applied direct force to him, but had tried to present the situation as if the original condition was to move from the spot. People looked at what was happening with different conditions. The man kept saying that the poisonous dragon expected him to easily admit defeat, trying to save his reputation in the eyes of the beholders. But it was foolish to rely on the fact that public opinion was equally important to everyone. Chong shouted menacingly that even though justice and honor had disappeared from Murim, he should not rely on it, especially when trying to hide behind lofty goals. The dragon looked at him silently, bleeding. The clan's deputy said that he could not admit his defeat, comparing their levels, but it was necessary to follow the Murim code of rules. The man declared that the guy's request would be fulfilled. He looked at the woman and said that she was here again by the will of heaven. He asked her to think about her decisions. The clan representative turned away and raised a stick. He said that it is always easier to untie the tangled threads of fate together than one by one. With these words, the warrior silently wandered back. Juggin staggered and coughed. Renjen caught him and said that he was a good boy. She helped the guy lie down on the ground. The crowd ran to him. They did not understand how he could even give a worthy rebuff. People surrounded the wounded warrior, and he sighed and said that if the master had reached the end, he would hardly be lying here next to him. Sweat rolled down his face. The hero thought that the deputy's words were like an old man's grumbling, but it seemed they served as advice for him. The lady threw a smiling glance at the master and agreed that if he wanted, they might not even be here. She explained that he looked like a harmful old man, but he was fair and had a big heart inside. Chan silently left. The goddess of desires said that it was in him forever. Juggin lay and smiled, exhaling steam. The maiden clarified that gratitude would not be enough here. She said that with his help Safa had time. People looked at the hero with gratitude. He saved each of them. With a warm smile, the poisonous dragon went to sleep. At this time in the Tan clan, Heron adjusted her hat and angrily asked how it was possible to take away her title and forbid her to go outside. Was this an order from her grandfather or grandmother? The servant bowed and said no. The girl frowned and looked away. A voice said that it was he who ordered it. Manhwa approached her with a smile. The girl asked by what right he did this. The old man explained that the elder had allowed everything. A sly smile appeared on his face, and he said that before marriage, regardless of age, everyone in this family must undergo special training. He clarified that she was now, unfortunately, not the young lady of this house. Heron recoiled in fear. Now she had become a beautiful young bride. The red light was burning in the house. The heiress was indignant. She waved her hand and asked what kind of nonsense was this. The man smiled and objected that this was not nonsense, but grace. He said that he wanted to bring the young couple together before his death and create a strong union. The girl looked angrily and asked why he was then choosing a partner for her. Manhwa explained that the elder allowed him to take on the responsible role. Heron shuddered, because she was immediately offered to meet the groom. The old man pointed to the door and said that he did not need to be shy and he could come in. A disfigured alcoholic entered the house. Heron twisted her mouth in disgust. Manhwa smiled politely at him and introduced the bride. The tramp asked if he could really marry such a young beauty. His cheeks turned red, and his hands reached forward on their own. The elder invited him to come and talk to her. The maiden could not stand it and took out a whip. She gave her fiancé a powerful blow. The skinny fell to the floor and groaned. Manhwa turned away from him and said that he was sorry because she did not like his choice. He said that in that case he would find another fiancé. Heron looked at him angrily and demanded that he stop mocking her. She asked what he wanted from her. The advisor slowly raised his hand and threw something forward. The girl caught a small bottle. She looked at it. The old man dedicated it to her that it was an antidote that was applied to his prosthesis. He was told that the people from Safa are now on the Chongsung Mountains. He ordered to find them and give the bottle to Rinjen. Manhwa smiled menacingly and then asked to bring him a poisonous dragon, and he would select her next suitor. The heiress looked at him in shock and demanded to repeat. Her hand was shaking. She asked, did the old man really think that she was some kind of concubine? She screamed and swung. She declared that Manhwa's life was not sweet. Suddenly a green token appeared in his hand. The lady froze and asked, was it really a jade token? Where did he get it from? Elder Chitik smiled slyly and said that everyone in the Tang family must obey the owner of this token. He again asked to bring him a poisonous dragon. Heron loosened her grip. The advisor laughed and said that if this did not happen, he would bring her an old man with leprosy as a suitor. Heron froze. While an ominous laughter echoed throughout the room, she asked, why was her grandfather doing this to her? Meanwhile, in the mountains of Chongsong, the boys clashed hands. The boy said that Calm is touching the opponent's hand with your hand. He hit and said that Ryan is continuing attacks while maintaining a fighting stance, and John is understanding the direction of the opponent's thoughts. Calm is forcing the opponent to touch your hand. Juggin looked at him intently and memorized. A small hand rushed towards him. John said that Sue is following the path of the opponent's attack so that their hands do not separate. Suddenly, he slapped the hero's hand away with a clap. He smiled and said that the Jumna method is based on the Wagyeong method, and the Wagyeong method uses the unification of Kyomryongkamsu. Hyeonum warmed up his hands. He understood that this was not just touching and repelling attacks. The boy said that the dragon must learn to understand the enemy's thoughts and use his attacks against him. The hero warmed up his hand and asked if they could try again. The boy's cheeks lit up. He noted the incredible concentration on training, because they had been training for many hours in a row since early morning. Someone approached them from the side and asked if they remembered that there were other people here. The scout pointed to Soso and said that she was bringing fresh water for the third time so that they could rest and drink. A tray was placed on the ground. The guys sat down to rest. The dragon said that in the end, during the fight, he was never able to show himself well. He remembered how he was attacked in the chest, which is why he created space. He remembered how he was able to prick his opponent. The guy took a sip of water and said that since he would have to fight with masters of his level and above, he could not just rely on chance. He needed to explore many different attacks to win the fight. John sighed happily and asked Hyeongnam not to be so strict with himself. He looked at him with a smile. He was sure that he would learn everything he wanted very quickly. Pyeongbok noticed from behind that they had training both during the day and at night. He smoked a pipe and said that he heard that Juggin was examining the herbs on this mountain. He probably wanted to create some kind of poison. He was a poisonous dragon after all. He looked at John and asked in surprise why he was not going back. He remembered how he was driven out of the temple. The boy ran away from the master with a stick. He demanded not to even think about coming back until the guests left. John hugged Soso and with tears in his eyes said that the mentor was very angry, and for now he would have to stay here. The hero noted that thanks to him he could learn a lot. At this time, they were being watched from afar. John stood on the edge of the cliff, leaning on a stick. Night had fallen. Juggin was meditating, controlling his energy. Rinjen sat at the table and said that he had passed the first stage of the 9 best emptiness of jade and was already approaching the second, since the old man agreed to fulfill his wish. The woman coughed. She clarified that the hero would soon be able to meet Muam, but to meet him, of course, special preparation was needed. The guy looked worriedly at his mentor, who started coughing. He said that he had a great mentor and everything should work out. Rinjen smiled warmly and asked if he seriously thought so. She added that her condition left much to be desired. The dragon covered his energy. The mentor said that after she was able to reach the highest point, she was no longer afraid of poisons, but she thought that any skill has its limit. The young man asked if she could not get rid of the poison. The woman replied that it was too deep in her blood and energy. She looked at the blood remaining on her palm. If she tried to cleanse her body of the poison at once, she could die. So she removes it little by little, but it still accumulates in the tissues of the organs. The hero had not heard of such poisons. He stood up and asked to allow him to examine her body. His hand touched the goddess's chest and lit up. The woman was right. The dragon saw the infected tissue. The poison was firmly lodged in her body, like a web. The young man kept his eyes closed. A drop of sweat was running down his face. He suddenly remembered that he had seen such symptoms before. His eyes widened. Rinjen looked at him questioningly. The student explained that he had seen such symptoms before. The lady looked at him in surprise. The hero said that in the last meeting with the brave phoenix, she used an antidote pill to prevent poisoning, but perhaps there was poison in it too. Juggin remembered how the girl died. He explained that their symptoms were not similar. The phoenix tried to use an internal spiritual method to cleanse the body of the poison, but it was very difficult. since the poison had leaked into the body and energy. The warrior looked away seriously. He assumed that Manhwa had set it all up and the death of the brave phoenix was connected to him, because the goddess of desires looked at him seriously and assumed that he was the one who killed the brave phoenix and gave her a fake pill. She decided that this was very likely. Renjen looked away angrily and said that Manhwa and June were connected and were working together. It was the poison chamber that supplied the antidote pills, and Manhwa was the local advisor. The hero thought for a moment and explained that the silent dragon himself, like the phoenix, had taken the pill. Renjen looked at the young man in amazement. Jugun looked down and said that he himself did not know what was happening. The goddess of desires grabbed her face. Her head was splitting. The enemy's plans were not at all clear and he was very dangerous. The student silently looked at the lady and thought that they did not know how to cure this and what was happening, but just sitting here was not a way out either. He understood that there was no point in hiding in the Chongsang Mountains, and further, he understood that the mentors were unlikely to get to Sandong in such a state. He wanted to find a way to find and cure her. A new day had dawned in the mountains. The morning guards yawned at their post. Suddenly an alien appeared ahead. The men pointed their spears at her and demanded that she stop. They said that this was a forbidden area, so the girl should tell who she was. Heron looked sternly ahead and demanded to call the poisonous dragon. The men stared at her in confusion. The girl gritted her teeth and said that if they wanted to save Renjen, the veins bulged on her face. She demanded that in that case they immediately call the poisonous dragon. The sun rose over the mountains. The people came out to meet the guests. The dragon looked ahead and asked if they were really looking for him. Heron looked at him angrily. The guy asked if she could really save Renjen. The girl replied that she had an antidote that would neutralize the poison that was killing her. Everyone went wild, asking if the lady could really be saved, but the poisonous dragon understood that the guest would not give it up just like that. She said that she had a condition. The red-haired girl showed the vial and said that they would have to fight, and if he won, she would give the vial up right away. Jugun looked at her questioningly. The girl answered that she wanted to check if the dragon was really as strong as they said. The guy asked what they said about it. Heron lowered the vial and said that it didn't matter. The hero just had to decide if he agreed to the fight. The warrior looked at her thoughtfully. The master went out of the gate and told her not to agree just like that. He walked accompanied by guards and said that this territory belonged to the Chanson clan, and he would not allow anyone from the Tang family to set foot on their land. The girl looked at him and objected that this was an ordinary fight. Did she really need his permission? She looked at him angrily. The deputy of the clan understood this and asked why then there was such a fierce desire to kill in her eyes. He noticed that it was not there before. So what happened? The girl frowned and said that she didn't care, and if the guy agreed then it would happen. Cheon folded his arms across his chest, sighed. He didn't think he would stand aside if she wanted to have a fight to the death. The dragon nodded to the master and asked for permission. He didn't know what it was all about, but he owed her when she let him escape. He looked at the antidote in her hands and said that he needed it, so he was ready to agree to any conditions to get it. The man looked away and said how difficult it is when your student is a fool. Sosa looked at John. The master said that he didn't want everyone to see this, but there was nothing to be done. He suddenly raised his stick and said that he was against this fight, but he would still join it. The man came to the center between the opponents and said that everyone knows that the level of martial arts determines the winner of the duel. He said that they do not need death, but only a slight wave of the hand. The girl frowned and said that she would fight to the fullest without indulgences and etiquette. The poisonous dragon looked at her seriously and said that he would only be glad and would also do his best. The wind rose. Heron asked if the dragon was so sure, but he replied that she looked like an opponent that would be difficult for him to overcome. The heiress asked what he was counting on then. He replied that he needed an antidote. The girl gritted her teeth in anger and said that the hero did not even ask why she was here and what happened, but just wanted to take the antidote. She hit with a whip and screamed that she would have to make herself known on his bones. Chan slowly extended his hand forward. In his entire life he had seen things he shouldn't have, done things he shouldn't have, and learned things he shouldn't have, so he wanted to say something before the battle began. The opponents looked at each other, and the master said that no matter what the situation, you shouldn't do something you might regret later. He swung his hand sharply, and the opponents rushed from their places. Jugun swung his hand. The girl took out a knife at that moment. The hero struck with the zodiac and a wave of energy went forward. Heron swung her hand and used dodge. At that moment, the needle and the knife flew straight at each other. Both collided and flew to the sides with a ringing sound. While both objects were still hanging in the air, a whip flew between them. The dragon jumped to the side. A roar arose from the blow. Heron looked at him furiously and swung for another attack. A twisted tourniquet hit the guy in the side. A wave and a wall of dust swept across the battlefield. The girl screamed that if the dragon was so bad at dodging, how could he even expect to win? She swung again and screamed that his body would slowly come to an end. The tourniquet flew at the warrior's face. The heiress of Tang screamed that it was very stupid to open your mouth when you do not even know your place. A wave of dust covered the curious spectators. Jugun jumped out of the dust cloud. He looked in the direction of the attack and thought about how difficult it was to approach his opponent due to the constant attacks. He ran further and further, while the girl asked if he was really going to continue running away like this. She bit her lips and began to say how dare he be her husband. Juggin carefully watched her with his eyes. He had a feeling like in the battle with the brave phoenix. He remembered how his previous opponent attacked. He understood that her chaotic but incessant attacks were her key to victory. Suddenly, the tourniquet wrapped around his leg. The warrior looked at his trap in fear. Heron pulled the whip back and screamed that the guy was caught. The hero was torn off the ground and lifted into the air. He clenched his teeth and looked down at his opponent. Aristan looked at him furiously and attacked. The warrior hit the ground with a crash. Blood spurted from his mouth from the blow. Chong became wary. At this time, the others opened their mouths in surprise. The silhouette of the warrior was menacingly outlined in the dust. The girl slowly walked forward and asked, "Does the guy really think that this is the end?" She watched as the opponent rose in the dust. His silhouette remained in a bent position. Suddenly, a hand jumped out of the dust and threw something. The water bullet rushed towards its target. At great speed, it approached the face of the opponent. The corners of her lips dropped, and she chuckled. After which she calmly parried the blow. Juggin froze in complete shock after the throw. Heron raised her smoking hand and said that it was not the first time she had seen the hero use saliva and poison. She attacked with a tourniquet and screamed that she could predict all his maneuvers. The guy dodged, but there was a cut on his cheek. The eyes of the lady of the Tang family sparkled, because the hero did not know anything about her. Suddenly, a bunch of spikes appeared from the tourniquet. A red stripe cut the air, and the spiked tourniquet hit the warrior's shoulder. Blood splashed onto the ground. Heron froze and looked at her work. The dragon fell to his knees and grabbed his bleeding shoulder. Only a little time had passed, and the hero was already lying on the ground covered in blood. If the girl wanted, he would have already died. Juggin was sweating all over. He was breathing heavily, while his opponent said that his attacks did not work on her. Her tourniquet was lying obediently on the ground at that time, and the guest kept saying that her strength was greater than that of the poisonous dragon. She looked menacingly at her fiancé and ordered him to admit defeat. The guy continued to breathe heavily and hold his shoulder. He was silent. The warrior's eyes flashed. She told herself that such a worthless person could not become her fiancé. When suddenly the warrior stood up and said no, he was not going to give up and he planned to win. Heron looked at him in bewilderment. The dragon's body was covered with electricity. He said it did not matter that she was stronger. He was fighting not because he could win, but because he had to. The girl frowned in surprise. Juggin looked down. Beads of sweat flowed down his chin. He ordered them to get ready. His hands were covered in lightning. He said that his attack would now begin. Shan looked at the young man. He frowned and said that now the fight would begin. The tourniquet flashed before his eyes again. Juggin opened them wide. Now he could see. He dodged the blow. He saw how the opponent controlled the whip. Heron angrily attacked. An electric fighter ran at her. She screamed that she knew this martial art. The poisonous dragon dodged again. The girl screamed that he did not think that he would lose. Since his internal energy had increased, the hero ordered himself to concentrate and avoid all attacks. His pupils began to glow purple. He understood that he needed to get close to her. His foot stepped on the ground. Covered in electricity, everything had to be done before she swung. The master shuddered in surprise. He recognized the 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu in the boy's movements. Juggin suddenly made a dash. He used 9 rays of jade emptiness, combining them with Toad Kung Fu. It was called the Bloody Skies of Madness. The boy stretched his hand towards his opponent and used the song of the Golden Wind Dragon. Heron glared at the approaching threat. Everything was happening too fast. She jumped, and in the air she struck again. She screamed that even if he came close to her, she could still use the whip. She struck at the moment of counterattack and declared that the dragon was finished. But the dragon suddenly grabbed the tourniquet. The warrior's eyes opened wide, because the opponent grabbed the whip with his bare hands. Juggin pulled the whip towards himself, and the light girl was carried forward. Energy began to concentrate in the warrior's free hand. The heiress of Tang struck and screamed for nothing. The palms of the enemies touched. Juggin threw the rival up. But Heron was able to land without damage. She glared back. The poisonous dragon silently studied her. A moment later they clashed. A quick exchange of blows began at close range. The girl blocked all the blows. But the hero did not allow her to counterattack. The warrior of Tang defended herself well. Juggin grabbed her by the forearm, but the girl said that he was imagining things. She attacked with her free hand, and hit the guy in the chin. She smirked at the fact that he thought he was better than her in close combat. After the hit, a smile appeared on her face. Suddenly, an electric fist appeared near her face. Heron managed to dodge. She looked at the maddened warrior and noted his amazing pressure. She clenched her fist and screamed that she was superior in strength and speed. She ordered him to surrender before he lost consciousness. Each of her blows began to hit the guy's torso. He grimaced, bloody saliva seeped from between his clenched teeth. Chan put his hands behind his back and said that this did not look like a duel. The opponents continued to exchange blows. All this looked like a real massacre. The guest clenched her teeth and noted how many wounds the dragon already had. The groom was fighting furiously and coughing up blood. He had lost a lot of blood and was about to lose consciousness, so why was he continuing to fight? Suddenly, lightning struck from wide-open eyes. Heron looked at him in fear. She decided to abruptly break the distance. Her feet slid along the ground. The girl froze and looked at the figure of her opponent. She understood what his real strength was. Juggin looked at her menacingly. His strength lies in the complete determination to go to his goal. The warrior pressed her lips together in displeasure. Suddenly, her eyes began to shake. The poisonous dragon looked at her and asked if she wanted to test him. He looked at her intently and said that he felt as if she was being tested. Why was she so angry? The rival looked at her in surprise and asked again. Her mouth twisted. Her fist clenched, the lady asked. What could he know about her? Heron screamed that she hated the hero. She rushed to attack. The fist rushed forward. The girl screamed that the dragon was a complete nonentity. Juggin looked at her calmly. He saw everything. Heiress Tang went even more crazy. She remembered her home, and how she always dreamed of becoming an empress. The Tang family ruled Seishan for many hundreds of years. She remembered herself, among the heirs. Her title is the highest, and even though she was born in a woman's body, she never considered it her weakness. Anyway, the real head of the family is not her grandfather, but her grandmother. She remembered how this woman, who was called Mrs. Plum, smiled. Many believe that her grandmother did not mean anything in their family. She remembered how she played with her grandmother when she was a child. She knew that if her grandfather was the roots of this family, then her grandmother was not a huge and great tree above the ground. She was very serious on the outside and soft on the inside, so she could influence the entire Tang family. She stroked her head and said that in this family, even women have all the rights. The girl looked at her with admiration, and the lady said that if she became the next head, she would be able to achieve everything she wanted. And after her grandmother's words, a goal appeared in Heron's soul. She looked at the horizon and dreamed of becoming the head of the Tang family and making their family the greatest. She clutched the whip, blood flowing from under her sleeves, even though over time she realized that she was not good enough to achieve this goal, but hope still glimmered in her soul. She trained on the logs. She believed that if she worked harder than others, she could get closer to her dream. She wiped the sweat and looked ahead quickly. She really believed. But then Manhwa appeared in her head with a token. In the end, like many, she fell into the threads of fate, and if this is all that was prepared for her, why did she even try and hope for anything? She attacked furiously and hated the family that considered her a nobody. She hated her grandfather who gave her into the clutches of this freak. The poisonous dragon looked warily at the approaching fist. She hated him for seeing all this. She remembered all the defeats of the hero and mentally said that he got away with everything. Heron froze, looked down and asked why every time, even in the face of defeat and death, the hero does not give up. Her fist froze in front of his chest. A question hung in the air. The dragon looked at the fist. The rival's gaze was filled with sadness. In fact, she knew everything, because the hero was not the cause of all her troubles. She looked at the sky and reminded herself that she came here only for herself, and perhaps, all this time. The guy looked down at her. The girl assumed that all this time she just wanted to see him again. Heron lowered her hands and said that she lost. She fell to her knees and lowered her head. The warrior silently looked at his opponent. The girl was silent. People began to exchange glances and ask if the poisonous dragon really defeated that girl from the Tang family. But Chom objected that this is not an ordinary girl. He looked at her and told her that according to the rules of their family, they must move secretly outside the territory and not make themselves known. This girl is as strong as 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes. That's how strong a person was defeated by the poisonous dragon. The master looked forward seriously and said that the Tang family will keep their promise. Heron answered without raising her head that she will give the antidote, but she has one request. She looked at the hero and asked if he could take her with him. The poisonous dragon looked at her in amazement. The girl said that she received an order to bring him to the Tang family, although she herself did not want to. People looked at her in surprise. The heiress said that she did not want to follow this order. She looked sadly into the guy's eyes and said that disobeying the owner of the token is also impossible. Otherwise she will be killed, so can she go with him? The hero silently looked at her. The girl promised that she would do everything she had to help him. Chion looked at her and said that everything was clear. Juggin looked at her and noticed that he had already paid her back by agreeing to the battle, and despite her request, he was not the kind of person who could take on such a responsibility. He extended his hand to her and decided to pretend that this conversation had not happened. He asked her to give him the antidote. Heron narrowed her eyes from the tears that were coming on. She handed him the bottle. She stood up and asked herself what to do. At that time the dragon took a sip from the bottle. Suddenly he spat out blood. The girl turned and saw a cowering guy. He suddenly broke the bottle. He looked angrily at the lady. She looked down in alarm after asking if this was really the antidote. Inside the broken bottle there was a dark liquid. Heron could not stand it and screamed the name of her grandfather. At this time in the Tang Tower. In the room, people were discussing that it was not an antidote. The servant looked at the advisor in fear and asked what it was then, but he himself did not know. He was sitting on the bed and saying that he took a jar from the pantry. The servant turned around and shouted that they kept poisons in the pantry, and if Rinjen died, the lady's life would be in danger. The old man grinned and said that he warned that if the poison had worked right away, nothing would have happened. He said that the same thing happened to the phoenix and the silent dragon. Because of the weakness of the poison they even lost the goddess of desires. At that time, the old man was working with his prostheses. The advisor said that he had to use Lady Tan as bait. The man asked how this was possible. Manhwa smiled and waved his hand and said that there was no need to be afraid, because the goddess of desires would not die from such poison and would be fine. The main thing was what would happen next. The man looked at his master in confusion. He said that this time they needed to find a good poison that would definitely kill after the first use. Manhwa glared at the subordinate who started saying that there was no such poison, especially for martial artists who had been refining their energy for years. He asked if they were so strong inside, then they were immune to 10,000 poisons. He sent the master away, and said that everyone in the world knew about the 8 poisons of the Tang family. The man made a puzzled face and said that he could not just bring them. Manhwa suddenly took out a jade token and said that it was time for the subordinate to learn to take responsibility. He ordered them to be sure to bring them. The servant immediately fell to his knees and asked where the master got such a great thing from. The old man smiled slyly and said that there would be many more such situations in the future. He said that very soon the 1,000-year-old fortress would become dust. The subordinate shuddered and asked if the leader was talking about the Chongsan clan. The villain's eye gleamed and he said that that was why they had better visit the Ami clan and decide what to do with her. He put his feet on the floor and added that if they didn't listen, he would use the golden sword, and although that thing was dangerous, something always happened when you touched it. He smiled and decided that he should visit the head of Murim. The servant's whole body began to sweat at these words. His eyes trembled with fear. He hit his knees on the floor and shouted that he would bring everything. The head of Murim smiled contentedly and said that he needed the best poison of the Tang family. The servant looked at the floor in fear while the master said that the poison had to be strong enough to kill the 3 pillars of Murim. He told them not to make a mistake because they had to be careful so that the Tang family would not be harmed. After that, he laughed evilly. The moon rose high in the sky. It continued its night journey over the mountains. Someone was walking along the path. Chong walked with his hands behind his back. His destination appeared ahead. The master stopped. The stranger said that the moonrise is a time when heat and cold are in balance, and is not the same feeling as the sunrise that drives away the darkness. The man sat in the gazebo and said that he clearly felt the difference, even without seeing it with his own eyes. The clan leader was silent. Chong bowed to him and said that he would like to talk to him. The leader heard that a girl from the Tang family brought poison as a gift to the poisonous dragon. Did he know what kind of poison it was? The master bowed and replied that it was poison containing snake saliva. Meanwhile, Sharon was sitting under a tree, hugging her knees. The poisonous dragon silently looked at her. Chong decided that they had something to talk about. The master looked at the leader with concern. He was silently sitting in the lotus position. The advisor did not think that in such a situation, the best choice would be to accept a child from the Tang family. The blindfolded man looked ahead. He said that a real storm could begin in their world. The lights were hovering around the gazebo. One said that a few days ago he talked to a saint from the Ami clan. He looked ahead, intending to convey his words. He imagined a monk who said that the world is changing so much, and the Ami clan will move in step with him. Chan came closer and asked why they should listen to him. The Ami clan had separated from all of Murim a long time ago, but the mentor said that they were all looking at the world. The master sighed. The mentor said that there are many incarnations of Buddha, but as long as they are moving towards the same goal, it does not matter who is in charge. The man objected that this is just a good story, and he is no longer going to get involved with Ami. He sat down next to him. The leader replied that this is already his view of things. Chan said that he does not like the talk of the saints from Ami, but he will listen to his words. He looked at the blind man and said that if the storm hit their homes very soon, he would have to make a difficult decision. Muam silently looked ahead. Chan clarified that this would need to be done before he would have to regret it. Meanwhile, with 2 children, Jugan looked at Mrs. Tan and asked what kind of relationship she had with Manhwa. Heron did not raise her head and said that he had been working for the Tan clan for a very long time, so her grandfather trusted and supported him. He had a token, which meant that everyone in the clan should obey him. The hero tensed up. The girl said that she had only come here on his orders. She looked up. The guy asked why he had sent her. She only replied that she would like to know too. The poisonous dragon looked at the heiress of Tan. She asked why the old man was so fixated on him. The hero began his story from 9 years ago. He remembered his dying mother and said that Manhwa had attacked his family and killed all his relatives and comrades. He experimented with poisons on survivors like him. To take revenge, he tried to kill him. The guy looked away and clarified that, As it turned out, he survived. He heard about him a few months ago in the village of Namga. Heron looked at the warrior sadly. He said that her grandfather was his lifelong enemy, but he hated him and considered him the cause of all troubles. The dragon's eyes flashed. He said that this time he would definitely not escape death. He swore to kill all the enemies of the Yak clan. A drop of sweat ran down the girl's face. The warrior took a few steps and said that he thought that everything Manhwa did was not of his own free will. He hung over the lady and reminded her that she said that he worked for the Tang clan. What was he doing there? Heron looked at him with concern and said that she cannot reveal the secrets of the family to others, because she must protect this secret at the cost of her life. Suddenly, the hero hit the trunk of a tree. He approached the girl and angrily asked, "How are Manhwa and Tan related?" An ominous aura emanated from him. He demanded to speak. The girl twisted her face in fear. She opened her mouth and slowly said that Manhwa, on the orders of the head of the family, was conducting experiments with poisons throughout Kanho. Jugun's eyes opened wide. The girl said that the elder was working on poisons that could kill anyone. Apparently, this was the poison that he used on his past acquaintances. He looked at the lady and asked what the point of another poison. There were so many of them. The captive explained that this poison directly affects internal strength, especially on martial artists. Her hands trembled. The guy asked, "How is this possible?" Heron looked away and replied that she herself did not know, because her grandfather did not teach her this. Jugun looked at her gloomily and thought. The girl lowered her head. She had already disobeyed the order of the owner of the token, which means she is already dead. The guy looked at her carefully. She said that it was better to die than to endure the punishment that awaited her, and the hero refused to accept her. She stuck out her tongue and opened her mouth wide. The dragon shuddered, realizing that she was trying to kill herself. Blood spurted. Jugun managed to put his fingers in the girl's mouth. He said that her clan was very suspicious and he did not trust her, since she was from this family. But she did not need to die in front of him like that. Heron knocked her fingers out of her mouth and screamed that if he did not accept her, then let her die. She clenched her fist and said that she did not know what to do. She asked why her family abandoned her. What should she do next? The poisonous dragon silently looked at her. He said that all the circumstances were unknown to him. He stood up and added that if the lady did not know something, then let her go forward until she finds the answer. The hero looked majestically at the girl in the moonlight and said that if there is courage to commit suicide, then there must be courage to live on. Let her live with this courage. Heron was crying and looking away. The hero said that no one but herself would prove that she was on the right path. The girl's lips were trembling, and tears were streaming down her face. Someone saw the couple from the side. Soso was walking towards them with 2 rice balls. Meanwhile, in the lady's house, Renjen was slowly removing the poison. She felt the hero's arrival. The guy came into the house and said that he had gone out to talk to the heiress of Tan. The dragon sat down at the table and said that Tan was inventing a poison that could kill anyone and Manhwa was responsible for its development. The lady continued her work in silence. The hero said that most likely, the poison that poisoned her was also their doing and the Tan family had always been involved in the development of poisons, so there was nothing surprising. Jugun looked away and said that there was something strange in this case. The woman asked to tell him. The hero presented the poison and said that it could become both a poison and an antidote depending on the constitution of the body, and in this sense, if you focus on the versatility of the poison, it will be less effective. The guy looked to the side and reminded that the poison can always be stopped by internal energy. But then, why could neither Phoenix nor the mentor get rid of it completely? Renjen slowly opened one eye and said that this is really unclear. The disciple looked at her and said that why this is so, he can only guess. But after hearing the conversation of the heiress Tang about herbs and experiments, he decided that it was about the Yak family. The goddess of desires opened her eyes in fear and asked if he really remembered what happened to them 10 years ago. The hero remembered the terrible picture of people by the fire and said that the Yak and Dak clans started a war and the Dak clan won, and the Tang family became even stronger, and probably since then their relationship has strengthened. He presented a bunch of scrolls and said that the deals with the Yak clan say. The mentor looked at the disciple seriously and asked again. Jugun raised his hand and said that the Yak family mass-produced herbs and other ingredients for medicines that the other clans bought, which meant that their books should have records of sales to each clan. Renjen shuddered. The guy added that each clan would use the herbs they specialized in. The woman's eyes widened. She realized that if they knew the exact plants that were sold to the clans. The dragon looked at her and finished, that they would be able to figure out what could affect the internal energy so much. The lady ran her hand through her hair. She realized that each clan had special restrictions and rules for making something, and it turned out that if they knew them, they would be able to interfere with the production of poison. Her pupils narrowed in fear. She said poisons that increased strength to the level of a martial artist and poisons that reduced internal energy. The warrior looked at her seriously. The teacher was worried about what the Tang family would do with them. At this time, a locked man screamed in the dungeon. He looked forward and asked who he was. He looked at the Tang chief and asked how dare he kidnap him. The big man asked what happened to the medicine. The servant replied that he took it an hour ago and his internal energy should have been restored. The silhouettes carefully studied the prisoner. The big man said Munpen's name and his status. Munpen glared at him and asked how dare he do this to him. The red-bearded man looked at him darkly. He asked if it was possible to learn Jaha Shingen without being the clan chief. Munpen recoiled in fear, not understanding who was in front of him. His eyes trembled. He realized that he had seen the giant before. Yomwon glared at him menacingly. The prisoner reached forward and asked why the Tang family was doing this to Wasan. The subordinate entered the cage. The clan chief laughed. The guy freed the prisoner's hands. The big guy said that if the man had restored his internal energy, then let him get up. Munpen asked if Tan really thought he would forgive him for kidnapping him. He was interested to know what the reason was. Yomwon looked at the prisoner questioningly and asked what he was talking about. The man stretched his wrists. The giant said that he was not going to let him go. He spread his arms and said that he could give him a chance, because now only he separated him from the exit. Let him try to escape. He still had a lot of internal energy. The prisoner gritted his teeth in anger. He did not understand why Tan was doing this. He got into a fighting stance and created 2 copies of himself, using the upset. 3 versions made a dash to meet the villain. 2 copies tried to attack from both sides. A fist and a leg flew at the target. The big guy flashed red eyes and instantly blocked both attacks. At this time, a Real fighter was falling on him with a fiery fist. He screamed and struck with the ancient flying dragon technique. Suddenly, a terrible energy began to emanate from the head of Tang. Munpen was thrown back. He did not understand how the villain could block his attack with his internal energy. His throat was cut. The man fell to the ground. The big guy said that he did not see anything to be proud of in this. The prisoner turned over on his stomach. The shadow of the big guy fell on him, who said that this was the end. Yomwon looked at him wildly and said that the needle contained poison. The warrior clenched his teeth and began to remove the poison. Suddenly, his veins turned red, and he coughed up blood. He fell to the floor, not understanding why he could not do anything about it. The leader of the Tang began to smile evilly and giggle, but with each passing second the laughter became more and more sinister. The man threw his head back and began to cackle furiously. Meanwhile at the lake, Juggin washed his face with cold water. He wiped his face and thought that he did not yet know why, but the Tang clan produced a poison that would work well on a martial artist. He frowned and assumed that this poison was somehow connected with the destruction of the Yak clan 10 years ago. He remembered those ruins and thought that after his disappearance in the Middle Plains, another clan was destroyed in Unnam. Could this be considered a coincidence? The guy looked at his reflection. He understood that if he wanted revenge, then he needed to get to the truth. Meanwhile, he was being watched. Juggin threw a questioning glance to the side. The blushing heron shuddered and began to apologize. She said that she did not think that the hero was swimming. She hid behind a tree. The guy asked if something really happened. Heron looked away with embarrassment and said that she just wanted to thank him. She looked at the sky and said that she had been thinking about his words all night, and only she could prove that her path was the right one. She lowered her gaze and it became clouded with sadness. She thought about herself and said that she wanted to become the head of the family to gain recognition and was willing to live for the family. But in reality, she never had the courage to do it. The lady lowered her head and said that if there is courage to commit suicide, it is better to use it to move forward. As he said, she has a future. She thanked him again for his help. Suddenly, the poison dragon appeared right in front of her. Heron looked at it and froze with red cheeks. Juggin looked at her seriously and asked what she would do now. Eris Tang turned away and said that she wants to come and honestly say that she cannot betroth to the hero, but it is not so easy to do. The boy looked away and said that if Manuel ordered her to bring him using a token, then her grandfather, the head of the family, would be happy to have him as his son-in-law, right? Heron gave him a gentle look and nodded. After all, a token is not used just on a whim. The boy looked at the girl seriously and said that an engagement with her did not seem like such a bad idea. The girl shuddered and asked what he meant. Sweat ran down her face. The hero explained that this way he would be able to infiltrate the Tang clan. He heard that the entrance to the clan was very heavily guarded. He presented the lands of this dark clan and said that together with the lady, under the pretext of an engagement, they could easily enter inside and meet Yomwon. Juggin looked ahead and said that he needed to know what they were really planning and how it was connected to the destruction of the Yak clan. The girl clenched her fist and asked if he was really going to use her. He explained that only if she allowed it. The lady looked down and called it absurd, because she had come here to propose to him, but when she gave in, he proposed to her. She looked away and said that he did not feel anything for her, but then the guy added that he could pretend to be a good husband. Heron looked at him indignantly and asked sarcastically if he was going to spend the wedding night with her again, but he calmly replied that if it was necessary. The girl clenched her teeth angrily. A slap was heard above the trees. The heiress of Tan looked at the guy and asked if he understood. Juggin looked at the girl in surprise, who said that his words sounded offensive. The poisonous dragon explained that he asked for permission. Heron looked down. She did not know how to feel about him. She grabbed her face. She did not know whether to hate him or thank him. Juggin looked at her patiently. White clouds floated above them. The girl hid her face with her hand and said that she allows it. She looked through her fingers and said that she had already paid her debt, but wanted to know what her family and Manhwa were planning. The dragon extended his hand to her and said that then everything was decided, they would go together. The lady looked at the extended hand with embarrassment. The boy held it in the air and waited patiently. Heron blushed again and slapped it away. Night fell in the mountains of the Ami clan. The monks' cries could be heard in the courtyard. The servants held him back. Manhwa broke free and demanded that they let him go so that he could find the poisonous dragon and destroy it. He shook his head and shouted that he didn't care about the poison inside him. Suddenly Manhwa entered the room and said that it was surprising, because he didn't expect that the master had also lost an eye. The veins on Manhwa's face bulged. The old man smiled slyly at him and said venomously that he understood him perfectly. The monks began waving their hands and complaining, because entry to this territory was prohibited. Manhwa introduced himself in response and said that he worked as a poison developer in the Murim Alliance. Manhwa silently stared at the guest, while his servant shouted that none of this explained his presence here. But then someone else entered the room and said that there was no need to be so wary, because this was their dear guest. The trio looked at their mistress in surprise. The leader of the Ami clan looked at them with a warm smile. Inin approached Manhwa. He bowed embarrassedly. The girl said that their dear guest did not decide to visit them on purpose to check if everything was okay here. Shouldn't they be grateful? After these words, the elder leaned towards his accomplice and he began to complain. The man smiled with excitement and noticed that the monk was sick. The blind man looked at him furiously and cursed. A furious energy began to emanate from him. He asked who the advisor thought he was. The monk's mouth twisted. He did not understand how he could behave like that with him. Suddenly, the head of the clan looked darkly at her brother. The servants and Manhwa shuddered in fear. Manhwa straightened up and asked if he would dare to show them disrespect. He put his hand on his heart and asked them to look at it, because he understood this pain better than anyone, because the person who did this to him, the one who did this to him. The man stared at the intruder in amazement. Both imagined a poisonous dragon. The old man looked forward seriously and said that it was the hero who made him like this. He showed his iron legs and said that it was not only his eye that was hurt. Manhwa frowned in shame in front of the cripple. While he said that he was closest to him, he understood his pain and loneliness, because he himself experienced it. The monk shuddered again after hearing that the biggest problem was that the advisor knew where the dragon was and could do nothing about it. The monk jumped up after hearing that the hero was being protected by the Chanseon clan. Manhwa explained that they had only pretended to leave Seishin, but they had been hiding there the entire time. The great Indian placed her hand on her cheek as the old man said that no matter what revenge he wanted to take, he could not even set foot there. Manhwa gritted his teeth, asking if the poisonous dragon was really with them now. He roared, demanding that the lady send him to him so that he could repay him. Indian looked at her subordinate with worry as he shouted that he could not live peacefully without it. She said that she did not want to quarrel with the clan, but the elder assured her that the problem would soon be resolved. Manhwa turned around menacingly and decided to say it straight. He said that he wanted to destroy the Chanson clan. Would the Ami clan agree to join him? The other monks froze in surprise. The head of the clan looked thoughtfully at the strange guest. A smile appeared on her face. She asked, "Was this really the plan?" The old man, without thinking, showed a jade token and said that this was a confirmation of his intentions. Indian bowed her head and smiled slyly, after which she suggested starting to prepare. Meanwhile, Pyeongbok choked on his tobacco. He looked at the couple in front of him and asked, were they really going to be engaged to Lady Tang? Jugan looked at the embarrassed girl and answered yes. John happily waved his hands. He asked why he suddenly made such a decision. The hero replied that this was the best way to enter the Tang family without problems. Reasonable indignation began to spread over the forest, but the guy said that he made this decision after much thought. Renjen approached the student. She knew that he always chose the best option possible to protect others, but this time he was too dangerous, and she would like to stop him. She nodded sadly and added that judging by the decisions he made before, it was unlikely that he would back down. The dragon nodded and said that the mentor knew him well. He said that he must infiltrate the Tang family and find out what happened to the Yak clan. Soso suddenly ran away. John looked in her direction in surprise, while the hero said that he would continue to search for an antidote. The goddess of desires answered him that the student should be careful and not worry about her. She nodded to him and said that Jugan was never able to meet with Muam, although Chan promised him, but the dragon looked at the mountains and said that it was better to postpone it for now. The mentor was sure that the meeting would take place later. Everyone turned around. The guy looked at the little girl in surprise. Soso brought the people with her and grabbed 2 pieces of rice. People looked at the warrior and asked if he was leaving. They felt sorry. The guy looked at the crowd in surprise, while Renjen smiled proudly. People thanked him. The girl handed him a ball of rice. Jugan took it with both hands and thanked him. Heron looked at him with interest. Suddenly, rice was handed to her too. Soso smiled and waited patiently. Lady Tan did not expect that she would also be offered some. She looked at the lump of rice and confusedly thanked the girl. Renjen looked at her and asked her to take care of the hero, because he was very important to all of them. Heron silently looked at the lady. She smiled and said that everything would be fine with them. Juggin smiled back. He was sure that everything would be fine with the people too. The mountains were waiting for their travelers. The couple walked through the forest. Tan looked ahead in confusion. She noticed that everyone believed in the hero and trusted him. Had so much changed during their separation? They walked along a winding path. The guy replied that he had received a lot of help from them, while before he only thought about revenge. But now, thanks to them, he realized that this was not the most important thing. The poisonous dragon went ahead and said that people thought about him, and he about them. Heron looked at her fiancé in surprise. He asked why she was talking to him so politely. She shrugged her shoulders in displeasure, and said that she was just playing the role of a good bride, so he could not think about it. But the guy replied that he did not care. The girl moved her muzzle and said displeasedly that she seemed to ask for it to be different. The dragon continued walking and said that it would be better to come up with ways to address each other, because it would be strange to continue calling each other by nicknames. The girl looked at him and asked what they should call each other then. She stopped. Hearing the warrior's real name, she realized that she had never called him by his name before. She opened her mouth and asked, should he really be called Mr. Chin? Juggin did not turn around and replied that it would do. The girl looked ahead in amazement, and slowly said the name. She shuddered with red cheeks. The guy asked how long it was from here to the Tang clan. She replied that if she used the art of movement, then only one day. The poisonous dragon calmly walked forward and said that he did not know how to do it. He said that he had been walking all this time. Heron folded her arms in displeasure, and said that His Majesty would die if he knew that the poisonous dragon did not know the art of movement. Did this mean that they would have to walk for 3 days? The guy looked at her, and offered to climb on his back. He spread his arms, because he thought that this was a good way to quickly move. Heron said maybe so, but she still considered the offer stupid. She made an angry face and shouted that the hero did not understand how difficult it was with him. Night fell. The couple looked at the sunset, and Juggin said that it would be best for them to stay in the village for the night. They arrived at the hotel and were met. The man rubbed his hands and said guiltily that they had many guests today, since they wanted 2 rooms. The girl looked sharply at the warrior, hearing that there was 1 room left, but he, without hesitation, asked to give it. A blush appeared on the girl's cheeks. Aristan froze and asked what kind of nonsense this was. She looked at the decoration of the room and asked how in this huge hotel there were not 2 rooms. The guy said that he did not see any problem. It's good that there was 1, they could have stayed outside. He walked forward and said that everything here was just right for 2. Tan asked how he could say that so easily. She screamed, when suddenly the hero reminded her that she was talking about the first wedding night. She said that it was theoretical. Juggin took off his bag and said that they were going to become husband and wife anyway, so what was the problem then? Heron knitted her eyebrows and fell silent. The guy asked her not to worry. He sat on the floor and said that he would sleep on it. The lights were turned off. The poisonous dragon looked at the moonlight. The girl lay on the bed and looked into the void. There was silence in the room. The warrior sat up and sighed heavily. The dragon asked if she could not sleep either. The lady looked at him and noticed that he was not sleeping either. The groom replied that he had too many thoughts. She asked about what. The guy looked at the ceiling and said that he had been preparing for revenge for the Yak clan, the Dok clan, the Murim alliance, the Sakon family for a long time. The deeper he digs, the more truth he will learn. Juggin held his hands under his head. He simply did not know who exactly to take revenge on. He looked at the ceiling and said that he was going to the Tang clan to get an answer to this question. But if it didn't work out. The lady sighed with a smile. The hero didn't know what to do next in this case. She didn't expect that his thoughts were about this. The poisonous dragon froze in his gaze and said that he was also a person. The Tang heiress thought about it. She looked at the shutters. She decided to remind him of something. She looked ahead and said that they would become husband and wife. She folded her hands together and said that even if their family was fake, she didn't know much about him. What kind of person was he? What kind of life did he live? The guy looked at the ceiling and replied that it was a boring story. Heron looked at him and replied that she would like to know. The poisonous dragon thought about it. He opened his mouth and said that it happened 9 years ago. He remembered how his mother died and said that starting with the Baekwachul clan, a lot had happened, too much. He remembered all the events and told them to the lady. She clutched her mouth, her eyes widened. The dragon looked at her serenely and said that it was a boring story. He turned away and said that it was late and he needed to sleep. Heron sat with her mouth covered. She looked at the groom. She did not think that he had to go through so much pain. Her fist trembled. She realized that the hero was not strong at first, but he had to become so in order to carry out revenge. The guy lay silently with his eyes closed. He never experienced true happiness. The lady looked at the one who had lived all this time only for revenge. Dawn came. The hero threw the bag over his shoulders and said that they would have to walk all day, so if the lady needed something, it would be better to buy it now. After these words, he slowly walked forward. Heron closed her eyes and decided that one day he would be able to at least touch happiness a little. She followed him, believing in her new dream. The sun reached the high mountain peaks. Inian said that Maiwol was feeling much better. She sat at the table with Manyo and said that it was all thanks to him. She said that he was a great help to their clan. He hoped that they would continue to work together so closely. He sipped his tea and said that the man was feeling much better, which meant that he could leave. His sister replied that he could stay longer. Or did he have something urgent? The old man smiled slyly and said that something incredible would happen in the Tang clan very soon. Inian clapped her hands and happily asked if he was talking about marriage. Who was he going to marry? The man smiled and replied that he was talking about Heron, the granddaughter of the Tang family and the poison dragon. He accepted the invitation of the Tang family and was already on his way there. The girl narrowed her eyes and said that it was very interesting. The lady took the cup and said that couples are not created just like that. Perhaps they loved each other in a past life or, on the contrary, were bitter enemies. She smiled and decided that she would keep it a secret for now. Manyo said that if someone wanted to come to the wedding, then why not? Inian's eyes sparkled cheerfully and asked if she could go too. She looked at the reflection of the tea. She said that love was impossible for her, so she just liked to watch others. She was interested in what would come of it. The elder smiled contentedly and asked what about Maiwol? The clan leader bowed her head and decided that she would be happy to go too. The villain smiled at how many people were going to visit them. Meanwhile, the couple walked forward. The man said that this marriage would be very happy. 2 days later, the sky greeted the travelers with cloudy weather. The companions stopped. The hero looked ahead. In front of them was the entrance to the Tang clan. The wind ruffled Heron's hair. She looked at the city and said that now it will become a home for a poisonous dragon. The guards met the young couple and began to escort them inside. They said that preparations for the wedding had already begun. One of the soldiers stopped the hero. The lady turned questioningly. She looked at her husband in confusion. He looked at her and said goodbye. Heron nodded anxiously and went on. The couple was separated. Heiress Tang looked at the clothes in surprise. The clothes for the wedding ceremony lay neatly on the table. The servant bowed and said that the great lord ordered them to be brought. The warrior touched the fabric and thought that after the engagement, the marriage was planned unexpectedly quickly, but she did not imagine that she would be able to wear these clothes. Her fingers stroked the material. The girl asked herself, is it right that they are going to become husband and wife? The lady stood alone at the stand with the clothes. She knew that this was necessary for the common benefit. Her gaze filled with sadness. The girl asked herself, what does she want herself? Meanwhile, the hero was able to stop in one of the courtyards. The guard bowed and said that inside the house there are all the necessary clothes, and he will call him when the food is ready. Juggin was left standing alone. He looked around, when suddenly a nasty laugh was heard behind him. The hero turned around in fear. He saw a familiar smile under a black mustache. She said how much time had passed since their last meeting and conversation. Manyo stood in front of him with his hands behind his back. He asked how he liked the bride he had chosen. Juggin angrily squeezed the ribbon and released the energy of evil. The disabled man took a few steps towards him and said that no matter how his life was tied to revenge, he wanted her to be normal, and that is why it was so important to find a wife. He assumed that the match he had chosen was very good. He looked askance and said that the young man might not understand, but it was difficult for him to knock such an offer out for him. He thought that the guy would refuse. The dragon's veins bulged. The sworn enemy said that the boy did what he should. He mockingly smiled and asked why the youth was looking at him so menacingly. He asked him to say what he felt, and said that he could even attack. Juggin closed his eyes and began to take control of his energy. While the elder said that he had a tongue, his arms and legs were intact. Why should he hold back? Manyo looked at the former prisoner in confusion and asked why he was silent. The poisonous dragon looked at him coldly and said that he should not waste his energy and thoughts on him. The master shuddered at these words. His veins on his forehead bulged. He smiled nervously and asked him to repeat what he said. He lowered his head and began to laugh nastily. He noticed that he almost got excited. He grabbed his face and said that he was even ashamed that such a trifle offended him. He said that the dragon was good at provoking people, but it was better to stop behaving like that. Manyo looked menacingly at the young man through his fingers and said that he would like to sink his nails into his throat and tear him apart. He was really looking forward to this moment. The hero looked at him calmly and said that he saw no point in spoiling his appetite with an appetizer if he could wait for the main course. The advisor shuddered, finally realizing why the young man had come here. He imagined a wild wolf and said that this was a stupid decision, because a wild animal must give it its all when hunting. The wolf looked straight into his eyes so as not to become prey. Juggin turned and glared at the enemy. He asked him not to worry, because the hunt would still take place, then they would see each other. Manyo stretched his hand and said that this was boring. When would this hunt be? He clicked for some unknown reason. The dragon looked at him in confusion, until a shadow flashed above him. The hand reached out to the young warrior. The mad monk managed to pin the young man to the ground and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Juggin glared at Maiwol. The psycho smiled and said that he had been waiting for this day for a long time. His only eye was pulsating. He said that he had heard about the wedding with the lady from Tang, but did the guy remember his last words? He leaned towards his ear and said nastily that he would send the hero to hell. A needle appeared in his hand. The villain said that before that he would make him feel all the pain that he had felt. The needle slowly approached the eye. From the danger it began to spark with electricity. Lightning discharged across the entire courtyard. Manhwa smiled cheerfully, thinking that revenge cannot be so easy. He was going to awaken a real beast in the hero. While he grabbed the monk's hand and suggested that they stop. Manhwa looked at the elder irritably and asked how he dared to order him around. The lord looked at him and said that it was not time yet, because if the Tang family loses such a groom, then it will be worse for them. The monk gritted his teeth and looked at the old man, who reminded him that he was still their guest and therefore should not expose his clan. Did he understand? The one-eyed man suddenly flinched from the flash of lightning. He jumped back, and a powerful shot flew into the sky. Manhwa shouted that the hero did not dare test his patience. The guy began to slowly rise to his feet. The sworn enemy noticed that he was strong enough and ready for any attack. He was glad to see that he had not changed. Jugun looked ahead. The old man said that now the most interesting part would begin, and he hoped that the hero was also waiting for it. He said that this would not happen. He stood up and looked down on the villain, saying that from this day on he would make his life very boring. The poisonous dragon fell silent. Manhwa smiled contentedly and said that it was a great honor for him. He looked to the side and saw a servant. The time had come. The maiden bowed and said that the head of the clan was calling the dragon. The guy looked at her warily. Sunset came in the lands of Tang. Jugun changed into their uniform. The servant escorted him. The doors opened in front of him. The man and woman smiled at him and greeted their son-in-law. The boy looked at them silently. The man thanked him for coming all this way. The couple smiled and said at the same time that they were Heron's parents. The poisonous dragon looked around silently. Everyone sat down at the table. The gentleman reminded that the boy should know that he would need to change his last name, and no matter who he was and from what clan he joined them, he became a full-fledged part of it. The couple watched their new son-in-law eat. They said that they would be happy to cook and choose the right date. If he needed something, he could say right away. Jugun continued to eat. The woman smiled and noticed that the young man was very tired, because he ate a lot. The hero took a piece of meat, smiled and said that he was not hungry. Silence fell at the table. The man raised his hand and asked if he didn't like them very much. The dragon said he didn't. The woman noted that he felt uncomfortable with them. The son-in-law replied that he just didn't know them well enough yet. The mother smiled sheepishly. She asked to name her date of birth, because it was necessary for the marriage registration, and they would be able to see what fate had in store for the young man. But he suddenly slammed his head on the table. The couple looked forward in surprise. The man clenched his teeth and trembled. He angrily pointed his fingers at the guest and asked if he thought this was too much for a first meeting. Jugun stood up abruptly, leaning his elbows on the table. He was asked how they could treat them like that. The hero said that he was asked if he felt comfortable there. He looked askance. The father said that they could have immediately said that he was not satisfied and not show a scene. The guy abruptly said that he did not like the way they greeted guests. He turned his back to the indignant couple. The poisonous dragon walked forward. The voice said enough of this performance. One of the doors opened. A large shaggy silhouette appeared behind the young man. Yongwan and the great Inen looked at him attentively. The saint smiled and said that she said that the hero would understand everything. The big man agreed and said that the girls spoke the truth. He said that their dogs would have to go hungry today. The Tang warriors opened the doors behind which they were hiding. The leader was even glad that they would not have to feed his son-in-law. The warriors watched silently with their hands on their chests. The family bowed. The leader let them go. Yongwan looked at his guest and asked what he didn't like. The poisonous dragon looked around and said that he immediately felt that there was someone here. He looked down and said that he was talking about someone who wanted to remain unnoticed. Did they really think that watching their guest and greeting him like this was normal? The man smiled and said that in front of him were the martial arts masters of his clan. Their job was to watch and hide. The soldiers looked at the young man in silence. The villain said that the hero was a good man for being able to sense someone else's presence. The poisonous dragon closed his eyes and said that there was something else. He smelled an orchid. He pointed to the table and said that after tasting and smelling all the food, he realized that the smell was not coming from it, and most likely one of the higher ranks was watching him and drinking tea from this flower. At this time, there really was a teapot behind the leader. The dragon looked at the big guy and said that if he was seriously going to recognize him as a son-in-law, was it that difficult to come out and introduce himself? The giant laughed evilly and introduced himself. He asked if the poisonous dragon really needed to be honored properly. He slowly raised his hand and said that this was a very demanding request, and therefore it was worth checking. The fighters took out their swords. They were going to check if the hero was worthy of such treatment. The masters ran into a simultaneous attack. Jugun sharply looked around at everyone around him. Lightning started shooting out from his body. He looked at everyone with menacing eyes and used a large thunderous breath. The room was filled with lightning and screams. The closest of the enemies got hit in the face. The giant watched the carnage, laughed, and said that it was very entertaining. Jugan angrily attacked. He knew that Yemvin would be here. He looked at the bald lady, not understanding who she was. She smiled and said that she could see that the boy was curious about who she was. The man next to her remarked that this was an amazing experience, and that it happened once in a lifetime. The boy looked at them. The leader of the Tang said that the hero had met 2 of the 3 great Sakon. Inian put her head on her hand and said that she was glad to meet. She introduced herself, and told him that she was invited to a wedding at the Tang clan. The poisonous dragon continued to fight in confusion. He knew that the Ami clan was one of the ancient clans in Murim, which is closely associated with the Shaolin Temple. But was she really here just for the wedding? The girl smiled and said that she was very sorry that the 3rd representative of the Great 3 could not come. Yongwan looked down at her and asked if she was talking about the Chongxiang clan. He remarked that they were complicated people. It was so difficult to meet the leader of the Muam clan, because he was like a hermit. The monk covered her smile with her hand and said that she had recently met him, and they exchanged advice. The man's eyes gleamed maliciously. He asked what advice they had exchanged. The saint smiled tenderly and told him that she had told the Chanson leader that the world was changing very quickly, which meant that the Chanson clan should also adapt to the new reality. Tan noted that the Muam leader was unlikely to listen to her, because he was too self-confident for that. The hero turned back in fear. The big guy asked if it was worth teaching their old friend a lesson. He looked to the side and said that it was necessary to do it just a little, without beating all the nonsense out of him. The guy exhaled. He stood in the middle of a pile of bodies and asked if the Ami clan really wanted to teach the Chanson clan a lesson. The dragon looked angrily at his enemies and asked if they really planned to turn the whole of Murim upside down. The big guy smiled and said that it was true, but the hero did not understand why the Ami clan would need that. The Great One smiled and replied that they wanted to change the entire world. She extended her hand forward and said that the current state of things was too outdated and rotten, which meant that the links responsible for it needed to be removed. Inan smiled falsely and said that it didn't matter what clan you were from, as long as you understood that the current world was mired in its own pain and needed to change. The girl's face turned devilish. She said that the existence of the Chongsun clan simply made no sense, absolutely none. Yongwan sighed in irritation and said that there was no need to take up the time of such busy people. At this time, Heron was already sitting in a new robe. The head of the clan said that the bride was here. The main doors opened. All that was left was to go to him. Juggin turned back abruptly. Lady Tang had been sitting behind the wall all this time. She looked at her husband, completely transformed. She looked at the young master in embarrassment, and turned to him. The poisonous dragon looked at her in confusion. He opened his mouth and said that he wanted to ask a question. He looked down and said that 9 years ago, due to an attack at night, some members of his Yak clan were killed and others became slaves. He clenched his trembling fist and said that many relatives in Unnami also died because of the Dok clan, and those who did not die lived lives full of pain. The young man looked menacingly at the clan leader and asked if the Tang clan had anything to do with what happened. The bride shuddered. Inan smiled warmly at him. The hall fell silent. The bearded man smiled and began to chuckle. His eyes sparkled with energy. He asked if the young man had really come here to ask this question. The boy shouted at him and demanded an answer. The giant smiled and said that he did it. Juggin looked at him dumbfounded. He looked at him and asked why he needed this. The warrior waved his hand and asked if he really wanted to use the Yak people to create a new poison. The big man laughed and said that he knew a lot. He wanted to make him a member of their family as soon as possible. Yongwem coughed into his fist and said that if the hero did not come to marry Heron, then he himself knew that death awaited him, because their clan really wanted a son-in-law like him, who had enough courage to ask questions directly. The veins on the youth's neck began to swell with anger. The old man said that he would give him 3 options to choose from. He raised a finger and told him to return to Chongsan. The hero could tell them that they planned to destroy them and die with them. Juggin gritted his teeth in rage. The villain decided that his loyalty ended where his life began. Heron watched with concern. The leader ordered the second option to take her as a wife, and if he changed his last name to Tan and swore allegiance to them, they would forget about the past and be responsible for his life. The madman's eyes flashed. He assumed that the offer sounded more interesting. But the poison dragon looked at him silently. A knife fell to the floor. The man said that the third option was a gift. The knife hit the guy's boot. Its blade reflected the light of the lanterns. The giant ordered to take it. The dragon looked at him silently. The villain smiled and ordered to castrate himself. Heron covered her mouth with her hand. The leader of Tan said that if the hero did this, he would tell him about their 3 poisons and about the secret weapon. He would be trained in secret martial arts available only to members of their clan. The guy's eyebrows narrowed. Yamwam said that the poison dragon would be able to use their knowledge against them to kill everyone here. The bearded man laughed, asking how he liked this offer. He thought it was better than all the others. The warrior silently looked at how the killer of his family laughed in his face. He slowly reached for the knife. The girl shuddered. Her hand froze a centimeter from the knife. The bride screamed that their martial art was only available to members of their clan. She screamed that this was a rule that was never broken. She looked at her grandfather with anxiety and said that if he did not repay for the mistake, he would have to leave the clan within 100 days, which meant that if he learned their martial arts, his grandfather would definitely kill him in 100 days. Yamwam smiled madly. The guy looked down. His beloved screamed for him not to agree. But the poisonous dragon took the knife in his hands and said that the choice was made for revenge. A drop of sweat ran down Tan's face. Juggin threw his hand up and was covered in electricity. He was ready for anything. In an instant, the knife appeared in front of the big guy's face. But at that very moment, the saint managed to catch the knife. The man looked at the young man and asked if this was really his answer. Was there such an option? The nun slowly lowered the sword. The current continued to walk along the dragon's body, inside, and again brought the sword to her comrade's face. He looked at her questioningly and asked what was going on. The saint smiled and suggested that he listen to her now, because she could also offer another option. The hero looked at her in surprise because her choice would help him kill Yongwan. The guy asked why. The saint raised her other hand and said that all this was for the sake of saving the drowning world, but if he agreed, he would have to answer her 3 questions. She raised her finger and asked if the clan leader was killed and destroyed, then who would protect him from the demonic Sojin clan? The young man looked at her in confusion. The girl explained that now Seishin and Sojin are on the brink of war, so the demonic clan will definitely want to capture Seishin first. She pointed to the map and said that before that, Seishin was protected by martial artists who had built up their influence in Kanho. That's how Seishin managed to survive. The Tan clan is not the last in this war. The saint showed a second finger and asked who will control the Bukshin clan. She said that Ringen controls the local clans, and the northern ones live on their own. Because of the cold climate, it is inconvenient to spread poisons there. But because of this, the northern masters have worse protection from them. Juggin listened intently to the monk, who said that in other words, the very existence of the Tan family protects Bukshin from Kanho. The girl smiled and finally showed a third finger. She asked, if he cuts off Yongwan's head, who will watch over Haewol? The warrior lowered his gaze and asked why he needed to know this. Inan smiled and replied that it was simply necessary. She asked who his revenge was ultimately focused on, a person, a clan, or a system? A drop of sweat ran down the dragon's face. His revenge had always been linked to the Dok and Jun clans. But if the Tang clan continues this list, is it possible that the path of revenge is endless? Having killed the head of the clan, he will have to kill more. When should he stop, so as not to become the one who kills for no reason? Juggin looked up and confidently answered that the Ami clan cooperates with the Tang clan because they have a big role in Murim. The monk looked at him and said that the fate of Murim itself is not important, but the fate of generations, because if fate itself demands it from them, all that remains is to obey. The hero looked at her angrily and said that he did not like her words. He did not think that stupid deaths and lost lives are what fate and generations want. The bearded man sighed. While the guy was saying that no matter who you are, you just need to follow your path, the man asked what his path was. Was it really just revenge in his death? The hero looked at him and answered that it was. The couple opened their eyes wide and stared at him. Yamven threw his head back and began to cackle, calling the guy a psycho. He said that then his revenge would hardly happen. The guy glared at him and asked, who else here is crazy then? Inan lowered the knife with satisfaction. The big guy took a sharp step forward. His figure loomed over the little guy. He offered to test him. Juggin looked at him from under his brows and said that he would regret his words. The two enemies looked into each other's eyes intently. Energy emanated from both. The villain smiled and said that as a reward for such fun. His eyes sparkled and he said that the guy would be able to fight him personally. Juggin abruptly stood up in a fighting stance. But he shuddered in fear. The entire space of the room was filled with bloody energy. Darkness began to envelop the hero. He looked around and did not understand what was happening. Darkness filled everything around. When it dissipated, the boy began to spit and bleed. Heron looked at him in fear and screamed. Juggin fell to the ground. He was shaking all over, and his eyes were rolling back. The villain asked if the boy really expected to defeat him. The dragon did not understand how he could use so much poison energy. The bearded man pulled a hair from his beard and said that he would have to show him his place himself. The hair straightened sharply, and a moment later it pierced the boy's forehead. He began to blush, and red veins began to spread from it. Juggin grabbed his forehead and screamed in insane pain. He fell and began to convulse, while the killer of the family laughed at him. The granddaughter looked at her grandfather and asked him to stop, because the hero could die like that, but the head of the clan told her to just sit and watch. Heron looked at him in fear and repeated her request. Yamwan leaned over to the boy and told him that an ordinary person would already be on the verge of death. I wonder if this is his physical form. How does he manage to hold on for so long? Juggin writhed in pain and crawled forward, trying not to die. The big guy said that the more he clings to his consciousness, the more intense the burning pain covers his body. Suddenly the boy screamed in pain that is hard to imagine. Inan jumped up to him and knocked him out with a blow to the neck. She smiled, mentally asking who is the real target of his revenge. The dragon opened his eyes wide. The voice said that if he finds an answer, then let him come to the Ami clan. She said that there are no eternal friends and eternal enemies in the world. After that, the eyes began to slowly close. The saint looked at her comrade and said that they need to stop, because this game is becoming too dangerous. Yamwan scratched his beard and said that he had not seen such an interesting person for a long time. He said that Manhwa was right when he spoke about him. Heron ran to her fiancé, while her grandfather said that before there were more such brave guys, but now there are only a few, including only him. Mrs. Tang touched the warrior's back and asked him to wake up. She took him in her arms and looked at his face with fear. The leader looked at them and ordered to take the youth to the archive. Juggin was unconscious, covered in blood. The villain said that he would give him one last chance. The poisonous dragon was sleeping. He slowly opened his eyes. He groaned and staggered. His hands were cuffed. He looked around and saw a huge bookcase with books. He turned to the voice that said that this was the Tang family archive. His gaze slid over the pile of books. The voice said that more than 3,500 books of ancient Buddhist scriptures and 2,600 bamboo books, 1,800 wooden books and 5,500 books on martial arts are stored here. The man walked and said that all members of the Tang family have been studying here since childhood. Lee Sim walked with his servants and asked not to say that the hero did not remember him. He smiled and introduced himself and said that they had met in the Chongsong clan when Heron was there too. The guy looked at him and asked why he was here. The man reminded that the hero had lost to the elder. A mocking smile appeared on his face. He said that this was why they locked him up and usually only members of the Tang family can enter here. But apparently the head decided that this was the best place for a prisoner. Juggin looked at him in confusion. He introduced the villain, who told him that he was still too young to become his son-in-law. He gave him 10 days to learn the martial arts of their archive. Tang pointed to the large rows of books and said that this was the entire legacy of the Tang family. Did he understand what this meant on the level of martial arts? The guy stood up and said that he either had to join the Tang family or die for learning their techniques. Lee Sim smiled and said that the choice was quite simple. The poison dragon adjusted his kimono and asked if these were the only options he had. He was glad that he would be safe for the next 10 days. The enemy bit his lip and called the dragon a fearless boy. He pointed at him and asked if he knew why he was assigned to watch him. He said that he wanted to see true talent. He shouted and said that even if he was called the great poison dragon of the Dok clan, he was sure that he did not deserve such speeches about himself, and inviting him to the Tang clan was a mistake. Juggin thoughtfully lowered his gaze. Lee Sim said that this exam would test and show his true abilities, and he would be very interested in what would happen in 10 days. At sunset, they left the archives. The guards asked why the elder gave such an order. Lee Sim frowned and looked ahead and replied that the elder was interested in this man, so he gave him an impossible order. The second guard looked questioningly at his leader, who continued to say that all this time the hero was moving forward thanks to his victories. But because of losing to them, he would be able to realize that he was not as strong as he thought. The subordinate asked what would happen after the planned loss. Lee Sim smiled slyly. He imagined a bunch of snakes and said that they would break the guy's legs and forever lock him in a cave underground with snakes. He would have to endure snake bites, not being able to fight them off, and if he got hungry, he would have to eat them raw. But all snakes have parasites, which means that if he ate them, he would definitely get sick. After a month of pain, a hidden cave would open up to him. The guard staggered in fear and said that he had heard about it. Would the hero really be able to maintain common sense after getting there? Lee Sim smiled contentedly and said that the elder wanted the hero to lose his true self in order to make something new out of him. The boy asked what would happen if the hero decided to join them. The villain smiled and said that it was impossible, because even if he wanted to, he would not give his consent, which is why he was put in charge of him. The trio slowly went on about their business. Everyone agreed that the fate of the poisonous dragon was predetermined. Meanwhile, a pile of books was already lying on the floor. Juggin read book after book. He carefully looked at the lines and thought that only members of the Tang clan could enter this place. He turned the page, deciding that if this was so, then the Tang martial art would not be valued so highly. A lantern was burning high under the ceiling. The boy thought that even if the real information was hidden here, he did not know if he would be able to find it. He threw the book aside and decided that in any case, martial arts would not help him now. He took out and began to leaf through another book. He understood that he needed to figure out how to escape from here. Soon a new book was in his hands. Suddenly his eyes opened wide, focusing on one of the pages. After that, he was kicked in the stomach. Juggin flew back and hit the wall. Lee Sim looked at him angrily and asked if after such strong blows he was still stubbornly silent. He noted his amazing resilience. He turned around and said contentedly that they still had a lot of time, so they would see how his behavior would change later. The men walked away, leaving the guy lying in a pile of books. Juggin took the book off his head and sighed tiredly. He stood up and thought about how all his poisons and weapons were taken. He only had some poison powder from the basement. In any case, he was not going to follow their plan. The dragon shook himself. He was going to ruin the enemy's plan, because he had his own. Powder scattered through the air from his hands. The hero looked away and said that he was ready. Manhwa walked around the yard and thought that 9 days had passed and tomorrow would be the last, 10th day. He was wondering why Yeomwon locked him in the archive. The elder looked ahead and assumed that the leader wanted to make him a member of the Tang clan or was just mocking him. His hands were shaking behind his back. He decided that in any case they were planning to kill or subjugate him. The man angrily looked ahead. He understood that for the boss the hero was just a toy, but he put a lot of effort into him. He frowned and said that he would watch for a little while longer, because he did not want to interfere with Yeomwon yet. A crazy Mayol appeared in his head. The advisor asked himself if he should give her the order to act, but if he asked her to steal the dragon from the archive. Then a saint appeared in his head. The villain realized that the head nun was always watching her and would definitely figure them out. Manhwa bent over. He looked forward in fear. He cheerfully turned around to look at the smoke, realizing that the hero was planning something again. A large fire was rising behind the wall. The old man happily said that the hero would never disappoint him. He laughed and threw up his hands, shouting that the hero must survive in order to entertain him for the rest of his life. A tall column of smoke rose into the sky. Lee Sim watched as a large crowd tried to put out the fire in the underground archive. He looked at the blazing walls in confusion. He said that they removed everything flammable and used special fire-absorbing balls. How did he do it? His mouth twisted. The man had an idea. Meanwhile, Juggin was sitting in the library. Blue flames were coming from him. He stood up, carrying blue fire in his hand. He used the technique of flaming palms. Lisham's eyes opened wide. He shouted that the hero should just give up and go to them. More and more people ran to the archive. The one in charge of the prisoner understood that the archive contained the entire history of the Tang clan, and if it burned and the fire spread further, they would lose all the valuable documents, treasures and much more. His fist clenched and trembled. He knew that the leader had not yet ordered to kill the dragon, but if he lost the archive, and the poisonous dragon, he would definitely be sent to the cave to the snakes. He grabbed one of the buckets of water, understanding that this cannot be allowed. Water splashed out of the bucket. Lee Sim angrily looked ahead, doused himself with water and ordered everyone to follow him. Flames devoured the ceiling of the room. The man entered it, accompanied by guards. He waved. The poisonous dragon said that they were finally here. Tan shouted that this was the captives' doing. He looked at the burning archive. A voice came from the fire asking whose doing this was. He assumed that their secret techniques were not stored here. Juggin stood behind one of the shelves. The enemy shouted that the hero was now defenseless, but this was not entirely true. He was able to learn martial arts on the first day. He presented his internal diagram and said that he was talking about creating fire with internal energy. Lee Sim looked for the captive among the rows and asked if he was seriously going to burn the entire archive. The guy held burning needles in his hands and said that when the archive burned, everything else would burn too. He was going to use 12 flying streams. The needles flew into the air with skillful throws. They pierced the necks of the guards. The warrior caught one of them. He looked at it carefully and began to wonder where he got the weapons and poisons from. He looked at his dead comrades, who were starting to be covered in fire. The poison dragon came out into the open and said that there were many ways to hide the poison well. He explained that he was talking about the cracks in the bookshelves. Juggin crossed his arms and leaned on a column. He asked if they really were going to rehabilitate him. He said that he was ready right now. The veins on the enemy's face bulged. He clenched his fist and shouted that he had gone through so much to gain the recognition of the Tang clan. With a scream, he rushed through the fire at the prisoner, asking if he really thought that he would agree to lose everything because of him. A glowing sphere appeared in his hand. The guy got into a fighting stance as best he could because of the chains. Fire appeared in his hand again. Two palms began to reach out to each other. Lee Sim recoiled in surprise. After the blow, a wall of dust filled the archive. Coughing began to spread among the ranks. The red-haired man grabbed his nose, not understanding what was happening. He looked around. The hero said that this is what has always been here for many years, dust. A silhouette appeared behind the enemy, and said that this is his second hope. He explained that the dust here is a natural poison. Blood spurted from Lisham's mouth, while the poisonous dragon said that it is an excellent blocker of the respiratory tract and irritates the eyes and mucous membranes. Besides, dust is always nearby. Juggin went to the door and said that it was very careless of Tan to think that they deprived him of his weapon. He asked not to worry and added that the guards will have plenty of time to read. The prisoner looked through the remaining crack and said that suddenly they will learn all the combat techniques and get out of here. Lee Sim ran to the door and demanded to stop. But the door slammed shut, leaving the man alone with corpses, dust and fire. Meanwhile, Haren looked out the window. She noted that it was too noisy outside and her servants had left. She touched her nose anxiously, smelling a faint smell of smoke. Did the dragon do something? The doors to her room slowly opened, and the girl turned around in surprise, recognizing the hero. She looked at the silhouette in the passage with bated breath. But a bloody and mad Manhwa entered the room. Eris Tan looked at her grandfather in confusion. He slowly approached her and said that she did not need to be so wary. He did not come to eat her. He took another step and said that he just came to talk. He smiled and spread his hands, asking what the girl thought of the young dragon. The elder smiled and said that initially she was against any thought of marriage, but in the end she brought him at his request. Perhaps something in her attitude towards marriage had changed during this time. Heron grimaced at the question if she was in love with him. She asked why her grandfather needed to know. The man smiled and showed the bag. He explained that depending on her answer he could give it to him. The gentleman opened the bag, making his granddaughter gape. He showed 2 antidotes for ringen and white ginseng extract, and showed some kind of bracer. The girl examined it, and said that these were flying silk threads, one of the top 10 weapons of the Tang clan. She looked at the advisor warily and said that if he brought this here, it meant he had been to their treasury. Manhwa smiled naively and said that this was great luck. He said that all the guards came outside because of the arrival and he, of course, had to kill a couple of people. Energy began to be released from the heiress's body. She asked how he dared to kill people and take their treasures. The old man said that the situation outside was not very good, and therefore something had to be done. Heron shuddered, learning that the young dragon had burned the archive and climbed outside. Manhwa approached the table and said that the hero realized that he was too weak to fight Yeomwan, so he was trying to escape. He frowned at the girl and said that too many people were chasing the dragon. Heron shuddered. The old man said that the guy needed someone's help. Her eyes widened. He said that he would help, so he brought everything here. He thought that she would need it more than he. Manhwa smiled slyly and asked if the lady wanted to help him. She looked at the bracer. The man said that if she did not decide, he would die. Tan examined the weapon and thought about how she brought him here on the orders of the Jade Token, and if she helped, she would be branded a traitor and expelled from the clan. She bit her lips and thought about how she could no longer dream of the title of the head of the clan, so the answer was obvious. She gritted her teeth while the villain enjoyed her agony of choice. The fire grew more and more. Yeomwan watched him from the roof. He said that this was too much. The veins on his face bulged. He said that the hero had gone too far. He noticed that the fire had already reached the workrooms, which meant that it would be more difficult for them to do business. They would lose thousands of Nyans, but most of all, their reputation would suffer. His eyes turned bloodshot. He asked himself how one kid could do so much damage. He put his hands behind his back and said out loud that Jugan really was an idiot. Now he understood it. A spy came to him on the roof and said that they could not find him, who was responsible for the dragon, and they did not yet know what caused the fire, so it was difficult to tame it. The spy took out a note that was left after Manhwa disappeared. The headman's eyes lit up with rage. The text read, "Spare him and for this he will give him peace." The man said that now he understood that it was not the young dragon that was bait. He squeezed a piece of paper and said that he was the main target. The crazy one here is not only the dragon. The clan leader looked towards the mountains. The subordinate asked if they should send a detachment after him, but the bearded man said that Manhwa would not betray the Tang clan, because he knew too many of their secrets, and if something happened, they would suspect him first. The spy left the roof. The leader was sure that Manhwa would keep his promise, so they needed to catch the dragon first. The villain looked at the fire and said that the guy could try as much as he wanted, but he would still fail. Columns of smoke rose into the sky. Yeomwan said that his miserable life as a bug was no comparison to him. At this time, the Tang people were running back and forth with buckets. They were shouting that if the archive burned down, it was the end. The guard approached the girl. She said that they had not yet received permission to use the northern well. He ordered to make a request faster. Jugan watched everything from the side. He understood that the enemies were too busy putting out the fire. He hid behind the wall and decided that no one would recognize him. The poisonous dragon walked away. He could not remain unnoticed any longer. He needed to get away from here as soon as possible. The guy walked away from the crowd through a hidden courtyard. At this time, Manhwa was sitting on the upper wall and noticed the hero. With an evil smile, he pulled his weapon forward and shouted that the young dragon would not deceive him. A terrible aura flew around the mad monk. He jumped down. Jugan walked forward. He looked up in fear. At the last moment, he dodged the villain's blow. The madman smiled and asked if the dragon really hoped to escape from here. The hero jumped back, holding his cloak with his hands cuffed. The monk swung his sword and furiously shouted that he was destined to meet him anyway. Jugan, without thinking twice, threw the cloak at him. The canvas blocked the enemy's view. The poisonous dragon slid along the ground. The man looked ahead angrily and ordered him to stop kicking. The young man watched his every move in fear. The monk cut the cloak and shouted that the boy would not escape. Suddenly, his sword hit the chain. Jugan pressed himself against the wall, blocking the enemy's onslaught. Manhwa smiled and asked if he was really trying to stop him with this. The sword struck sparks from the chain. The enemy shouted that the chains would soon break. The boy was trembling all over. The monk shouted that even Buddha would not dare to pardon him. Suddenly, a familiar whip appeared. It wrapped around Nami's hand. The old man looked back in confusion. The young dragon followed suit. Lady Tang blocked the monk's hand with the whip. She pressed her lips together. She smiled nervously and said that she had come to save him. The groom looked at her in bewilderment. The monk looked at the girl and asked if he had just misheard. The lady looked at him seriously and said that she had come to save the dragon. Ami looked at her indignantly and shouted that the hero was an enemy of her clan. Why? The enemy frowned and muttered. Juggin was still looking at the savior. The villain thought that their wedding was only for political reasons, but this was not so. That's right. He said that Heron had betrayed the clan for some man. The old man twisted his mouth and hissed that he would have to re-educate the girl. The lady screamed and sent energy through the whip. She screamed that it was too late to re-educate her. The thorns cut the monk's hand. He looked at the weapon in fear, realizing that he was looking at one of the most dangerous weapons of the Tang clan. Suddenly a knee flew at his head. The blow crushed his face. The girl jumped closer, and the villain flew to the side. He crashed into the wall with his body and broke through it. Heron looked at the hero and asked if he could move. She handed him the bag and asked him to take it. The guy looked at the girl in surprise. She told him that there was an antidote for Rinjin. She asked him to run away while she would fight. Juggin looked at her in confusion and asked why she needed it. She had paid her debt, but it was not about him. Something glittered in the smoke. A huge energy wave flew in their direction. The lady swung her whip and hit back. She turned to the groom and screamed that there was no time for explanations. She screamed that the guards would soon come running to the noise. The poisonous dragon looked at the savior in surprise. At last she said that she had an important matter for him. The monk stood in the dust and said that they really had the audacity to talk in his presence. Bleeding, the enemy looked forward angrily and asked who knew that she was the main traitor. He promised that he would destroy both her and the dragon. Heron got into a fighting stance and swung her whip. Ami dodged the blow. His eyes widened. The young maiden swung her whip again to attack. The next blow sent the enemy into the wall again. Dust fell to the ground in the form of clouds. Mayawal's legs began to break through the wall. He ran to attack right along the wall. The enemy jumped at the most unexpected moment. He used a reverse demonic kick. Heron parried the attack, but the momentum threw her back. She crashed into the wall, causing the dragon to worry. The girl looked ahead with a cloudy gaze. The monk had already rushed to finish her off. The boy clenched his teeth and cursed. Mayawal swung his rusty sword. He was going to kill. Lady Tan looked at the approaching death in fear. At that moment, the young dragon released the current and broke the chains. He looked away. They shouted no to him. Heron blocked the blow with her whip and shouted that the hero should leave and not help. She looked at him angrily and shouted that for the sake of his life she gave up her family, and this is her choice. Juggin looked at her indignantly. The lady shouted for him to just go the way that fate has prepared for him. The monk continued to press on the girl. She shouted that he was only getting in her way, because she was still the heir of the Tang clan and the monk would not dare to kill him. Her hands were shaking. She asked him to go. The young dragon clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and ran away. Mayawal turned and asked if the guy really thought that he would let him escape. The lady grabbed his hands and said that he definitely would not stop him. The old man looked at the girl nervously and asked why he didn't kill the heiress of the Tang clan if he promised to kill the traitor. The red-haired girl smiled and said that these were empty words, because she lied to the dragon just so that he would leave here. The monk twisted his mouth and kicked the heiress in the stomach. A menacing aura began to emanate from him. He said that in this case the girl was ready to die. Heron grimaced in pain. They called her a scoundrel who fell for a man. The monk narrowed his remaining eye and screamed that he would burn her in the agony of her own pain. Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder and asked to stop. Mayawal slowly turned around. Saint Inyan smiled warmly at her and said that she did not allow her to be killed. The veins bulged on the villain's face. He did not understand anything. The man pressed Heron on the chest and said not to dare to stop her. He pointed at her and said that the poisonous dragon was not going to save her, they could just kill her. The abbess sighed heavily in disappointment. The monk, with his aorta ruptured, screamed that he would never give in, that he had to kill her. He was hit in the face with a fist. He flew far away from the girl. The old man was in shock. The abbess was disappointed. Heron was in shock. The monk broke through several walls with his body. Dust covered the street. The man could still stand and asked how dare she. The bold one went to meet her and asked her not to upset her. After all, she said that she did not allow her to be killed, since when did her feelings get the better of her so much? The nun smiled and asked, had she really been too kind to her all this time? The old man shuddered and screamed, does she understand that she is now mocking her? Before he could finish his last sentence, he was slapped in the face again. The monk looked at the headmaster indignantly. Then he received another slap. The abbess slapped her slap after slap and said that she thought he had not yet come to his senses. The woman looked at her calmly and said that she should not give in to her emotions. She had already told her that. The old man's face was shaking in different directions until his abbess asked if she behaved like this, what would the others think of their clan? The headmaster smiled and said that someone had to take responsibility for defeating the poisonous dragon. That person would be Lady Tang. She turned around and said that if they killed her when the dragon had already escaped, what was the point? They would only anger Yomwan. The woman approached Heron and said that she had become the traitor's bride, even if only for a short time. A dark atmosphere appeared around her, and she said that the girl would be expelled from the clan for her actions. It was better for her not to help the poisonous dragon. She imagined the future and said that now, thanks to a successful escape, a bloody war could begin in all of Murim. The monk was on all fours and shouted that he would find him. He would bring him here and gut him into pieces. The head was unhappy. She turned around and said that the old man was talking as if this was a war, and she needed it. Why return the dragon? She looked at her with incomprehension. Heron breathed heavily and asked what they were thinking. The abbess smiled and told her to remember, if she really wanted to save the poisonous dragon, then she had better keep her mouth shut. The red-haired girl passed out. The fire was growing in the city. The moon rose above the tall buildings. The man walked around the room. He was circling. His sister noted that she had not seen him so confused for a long time. Yamvan turned around and asked what else he should do. All of Murim was talking about his victory now, and he seemed to have disappeared. The woman laughed. Gvaik raised her head and asked if he wanted her to say that it was her fault. Her brother turned away and asked did she really think he was afraid of other people's opinions. The archive could not be restored. Then she asked what his plan was. The redhead turned around and said that he should have at least caught him. He locked him in the archive to check. He proved that he was worthy of the rumors that were going around about him, so it would be possible to use him well for the clan's purposes. The woman smiled and said that not only did he escape, but he also destroyed everything in his path. The man got furious and said that he would never forgive him and Heron, who helped him. His sister looked at him and said that she thought that this was all because of Manyo's game. After all, it was he who gave away such a dangerous Heron. He replied that this was the problem. How could the heiress of the clan fall for his stories? He exhaled loudly and asked what to do with her now. She knows the rules of the clan. Gwaik lowered her head and said that even though she is the heiress, she will be punished according to all the rules. After a while, they stood in the dungeon. Gwaik looked at the heiress of the clan and said that for betraying their family and for helping the enemies escape, she will be kept in this prison. The woman looked at her and said that since their engagement ceremony had already passed, she would have to wear festive clothes until the poisonous dragon was caught. At least this way they could preserve the honor of the family. Heron sat with her head down when she was told that she should accept her punishment. It was the least she could do for her misdeed. The girl looked at the floor and agreed with her grandmother. After a while, Heron sat alone in the dungeon. She tragically fell to the floor. The girl lay and asked herself, is she really an abandoned bride who wears festive clothes? She raised her head and mentally turned to her lover. Did he manage to escape? The red-haired girl looked forward devastatedly. She imagined the image of the hero and thought that for the sake of revenge he was ready to even give his life. Before, she did not understand what was driving him forward. She raised her head and thought that the more she looked at his determination, the more she understood that they were completely different. She remembered how they slept together and thought that she was curious about what he was really like. Heron remembered how she watched him and thought that when he told about himself, she sincerely began to wish him happiness. Jugan darkened when he learned that the Tang clan was involved in what happened. Yamman smiled and said that it was all his doing. The girl looked at him in shock and thought that for the sake of his happiness she abandoned her family. In the present tense, she cried thinking that she was his enemy, and she had no right to wish him happiness. Heron lay on the floor and thought that the only thing she could do to repay the sins of her family was to help him escape. He should be free. She clenched her fist and thought that his life, full of pain and suffering, should find a quiet haven. The girl lay in the dungeon in silence. She lay motionless and admitted to herself that she was sad that he left her alone. Suddenly her eyes opened when someone called her. Heron sat up and said that this was impossible. The hero looked at her. Aristan asked in surprise, is this not a dream? Jugan smiled at her and said that he was not going to escape and hid here. He looked around the dungeon and said that the others did not suspect that he could stay and therefore they were looking for him far away from here. At the time of the fire, he changed his clothes. While everyone was putting it out, he managed to get inside and he learned that the lady was sent to prison. The girl clung to the bars and screamed that the hero should have escaped. The warrior looked at her seriously and said that he would most likely be caught this way, but it was much safer here. Suddenly a blush appeared on the girl's cheeks. The hero said that he was not going to leave the girl. He looked at her closely and reminded her that on the day of their engagement, the leader of the Ami clan asked him about who the target of his revenge was, a person, a group, or the system itself. He remembered how she held a knife in front of Yomon's face. She said that you can't let revenge blind you, because you need to know where exactly to aim. This is the advice she gave him. The hero had already heard these words from one peasant. You can't think of a group of people as one, because within one group there can be different people. The couple looked at each other closely. The dragon said that for him, she was such an exception in the Tan clan. Despite what happened, she was ready to give her life for him. The guy frowned. The lady looked at him with tears in her eyes. The young dragon said that he could not leave her. Heron staggered and said that she would like him to decide this for another reason, but even so. A tear rolled down her cheek. She said that she really thought it was all over. The fugitive looked at her silently. Suddenly the girl fell and screamed. She smiled and said that her legs were numb, because she had been sitting in this position for a long time. Juggin sighed with relief and sat down. Heron's shoes were removed and put aside. The girl asked if her feet were big. The poisonous dragon needed her feet and said that he had never really seen women's feet. The lady agreed that it would be strange. Her cheeks slightly blushed. She asked if the guy knew what it meant when a woman allowed a man to touch her body. The dragon did not look up and said that he knew, much to the girl's surprise. She looked away. The hero said that he remembered why they came here in the first place. His fingers needed the delicate skin. The heiress of Tan said that the enemies would soon find out that the fugitive was here, and it was even surprising that they still did not find out that they still did not know. Juggin looked ahead and assumed that the Tan understood everything, and that was why there was no one in the prison except them. He imagined the area outside and said that something had changed there. Perhaps they were preparing to meet him so as not to miss him again. Heron looked at him with concern and asked if they were really trapped. She clarified that she did not know any secret ways out of here. The guy continued to knead her legs and said that he had checked everything and there were no exits. The girl looked at him in surprise. The warrior asked not to worry and said that they would be able to escape. Heron looked at him in confusion. She smiled warmly and said that it was very strange. She would never have believed it if someone else had told her these words. She suddenly noticed the bracer on the hero's hand. He showed it and said that he did not know how to use it, but decided to let it be. The heiress of the Tan looked at it and said that it was a scaly whip, one of the best weapons of their clan. Juggin noticed two thin strings coming from the rings. The lady explained that with the help of internal energy he can create whips that no one will see. She imagined a bunch of blades sticking out of small holes. They were sharper than any knife and can cut almost anything, even a person, into small pieces. Heron smiled and said that now this weapon belongs to the dragon. She decided that she will teach him how to use it. The guy clenched his fist and studied the bracer again. The girl said that anyway only members of the Tang clan can reveal its potential. Meanwhile, the head of the clan was sitting in his office. He asked if the fugitive was in prison now. The servant bowed and answered yes. He said that he needed to check the guards. A drop of sweat ran down his face. He said that when he arrived, the men were already dead, and there were traces of poison everywhere. The leader squeezed the document in his hands. The subordinate said that he felt the presence of a stranger in the prison. Now it became clear to the giant why they could not find him. He continued to crumple the paper, not understanding why he immediately went to the prison. Were the hero and Heron so close? He looked ahead. A question sounded in his head. What are they planning? He decided that this time he definitely cannot miss him. Meanwhile, the entrance to the Tang clan prison. The squad gathered at the entrance. Mrs. Plum looked at her brother and greeted him. He asked why she came. The woman nodded and said that she was interested in looking at the one who disturbed his soul so much. Yongwon looked at the red doors and assumed that the hero would not go out first. They were probably still discussing what would be best to do. The veins on Tang's face bulged. He asked, were the couple seriously going to play with him to the end? Should he still open the doors of his own prison himself? An aura burst out of his body. An eerie hum began to spread over the stairs. The ceiling began to shake. The couple looked up. The lady immediately recognized it as Grandpa. The hero looked at the ceiling and said that it was time for them to leave. He nodded to his beloved and said that what was about to happen could be an extremely difficult test. Heron nodded to him and said that she believed him. The two traders approached the stairs leading up. The clan leader stood in front of the exit and continued to accumulate energy. One of the doors finally opened. The lady looked ahead and turned to her brother. The second door began to open. The big man sighed and looked ahead. He said that he had come to him again, no matter what he was planning there. His eyes widened. His sister looked ahead in surprise. All the prisoners came up. They silently stared at their masters. Yembin twisted his face in rage and asked what they were doing here. Following them, the poisonous dragon came out of the dungeon with his bride. He opened his mouth and started talking. He looked seriously at the clan leader and said that he was proposing a deal. The bearded man looked at him and asked what he had just said. He shouted, asking how the shameless man dared. He shouted that it was up to him whether the sun would rise today or not. The guy looked at him sullenly and asked him to calm down, because this was not a deal, but blackmail. He looked forward seriously and demanded that he and Lady Heron be released right now. The man looked at them and giggled. He asked if the young man was in his right mind. Where did he get so much confidence in his abilities? Juggin showed the bracer and told him to look for himself. A steel thread was tied to each prisoner. The villain's eyes widened. He looked at the scaly whip. The guards behind him chuckled. They said that the hero had only scum in captivity. Who cared about them? The leader suddenly shouted that the dragon was clearly crazy. The warrior looked at him calmly and said that the Tang clan was not a state territory, which meant that the prisoners here had committed crimes not against the country, but against the Tang clan. The hero looked at everyone seriously and asked why all these people were being held for so long. The prisoners looked coldly at their master. The poisonous dragon said that these hostages must be alive, which meant that they could not be disposed of. Lady Plum smiled contentedly. The young man asked, Is it true that the Tang clan's plans would be ruined if they all died? The hero smiled and said that if everyone knew about the mass death of prisoners in the clan, the government would not like it very much, and in any case, their deaths would only make things worse for them. Yeomwon smiled and admitted that the dragon was smart, but would he have the courage to kill innocent people? He had already proven his softness. Jugun looked at him intently, and replied that he could, because they all themselves allowed him to do it. The villain shuddered and shouted that this was nonsense, but the boy objected that it was true. The old man stepped forward and said that this young man had talked to them and promised to kill him. He frowned and said that his life meant nothing to him, so he was ready to say goodbye to it. The giant's eyes turned bloodshot. All the prisoners shuddered and shouted that such a life was worse than death. They no longer wanted to be his prisoners. Everyone began to shout that they were ready to part with their heads. Heron watched tensely from the side. She knew that the grandfather always thought about profit. A shadow fell on his face. He would definitely not do something to his own detriment. She was surprised that the poisonous dragon thought of this. He found the grandfather's weak spot and plunged the sword into it. The girl imagined this scene in her head and called it instant death. The dragon raised his hand, the threads tightened. He said that he named his conditions. Tan smiled menacingly. The hero repeated again that he and Lady Heron should leave this place. Yeomwon, out of habit, threw his head into the sky and began to laugh. The prisoners looked at the master in fear. He abruptly said that he agreed. He smiled and recognized the guy as the son-in-law of the Tan clan. The poisonous dragon recoiled. The enemy raised his hand and said that the guy deserved it. He had a head on his shoulders and good skills. He knew how to take advantage of the situation and understood the enemy perfectly. He recognized his skills. He said that the guy was even better than him at this age. He could already use the Tan surname. The prisoners looked at the villain in fear. He said that the dragon should become his sword, cutting a passage to a new world. He would glorify it with his name. Heron looked at her grandfather in bewilderment. He said that they could easily restore the archive, and he did not care about the prisoners. He smiled and said that this was his gift to him. The dragon clenched his teeth. He didn't know what to do. The clan leader said he could pull his whip. The prisoners looked at each other. They were the only lever to put pressure on the leader. But if all these people died? He looked at Yeomwon, realizing that he couldn't retreat. Now his weapon had become a dummy. He understood that he would have to do it. The old man mockingly pointed his hand and suggested doing it, or would he still not dare? Jugun looked at him nervously. He realized what the strength of such people was. He looked at the old man. He said that everything was fine and they were ready. Everyone looked at the young warrior. Their leader said that they didn't expect everything to work out the way he wanted. Because Tan was a serious opponent, they were still on the verge of death. But at least he gave them hope. They said that everything was fine. The dragon looked at each of them with fear. The woman smiled at him and said that Yeomwon would never have spared them anyway, and they wanted to at least protect his honor. Jugun lowered his head and promised to kill him. The prisoners smiled warmly at the young warrior and responded well. Yeomwon laughed wildly and shouted that this was all a show for the crowd. The poison dragon screamed, turning to the clan leader. He jerked his hand, cutting off the old man's head. The head flew through the air, spraying blood. The clan leader looked at him in surprise. The boy said that he would have to turn the hilt of this sword. The threads heated up with energy. The young man screamed furiously for the villain to just watch and wait until he was eventually struck by his own blade. The threads began to be cut off head after head. The Tang people froze and watched the rain of heads of valuable prisoners. The giant screamed that he asked him a question. Tears began to flow down the boy's face. He said that he was now naming the names of the people he had to kill. He would definitely carry them with him further. The threads burned. The dragon screamed that even if he died, the killed would not be forgotten. Yeomwon released his aura. The hero understood that he had to kill the head of the clan. He was too dangerous. The master clenched his teeth. He understood that even if he had to sacrifice something, he had to remove the dragon from his path. He wanted to wipe him off the face of the earth. Waves of energy rushed into the young couple. Suddenly Yeomwon froze. His sister turned to him. The lady smiled and said that he did not understand that the blade of his sword was already aimed at him. She looked at her brother. He looked gloomily ahead and asked himself, why does the blade determine his actions? His aura went high into the sky. The man realized that he had not given in to emotions for a long time. He said that this was enough. He turned around and said that he was leaving the dragon to him. The old woman smiled. The couple looked at her. The woman offered to continue their conversation. The dragon angrily looked at her. Chiak looked at the couple and asked everyone to stand up except for the leader of the clan of Flying Souls. The woman spread her hands and said that she could not introduce herself because of everything that was happening. She is Heron's grandmother, and since the hero is her granddaughter's fiancé. The guy looked at her sullenly and introduced himself. The lady laughed and said that she had not seen her brother so confused for a long time. Thanks to him, she had a lot of fun, and now it became clear to her why her granddaughter liked him so much. Jugun looked closely at the woman. She smiled at him and said that he did not need to be so wary. The girl shuddered. Chiak said that she wanted to let them go. The warrior told her not to expect that he would believe her so easily. Lady Plum spread her hands and suggested that the hero should understand that it was more profitable for her to keep him here. She dedicated her whole life to the Tan clan, and would protect him all her life. She smiled and said that her brother wanted to recognize him as the clan's son-in-law, and this was not exactly what he wanted. She said that, after all, according to the rules, he could not be one. The couple silently looked at the woman. She said that this was the reason she would let them go, but now he would have to try to do so. Chiak looked at him, introduced her brother, and warned that he would not let him go so easily, because if his sins could still be overlooked in front of the Tang clan, then her granddaughter's sins could not. Harren looked at her tensely. The lady said that she had 100 days to pay for her mistakes or she would have to send mercenaries to kill her. She thought that the dragon should understand that after that they would kill him too, and they would not be able to escape their pursuit. Without hesitation, Juggin stepped forward and said that he was ready. The lady smiled inside. She said that that was all. She asked her granddaughter to come up. The heiress looked at her in surprise. Chiak put the ring in her hand. She looked at her granddaughter and told her that she was supposed to give it to her on her wedding day. But now that was impossible. She asked to sell it, and said that she would have money for a good life if she wanted to return within 100 days. Harren smiled gratefully, and said seriously that she had decided that she would not return. Chiak smiled understandingly and said okay. She leaned towards the leader of the clan of Flying Souls and asked the young men to help with the road. Lady Plum smiled and wished the couple well. Harren smiled warmly at her grandmother. The forest at the foothills. Juggin watched as the bride ran forward and laughed. She laughed with tears in her eyes and shouted that for the first time she felt so happy. Because she no longer had to be in the Tang clan, she no longer needed the place of the leader. The hero looked at her and said that this was an amazing reason for joy. The lady turned around and said that when everything was decided, she really felt free. The poisonous dragon looked at her thoughtfully. Her friend ran forward and said that they could no longer wear this. She looked at her dress and warned that otherwise they would be considered suspicious. She smiled. She turned around and happily said that they needed to buy clothes together. After a while, they received new sets of clothes. Harren looked at the warrior and asked why he changed his mind. The guy thought that changing old clothes for new ones was quite reasonable. A pond appeared ahead. The girl said that she often came here before after completing tasks. They could go wash old clothes and change. Joyful Tang leaned over and suggested going swimming together. Juggin looked at her in confusion. The red-haired girl looked at him and asked why he was so surprised. He had already touched her ankles in prison. The guy clarified that the situation there was a little different. The couple turned around at the sound. Other girls were already swimming in the pond. The bride and groom approached the bushes. Harren noticed that there was already someone there. She looked at the imperturbable dragon with displeasure. She abruptly grabbed his head and turned him towards her. She brought him closer to her and told him not to look at the other girls. Her eyes and cheeks were shining. The beauty said to look at them until they left. The dragon also blushed from awkwardness. The girls were discussing their secrets. The hero looked at the lips and chest of the bride. Sweat ran down his face. It was the first time he looked at someone for so long. Harren opened her mouth. The guy explained that he was talking about those who were not his enemy. The girls turned around in fear and laughed. The lady rolled on the ground and laughed. She put her hand on her forehead. She realized that in her husband's life there was nothing but fights. Juggin looked at her embarrassedly. The girl sat down and said that now it was their turn to bathe. She stood up and said that they could wash separately, and the man would have to go behind that rock as a punishment and not peek. The hero asked why this was a punishment. Harren bared her shoulder and said that if he did not consider this a punishment, she would be very angry. It was night. A fire was lit in the cave. The girl asked if the warrior was very tired. The couple watched the dance of shadows. Juggin said that it was not a problem to save the girl. The guy slowly looked at the beauty. She looked into space in confusion. The hero said that she could have directly said that she was tired. Harren hugged her knees. The poisonous dragon said that she did not need to pretend to be too strong. The fire was reflected in the black eyes. Tan said that she had been waiting for this for many years, but when it happened, for some reason she was sad. She was born there and grew up there. The fire was eating the firewood. Everything Harren knew in her life was connected with the Tan clan, but now she could never go back there. She waved her hand and asked if the guy knew what it was. He replied that it was a ring that her grandmother gave her. The lady looked at the ring. She said that there are several reasons why this ring is passed on to women of the Tan clan. She said that if a woman marries a man from the clan, they live together for the good of the clan. She began to take it off and explained that there are cases when they marry men from other clans and can never be sure whether their spouse will be faithful to them and the clan. She opened a special compartment and explained that there are special pills, a drug and an aphrodisiac. Juggin looked at her in surprise. Harren poured the pills into her palm and explained that her grandmother gave her the ring because she hoped to get him as a son-in-law, but she would not use it. She smiled and said that she had left the family, and she already. A warm smile touched her face. She said that she loved the hero. The girl turned to the guy and said that she did not want to stand in the way of his revenge, but if he decided to give her up, she would understand. Suddenly, Juggin took her wrist while she was saying that she did not need anything else from the dragon. The hero threw all the pills into his mouth, calmly swallowed. Then he looked seriously at the girl and said that he was not going to leave her. Heron looked at him in surprise. Their fingers touched. From the very beginning the lady knew that the hero would definitely one day become the most dangerous man in her life. The young couple kissed. They hugged each other. The night was just beginning. There was a clear night sky above the cave. Bright rays of the sun broke through the mountains. Heron slowly opened her eyes. The protagonist entered the cave and asked if she was awake. Holding apples in his hands, he said that she must be hungry, so he brought some food. Heron smiled when he heard his words. The smoke from the fire slowly rose. Heron rubbed the apple in her hand. She looked at the guy with embarrassment and some displeasure. The protagonist, biting the apple, asked if she wanted to eat. The girl bowed her head in embarrassment and said that she was just remembering yesterday. Juggin, chewing the apple, asked if she regretted it. She immediately answered saying that she did not regret it, but she felt strange. Raising her head, Heron said that he had not treated her like this before. Did he really like her? The protagonist froze for a moment from such a question, after which he said that he probably liked her. The girl narrowed her eyes and, in shock, asked what probably meant. Juggin stopped chewing and said that such feelings were new to him, but he was sure of them. Remembering the snake and the evil heron, he said that he had previously considered her strange because she had set the snake on him and challenged him to a duel. Heron blushed with embarrassment. Juggin narrowed his eyes and said that when they spent time together, he began to understand her better. Remembering how the girl fought, being ready to die for him and give up everything, the protagonist thought. Imagining the moment when he stood in front of the camera, he said that later he saw how she really was, in this pitch darkness. Closing his eyes, the guy said that this was why he became attached to her, and if at first it seemed to him that it was a sense of duty, he still did not regret his choice. The girl's world turned pink from joy. The protagonist said, smiling, that he liked her. Now would his answer satisfy her? The girl covered her mouth, saying that it was enough. Juggin sighed with a smile on his face. Heron clasped her fingers and said that when she heard his story, she sincerely wanted him to be happy, but now they were together. Smiling, she said that from now on she would try to become his happiness. The protagonist smiled silently. The events take us to the Blue Dragon clan's country palace. Man, who was sitting inside, was informed that Safa was moving towards Mount Chongsang. The old man replied, saying that many representatives of different clans were heading there. The inspector turned and asked what this was all for. The old man replied, saying that Rinjen was hiding there. Shimhak frowned sharply and cried out, asking if she was still in Seishin. Raising a cup of tea, Man said that Safa was now going there to save Rinjen. He grinned and said that he had heard from sources that Safa had betrayed Rinjen and locked her up in the mountain prison. Seeing the inspector scream, the old man said that it was just a lie. The old man grinned widely and said that although it was a lie, it was a great excuse to create a fight with the Chongsung clan. They were actually protecting her, so it would be interesting to watch everything. Shimhak frowned and asked what the point was. The Chongsung could either just let Rinjen go, or she could leave on her own. Putting the cup on the table, Man said that they would never let her go, because the lady of the Tang clan had received the antidote. So Rinjen would have to wait for her. She would not be able to run away for half a month. Shimhak's eyes widened in shock. Drinking the last drops of the drink, the advisor said that their clan would arrive in Chongsang, but they would not find anything, and the Chongsang clan would only waste time resolving the situation. The last drop fell on the man's tongue. Rubbing his chin, he said that when the clans are confused, they will destroy the Chanxiang clan. The inspector raised his hands in fear upon hearing his words. The advisor, seeing this, said that they will also take Rinjen for themselves and destroy the part of Safa that will be there. Hitting the table, the inspector said that the Seishin trio will not allow them. Raising his hand, Man said that he has already talked to them, he only has to make the Murim alliance move. The inspector grabbed his head when the old man said that the Chanxiang must be disposed of, because they are the only ones who are not in the alliance. Shimhak responded by saying that only the leader can make such a decision. Looking at Shimhak, the advisor told him to ask for permission. The man in horror said that the relationship between the leader of their clan and the leader of the alliance is not very good. Everything became clear when the hand that was sent to Rinjen returned to the salt. Surprised by the story, Man said that the leader was probably upset about it. The man stood up and told Shimhak to keep an eye on the leader, and for now he had his own business and couldn't spend all his time here. The minister watched the man leave. He turned around warily. He looked at the doors, behind which an oppressive aura could be felt. Shimhak, sweating and rubbing his fist, told the leader that Man had come here. He wanted to meet him, but he had escorted him out. Legion opened his lips, saying that he had acted wisely. Nervously looking at the door, the minister asked if he really didn't want to meet him. The guy answered by saying that he already knew everything. Releasing energy from his body, Legion said that his sword blade was not ready, and he should work a little more for him. Closing his eyes, Legion said that he would only come out after he finished everything. The guy's energy entangled the walls and floor. Even the windows in the room were enveloped in an eerie energy. Legion opened his eyes. The events take us to Mount Chongsong. Pyeongbok, standing surrounded by people, was happy, saying that a poisonous dragon had come to them. The protagonist smiled and said that he had returned. Rinjin, sitting inside the house, said that she had heard that there had been a fire in the Tang family archive. The girl sitting at the table said that she had been worried that something might have happened to him, but it was good that everything was fine. He even brought an antidote, and now she didn't know how to thank him. Jugun chuckled, saying that it wasn't worth it. Without her he definitely wouldn't be here. Looking at Waran, the head of Safa thanked her, who smiled and replied, saying that her clan was in her debt. Embarrassed, she said that she had gone over to Jugun's side, and now his comrades were her comrades. Pyeongbok and John immediately looked at each other and started discussing it, saying that they probably became friends now, although they probably wanted to get into the Tang family undercover earlier. So narrowed her eyes and sighed. She stood silently next to the two adult children. When the protagonist sat down opposite her, Rinjin said that he could still give up on revenge. Looking away, the girl said that an ordinary life and family were also good, and revenge had ruined her life and it was impossible to change it. Remembering Li Jun's reversal and the secret technique, she said that although she did not regret her path, she would like to save others from this fate. She even began to wonder what her life could have been like if she had not been born into a martial arts clan. Pyeongbok suddenly burst in and shouted that they had a big problem. The clan leader turned to him, asking what happened to the clan. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Her lips trembled as she said that she did not expect his arrival. John stepped back in fear when he saw the warrior. The great warrior Muam stood before him. Chan stood near a small house. Sitting down next to the guy, Rinjin greeted him and asked if he had come because of Chan. The warrior replied by saying that his deputy wanted to solve one problem. Turning his head towards Rinjin, he said that he had heard about her losing her arm. At such moments he was glad that he was blind, because he did not see her suffering. Stroking his shoulder, the girl said that he had always been like this. Light and darkness create balance in their world, but he only wanted to see the light. The guy turned away from her and said that he was trying not to turn away from the darkness, but not to see her pain. The couple exchanged glances. The girl asked Muam if he had really blinded himself after the destruction of her clan so as not to see the suffering of this world. Did he really think to make her happier? Did he really not think about the fate of the clan members? Muam bowed his head. Clenching her fist, Rinjin said that she was very upset when she learned about what happened to him. She did not expect that her suffering would become his suffering. The warrior smiled and said that he was very emotional about everything related to her, so he would do it again. Bowing her head, the girl said that he had not changed at all. Keeping her head bowed, she said that she recently learned that Jugun shared his fate with a girl from the Tang clan. She envied them. If she had been braver in the past, if she had made a different choice, everything would have been different. Muam smiled and said that it was not too late, because the past cannot be changed, but she can change her heart. Standing up, Rinjin said that she said this to the poisonous dragon, but this advice is not for her. Walking forward, she asked that if she forgave Li Jun, if she forgot everything, would he accept her? Rinjin glanced at Muam after asking the question. Muam froze with his mouth open. Turning to the warrior, the girl told him to answer honestly. Because he was the head of the clan, responsibility for many people would not allow him to do what he wanted. The guy grinned widely, saying that he was the strongest in the clan, very strong, who could stop him from leaving the clan. Rinjin closed her eyes and sighed, saying that she had previously hated him for his superficiality. Opening her eyes, she said that it was in vain, but if lightness had been inherent in his thoughts, he would not have become who he is now. Raising his hand, the guy offered to move back to the clan, because for her this was a great option. Rinjin bowed her head, saying that her clan had already suffered enough because of her. She no longer wanted to interfere with them. Standing with her back to Muam, she asked him to leave and never come back. The warrior immediately stopped smiling. He stood up silently. The guy stopped, hearing the voice of his beloved. She turned her head to him and said that one day, when her heart was free, she would definitely find him. Muam smiled, saying that he would wait for her. Pyeongbok standing outside said that one teacher, 2 Buddhas, 3 Taoists and 2 kings are the 8 main representatives of Murim, and Muam was one of the Taoists. At that moment, the warrior came out of the house. The protagonist stood silently near Pyeongbok. Cheon, raising his staff, said that it was time for them to go. The protagonist looked at them carefully. He looked at the couple's backs and said that Cheon and Muam were together. Apparently his request would soon be fulfilled. Cheon frowned and turned around. Soon it was night. Jugun was meditating in the forest. His eyelids were closed as he repeated the mantra. The 9 poisons were located in 9 places, in the lower part of the body, in the chest, head, both arms and legs, as well as in the stomach and back. Jugun released energy outward, trying to concentrate the poison in his back. The protagonist sat motionless while the energy enveloped his body. Suddenly, all the energy dissipated in an instant. Jugun gritted his teeth, not understanding why the internal energy was trying to escape. Muam, who was standing behind the tree, said that there was no point in filling the cup with water if there was a hole in it, he should try to exhale more than he inhaled. Juggin closed his eyes and sighed, following the man's instructions. Approaching the guy, Mom said that he needed to stop breathing and focus on the lower part of his body, pull in his lower abdomen, straighten his back and open his chest. Releasing the threads of mana, the man said that he now needed to open the energy. The protagonist imagined the synergy of water and fire, due to the detailed explanations of the Taoist. Juggin seemed to be on the water, he felt peace. The guy looked at the lake in front of him when Mom said that he needed to control yin and yang to achieve harmony. He could even achieve the highest stage of harmony, when light becomes darkness, and darkness becomes light. Such harmony no longer separated them, but united them into one stream of energy, and then this stream again diverged into yin and yang. A tear flowed from the guy's eye. Mom, who was standing next to him, said that he was so greedy that he went through confrontation and dependence at once. Standing in front of the guy, the head of Chan said that he should not have missed the rebirth. He was in too much of a hurry. Now he should not engage in unification all night, and now it is better to get up. Smiling, the man said that he would either get up or he would force him. Juggin opened his eyes. He looked at his hand in surprise. On the guy's hand there was bodily debris that appears after an attempt at unification. Explaining this, Mom said that he should leave everything as is. When the guy looked at him, the man asked him if he had really explained everything. Juggin nodded, realizing that he had gone too far. Looking at his hand, he said that if he got rid of the used energy, he would cleanse the lower part of the body. But to use the blood art, a balance between parts of the body is needed. It was possible to try to create protection only on one side of the body, because this is what the harmony of yin and yang is needed for. Machina, standing in front of the protagonist, said that he had to understand how to create a balance in the body. The guy looked at the sky and answered, and then he thanked him for the advice. The man grinned, saying that he seemed to want to meet him already. The events take us to the Chongsung clan. A crowd of people screamed, saying that they had been running here for so many days. At this time, a single mother was trying to calm the baby. The man looked at the guards and asked them to take at least women and children. The worried man said that he could notify the top of the clan. The guards looked at each other trying to guess. Suddenly, the fat man jumped on them. A slash from the blade flew forward. The fat man's stomach was ripped open. Chan, who appeared in the clearing, asked if these people really looked like simple peasants. The old man frowned and ordered everyone to attack him. The eyes of the people in front of him lit up. They were people from the Safa clan. Chion glared at the guests and said that he knew who they were and would not let them pass any further. The misty warrior folded his hands together and sighed. The master knew that he was stealing someone else's energy. The black witch, using a child's cry to bewitch her opponent and steal his secret techniques. And the insignificant warrior Gurion, one of the 8 flying demons. The entire crowd looked at the master. They were all from the Safa clan. Chion approached them and said that they could not set foot on the land of the Chongsun clan. They were ready to accept those who wanted to learn, but their clan's ideology was at odds with what they were used to. The man folded his hands and ordered them to leave now. The maiden stepped forward. She noted that it was a great honor to be recognized, but it was offensive to hear about the difference in ideologies. Chan looked at her in confusion. She asked why the mistress was with them. The girl smiled slyly and said that they knew that the mistress was with them. They wanted to take her back and save her. The master looked at the guests and replied that Renjen personally came to them to regain her strength and no one locked her up. The witch asked if these were just rumors, in which case she asked to let them meet. Everyone looked at each other. The man said that they would not succeed. The representative of Safa asked why. At this time, the goddess of desires was recovering in the training hall. She needed to get rid of the poison after taking the antidote, so she could not move. The witch smiled and asked if the master really thought they would believe this. The foggy warrior approached her and said that there was enough talk. He flexed his fists and guessed that the lady might be on the verge of death, so they would have to. The man rushed to attack and shouted that they were going to force their way through. However, Chion easily parried his attack with one hand. Everyone looked at their fallen comrade in surprise. The master shouted that this was ridiculous. Did they really expect to compete with him? The Safa remained silent. The deputy head looked at them and said that the Chanson clan was very strong. The bearded man looked at him angrily and said that they were ready to give their lives for their lady, so they would fight to the end. The man looked at him intently. He turned away displeasedly and said that he could easily kill everyone, but then he would not be able to look Rinjen in the eyes. He walked away and told them to wait for their lady to come out herself. As a guarantee, he swore on his name. His hands held a stick behind his back, and in the end he advised everyone to think of another way to die. A strange energy was hitting the man in the back. Everything seemed very suspicious. Chong frowned. He did not understand why someone was deliberately spreading rumors about the goddess of desires and trying to set other clans against Chongxiang. Meanwhile, on the top of Chongxiang Mountain, the leader asked if the hero knew how to play Paduk. He pointed to the board. The poisonous dragon said no. Muam smiled and said that he would teach him then. The boy replied that he was most interested in not Paduk. The leader smiled and said that he knew. he was interested in the 9 rays of emptiness of jade. The young man looked at the empty board. The mentor said that he would like to share his knowledge with him, but since this was already happening, would he play Paduk with him? Juggin plopped down on the floor. Murim smiled and said that if he learned to play, his perception would change. The warrior asked if the mentor could really play without seeing anything. The poisonous dragon sighed. The man asked, didn't Chan tell him that he became the head of the clan thanks to the game of Paduk? He pointed to the pot, and said that there was a stone inside. Juggin took a small shell. Murim smiled and showed a black one. He used it as a stone figure for the game, since he can't see, but at least he feels it. He clenched his fist and asked to take everything seriously. There was a pop inside the fist. On the open palm lay a black round stone. The mentor told him to try to beat his figure. He put the stone on the board. His hand pointed to the lower right corner. From here he decided to start. He advised to start from the same part of his board. The hero looked at the shell. The mentor asked why he was sitting. Does he really not know how to move? The guy looked at the gentleman and asked, has Paduk always been like this? The man looked ahead and said that there are many types of the game. He named the usual Paduk with a winner and a loser, named a Paduk, the winner of which is determined after several days of play. The poisonous dragon looked at the leader in surprise. He said that even in their clan there are such, and one person played Paduk for 20 years. Murim remembered the board on the edge of the cliff and said that the players put the board in a place where no one else could reach it, and made a move every month. That's why this game was so long. The hero looked ahead and asked how it ended. The leader said that unfortunately, after 20 years the opponent did not come, so the game did not end with someone's victory. He smiled and said that the world of Paduk is deep and mysterious. Juggin looked at the shell. He clenched his fist and launched energy into it. But the shell crumbled. The guy said that it was not easy. The master stood up and said that Chan spoke well of him, but he did not expect that everything would end exactly like this. In vain he believed the good rumors about him. He said that the guy is not desperate enough. The poison dragon angrily squeezed the stone and said that his whole life is a desperate desire for revenge. How can a simple stone judge him? Murim sighed with a smile and said that if a hero can't do something, then you can't, that's all. The young man looked at him angrily and said that Paduk is not for him. It is better to return to the 9 rays of the void of jade. He looked at the master and said that he needs to know about this technique in order to survive and take revenge. Murim called him a fool. Juggin froze in confusion. The mentor said that he had already taught him. He pointed to the board and said that this is the 9 best void of jade. The young man looked at the board in shock. The clan leader stood up and advised him to figure it out, and if he can't, then he should just give up. He smiled and said that everything depends on the hero, and he should not miss his chance. Juggin looked at the board in bewilderment. It was silent. Were there really 9 rays of the void of jade? Stars were flying over the top of the mountain. Claps were heard under the roof of the gazebo. The young man looked at his clenched fist and thought that Mr. Murim could say this mockingly, that the figures and the game of Paduk were somehow connected with the 9 rays of emptiness. He looked at the destroyed shell in his palm. No matter how much he reduced the internal energy, the thin walls of the shell cracked. The guy looked ahead with displeasure and asked what he should do. There was a handful of shells in the pot. He would have to try until he succeeded. Dawn came. Another day passed. The sky greeted the moon. The hand with the shards was shaking. The guy cursed. The floor under his hand was strewn with a handful of shards. The guy tried all day and it was all in vain. Does this mean that he is not ready? He remembered the cunning Murim, who said that the hero was not desperate enough. The dragon looked ahead and decided that this was not so, because thanks to despair he was able to go a long way, and thanks to it he will be able to take revenge. Juggin looked ahead and decided that he needed to try harder. His gaze slid over the area. If Mr. Murim could do it, then he should too, but something was definitely eluding him. The guy looked ahead and asked himself, how did he do it so easily? He remembered how he came up to him and realized that the mentor was a much more experienced and powerful martial artist than him. He could control internal energy at will, which meant he could make it so thin that it was impossible to see. But when he touched the shell, he remembered the clap inside his fist. The hero clearly saw the splash of his internal energy. Juggin took another shell. It seemed to him that he needed to use a minimum of energy. But what if this was not so? The young man closed his eyes and released lightning. He decided that he should use the maximum. A circular wave of dust passed across the site. The poisonous dragon smiled. He succeeded. Thanks to the use of such an amount of energy, he began to feel everything much more clearly. Every piece of the shell and its entire relief. The fist was covered in flames. To make a stone from it you need more energy. This is the amount required for the 3 poisons of the 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu. Suddenly the dragon opened his eyes wide, realizing that he needed to use balance. He looked at his hand and thought that when yin becomes yang, and yang becomes yin, their union is the basis of energy and generates it. He understood. The pavilion was covered in blue energy. A new day had come. Birds were singing on the roof. Murim noticed that he saw many failed attempts. He smiled and noticed that there were both successes and despair, which he spoke of. The poisonous dragon sat in front of him. the man decided that the guy understood everything. A white stone appeared on the board. It was time to move on to the next round. The white stone lay on the board. After a while, the game continued. The leader explained the rules. The hero carefully studied the board, delving into all the subtleties and rules. The bird flew away to conquer other places. After a while, the board was filled. It was time for the last move. Mom took the stone and said that this was the last technique he could teach the guy. He put the stone on the board. He looked ahead and said that he wondered how the Taoists knew about such a cruel technique of Toad Kung Fu. The mentor thoughtfully looked ahead and said that it destroys the enemy and the user from the inside. Taoists do not do this. It is not typical of their peaceful nature. Then he assumed that this technique is not yet perfect. The guy looked at him in surprise. Mom looked at the board and said that he thought for several days who to ask and met a man from the worship clan. The hero remembered that they have demonic energy. Mom remembered his game and said that they argued for a long time and eventually came to the conclusion that Toad Kung Fu is a type of the 5 stars of heavenly Kung Fu technique of their clan and, unlike the Toad, the technique of the worship clan has a different origin. The big man smiled. The mentor said that during use they recite mantras and one can say that it directly affects the internal energy, and in the Toad Kung Fu there were also traces of the original mantra. However, in Murim, they do not consider the methods of the worship clan reasonable, so their study is prohibited. The man put another stone and said that Toad Kung Fu has its own mantra and origin, but they are lost since they were prohibited for too long. 2 representatives of the clan decided to unite and exchange knowledge, so the 9 paths of emptiness were created. Jugan looked closely at the mentor. He knew that this was not the end, but very soon he became the head of the Chongsun clan and understood how things really are in Murim. He introduced his friend with whom they created it, most likely completed the technique. The last time they contacted was because of this. The dragon was surprised. The man said that if he wanted to complete the 9 rays of emptiness, he needed to meet him. The hero asked if the mentor knew where he was now. The leader raised his blind gaze to him and said that he heard that his friend was being held in the prison of the Murim Union. He asked to take a special stone. The young man twirled the black stone in his hands. The leader said that this way the dragon would be able to find his friend. Jugan squeezed the stone in his hands and said that the direct connection of the 9 best emptiness and Toad Kung Fu with the game of Paduk was true. Muam smiled contentedly. The hero realized that it was the leader who spent 20 years playing with him. A new day had arrived. The foliage of the trees hid the entrance to the cave. Screams were heard inside it. The man was vomiting blood. He fell to the ground and said that it was terrible pain. He wiped his mouth and thought about becoming stronger. He decided to learn the techniques of heavenly blood, but the side effects are too strong, and the elixirs he takes do not help at all. He looked at the pool of blood and decided that he would not last long. Did this make him sad? Manyo smiled devilishly and said not at all. He began to stand up. This was his choice and the result of his actions. What is the point of blaming himself for what has already been done? The elder looked at the light and thought about Heron leaving the family and becoming a poisonous dragon woman. Now he is being pursued not only by the Jigo clan but also by the Tang clan. The disabled man slowly walked forward. Rumors about the deteriorating relationship between Safa and Chongsang spread well. He even managed to find out about the problems between Bakely June and Haywell. The light was shining brightly in his eyes. The man shouted that the heavens themselves were helping him. Manyo looked at Murim and coughed. A satisfied smile hung on his face. The advisor widened his only eye and said that now he could calmly kill the head of Murim. He reached the gate. The guard said that he was late. The leader had been waiting for him for a long time. The old man smiled and said that he could not find the way right away. Manyo spread his hands. The guard did not understand what he was doing. The elder looked at him in surprise and asked, "Will they not search him?" The man sighed and asked why. After all, one of the representatives of the 3 strongest in Murim was here. Manyo looked at him coldly and thought about the strongest. He imagined 3 silhouettes. One was a master, 2 Buddhas, 3 rulers and 2 kings. He spoke of 3 great clans, the demon family, Safa and Chanfa, the leader of Hyango, the master of the northern skies and the leader of Murim. The man grinned and assumed that he was no longer taken into account at all. The guard hurried him and said that he had better not make him wait. The advisor held out his travel bag and asked if he could support this while he was there. His food and fruit were there. The man looked at him blankly and said that it was not his job. Manyo asked if it would be polite to meet the leader of Murim with food in his bag. The old man smiled warmly and said that there was wine there too. He could drink it if he was thirsty. He had a hard time finding it, and he could take food if he was late. The guard remained silent out of helplessness. The iron boots stepped into the house. Manyo bowed and introduced himself. The old man slowly raised his hand and said that that was enough. Because he was no leader, he was just taking this position until someone better came along. Huol smiled and asked him to pass. He imagined how hard the journey had been for him. The guest replied that the thought of meeting him made the journey very easy. The short man looked ahead carefully and asked why he was late then. He noticed that he had been waiting for him for a long time. Manyo spread his hands and asked for forgiveness. Because his body is not the same as in his youth, The leader said that this is why you need to watch what you eat and drink. The elder smiled and asked why the Lord needed to meet someone like him. Halvob smiled and explained that a lot had happened to him, and he had heard about him. King Kong of the Heavenly Sword told him that he had not only made fun of Renjin, but also of her adopted son. He pointed forward and said that this is why the villain was interesting to him. He was curious who had the courage to offend the great Muam. The elder said that he was overpraising him. Halvob scratched his beard and hoped that Manhwa had taught him a lesson, because only through great losses can one become a great man. That is why he sent him the salted hand of his wife. The man was surprised and asked what nonsense the Lord was talking about. The elder replied that Muam was training hard and wanted to become their next leader. The elder looked at the master calmly and asked if he had taken this position just so that it would not go to him. The old man chuckled and noticed that the villain was smart. The man apologized for crossing the line. Huol stood up and said that few were worthy of this position. He asked what their leader did. He went to T and said that they create places for others, and the more places the leader creates, the more power he has. Places in the chain of life to keep everyone under control, such that will suit the majority and suppress the desires of the dissatisfied, and of course places for the inferior, so that they can better feel their superiority. He poured tea and said that this is why the leader's work is important, because wheat is needed to create an arm. He handed the glass to the interlocutor and asked if he was right. Manhwa took the cup and asked if all the wheat was good. The leader agreed that it was important to control the selection process. The old man took a cup and said that quality control should start from the bottom, and from time to time it is necessary to create competition between positions to show who is who. If they control and compete with each other, they become better, the highest grade flower. Manhwa smiled and replied that the wisdom of the leader knows no bounds. The men looked at each other. The master asked who could be suitable for the position of the leader of Murim. The elder decided that he was not good enough to talk about it. Huol looked at him carefully and said that the leader must be able to evaluate a person and a suitable place for him, because if you want the mechanism to work, you need to know what parts to use. The old man slowly sipped his tea and said that this is exactly why Manhwa is interesting to him, and since he came here, it will be possible to find a suitable place for him in the mechanism. The advisor silently looked at the leader, not fully understanding what he was talking about. After all, he had annoyed Muam so many times that he wants to use him. Is it really so that he can continue to control him? He drank the tea and replied that his assumption hardly matched his desire to live a long life. He looked ahead with satisfaction. Haywell said that he was not worried about it, because a man would find a way to survive in any situation. Suddenly the old man's eyes turned completely yellow. He offered to check on the poor Manhwa. The elder shuddered. He found himself in darkness. A pair of yellow eyes appeared in the emptiness ahead. A voice said that when the demons raised their heads, he would let two eyes, like golden floating crystals, shine. Two huge eyes flew towards him from the darkness. They stared at the man and saw right through him. Manhwa looked around tensely. The leader of Murima said that these eyes saw everything that was hidden inside him. The voice promised to find the worst thing a person has inside. Because everyone hides the worst thing, he shouted that his weakness is right here. The elder was covered in sweat. The eye flew close to him and said that people usually try to get rid of the bad in themselves, but in the end it sticks to them, becoming a dead weight. Then tears flowed from the man's eyes. He looked at his hands. Haywell asked if he now understood that it was too late to cry. He noticed that his right eye felt that he had touched the tear duct, but tried to hold back the tears. But what about his other eye? Tears flowed non-stop from under the bandage. He was blind, so he could not control it, which meant it was perfect for him. Manhwa angrily looked at the huge eye that could tell him the real truth about him, but the elder objected that he was already telling the truth. The eye looked closely at the man and asked if his enemy was really so dangerous. A man like a demon who would go to the end for his goal. The man smiled at that moment, and to the question of whether he really became a monster for this reason, to be his equal. He laughed and shouted that the master had learned a lot and said that this was the only way he could kill the hero. But the old man said that it was very stupid. The eye hung over the man and said that while he was running after the dragon's shadow, it did not even look in his direction, only he was obsessed with him. Manhwa grabbed his head. The leader of Murima asked if he himself understood how pathetic he was. The advisor held his head. His body was shocked by electricity. He turned to the screen. A strange smile appeared on his face. The plan began to work. He remembered how he passed the bag with the poison needle. He smeared its tip with poison with bacteria. Because of this, people began to go crazy. Holes began to appear on their bodies and they bleed, and if the servant was already dead, then it was time to act right now. The elder jumped on the eye and demanded to speak. Does it see everything that is hidden inside? He screamed. The darkness was filled with light, which he offered to look at. A blow flew into the eye. An explosion followed what was happening. Manhwa was thrown against the wall. The room was filled with yellow shreds. The villain looked forward with satisfaction and laughed. He looked forward at the old man, pierced by needles. His eyes were glowing yellow. Manhwa looked at him and smiled madly, shouting that he could. Suddenly he found himself in darkness again. A voice said that it considered him a desperate warrior. Suddenly, a large group of eyes appeared from the darkness, which called him a complete psycho. The elder looked around in surprise, while the leader of Murima wondered what to do with his madness. The villain smiled madly and cursed. He realized that the doctor of the Tang clan lied to him. He said that this is the strongest poison. The eye narrowed. Huol said that the poison of complete destruction is indeed the best of the Tang family. But he should have used at least one of the 3 great destructive poisons on him. If he intended to kill him, did he really think that if the clan had the opportunity to kill him, they themselves would not try to use it? The elder looked at the eye in surprise and mentally asked how it could recognize the poison of total destruction. The eye replied that it saw through him. Manyo's body began to ache. All the veins bulged. He realized that now it was his life that was in danger. The eye approached him and said there was no need to resist. He must understand how this would all end. The man looked around. He understood what passions were going on here, but no one would come here to check. Hevel created a barrier in the room. The elder did not understand since when. The master looked at the advisor and replied that since the very beginning. The man's mustache twitched. He realized that the old man had realized from the start why he had come to him. Manuel looked around nervously. The leader of Murima said that his prisoner must have a question. Why did he not kill him right away? Knowing why he was there, he asked the elders, was it really to judge him? The eye hung over the man. The old man's voice said that he did not want him to die here. Stripes began to fly around the poisoner's head. He began to be blown away into the distant space. Manuel covered himself from the strong wind. The leader of Murima demanded that he leave and die ineptly. Having achieved nothing, he said that death in some alley would suit him. The eye slowly followed the villain and said that let life judge him this way. In reality, Manuel broke through the wall with his body. He crashed into the wall of a neighboring building. His body was shaking. Dust stood around. The advisor turned and shouted that he wanted to know only one thing. How did he understand that he was going to kill him? Haywol appeared in the doorway and said that he wrote the letter for Safa and set them on Mount Chongsang, after which he visited Muam. The old man looked at the poisoner with all his pins and needles and said that it was then that he thought that he had problems with him. But he specially arranged everything to seem that way. Muam immediately understood what he wanted from him. Manuel slowly stood up. The gentleman said that this is why he actually went to train. The man said that he did not understand what he was talking about. Haywol smiled and said that he took the Rinjen hand that he sent from Muam and brought it here. The advisor looked at him in amazement. He thought that the head of Shimhak confirmed that the head of Murim took the hand of the goddess of desires from Muam, after which he immediately went to train. That's why he thought that the relationship between them was tense. He remembered the box with the hand. The poisoner did not understand why Haywol salted the hand that he had already seen. He decided that it was bait. The Lord scratched his beard and asked, did he really think that all was not well between him and Muam? The elder's eye opened wide. He realized that now it did not matter whether he wanted to kill him or not, because from the very beginning he was going to use him. He imagined a giant old man reaching out his hand to him. If Yomwan is a deceiver, then Haywol is an oppressor. He uses his power to get what he wants. If he does not ask who else supports him, then he already knows everything himself. The Lord raised his hand and suggested that they disperse. He hit the ground and cracks appeared on it. Everything around began to collapse. Haywol looked at the poisoner with yellow eyes and said that he had better not meet him again. The roof of the building began to collapse. The leader said that now he can destroy Chongsang. Manuel looked at him in shock. The whole building shook. One blow was enough for it to collapse. The elder gloomily emerged from the wall of dust. People shouted that an attempt was made on the head. The man realized how well thought out everything was. He angrily looked ahead. He thought he wanted to control Muam through him. But because he was focused on Rinjen, the poisoner just came into view since he contacted Safa. There was dust all around. The guards raised a real panic. Manuel walked with his hands behind his back and thought that when Haywol personally intervened, he realized that now he had a great chance that he should take advantage of. The sunset sky appeared above the dust. In other words, Muam's training once again proved that the leader of Murim was going to stay in his place for a long time. He walked forward and said how greedy this old man is. How much longer is he going to cling to his position? News of the attempted attack on the head of Murim quickly spread. In the quiet Murim, preparations began for the campaign in Kanho. Yomwan held a scroll in his hands and laughed at the fact that a crazy idiot created a big problem. He looked at his sister and said that he did not think that the poisoner could go so far. The big man smiled and said that the head of Murim is simply incredible. He gnawed Manyo and spat him out like a bone. It is surprising that he even decided to attack the entire alliance. Lady Gwaik looked at him and said that they need to maintain strength. Sometimes such incidents are needed. The brother agreed. He was amazed that the elder fell for this. The woman smiled and asked how this could reflect badly on them. The giant shouted that it was even beneficial to them. He slammed the table and shouted that their plan would go more smoothly when there was chaos all around. He did not expect that his words about killing the head would turn out to be true. His laughter echoed throughout the land of Tang. Meanwhile in the Murim alliance, the servant ran down the hallway calling for his master. He ran down the hallway shouting that something bad had happened, that an attempt had been made on the leader's life. The treasure door was approaching. The servant asked if his master could hear him. Suddenly the doors were knocked down. The master opened his mouth. He threw on his cloak and said that now was the time to kill an old friend. Meanwhile, in the Chongsang Mountains, Muam sat in the semi-darkness and said that because of the overwhelming strength of the Murim alliance, everyone in Kanho was trying to keep a low profile. He lowered his head and said that everyone simply knew that if they stuck their heads out, a sharp sword would cut them off. He raised his head and said that given the strange rumors circulating in Kanho, all his followers arrived at the general meeting of the Chongsang clan. Chong glanced at the leader briefly. John looked at him and said that Manhwa had tried to kill the leader, so why was everyone aiming at them? The leader smiled at the boy and said that it was all because of the Tang clan, who rejected Manhwa's accusations and said that he stole the poison and that they had nothing to do with the assassination attempt. The boy listened intently. The leader said that in order to resolve the problem between the Tang family and the medical ward, the poisoner introduced them to the poisonous dragon, which caused great confusion in the Tang family. The Tang clan said that they were accomplices. The deputy looked at the leader. He heard that the elder was originally on King Kong of the Heavenly Sword's side. Muam assumed that their relationship had deteriorated and he went to train. He ate and trained, avoiding any suspicion. He introduced the hero and said that in any case, he and Manhwa were not related. Now in Chongsang, along with Safa and Rinjen, under the protection of the Chongsang clan, the alliance asked to hand them over. The master sighed in irritation and said that they would not do it. Muam looked at everyone and said that this is why he gathered everyone here because he needs the opinion of each of them. He turned to the elders and masters. The old men looked coldly at the head of the clan. He said that he needed their help. The moon hung over the city. The old man said that they went out into the light for the first time in 20 years. He raised his eyebrows and asked if this was really the only reason they gathered. Another noted that when Hevel became the head, it was already clear what awaited them. The men looked at Muam and asked him to fulfill the will of the alliance. Just hand over the poisonous dragon and Rinjen to them. He replied that he could not do that. He smiled and said that this girl was his beloved. He was not going to give her to anyone. The old men turned pale and called him a madman. The walls of the house shook from indignant cries. Someone said that they shouldn't be so stupid. Another shouted that they had forgotten how hard it was to break up with a woman. They answered that the whole problem of their clan was in the leader and his woman. Muam smiled awkwardly and asked if they had any other ideas. The old men fell silent. Chan frowned and shouted that their only choice was to kneel before the Murim alliance. The old man closed his eyes and said that they shouldn't go that far. The choice of such a leader of the clan was their fault, so they would find another way. The man opened his mouth and said that chaos would soon begin in Kanho because of the Asuras. He looked up and said that this is what his predictions say. Muam asked if they would be able to defeat the chaos. He replied that only the Asuras could survive in the chaos brought by the Asuras. The old man raised his hand. He wrote in the air one for all and all for one and said that this was their only way out. The man looked at the boy and said that if he wanted the clan to survive, he had to answer. Does the Chongsang clan have a temple and martial arts with a long history? Are there followers who can continue the clan's work? What exactly does he want to protect? Muam opened his mouth and said that he wanted to protect the values of the Chongsang clan, despite the changes in the rest of the world. The old man looked at him calmly and said that no matter how hard he tried, new shoots would appear. He could pull them out again and again, but they would grow again. The students looked ahead when he said that it was all about the roots. As long as there were roots, the shoots would make themselves known. Muam smiled. The elder looked at him and said that his clan would live on. The brunette stood in front of him and asked if whatever he decided, the clan would survive. He smiled and said that he had many years ahead of him, so there was still time to think. Chong frowned anxiously. The man gritted his teeth and said that earthly joys held him too tightly. With such thinking it would be difficult for him to achieve immortality. He must do what he can. Muam smiled. The sun rose above the horizon. The man asked if they didn't even know if the criminal who tried to kill the leader of the alliance was alive. The citizens exchanged news. Someone said that if he were alive, he would have already appeared somewhere. The residents looked at each other and said that the Chongsang clan also had problems. Pyongbok looked at the hero and asked if he wasn't surprised. He confirmed. Jugan looked ahead and said that he didn't understand why they were trying to kill the leader of the alliance. He replied that it seemed like someone wanted to use Haywol and take his place. Pyongbok looked up at the sky and said that the problem was in the system itself. He imagined the silhouette of Haywol over the city and asked what would happen without him. The man imagined a map of the country and said that even without him, everyone would work only for themselves and everything would only get worse. That's what Manhwa's carelessness led to. The hero looked ahead and said that this is why he didn't understand why he acted like that. Chun appeared before them and said that the reason was not Manhwa but Haywol. Pyongbok stood up and asked what he meant. He replied that Haywol was the first person in the alliance, and the first of the three great Murim, the third of which was Muam. The man frowned and said that his martial arts were no match for Muam, and he was no match for Haywol. Then he asked the poisonous dragon if he could handle Manhwa's techniques. He frowned and said that he heard that he had become even stronger. Even in the fight against the Phoenix, he had the help of the Jigo clan and the Silent Dragon clan. Chun frowned and said that if Haewol had allowed him to kill him, then he would have died first. The guy raised his hand and asked why he had allowed him to enter in the first place. He lowered his head and said that he wanted to put things in order, before the best times come the worst. Jugun looked at him and said that he must have a plan. He replied that Rin Jen had just left for training, as the Safa clan from Sandong immediately began to act. Pyeongbuk looked at him in shock. He jumped when the mentor said that some clans were already gathering at Mount Chongsang. They wanted to free Rin Jen. They thought that they were holding her locked up. The man turned around and said that in any case, everything would start at Mount Chongsang. He turned away completely and said that changes were coming, and before they began, they needed to leave these lands. Chan and his students walked along the forest. The citizens looked at them in shock and asked what was happening. They looked at the students and asked if the Chanseong clan was really leaving Mount Chongsang. Jugun looked at the man and asked if the clan would continue to exist, right? Chan, without looking at him, answered of course, just in a new place. John sadly waved to the hero as his mentor said that this was just part of their plan. They would leave as soon as Rin Jen returned. A group of people watched them go as Cheon said that they would meet again if they could leave too. Jugun and his companions watched them leave. The sun was still shining on the mountains. The man turned around in shock. They watched the clan leave and screamed, "Were the masters leaving the mountain?" The villagers grabbed their heads and wondered what would happen to them. Cheon frowned and said that they should be grateful that the strongest man was still on the mountain. The citizens looked at him in confusion and asked who he meant. Wom stood in the empty hall. He pulled out his blade from its sheath. He gritted his teeth and said that he would have to solve the problem he started. The suburb of Sunchun, the warriors rode at great speed. Chingyong, the head of the house of the Great White Tiger, rode in front of everyone. He noticed something. The man ordered his warriors to stop. His horse reared up. The leader asked if they were greeting them. He looked at the other two clans and asked what they were doing there. Sangyo looked at him and said that the lord should greet his guests. Chanjio greeted him and said that they would lead them from here. The man frowned in displeasure. The clan leaders parted and invited him to go to Mount Chongsang together. The three clans looked at each other. Xinjian smiled and greeted the clans. He looked at them carefully and said that if they needed their help, they would have asked. Sangyo looked at him and asked if they could let them go alone. It was known that other clans had gathered on Mount Chongsang, so they would need their help. The leader frowned and said that the small clans were no problem for them, so they should move away and not force him to draw his sword. Jianjio raised his hand and asked if they were sure. The road there was full of hidden dangers. He replied that there was no need to scare them, they should get out of the way. Xinjian tugged the reins. Their clan galloped up the mountain. Sangyo looked at his ally and said that anyone coming to Sunchun should contact them. Jianjio frowned and said that he did not understand what the alliance was doing at such a time. Their leader said that they had to intervene. The man closed his eyes and said that complete chaos would soon begin. He frowned and said that Sichuan would not fall so easily. The leaves of the trees rustled in the strong wind. Mount Chongsang, the entrance to the Chongsang clan, the sun was rising over the mountains. The man grabbed Pyeongbok by the clothes in anger and asked where the leader was. All these rumors are lies. They would never betray her. He frowned and said that this was all someone's plan. How could they be such fools and believe in such nonsense? The guy gritted his teeth when someone said that it was not true. Gurion came out to him and said that she was left without an arm and was poisoned by the Tang clan. Pyeongbok gritted his teeth. The warrior frowned and said that it was because of people like him that this happened to her. The villagers frowned and shouted at him not to go too far. They almost died because of the battle with the Cheon clan. And where was he all this time? Gurion pushed the guy and said that he did not believe them. He needed to see her in person. Pyeongbok turned around and was ready to curse. Master Muam appeared in front of them. The villagers looked at him in shock. He stood silently. Gurion gritted his teeth and told him to step aside. They would protect their mistress. The brunette stood calmly and said to try to go around him. The warrior grabbed the shield and said that he would do it with pleasure. Jugun stepped forward and said that now is not the time for a fight. The big man looked at the temple when the hero said that he probably felt her energy coming from that temple faintly. She was injured, but alive. He stepped forward and said that soon the Murim alliance would attack them, and she was very vulnerable now. She would need a few more days. They should protect and wait for her. The redhead frowned and asked who he was. Pyeongbok frowned and said that he was ready to give his life to save them. Jugun calmly looked at the people when they asked if this was a poisonous dragon. The woman smiled and said that he was cute. Heron looked at her with displeasure. The Wind Master stood in front of the hero and said hello. The brunette calmly looked at him when he said that he had heard enough about him. Apparently he had found a new breath. The redhead gritted his teeth and said that he would not listen to someone weaker than him. He swung his fist and shouted that he would have to test his strength. Jugun looked at him calmly. Everyone around screamed. There was a blow, and dust flew from them. The big guy frowned and said that he thought so. The fist stopped right in front of the guy's face. His opponent noted that he was holding up well. Pyeongbok ran up to them and shouted, "What is he doing?" The redhead looked at the hero and asked if he was a member of Safa. He answered negatively. Then the question followed why he was protecting their leader? Everyone looked at Jugun in shock when he said that he was in her debt. The man looked at him with apprehension. He pulled his fist back and said that since he was not from Safa, he would believe him. The redhead turned around and said that he also owed her. He looked at Gurion and said that he was right, they did not need to fight. The big man spread his arms and said that the situation was tense, they should stick together. Muam smiled. The ground shook from the clatter of hooves. The horses galloped at high speed. Qingyan rode ahead and thought that the alliance was actively supported in Kanso, other clans in the west of Unnam, the united clans of Safa in the northern lands. He looked ahead and thought that these unions had the most power in Murim. Because the leader of the alliance was not in place, the rest of Murim was plunged into chaos. The man frowned and thought that chaos would cover everyone. Dust rose from their cavalry. The leader thought that this was a great time for their house to prove that they were better than the house of the sword of the heavenly dragon. The man jumped off his horse. He frowned and looked into the distance. In front of him was a gate, and he said that it was somehow quiet here. The student came out to them, bowed and said that the leader of the clan was waiting for him. Qingyong frowned and said that he did not expect to be met. Did they not intend to fight? The boy put his fist in his palm and said that the leader would discuss all matters with him. The man frowned and thought. He turned around and told everyone to follow him. Then the disciple said that everyone did not need to follow. This was the holy land of the Taoists, the pride of the clan. He gritted his teeth and said that he understood everything. The sun rose over the city. The group walked up the mountain. Muam's disciple walked in front. Qingyong watched him carefully. A tall building appeared in front of them, and the guy told him to pass. The leader looked into his eyes and said that he did not know what he was planning. His men surrounded the student, and the man said that he was not that easy to defeat. The guy began to take off his hat when he said to end this game and greet each other properly. The hero took off his hat and asked did he really know. Qingyong clenched his fist and said that he heard that the poisonous dragon limped on one leg. They needed him as a witness to the assassination attempt on the leader of the alliance. Jugun bowed and said that he would gladly fight them, but unfortunately, others took his place today. The man came out to them. Gurion smiled and asked if they were not fighting with the house of the heavenly dragon. The big guys smiled and asked what about a light warm-up. Qingyong looked at them gloomily. The man looked at the warriors and asked who they were. Gurion and the Wind Master looked at him with displeasure when he guessed their names and asked how he knew them. He frowned and said that the entire Murim alliance was looking for them. They had been hiding for a long time and he would finally be able to punish them. The man gritted his teeth and said that they had defiled the good name of the Chongsung clan. The red-haired man smiled and said that he was talking too much. Did he really forget that he came here to get rid of the Chongsung clan? It was just a pity that they spent so much time on the road, because the clan had long since left the mountain. Qingyong gritted his teeth and asked what he said. He frowned and thought that he expected to receive a special reward for the destruction of Chongsung. What would they do to him if he returned without victory? Gurion smiled maliciously and asked did he really not imagine that this would happen. The red-haired man laughed that all Taoists do not see beyond their noses. The man shuddered when they said that Master Muam stayed to protect the treasures of his clan. Qingyong raised his head and asked if the master had stayed. He reached for his sword and said that this was enough, he would kill him and them, and the rest would deal with the poisonous dragon. The man pulled out the blade. Then he swung it. The big guys clenched their jaws. They were thrown back by a powerful blow. The building was collapsing from a gust of wind. Gurion gritted his teeth and said that it was called the Thunder Sword. The red-haired man replied that he could actually hear thunder. The old man was covered in energy, and said that there was still more to come. He frowned and said that this was only the basis of his skills. Jugun watched the fight begin. He looked at the followers of the head of the house and asked how long they would stand there and stare at each other. The brunette gritted his teeth and said that they had heard that he used poisons in duels. They were not stupid enough to approach him. Jugun looked at him and said, "How can I put it more tactfully? They are already poisoned." The man raised his eyebrows in shock and asked what he was talking about. He replied that this mountain was full of juniper. He made poison out of it and sprayed it on the way here. The hero lowered his head and said that they were looking at his lame leg, but did not pay attention to what was in the air. Very soon their eyes will itch and start bleeding, their legs will go numb and be paralyzed, most likely some of them will even die. The warriors clenched their jaws in fear. The guy spread his hands and said that they did not have much time left. The brunette frowned and screamed that he must die. The men began to attack at the same time. Their swords hit the same point. Suddenly the hero disappeared. They frowned and asked how this could be. One of them began foaming at the mouth. Some of them fell out of formation. Then Jugun slipped past them. The men turned and screamed where he was going. They saw the threads that were tied to his wrist. The guy jerked his hand. The threads pulled their legs. They squeezed harder, and the attackers screamed. Suddenly, their limbs were torn off. Those who survived looked at this in shock and said something was wrong. Is the poisonous dragon really that strong? The hero clenched his fist. Blood was flowing along the threads. Meanwhile, inside the building, lightning struck the floor. Gurion repelled the attack. Lightning struck the floor again. The big guy laughed and said that his lightning was stronger than his sword. Qingyong frowned and said that this was just the beginning. He hit again and the shield repelled his attack. The man got worried and thought that he used the lightning to the maximum. Why didn't they leave even a scratch on his shield? The shield was like new. Qingyong thought that something was wrong with it. There was an explosion. The man flew from above the hero. His sword was shining with lightning. A powerful attack flew towards Guryong. The old man struck again. He gritted his teeth and realized what was going on. He followed the trajectory of the lightning and realized that all his blows were being reflected. Guryong pulled out his sword from behind his shield. It flew with an attack towards the man and shouted that it was the end. Qingyong gritted his teeth and said not to make him laugh. He threw the guy back with one blow. He slid across the floor and the old man said that he only managed to learn a couple of Murim clan techniques. This does not mean that he can defeat him. Guryong smiled and asked doesn't he realize how many people he has already killed like this. A drop of blood rolled down the leader's cheek. A strong aura appeared around him and he said that he was much weaker than him, but admitted that his technique was not bad. The big guy smiled and asked has he forgotten that there are two of them here? The redhead smiled maniacally and swung his sword. There was an explosion. Qingyong flew out of the smoke, losing his sword. He gritted his teeth and groaned. The Wind Master ran after him, shouting that he would not leave. The old man extended his hand, summoning a large wind blast. The red-haired man blocked the attack, but then flew away. Suddenly, the leader had an obstacle on the right. He did not have time to dodge the inexorably approaching shield. An explosion occurred. Qingyong was lying on the floor. He frowned and gritted his teeth. The big guys flew at him with a new batch of blows. The old man clenched his fist and prepared to attack. An explosion occurred. The warriors were thrown to different sides of the room. Guryong smiled maliciously and asked if this was how the master of the White Tiger House behaved. You shouldn't be so angry. Qingyong was silent. Suddenly, he summoned lightning and told him not to make fun of him. He was just distracted. The man clenched his fists and said that now they would return his true strength. Suddenly, he frowned and wondered what happened to his legs. The warrior laughed and said that there was no need to kneel in front of them. The red-haired man crossed his arms over his chest and said that apparently the poisonous dragon used its poison. He asked when he managed to do so. The man spread his arms and asked if he was called poisonous because he used poison. The old man clenched his teeth and thought that his legs were not moving. He would not be able to win in this state. Suddenly, a huge lightning bolt came out of him. The guys chased after him and shouted that he was trying to heal himself with lightning. Qingyong ran with all his might and thought that even though he was weak, his servants should have already finished off the dragon. He wanted to see what the situation was outside. The man ran to the exit and thought that his people would help him defeat these two. He looked ahead in bewilderment. His eyes widened and he said that this was impossible. Did all the wars of the White Tiger House really lose to one person? The hero sat on the corpses of his enemies. He looked at his opponent and lightning shone from his eyes. The big guys approached him and said that they were sorry that it happened, that he lost all his subordinates. Guryong came closer and reminded him that he said that he would not survive here. Does he really think that there are only 3 of them here? The head of the house gritted his teeth. Master Muam led the city dwellers to battle Xinjiang's subordinates. Heron killed a dozen men with one hand. The brunette towered over the crowd and deafened them with a sonic boom. The master took the blade out of its sheath. He swept away many people with one swing of the sword. Xinjiang's servants tried to fight back and shouted that they were distracted while the master was inside. They cannot lose here. The man took out a whistle and shouted to retreat immediately. The sound pierced the entire forest. Qingyong looked ahead in despair. He gritted his teeth and realized that this was the signal to retreat. The big guys smiled and said that it was over. They didn't expect the servants to abandon their master. The old man silently looked ahead and thought that it was his fault. He was too frivolous towards their enemy. A tear rolled down his face, and he thought that he should have taken other strong men from Sichuan. Lightning appeared at his hand and he thought that it was too late to regret. His eyes widened when he was told he should also run. The hero calmly looked at him and told him to escape. The old man frowned and shouted, "Is he kidding? He doesn't need a handout from the enemy." Juggin stood up and said that they had already accomplished their goal. There was no point in killing him. It could reflect badly on them. Wouldn't it be better for him to survive and then take revenge on him? Qingyong bowed his head and said that he was right. The next time the fight would not end like this. He frowned and said that when they met again, he would give him no mercy. Then the man disappeared. Guryong put the shield behind his back and asked if it would not have been better to kill him. He answered that he did not want the alliance to send their killers to them. They needed to buy time, and not kill him. The big guys looked at him in surprise. The brunette turned around and said that it was time to go down, check the situation below. The boys watched him leave. Guryong frowned and said that he had something of his own on his mind. The red-haired one replied that the master was trying to lure him into a dark society. The hero walked with his back to them. The citizens celebrated their victory in the evening. Pyeongbok happily got drunk. The girls watched the celebration. Juggin watched them from the side and said that everyone felt better than he expected. The master replied that they were not as weak as he thought, and had had a hard time for many years. Murim stood next to him and said that they finally achieved peace. Probably the alliance asked not only the House of the White Tiger to attack them, he just happened to be closer to them than the others. The master did not turn to the hero and said that after today the alliance will be much more careful. They need to drag out time until Rinjen finishes his training. The hero lay with his fists when the master said that it was better for him to leave this place now. The boy looked at him in surprise when Murim asked if he didn't live for the area of Zarajak. He replied that he promised to protect them too. While the people were having fun, the master said that he was not asking to break the promise, but both revenge and protection require strength. The sun was setting in the west when the man said that the home of the great tiger appeared in Kwiju. Without them, the alliance's defense is not so strong. He opened his mouth and said that he is in Kwiju. The stranger was sitting in the dungeon. He was looking at the go board when Murim said that this is the man who created the 9 rays of the void of jade with him. He can unravel the great secret of the technique. The great warrior Yuan smiled. Juggin looked at the master in shock. He turned to him and said that he needed to meet him to fulfill his wishes. The fire was burning when the boy said that he was sorry that he was leaving them so soon. Juggin looked at his friend and apologized for leaving him at such an important moment. He said that he was sure he had his reasons. The heroes looked at him and said that he hoped that he could finish things as quickly as possible. The big guy crossed his homework on his chest and said, "Don't worry, no, they will leave this place where the lady will return. By the time he completely figured it out, they will no longer be here." The redhead smiled and said that he hoped that they would see each other again. The guy was packing his things. Heron approached him. He said that she had to sacrifice too much after she chose him. She smiled and said that everything was fine. She was glad that she became his wife. The guy turned around and asked what this point was. The girl blushed and said that it was a gift. In the Chonsun clan, the clothes have very wide sleeves, which is not suitable for his and so with poisonous needles, so she took it and remade it into clothes similar to the Tang clan. She held the clothes and said that blue suited him better, so she specially re-dyed them. It was difficult, since it was new to her. The hero looked at her with admiration and thanked her. He looked at the gift and said that when he was a child, his mother sewed clothes for him. He did not expect that someone else would do the same. Heron smiled and asked if he wanted her to please him even more. She put her hand on his shoulder. The girl leaned towards his ear and whispered something. The hero looked at her in shock. He blushed and asked, "Is she serious?" Heron laughed and said that he was very cutely confused. The guy looked at her and said that he did not think about it at all. He opened his mouth in shock and said that he did not expect this to happen to him. The girl took his hand and said that she did not expect this either, so she was worried. She placed his hand on her stomach and asked if their child would be able to safely emerge on this color. Would he be able to survive their thorny path? The red-haired woman lowered her head and said that she understood how sad his shoulders were. She understood that he would not give up on his goal. She pressed her lips together. Heron rested her head on his shoulder and said that she hoped that at least with her he could rest a little, because there were many difficulties ahead. She stepped back and said that she could not go with him now. The girl walked forward and said that she would leave this place and try to raise their child in safety. Her husband reminded her that her clan was hunting her. She turned around and said that bloodline was valued above all else in the clan. If they found out that she had a child, they would not kill them. The woman raised her eyebrows and said that he must return to her and her child in one piece. The man stepped forward. He placed his hand on her neck. The guy came closer and said that he promised. Then he kissed her. A few days later, Murim Alliance, Kwiju Castle. A man was guarding the gate. Suddenly, there was an explosion nearby. There were 2 guards at the other exit. One of them yawned. A needle flew towards him. It pierced straight into his throat. The man fell dead. The second, before he could react, was already attacked by the hero. Juggin walked forward. In front of him were the long corridors of the dungeon. He looked to the right. A muscular man was sitting in a cage. Yuan was watching the game of Go. The hero extended his hand. He broke the lock with one blow. Without turning around, the mysterious stranger said that he had not seen poisonous needles for a long time. He was a strange man. The hero entered the cage. Yuan, without turning around, said that since he was able to get this far, it was not so easy. Perhaps he even came for him. Juggin sat down next to him. He looked at the prisoner and asked if he wanted to play with him. Yuan didn't answer. The hero looked back when the other prisoner shouted that he was a fool. Didn't he know who it was? He turned around and said that he was just offering to play. What's wrong with that? The prisoner responded with a question. Did he really think he would die? Yuan smiled and told him to shut up. There was too much noise. The guy looked back when the stranger said that he understood everything and shut up. The warrior put down the board and said that he was all for it. Juggin looked at it and noticed that these were special chips. Yuan smiled and said that they were made from the bones of people who lost to him. The guy frowned and noticed that they were playing for life. The prisoner gritted his teeth in a grin and said that he had spent his entire life on this game, so why not take someone else's? He smiled predatory and asked if he still wanted to play. He was giving him one last chance to refuse. Juggin made the first move. He looked defiantly at the warrior and said that he offered to play. Yulwan smirked and said that he hadn't played for a long time. He took the stone in his hand and asked it to have a good time. Torches were burning near the entrance to the house. A dim light was burning in the dungeon. Yulwan moved the piece and asked if his opponent had the right to sneak in here and propose a game, since it would be dawn soon. Sitting opposite him, the protagonist hoped that they would end the game before that happened. The man asked if he couldn't think before he moved. Juggin frowned and said that he would make it change. The fighter raised his head and laughed. The man outside asked him to be more careful. The brute picked up the piece. Someone warned him that his opponent was not so simple. The member of Hyungdo clenched his fist furiously and asked him to shut up. A voice coming from behind the bars asked him for forgiveness. Yulwan unclenched his fingers and asked if his comrade was surprised. The boy looked down and said that he had come to the right place and asked his opponent to continue. The man moved the white piece. The young man moved the black stone. The fighter smiled slyly. The warrior confidently drew his brows together. Suddenly, the big man's eyes widened. The black pieces completely blocked the white piece's moves. Frowning, the Hyungdo member understood what the words about not being given time to think meant and asked who taught his opponent how to play Paduk. The poisonous dragon lowered his head and replied that a Taoist from the Cheongsang Mountains had taught him how to play and asked if it had become more interesting. Yulwan looked at him in surprise. A smile appeared on his face. The man moved another stone in anticipation. The protagonist also made a move. The fighter smiled broadly and said that he had seen this style of play before. Juggin raised his hand. The big man remembered how he played Paduk with a friend and said that they were very similar. He placed the last piece. There were almost no empty spaces left on the board now. The Hyungdo member grinned and said that he was really looking forward to his next move. The boy picked up the black stone. In the past, Muam handed it to his comrade and said that their target was locked in the Alliance prison. Yulwan watched his opponent's movements carefully. The man's eyes flashed and urged him to make a move as quickly as possible. A giant grinning shadow appeared in his place. The boy placed a piece on the board. The fighter looked at it in amazement and asked his friend not to joke like that. The brute gritted his teeth and asked if his opponent understood what that meant. The warrior sternly knitted his eyebrows and confirmed it. The pieces were next to each other. The Hyungdo member said that this was an incorrect move and asked why his opponent did it on purpose. Yulwan opened his mouth wide and shouted that this man would never move like that. The man gritted his teeth in displeasure. Taking the stone in his hand, the fighter realized that the piece belonged to Muam and asked if his comrade was in the Cheongsang Mountains. The warrior narrowed his eyes and answered in the negative. The brute assumed that the mentor felt that his end was near. The poisoned dragon frowned and asked where he got such suspicions. Pressing his hand to his chest, the Hyungdo member identified himself as a member of a secret society and assumed that the clan leader sent him here, revealing their relationship because he no longer cared. The pieces were on the board. Yulwan realized that their game ended like this after 20 years, and assumed that this meant that Muam wanted to get rid of this debt and not leave any regrets. The man lowered his head and said that he did not think that he would lose his friend like this. The protagonist gave him a tense look. Rising to his feet, the fighter remembered that his opponent had come from behind the 9 rays of Void Jade, the 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu, and decided that the master also wanted him to complete this technique since he had sent him here. Clenching his fist, the brute declared that he would fulfill his wish and asked his comrade to follow him. Juggin rolled up his sleeve and extended his right hand. Hyungdo's member squeezed it with force. Dark energy swirled around him. Yulwan wanted to show him the true essence of this technique. Veins bulged on the guy's arm. The young man raised his eyebrows in fear. The warrior opened his mouth wide and screamed in pain. The man with burning eyes asked him to be patient so that he could understand the technique, and so that his arm would not fall off. The poisonous dragon tensely clenched his teeth. The fighter said that Muam could not have sent him here without knowledge. The protagonist bared his teeth and felt the 9 rays of Void Jade on himself. Purple lightning flashed around him. The light absorbed the dark energy. However, streams of black aura burst out from him. The big guy concluded that his comrade's internal energy was not yet enough, and his body was not yet ready for this. Hyung's member opened his mouth wide and decided to transfer his internal energy to him and fill the places where the poison should be. Juggin raised his head and convulsed. His eyes lit up. The guy felt like his blood was about to explode, and he realized that he could not accept so much internal energy. Yulwan grinned and explained that he needed to understand the basis, overcome the big river and the big road. The dark energy turned into a forest river. The man explained that chi energy is like water in that it can always cleanse itself of dirt, and a big river contains many types of water, while a big road contains all kinds of roads. The young man opened his mouth furiously and screamed. The warrior imagined the energy flowing through the veins of a man and realized that Muam had shown him what the foundation was. A bright light pierced the darkness. The poisonous dragon concluded that it was the unification and opposition of yin and yang. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that he needed to use the pure energy on the left side of his body to make room for the internal energy. Beads of sweat trickled down his neck. Steam began to come off his skin. A haze enveloped his body. Waves of dark energy rose to the ceiling. The fighter opened his eyes in surprise. The brute let go of his comrade's hand. Juggin fell to the floor. Hyungo's member called him funny and said that he understood why he could not comprehend the foundation. The guy frowned in displeasure. Yulwan grinned and asked whom Wam had really sent to him. Blood was flowing from his nose. The man explained that his body was resistant to 100 great poisons, but he still managed to poison him. Blood dripped onto the floor. The young man opened his mouth in surprise. The fighter explained that it was an unusual technique that blocked the left side of the body. Smiling slyly, he was surprised that his guest was able to break through his resistance to poison, and asked where he got such an ability. The warrior's eyes widened in shock. In his memory, his grandfather gave him the wajong of returning the loyalty of the heart, thanks to which even the poison of the five-colored centipede did not affect him. The boy had the paws of the centipede in his mouth, which is how he became resistant to poisons. Looking at his hand, the poisonous dragon wondered if this was not all, and suggested that the poisons had partially mixed with his blood and energy. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened in fear. In the past, he had to eat the five-colored centipede. Manhwa watched him closely, conducting various experiments on him. Juggin had to eat poisonous herbs, tinctures and snakes time and again. After using the poisons for a long time, the boy almost bled out. All of them created the worst great poison and became one with its energy. The young man looked at his hand and realized that this poison was on the left side of his body. The brute smiled and asked if he didn't know that. Someone tried to shout at him. The Hyungo member turned to the bars and said that he had no time to talk now. Yulwan extended his hand to his comrade and explained that he could not teach him the 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu, because by the end of the training, his poison would simply kill him. The warrior looked at his hand in amazement. The poison dragon accepted his help and rose to his feet. The man opened his mouth wide and ordered everyone to cover their ears. Silence hung in the underground dungeon. The fighter grinned and decided to teach his friend the attributes of martial art, since he managed to get closer to the base. The poison dragon raised his eyebrows in surprise when he learned that these were the true attributes of the 9 rays of emptiness, the 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu. His eyes emitted a bright light. Many sparkling hieroglyphs appeared around him. The protagonist lowered his head and began to breathe heavily. Frowning, the big man explained that everyone has their own unique path to the foundation, and added that his comrade had begun his own path, and would soon understand what he needed to do. The Hyungo member narrowed his eyes and asked if he had any questions. The protagonist frowned sternly and replied that his past training and what he was taught today were very similar, but also different. Turning away, Yulwan confirmed this and said that he and Wam studied martial arts for themselves, so they only looked at them from their own advantageous side. The man lowered his gaze and stated that the mentor knew that his path was incomplete, and decided to show the student this part. Juggin asked why he needed this. The fighter narrowed his eyes and replied that the clan leader did it for the sake of the woman he loved. The boy opened his mouth in surprise and introduced Renjen. The brute suggested that his friend was trying to teach the 9 rays of void jade to her as well. Frowning, the young member explained that Mom had modified the technique to suit himself, so he couldn't master the full version, and said that he still didn't know anything about the woman. In the memory, they had a fight during a game of paduk because the mentor was trying to teach the technique to his beloved behind his back. Li Jun hugged the goddess of desire. Yulwan explained that after other people found out about the technique, their relationship had cracked and they had separated. The young man raised his eyebrows and asked if they were talking about the heavenly sword. The answer was affirmative. The man looked back and told him that the scoundrel had managed to obtain the clan leader's path and decided to attack him, but he had to lock him up here. There were chips scattered on the floor. The head of the Beck family believed that the baduk was the key to everything, and sent his men to the prisoner to try to defeat him. Raising his hand, the warrior suggested that it was not so bad here and asked if this could be considered a real prison. The fighter had his back to him. The poisonous dragon said that he had the opportunity to leave at any time. Without turning around, the big guy said that he was not staying here because of Li Jun. The Hyungo member lowered his head and explained that he was here because he did wrong to his beloved Wam, and that he was waiting for his friend to forgive him. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. Yulwan put his hand on the board and concluded that he would just have to enjoy winning the game, since the mentor sent a guest to him. The man frowned and realized that there was no point in him staying here and waiting for him any longer until the clan leader forgave or killed him personally. The table with the chips shattered into pieces from the powerful blow. The fighter smiled broadly and put his hand on the wall. The rocks outside shook. Dust fell from the ceiling. The big guy spread his arms and said that this was the first time he had been outside in 20 years and decided that he had already proven to him that he was ready for whatever he decided. The Hyungo member looked around when someone announced that it was time for prayer. Yulwan sat in the lotus position and suggested that after 20 years of waiting, he could stay a few more minutes. Looking at him, Jugan warned him that security would soon arrive and asked if he should deal with them. The man replied that he could not allow them to disturb him during prayer and said that they should be asked to wait outside. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if they would listen. The fighter closed his eyes and said nothing. The young man put his hand to his forehead and said that his comrade would owe him. The big man narrowed his eyes and asked if he had no debt to him. The warrior replied that he had only come to convey Mwam's words. The Hyungo member smiled broadly and said that he was right. The poisonous dragon headed for the exit. Yulwan asked his name. Hearing his name, the man slyly knitted his eyebrows and promised to remember it. The fighter was left alone in the cell. The old man approached the bars and asked why his master did this. Sitting in the cell opposite, the big man replied that today was an important day when the Toad Kung Fu storms would see the real world, and stated that he could calmly kill Li Jun because he was no longer in debt to Mwam. The Hyungo member grinned and said that he was simply a unique person and that during his prayer everything would be over. The sun rose over the city. The soldiers raised their swords. Someone stepped forward. The protagonist, enveloped in lightning, walked out of the dungeon. A crowd of enemies stood before him. Jugan raised his hand and asked them to attack all at once because he did not have much time. Li Jun stood on a hill. A bird landed on his hand. Taking the letter in his hand, the man realized that the rat had escaped from the cage and assumed that Mwam had helped him. The heavenly sword lit a flame and said that he should not have gone so far. The head of the Beck family looked at the fire and realized that he would have to end everything. The sun rose above the mountain gate. The soldiers were resting in the forest. One of them looked to the side and noticed someone coming. A silhouette was visible in the distance. The soldiers did not understand why this person did not attack. At that moment, something threw the warrior back, and blood gushed from his mouth. Chongsung's member widened his eyes in shock. A sharp blade cut his throat. The villain lunged forward. The soldiers looked at their dead comrades in fear. Li Jun crushed the head of one of them and asked the survivors to tell Safa that he had come. Buryang and his comrades angrily clenched their teeth. Pyeongbok frowned, and Soso pressed her hands to her chest in horror. The people of the Safa clan looked up in amazement. Mwam was sitting at the gate of his estate. The mentor raised his head. The heroes ran forward, their leader thinking that something must have happened to the guards. The squad rushed deeper into the forest. Suddenly, the fighter opened his eyes wide. In the distance, he saw his dead comrades and his enemy. The warrior landed on the ground. The man frowned menacingly and said that this could not be. The heavenly sword grabbed the enemy by the throat. The head of the Beck family turned his head and asked where Rinjen and Mwam were. The boys surrounded him. The witch asked him if he thought they would give him their mistress so easily. The scoundrel said he just came to take his wife. The girl opened her mouth wide and asked how he dared to say such a thing after what he did to her. The Swordmaster raised his eyebrows and said that he didn't care if they objected. The Wind Master approached him closely. The soldier clenched his teeth in anger. Li Jun narrowed his eyes and explained that he didn't come here only because of Rinjen. The heavenly sword pushed his opponent in the chest and used the trace of the poisonous hand. The powerful blow generated a gust of wind and raised a cloud of dust. The woman covered her eyes with her hand and called out to her comrade. The witch raised her head and screamed loudly. The head of the Beck family looked back and said that it was too noisy here. The scoundrel pouted and whistled. Blood gushed out of the girl's ears. She looked to the side and wondered how he managed to do it with a simple whistle. The Swordmaster appeared behind her and swung his blade. The woman turned around when the blade of the sword was right in front of her. Buryong pushed her aside. The witch fell to the ground and the man raised his shield in front of him. The soldier looked back and asked his comrade to retreat immediately. Li Jun looked at him with disdain. The warrior smirked and called himself one of the 8 flying demons. The heavenly sword hit the shield and said that he heard about how he defected to Safa when he could have left his career and lived out his life in peace. The fighter smiled slyly and challenged him to try to break through his shield, saying that even the lightning sword could not defeat it. The head of the Beck family frowned and asked if the enemy was comparing him to this toy. Buryong clenched his teeth tensely. The scoundrel cut the shield in half and left a deep gash on his chest. Blood gushed from the man's mouth, and he asked how this was possible. The soldier fell to his knees. The Swordmaster raised his weapon above his head. The warrior looked at him from under his brows and wondered why the difference between them was so great if they were both masters of the Murim Alliance. A throwing knife flashed in the air. Li Jun stopped it with just 2 fingers. A crowd of Safa members came out of the forest. Pyeongbok opened his mouth wide and shouted that they had come to help. The warrior turned around and called out to him to quickly take the lady away from here. At that moment, the heavenly sword cut his body in half. The man's eyes widened in fear and called out to him. The head of the Beck family left the corpse behind him and walked forward. The servant of the Safa clan clenched his teeth in anger. Clouds floated above the estate. One was meditating at the gate. At the same time, the villain was dealing with the soldiers. The eye patch fluttered in the wind. The martial artist swung his fist and wished death on the enemy. The Swordmaster stopped his fist with his hand. The wounded fighter smirked and called him a monster. Blood sprayed in the air. Looking ahead, the man apologized for not waiting for his comrade. The mentor stood up and said that he had to help the people who were giving their lives for her. The clan leader walked out of the estate. He lowered his head and headed into the forest. A smile shone on his face. The leader of Chongsang hoped that everything would be fine for her. The wounded scout frowned and said that they could not let the enemy get to the top. The soldiers surrounded Li Jun. Raising his eyebrows, Heavenly Sword called this fight stupid and unnecessary, and said that they should already know how this would end. The head of the Beck family frowned menacingly. A strong gust of wind lifted the fallen leaves into the air. The informant, with his mouth open in amazement, realized that the heavenly beings had gathered and were looking at them. The scoundrel sheathed his sword and deduced that he was being called. The Swordmaster calmly walked past the warriors. The fighters turned around in fear. However, their enemy had already disappeared into the forest. Pyongbok gritted his teeth and was indignant that they could not stop him. The elder jumped from one tree branch to another. Li Jun jumped up. He pushed off the branch and rushed forward. A mountain plateau appeared in front of him. The heavenly sword landed on him and raised dust into the air. A cloud of dust surrounded him. The head of the Beck family looked ahead tensely. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the ground in front of him. The scoundrel grinned and asked if the enemy was afraid of him. Standing in the dust, Murim declared that he did not remember a single defeat in battle against him. The man raised his sword and asked if his sworn enemy had already forgotten about it. The Swordmaster lowered his head and said that this was why he should be wary of him. A sharp swing of the sword cut the blue ribbon. The elder raised the weapon in front of him and declared that he had come to erase these memories. The sun shone over the mountains. A fierce battle began on the mountain plateau. Li Jun frowned menacingly. The clan leader raised his blade in front of him. The heavenly sword dealt a powerful blow. A gust of wind raised the dust around the mountain. The opponent's swords crossed. The head of the Chanxiang declared that he would not leave him alone if Rin Zhen continued to cry because of him. The head of the Beck family reminded him that he himself had interfered with him when they entered into marriage. With his mouth wide open, the warrior declared that the girl was promised to him and asked if his anger was not more than justified. The scoundrel gritted his teeth and said that a man of his status should not have any right to privacy. The fighter parried his blow and shouted that he was ready to give up everything for her. The Swordmaster spread his fingers and used the poisonous hand mark. At the same time, Murim pushed him in the chest and used the Great Fire Hand. The elder frowned tensely. A powerful explosion of energy was heard on the battlefield. A huge cloud of dust rose from the ground. Li Jun angrily gritted his teeth and began to breathe heavily. The heavenly sword lowered his head and sighed heavily. Cross marks from sword swings appeared in front of him. The head of the Beck family jumped back to avoid being hit. The man jumped into the air and declared that his stupid greed had ruined everyone. The scoundrel covered his face with his hand as the enemy approached him. Their swords crossed. Sparks flew from the blades. The clan leader said that he would never forgive a person like him. A powerful blow sent the Swordmaster flying. Chief Chongxiang landed next to him and explained that he had been waiting for this day for a long time. The warrior held his sword in front of him and declared that the enemy would have to answer for all his crimes. Nothing could be seen through a thick cloud of dust. The elder stepped forward and asked if it was not the Tang clan that had mixed with Safa. The warrior opened his mouth wide and shouted that he knew perfectly well that this was not the case. Suddenly, Murim shuddered. A giant phoenix flew out to meet him. The man swung his blade. He managed to cut the fiery bird in half. The energy around the heroes dissipated. Li Jun decided that all his words were complete nonsense to his opponent. The heavenly sword gritted his teeth and declared that Ren Zhen was to blame for everything. The clan leader opened his mouth angrily and replied that it was a lie. The head of the Beck family opened his eyes wide. The head of the Chongxiang family cut the air with his sword many times. Frowning menacingly, the villain thanked the enemy for trusting him and said that he was talking about the second strongest family in Murim. The Swordmaster dealt several blows and explained that the Tang family was not so easy to set up and bring to decline. Opening his mouth angrily, the elder shouted that they fell because all his words were true, and added that his opponent would still have to believe them. The warrior gritted his teeth when he heard that it was because of the letters the woman exchanged with Safa. The fighter bared his teeth angrily. The enemies approached each other and crossed swords. The mountain plateau beneath their feet split. The heroes clashed heads. Murim loudly asked who could have sent them. Li Jun replied that it was a person they knew well. Heavenly Sword intercepted the hilt of the blade and explained that it was his best friend. The man shuddered tensely when he heard that it was the person with whom they had made the 9 beams of the Void of Jade, the 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu together. The head of the Beck family cut his body with his sword. Blood sprayed into the air. The eye patch was cut in half. The villain declared that Yuan was to blame for everything. The blue ribbon fell to the ground. The Swordmaster lowered his weapon and explained that he was one of the 6 inspectors of Hyungil who was able to extract this confession. The clan leader angrily gritted his teeth and said that this could not be true. The elder kicked him in the stomach. The blow sent him flying backwards. The Cheon-song leader crashed into the ground. Dust rose up around him. The warrior leaned on his sword and rose to his feet. The warrior closed his eyes. Li Jun concluded that Yel Huan had betrayed him. Standing in a cloud of dust, the heavenly sword asked if his anger was still directed at him. A powerful gust of wind blew towards him. Wam appeared behind him. The Beck family leader looked back and declared that the truth about the woman he loved was revealed because of his best friend. A deep cut appeared on the man's shoulder. The clan leader lowered his head and understood everything. In his memory, a Hyungdo member was kneeling in front of him. Renjen looked back. The Cheon-song leader understood why it was so hard for her, and why his comrade had abandoned him. The warrior loosened his grip and concluded that this was his fate. In the past, they met in the forest. The fighter realized that everything would have been different if he had sorted out his feelings a little earlier. The girl joyfully pointed her finger at the nest. Wam smiled. Now his eyes, full of rage, lit up. The villain grinned and was glad that his enemy had finally woken up. Lightning flashed around the man. The opponents stood opposite each other. The clan leader glared at his sworn enemy. The Swordmaster lowered his weapon and was surprised that he was trying to protect them even after learning the whole truth. Head Chonsung narrowed his eyes and explained that, although his heart was filled with the pain of betrayal, his hatred for the man who made Renjen suffer was much greater. The elder slyly knitted his eyebrows and asked if this was his fault. The warrior furiously cut the air with his sword. Li Jun fearfully raised his weapon in front of him. A gigantic amount of energy fell on him. The heavenly sword clenched his teeth tightly. The fighter appeared behind him. The Beck family leader noticed him and looked back. At the last moment, he managed to repel the enemy's attack. A powerful blow destroyed the ground behind him. An explosion rang out on the mountain plateau. The blade of the sword trembled as the villain tried to restrain it. Muam opened his mouth wide and screamed. He managed to disarm the enemy. The man extended his hand forward. He pushed the enemy in the chest. The clan leader declared with burning eyes that this was the end. The Swordmaster raised his eyebrows in fear. A wave of heartbreaking palm energy passed through his chest and rushed forward. A cloud of dust rose above the ground. Narrowing his eyes, the Cheonsung leader declared that the enemy was still far from him, and added that he would die today for his sins against Renjen. Blood gushed from the elder's mouth. Li Jun grinned and laughed. The warrior looked at him suspiciously. Heavenly Sword noticed that he was not so easy to defeat. The head of the Beck family grabbed his opponent's hand and reminded him that he also had such power. Red lightning flashed around him. The fighter frowned sternly and said that he would not succeed because he was the creator of the 9 rays of Void Jade, the 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu. The scoundrel continued to smile. Muam said that he knew that his opponent used Renjen to learn this technique, but he was only able to go halfway. Frowning furiously, the man asked if he really thought he could defeat him, and explained that even 1,000 years would not be enough for him to improve. The elder tightly squeezed his wrist and said that he had long since passed the 7th stage. The clan leader opened his mouth in surprise and asked what this meant. Li Jun swung his hand forcefully. With one blow, he managed to cut off his opponent's arm. The head of the Chanseong family widened his eyes in shock. The warrior fell to his knees and screamed in intense pain. The heavenly sword loomed over him and said that he was right and that Renjen had not gotten involved with Safa. The head of the Beck family smirked and told him that he himself had sent her to Yulwan. In the past, the villain approached the girl and threatened to expose their relationship if she did not teach him the technique of the 9 rays of the Void of Jade, so she had to agree. The fighter gritted his teeth and realized that the woman did this to protect him. Muam furrowed his brows menacingly and remembered that Hyunggo's member hated her. In memory, the thug crossed his arms over his chest. He believed that the goddess of desires, who already had a husband, was simply using his best friend to get this technique. Renjen stood behind him. Yulwan would not have helped her if she had not said that the secret of their relationship was at risk. The Hyunggo member turned around and gave her a stern look. The man presented the bound letter and deduced that this was why his friend assumed that his lover was collaborating with Safa. The clan leader lowered his head and began to breathe heavily. 20 years ago, the thug suddenly came to him and said that he would not go out into the world again until he received forgiveness. Yulwan lowered his head and cried. The Cheongseong leader realized that he had then realized what Renjen truly wanted. Standing in front of him, the Beck family leader confirmed this and stated that the Hyunggo member had betrayed her anyway. The scoundrel smiled and remembered how they had met once. Then the Swordmaster raised his hand and asked what his opponent would prefer, the destruction of the Cheongseong clan for their connection with Safa, or for his close friend to learn of his betrayal. The brute gritted his teeth in displeasure. After that, he was locked in a dungeon. The warrior rose to his feet and said that he could never forgive him for betraying the goddess of desires. His eyes sparkled. The fighter swung his sword and shouted that none of this would have happened if it weren't for his sworn enemy. The Swordmaster stared at him in amazement. Murim shouted that he never had the strength to protect the woman he supposedly loved and accused him of simply using her to get secret information. The elder lowered the corners of his lips and asked him not to dare to speak, as if he did not have feelings for her. With one swing of his hand, he managed to cut the blade in half. Li Jun opened his eyes wide and explained that he realized what would happen if he forgot about them. Murim gritted his teeth and called him a scoundrel. The heavenly sword grabbed him by the hair. The Beck family leader looked into his eyes and said that he had finally surpassed him. Blood gushed out from the man's mouth as the scoundrel used dark energy. His burning eyes were filled with hatred. A yellow scarf flashed in the air. It tied the Swordmaster's forearm. The elder turned around. The bleeding clan leader asked why she was here. Renjen opened her mouth wide and ordered her husband to release the Chongsang leader right now. Li Jun looked at her and said that she had come just in time. Heavenly Sword narrowed his eyes and said that he could finally kill them both. The warrior's mouth fell open in frustration. The girl's brows furrowed tensely. The woman raised her hand and asked her husband to stop. The Beck family leader frowned and asked if she really had anything to say after all these years. Opening her mouth in anger, the goddess of desire asked him if he thought she had any words for him and repeated her demand. The villain turned his head to the side. His hand was clutching the head of the fighter who was asking for his lover's forgiveness. Tears appeared in the eyes of the leader of Safa. Murim was disappointed in himself for not being able to protect her and show her his love. Renjen gritted her teeth and said that he had nothing to apologize for. The man replied that he would not have the chance to do so again. The girl looked up and asked him not to speak, as if he was going to die here. The woman frowned pitifully and promised to save him at all costs. The Swordmaster opened his eyes wide and reminded him that his life was not in her hands now. The elder looked away and hoped that they would finally understand how much he had surpassed them all. With his hand on the enemy's head, Li Jun said that he could kill him right now. The goddess of desire pulled the ribbon. The heavenly sword asked permission to ask only one question. The head of the Safa frowned and asked what he wanted. Standing in front of her, the head of the Beck family said that he knew that the poisonous dragon had gone to meet Yuan, and asked why he was here then. Blood flowed down Murim's face. The scoundrel explained that it would be much more logical to capture the poisonous dragon if he needed the 9 rays of the Void Jade, the 5 thunderstorms of the Toad Kung Fu. The Swordmaster smiled and reminded him that he only knew 5 stages of this technique. The elder opened his glowing eyes and asked how he managed to overcome this limit. The man frowned menacingly. Renjen opened her mouth in shock. The clan leader looked up and realized what had happened. Looking at the grinning enemy, the head of Chongsang was surprised at how deeply he had managed to expand his influence throughout Gango, and realized that he could not leave him alive. Lightning flashed before his eyes. With a sharp movement, the warrior tore the yellow scarf. The fighter turned his head and called out to his beloved. The girl opened her mouth in fear. Murim urged her to leave immediately, sparks pouring out of his eyes. The woman raised her eyebrows and shouted that she was not leaving. At that moment, a powerful explosion of blue energy was heard in front of her. A stream of aura from using the path of enrichment fell to the ground. A giant beam of light appeared above the mountain plateau. In the end, the mountain was destroyed. Pyeongbok flinched when the sound of the explosion reached him. The servant of Safa turned around and clenched his teeth tensely. A huge cloud of dust rose into the sky. People asked if it was Li Jun's doing. The witch's eyes widened in fear. The scout looked back when she said something. The informant looked at his comrade in fear. Deep cracks appeared on the ground. Someone bounced off a rock. The heavenly sword jumped into the air and asked why his enemy did not give up until the very end. Suddenly, the head of the Beck family opened his eyes wide. The goddess of desires appeared above his head. The leader of the Safa opened her mouth wide and wished him death. Renjen threw the enemy to the ground. Blood gushed out of the villain's mouth. As he fell, the Swordmaster called his wife a worthless person. His body collapsed on the rocks. The rock fragments crushed him from above. The girl landed on a destroyed mountain. She looked around. Suddenly, the woman opened her mouth in fear. Murim's body was falling down. The goddess of desires ran towards him, bouncing off the stones. The leader of Safa approached her lover. The man was bleeding. The elder began to cry when the leader of Chongsang called out to her. Blood continued to flow from his mouth. In the memory, the leader of the clan turned away and asked his beloved to leave. Renjen looked back, then the warrior said that the time would definitely come when they would be together. A smile shone on his face. The fighter was glad that this had happened, even if not for long. Murim smiled and said that she should be happy. The man let go of her hand. The girl said that she could not cope without him. The leader of the clan fell down. The woman extended her hand to him and screamed piercingly. A powerful blow was heard on the ground. Stones fell down, dust rose. The leader of Safa fell to all fours and cried bitterly. A blue ribbon flew past her. It landed on her hand. The elder raised her eyebrows in surprise. The ribbon covered her wrist. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Renjen closed her eyes and cried even harder. The girl clutched the ribbon to her chest and screamed hysterically. Someone stepped forward. Leading an army, the man said that he would not be able to show mercy to them if they met again. Pyongbok gritted his teeth when the soldier explained that he would be able to avenge this shame thanks to Lizong. The old man drew his sword and announced that their greatest force was already dead. Suddenly, an explosion was heard behind him. The people turned around. The commander asked what was going on. The assassin stepped forward and asked if he would be able to meet the poisonous dragon. Manhwa grinned and said that in this life he only knew revenge, so the boy would definitely try to save everyone. The members of Safa opened their mouths in amazement. The scoundrel raised his eyebrows in surprise. Mayawal stretched his shoulder and imagined how happy Buddha would be to receive so many offerings. The man frowned in displeasure. The heroes who had just arrived looked at him with a grin. The advisor frowned slyly, and the soldier remembered that he was the one suspected of attempting to assassinate the head of the Murim Union. The monk raised his bloody sword in front of him. They killed 2 more fighters, and the old man asked why they were doing this to them. He looked angrily at his bleeding comrades. Buddha's disciple swung his sword and said that he did not need a reason to follow his will. The commander bared his teeth in fury. His subordinates rushed into battle at his command. Mule and Manhwa stood shoulder to shoulder. They engaged in a fierce fight with the soldiers. The man frowned menacingly and asked how they dared to raise a sword against part of the Murim alliance. The monk cut the enemies with his sword. The old man asked if he would be able to pay for his mistake. The advisor smiled and replied that they had nothing more to lose. A powerful blow to the ground threw the opponents in different directions. The fighters flew into the air. The elder spread his arms and laughed maliciously. The commander swung his sword and realized that his enemy was stronger than expected. Suddenly, lightning flashed past him. Something fell to the ground behind him. The villain turned around. Renjen dashed towards him. The girl struck and landed behind the enemy. The man's eyes widened in fear. His head was twisted. His body fell to the ground. The soldier opened his mouth wide and screamed in horror. The people turned around, not understanding what had happened. The woman stood up. Someone shouted that she had killed their master. Pyongbok raised his eyebrows in surprise and called out to his mistress. Clouds floated above the forest. The fighters decided to retreat. One of them froze in place in fear. The eyes of the clan leader sparkled. The head of the Chiak family grabbed the villain by the head. A sly smile appeared on his face. Manhwa confidently knitted his eyebrows and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Standing in front of him, the head of Safa asked him what brought him here. The man replied that he came to help her. Frowning, Renjen said that his actions always had an ulterior motive, and decided not to let him deceive her this time either. Raising his eyebrows, the old man concluded that she had had a hard time since the loss of her arm, and explained that he understood that he did not deserve her trust. A fog descended on the mountains. The advisor reported that they were surrounded by the 2 great Seishin and the clans of the Murim alliance. The girl's eyes widened in tension, and the elder added that Li Jun had created a passage that not only the house of the Great White Tiger wanted to use. Smiling, the scoundrel said that she would fall if they all attacked together, and asked what was keeping her here. Pyongbok frowned in displeasure when Manhwa suggested that she needed these people, who would soon die too. The man raised his hand and explained that no one could protect them, because Muam had fallen before Li Jun. The woman opened her mouth in anger, and urged him not to even think about saying his name. As Maiwo continued to fight the soldiers, the old man said that they would continue to fight on the side of Safa, and reminded them that in Murim there were no eternal friends and eternal enemies. The goddess of wishes narrowed her eyes and declared that there was no poisonous dragon here. Pointing a finger at her, the advisor said he knew that and assumed the boy would definitely show up if she survived. The clan leader asked what he planned to do when he met him. The elder smiled widely and said he would do nothing special. The scoundrel narrowed his eyes angrily, and explained that he wanted to teach him a good lesson so he could see the full power of his new technique. The leader of Safa frowned and asked what would happen if they refused their help. Turning away, Manhwa said that they would fight separately then, and decided that this would be fine with him if she was confident that she could protect everyone. Renjen gritted her teeth and thought that she would gladly kill them right now, but it would be too difficult for her to defeat the others alone. The girl clenched her fist and realized that she would have to agree, because otherwise her people would die. The sun rose over Guizhou. Yulchin stepped out of the shadows and said that he should be ashamed as the owner of the 9 rays of Void Jade technique. The protagonist stood surrounded by dead guards. Jugan looked back and said that he had only just begun to study it. The man put his hands on his waist and explained that it was time for him to move towards the 5th stage, but so far he had not even managed to master the 4th. The boy frowned and replied that he had only mastered 3 stages, and that to master the 4th, he needed to work with the stagnant energy in his lower body. Imagining a whirlpool, the fighter said that it was all about yin-yang, adding that they were both similar and different. The boy's mouth dropped open in surprise and he realized that his energy was stagnant, but at the same time, it was free. Looking at his hand, the warrior concluded that pure energy could also be poisonous, and he realized that he could help his energy circulate properly if he used poison correctly. The poisonous dragon looked back as the big guy explained that he taught him this technique because of Wong, and warned him that he would not be so lenient the next time they met. The Hyungbil member frowned and said that the protagonist would either become his enemy or an ordinary passerby. Yulchin lowered his hands and asked him not to approach him. The sun set behind the mountains. Juggin walked through the forest, thinking that he now had the knowledge that would help him move forward. The guy frowned and decided that he only had to fight with himself to master the 9 steps. The young man lowered the corners of his lips and said that he would not give up, even if it took his whole life. Walking along the path, the warrior wanted to do this for the people who decided to believe in him and share this knowledge. There was a house on the shore of the lake. The poisonous dragon squinted and realized that this was the very place. In the memory, Heron smiled and offered to meet in an abandoned house near the lake when everything was over. The protagonist opened the door and called out to her. Suddenly, Juggin's eyes widened in fear. There were traces of a struggle in the room. The wooden floor was stained with blood. The guy sat down next to her and noticed that the blood had not yet dried, which meant that everything had happened very recently. The young man gritted his teeth and wondered who did this. The girl was tied to a tree. The man put his weapon on his shoulder and said that their enemy would be here very soon and said that his friend had changed a lot. Yenjong grinned and was surprised that his comrade would take this woman hostage. Sitting on a rock, Lidwan explained that she was not a hostage at all. The silent dragon lowered the corners of his lips and said that she would die before his eyes. The fighter clasped his hands and decided that only in this way would the killer of his beloved understand at least some of his pain. The crescent moon shone in the sky. The swift dragon raised his eyebrows and warned that the death of the daughter of the Tang family would start a feud with her clan. The heir of the Beck family gritted his teeth and said that he would not spare them, because this lame man killed Yun and now lives happily with this girl. The man looked at him and asked if his adoptive father had given him permission for this. The swordsman replied that his mentor would never allow him to do this, so he would have to cope alone. Yenjong scratched his chin and decided that this would be a very fun fight. He smirked and asked if they had no more interesting ways to spend their time. The swift dragon raised his eyebrows and asked how the enemy could remain composed if they disfigured his lover beyond recognition. Heron smiled and laughed. The woman looked up and concluded that this was the true face of the 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes, who were rotten to the core. The girl furrowed her brows slyly and asked if it was not time to change their name to 3 dogs. The man kicked her in the face. Yenjong glared at her and asked if the hostage still did not understand the situation she was in. As he began to kick her, the swift dragon asked how she dared to be insolent to him and suggested that her role in the Tang clan was still not down to earth. Heron clenched her teeth and hoped that her child would not be harmed. Liguan lowered the corners of his lips and asked his friend to leave her alone. The man turned around and asked if they hadn't wanted to kill her. He pursed his lips in displeasure when the silent dragon replied that it would be useless now. Yenjong turned away and hoped that the lame man would find them as soon as possible. The woman lowered her head. She spat out a clot of blood and said that her captor would not be able to bring his beloved back to life like this. The fighter clasped his hands and said that he knew it very well. The heir of the Beck family narrowed his eyes and asked if the hostage would have stopped in his place. In his memory, Yun's dead body lay before him. The swordsman remembered hugging her and explained that he could never forget it. Lidwan's eyes widened and he said that he wouldn't mind if the thirst for revenge blinded him because he couldn't live as if nothing had happened. The girl looked at him sadly. At this time, the man was walking along a forest path. Suddenly, the protagonist came out to meet him. He was enveloped in a dark, murderous energy. Yenjong's eyes widened in shock. Juggin passed by him. The swift dragon smiled slyly. He pointed his spear at the enemy. The boy stopped him with his knife. The fighter smiled widely and was surprised that he managed to do this. The young man frowned and asked if they were the ones who kidnapped Heron. The villain blocked his knife and confirmed it. The warrior asked why they did this. Raising his weapon in front of him, the man reminded him that Lidwan wanted him dead and explained that he was helping him carry out this revenge. The poisonous dragon's eyes widened and asked where his beloved was. The protagonist looked back when he found out that she was on the top of the mountain. Yenjong noticed his opponent leaving and asked where he was going. Juggin replied that he did not have time for him and asked him to retreat if he did not want to die. The swift dragon frowned in displeasure and called him too boring. The boy flinched when the fighter reminded him of what happened in that abandoned house. The villain smiled slyly and asked what if this was his doing. The youth gritted his teeth angrily and turned around. The warrior pointed a knife at his opponent. The man jumped back to dodge. Yenjong frowned and said that this is how it should be. The poison dragon gave him a menacing look. The swift dragon shouted that he came here to fight him because everyone was talking about his strength. The fighter spun his spear and explained that he wanted to see for himself whether it was true or not. Many waves of energy shone around him. The protagonist rushed forward despite them. The tip of the knife was right in front of his opponent's face. The villain just smirked and called him a monster. In an instant, he was in another place. The man dashed behind his opponent and remembered that he forgot to introduce himself. Yenjong raised his spear and called himself the fastest man in Murim. The fast dragon narrowed his eyes and asked what good poisons were if the enemy couldn't even touch him. He began to rush around Juggin and asked if he could win with such speed. The guy lowered his head when the fighter said that no one had ever been able to even get close to him. The young man frowned tensely. There were traces of blood on the ground. In his memory, exactly the same traces were on the floor of an abandoned house. Blood was spilled everywhere. The warrior imagined his wounded beloved sitting on her knees. The villain thrust his spear forward and said that he even felt sorry for his brother, who had waited so long to carry out his revenge. The man jumped back from the tree and lunged forward. Yenjong pointed his spear at his opponent and offered to end it all right then and there. The poisonous dragon's eyes lit up. The protagonist gritted his teeth in anger. Suddenly, the swift dragon opened his eyes wide. Juggin lunged forward and dealt him a powerful blow. A crescent moon shone above the trees. The fighter opened his eyes and spat out blood. The villain jumped up from the ground and wondered how long he had been unconscious. The spearman raised his hand and felt intense pain. The man frowned furiously and realized that he had failed to block the enemy's blow. Yenjong looked around and wondered where his opponent had gone. The swift dragon turned around and realized that he needed to help his brother. Liguan frowned menacingly when he saw his sworn enemy. The boy narrowed his eyes in disdain. The heroes stood opposite each other. The silent dragon asked if his nickname was still there. The young man replied that he didn't care what they called him. Heron opened her mouth wide and called out to her lover. The warrior smiled and asked her not to worry about anything. The girl nodded with tears in her eyes. The poison dragon looked ahead and urged the enemy to let her go. The fighter smirked and asked if he thought he had crossed the line. The protagonist sternly knitted his brows and said that he had not killed Yun. In the memory, the brave phoenix took the antidote during the fight with him, but it turned out to be poison. While she was unconscious, a mercenary came and killed her. The heir of the Beck family frowned furiously and asked if the enemy really thought he would believe such a lie. Sitting behind him, the woman shouted that it was true and told him that their family had developed a poison that would work on anyone in Murim. With her mouth wide open, the Tang heiress stated that Manhwa was responsible for his consciousness and explained that the Tang clan wanted to test its effects and tried it on Yun. Gritting her teeth, Heron said that she did not know who killed her in the end and guessed that her grandfather did not want traces of the poison to remain in her body. The swordsman lowered his head and asked how they could prove their words. Liguan pursed his lips. The girl replied that they had no evidence and stated that her beloved was not the one he needed. Clouds floated in the sky. The man remembered that the brave phoenix had a trusted assistant. Then Xinyan cried and said that he saw with his own eyes how the lady died in a fight with the lame man. The protagonist frowned and remembered how the servant of the Chagao family said that he could not prove his innocence. The silent dragon looked down and said that Yun had died anyway because of the poison. The warrior furrowed his brows and asked who they would trust in his place, their mentor or the traitor to their clan and the murderer from Safa. Dark energy flared up around him. Juggin knew there was nothing more to be done. The heir of the Beck family said that it had been like this from the beginning. The swordsman took out his weapon and said that if his enemy wanted to save his beloved, he would have to kill him. Liguan jumped into the air and shouted that he would kill her if he could not protect her. With one movement of his hand, the boy threw him away. The man's mouth opened in surprise. Thin threads burst from the boy's bracer. The silent dragon landed on his feet and realized that these were the weapons of the Tang clan, scaly whips. The warrior clenched them into a fist and asked him not to worry, because this time everything would be different. The Beck family heir jumped back. He pushed off the tree trunk. The swordsman dashed forward and delivered a powerful blow. The poisoned dragon jumped back and dodged it. The fighter's eyes flashed. Liguan approached the enemy closely. The man delivered a powerful slash. A bright flash appeared in front of him. The protagonist ducked, and the silent dragon used the flying heavenly sword. The Beck family heir frowned menacingly and attacked again. Juggin looked at him tensely. The boy lowered the corners of his lips and used 9 beams of void jade. The youth stretched out his hand. The swordsman's eyes widened in shock. The warrior struck him in the lower jaw. Blood gushed out of the fighter's mouth. The poisoned dragon narrowed his eyes furiously. He dashed forward and appeared behind the enemy. The protagonist swung his fist, which was covered in lightning. Juggin struck the enemy in the back with all his might. Li Jun crashed into a tree. His body fell to the ground, leaving a trail of blood on the trunk. The man grinned in displeasure and said that this was his teacher's power. The boy approached him and said that it was not so. The boy frowned and said that Li Jun simply stole it and destroyed his clan and thousands of other lives because of his greed. The silent dragon turned around and asked if his sworn enemy had decided to insult his adoptive father. The warrior opened his mouth wide and urged him not to deny the truth. The heir of the Beck family widened his mad eyes and ordered him to shut up. Then he jumped up. The swordsman swung his blade and shouted that it was all a lie. The poisonous dragon swung his fist. The protagonist ducked to dodge the blow. Juggin lunged forward and approached the enemy. The boy hit him right in the chest. The fighter's eyes widened. In the memory, Li Jun approached him. Blood gushed out through his clenched sounds. In the past, Yun hugged him and blushed. Liguan raised his sword above his head and asked how his opponent dared to deceive him. The youth appeared behind him and said that it was the end. The warrior clenched his hand into a fist and declared himself the winner. Sharp threads wrapped around the man's neck. Heron's mouth opened in surprise, and she thought that her lover had not been this strong when they fought each other just a few months ago. With their backs to each other, she realized that he had even defeated the silent dragon. The heir of the Beck family raised his hand to his mouth and said that his enemy had become a completely different person. The poisoned dragon looked back and asked if his words still seemed like a lie to him. Looking forward, the swordsman guessed that they might actually be true. The fighter introduced the woman behind him and explained that he had married right after Yun's death because the Jegal clan had pressured his mentor. In the past, Myung had led a huge army. After the battle in Namga village, many needles had been stuck into Liguan's body to remove all the remaining poison. Manhwa smiled slyly, and it was at that moment that the man thought that everything could not be so simple. The silent dragon narrowed his eyes and decided that the lame man could be responsible not only for the death of the brave phoenix, but for other events as well. The heir of the Beck family dropped his sword and said that he could not accept that his adoptive father was behind Yun's death. Li Jun's hair fluttered in the wind. This man raised the swordsman as his own son and taught him everything. The fighter looked at the sky and explained that this was why he wanted to close his eyes to what lay on the surface. Squinting, Liguan declared that he could not change anything and concluded that the stupid dog did not dare to bite off his master's hand. The protagonist frowned tensely when his enemy said that he liked sweet lies more than this bitter truth. Looking forward, the man asked his opponent not to pity him, and decided that he deserved it. The silent dragon closed his eyes and called for the enemy to pull the whip so that he would go into the arms of his Yun. Jugun looked at him thoughtfully. The boy closed his eyes. A blue thread flashed in the air. The severed head flew up. Yenjong looked at the drops of blood in fear. The swift dragon opened his mouth in horror and called out to his brother. The dead body of the heir of the Beck family fell to the ground. The youth turned around and called out to his comrade. The man raised his spear in front of him and asked how he dared to do this. The warrior immediately got into a fighting stance. The fighter made a sharp dash forward. The poisonous dragon turned around in fear. The villain stopped and turned around. The spearman put his weapon to Heron's neck and shouted that his opponent was distracted in vain. Grinning, Yenjong called for him to lay down his weapon and declared that his brother's revenge would now be fulfilled. Suddenly, a poisonous dart pierced his neck. The protagonist's mouth opened in surprise. Squinting, the girl said that she always had a needle with her that could help her escape from captivity, and explained that even the children of the Tang clan knew how important it was. The eyes of the swift dragon turned bloodshot. The woman said that she endured it to protect herself and the child. She frowned and said that her enemy had crossed the line and would now pay for it. Blood gushed from the man's mouth, and his veins bulged. Blood splashed over the trees. The Tang heiress untied herself and approached the dead warrior. Jugun hugged her and asked if she was okay. Heron replied that everything was fine. The girl put her hand to her forehead and explained that she thought she had hidden well so as not to become a burden to him, but they had been watching her since Mount Chongsang. The boy raised his eyebrows and said that his beloved had never been a burden to him. Standing in front of him, the woman concluded that the bigger her belly became, the more discomfort it would bring to his life. The Tang heiress smiled and said that she thought of her beloved even in the most difficult moments. She hugged the young man and thanked him for coming to save her. The warrior closed his eyes. The moonlight illuminated the heroes. Clouds floated across the sky. While riding on her lover's back, Heron explained that there was a huge battle in the Chongsang Mountains that could be seen from everywhere, and suggested that Li Jun was fighting with Muam over in Jin. The poisonous dragon was walking along the forest path. The girl explained that it was quite easy to surround the mountains, and decided that it was not very good if the heavenly sword was there. The woman frowned sadly and asked what her lover would do. The protagonist replied that he promised to return, and said that he would never give up. The heiress of the Tang clan raised her eyebrows. Jugun suggested that he would have to return there right away, and explained that he needed a plan to get to them. Heron leaned towards him and promised to help with this. The girl lowered the corners of her lips and said that loyalty and blood were very important in the Tang clan, and now she had a child from the man who defeated the silent and fast dragon. The boy's mouth dropped open in surprise when the woman said that she would be able to return to her family with their child once everyone knew about it. She frowned and said that in exchange, they would have to stop the plan to take over Mount Chongsang. The heiress of the clan jumped down to the ground and explained that it would not be easy because she was considered a traitor. Heron folded her hands on her stomach and added that until the child was born, this place would be safe for her, and her lover could take her away whenever he wanted. The boy raised his hand and called out to her. The girl smiled silently. With tears in her eyes, the woman asked her lover to call her his wife and wished for him to return soon. The warrior looked at her with a smile and promised to return no matter what. The fallen leaves rose above the trees. The sun rose over the Cheongsang Mountains. There was a pavilion on the hill, the clan retreated, and this was the condition for the lady's return. Standing next to Rinjin, Manuel called their couple simply amazing and suggested that the Tang clan could not help but be interested in their child. The man grinned and told how the lightning sword initially disobeyed the order and went to the mountains only to destroy the Cheongsang clan. With his hands behind his back, the old man explained that they used this as an excuse to leave the mountains, and was surprised that they managed to both get the child and avoid conflict. The advisor slyly knitted his brows and said that the poison dragon would come here very soon. The girl silently lowered her gaze. The elder said that her reaction upset him. The head of the Chiak family frowned pitifully and asked if she was really going to continue to suffer because of a dead man. Watching the sunrise, the woman replied that he was not dead. The scoundrel realized that they were talking about Li Jun and reminded him that the heavenly sword had fallen into a crack between the mountains. Manyo scratched his beard and decided that he could survive after this, but he would have to live for many more years with broken bones. The goddess of wishes silently looked ahead. In the memory, the head of the Beck family frowned furiously. His body fell into the abyss. The leader of the Safa clan gritted her teeth and wished for her sworn enemy to come here, if he was still alive. A pile of stones lay on the ground. The cloud of dust above them dispersed. A hand burst out from under the rubble. Juggin lowered his eyebrows and thought that the Tang family had treated Heron as they had agreed, and the problems with the Murim alliance and the Ami clan remained. Walking along the forest path, the protagonist muttered that he would try to find the passages left by the Tang clan, and this was the best time to infiltrate the Cheongsang Mountains. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened. A warrior appeared in front of him. The poisonous dragon, with his mouth slightly open, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guy, raising the corners of his lips, answered positively. Xinyun frowned, said the name of the protagonist. Juggin, standing in front of the vassal of the Chaegao family, understood why he was here, and he said that the Chaegao family was going to catch him again. The warrior, looking ahead, continued that all this time they were waiting for the expiration of the 100-day period given to Lady Heron, because they did not need problems with the Tang clan. Lowering his eyebrows, Xinyun exclaimed that since Heron had returned to her clan, they could continue hunting him. The back of the protagonist's head was visible, and he thought that only the problems with the Tang clan had been resolved, and now the Chaegao clan had stood in his way, and therefore difficulties were coming one after another, and he also thanked for the warning. The vassal, clenching his fists, asked if he thought that he had come simply to warn him. Frowning menacingly, the warrior clarified who had killed Lady Yun. Lush tree branches appeared. Juggin raised the corners of his lips. The protagonist replied that it was most likely the Tang clan, which made the guy's eyes bulge in bewilderment. Baring his teeth, the young man explained that he believed him and revealed his dark secret, but he, knowing about their crime, not only did not tell him, but even started a relationship with a woman from their clan. Xinyun asked if he wanted to deceive him, or if he was in cahoots with them from the start, to which the poison dragon bit his lips. The vassal, opening his mouth wide, loudly ordered him to answer. Turning his gaze to the side, Juggin said that he did not think his answer would convince him, but Heron had nothing to do with it. The warrior, stretching out his palm, shouted that she was Yongwan's granddaughter and asked how she could not be related, and also added that if so, she was still a member of the Tang clan. The protagonist, looking forward, said that just because she was related by blood did not make her a criminal. The guy clenched his jaw in bewilderment, listening to him remember his story about a person who became more important than his own life, and now understood what it was like, and also he had nothing to add. Xinyun, taking out his katana, clarified what kind of nonsense this was. The young man asked why he had killed the silent dragon if he had understood, to which the protagonist looked down and remained silent. The vassal, his jaw open in fury, shouted that his words and actions would never convince him. The poisonous dragon sighed heavily. A moment later, Juggin grabbed the end of the sword. The warrior's eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist, holding the weapon, said that it was unnecessary because he would not be able to defeat him. The guy bared his teeth menacingly. A second later, the young man swung his katana and asked not to make fun of him. The protagonist calmly dodged the blow. It was visible how the poisonous dragon was shaking his head. Suddenly, Xinyun rushed forward fiercely, screaming loudly. Suddenly, Juggin extended his palm. The warrior's weapon suddenly broke into two parts. It seemed as if the protagonist put his hand on the guy. The protagonist thoughtfully lowered his head. A moment later, there was a powerful explosion. The vassal suddenly hit the tree trunk. After the attack, the young man began to cough up blood. The poison dragon, stretching out his palm, explained that he did not want him dead, and did not give up on revenge after marrying a woman from the Tang clan. Juggin added that he must also be alive if he wanted to see how he carried it out, to which Xinyun, trying to get up, objected that she was pregnant with his child. Sighing heavily, the warrior exclaimed that he was now forever tied to the Tang clan, and asked if he thought his revenge would be complete. The boy added that it was stupid to talk about it now, which caused the protagonist to put his hand on his face and ask him to stop. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes bulged in surprise. The broken sword of the young man appeared, who said that the poison dragon said that he understood him, but did not take into account an important thing. Shinyon pointed the weapon at his neck and said that he no longer had a reason to live, which meant no reason for revenge. His pupils narrowed sharply and he asked what else was left for him and said that it was darkness, in which nothing important to him ever rose. The guy added that he would wait for him in hell, to which Jugun opened his mouth wide and ordered him to stop. A moment later, the protagonist rushed from his place. The protagonist stretched out his hand in front of him. Suddenly, a splash of blood appeared. It was possible to see the vassal lying on the ground unconscious. The poisonous dragon was moving its legs. A second later, the guy stopped. Clenching his fists, the young man thought that his emotions, the stone on his soul, and the value of another life had become above all else for him. Squinting, Jugun muttered that perhaps he would make the same choice someday and said goodbye to Shinyon, adding that they would see each other in hell. After some time, the Cheongsang Mountains came into view. A small tent was visible, and a question was heard asking if the Murim Alliance had contacted them, and a negative answer. The bearded man raised his hand and said that even if they sent them a message, it would take some time, and Myung clarified that it was with the Ami clan. The commander of the Chaegao clan was explained that due to their close connection with the Buddha, they would not support the one who attacked first, and he said that it meant that they were alone on the Cheongsang Mountains. The warrior, spreading his palms in different directions, said that if they won, their fame would be great, and it was added to his words that Rinzhen was on their side, and therefore there was no point in them foolishly rushing into battle first. Uncle Yang, lowering his eyebrows, exclaimed that it was time to make a decision, and clarified whether they were going to continue sitting in this place. One of the elders frowned and said that this would not solve the problem, while the other said that after the victory, the reward from the Murim Alliance would not be long in coming. But the Murim Alliance in Guizhou had recently been destroyed by the poison dragon. Myung bit his lips and listened attentively to how this had caused problems with food supplies, and how surprisingly the Alliance had allowed this to happen, and was also asked if he thought they were able to take care of the other departments now that it was unclear what had happened to the leader. The Chaegao clan commander, sweat on his face, thought that there were only warriors from the Fifth Alliance here, and therefore morale was at rock bottom, and the battle would be very difficult. Suddenly, someone approached the tent. The guards raised their weapons, asked who he was, and ordered him to identify himself immediately. Suddenly, one of the guard's pupils narrowed. The guy, opening his jaw, asked everyone to come over. A moment later, the elders began to leave the room. Suddenly sweat started to run down Myung's face. The clan commander recognized the warrior in front of him. Li Jun appeared, and Uncle Yun shouted that this was the King Kong of the Heavenly Sword. You could see how the young man's eyes lit up brightly. After a while, the clan base under the Murim Alliance appeared. The man, with his mouth slightly open, said that they were having problems with food supplies, and so they only had this. Li Jun reached for the plate, and was told that they had caught a deer, so he could wait a little. The King Kong of the Heavenly Sword, bringing the food to his mouth, asked for a whole deer to be brought to him. Suddenly, the animal's body appeared on the table. A moment later, the guy began to tear off the deer's limbs. Myung, raising the corners of his lips, said that something had happened. The head of the Murim Association, chewing his food, explained that Muam had fought to the end and used brainwashing, which caused the mountain to collapse and he was buried under the rubble. The young man added that he had to try hard to get out, which made the commander of the Chaegao clan sweat. Li Jun, gnawing on a deer, exclaimed that he had killed Muam with his own hands. The elders, with their eyes bulging, were surprised by his strength and realized that they had nothing to fear under his protection. The boy, continuing to chew his food, said that he had used too much energy, and therefore he needed food, and he would figure out the rest when he recovered. The man, looking at the warrior, said that he needed to know about one thing, to which he clarified what exactly. King Kong of the Heavenly Sword stopped eating, hearing that the silent dragon had died. The head of the Murim Association thoughtfully placed his hands on the table. The elders looked ahead in fear. Li Jun, sitting at the table, asked who caused this. Myung closed his eyes and answered that it was the poisonous dragon. A bloody palm of a guy appeared. Lowering his head, the young man said that the silent dragon was a determined student, which is what he liked, but in the end he turned out to be an unworthy idiot. Squinting, the King Kong of the Heavenly Sword added that he was too weak to survive in this world. The head of a deer was visible, and Li Jun said that it constantly made him worry. The commander of the Chaegao clan, through sweat on his face, apologized for having to tell him such bad news. The warrior thoughtfully lowered his eyebrows. Looking at the body of the animal, the guy said the nickname of the protagonist. Suddenly, the young man's eyes bulged and again repeated the nickname of the protagonist. Suddenly, the King Kong of the Heavenly Sword began to cut the deer. Drops of blood flew in all directions. The elders clenched their jaws in fear. Li Jun was furiously eating the animal. The warrior's pupils sharply narrowed, and he continued to call the protagonist. After some time, the Cheongsang Mountains appeared. Many people were riding horses. A human silhouette was visible behind the tree trunk. Juggin carefully peered out from around the corner. Tents appeared, and it was heard that there were not many enemies. But they were all strong enough, so they needed a strategy. And they also had a master, and so they would start killing these idiots from Safa one by one. Myung, frowning, exclaimed that everyone else would create an encirclement at the bottom of the mountain, because they would have to flee when they attacked from all sides. Closing his fan, the commander of the Chaegao clan added that they were using the strategy of 9 castles and 8 lions. The man opened his mouth and said that he had something to propose first, and that he thought everyone knew about what had happened in Kwiju. The elders, looking to the side, listened attentively as the poisoned dragon walked straight toward them. Uncle Yun, standing by the long table, explained that there were people among them from whom he wanted to get something. Li Jun rested his head on his hand. Myung, lowering his eyebrows, suggested that they deal with him first, and added that as long as they used the 9 locks and 8 lions as cover, they would create several flaws. The commander of the Chaegao clan said that knowing his character, he would definitely decide to take advantage of this, to which the warrior, raising the corners of his lips, said let him do so. Looking forward, the man exclaimed that they all hated him, but his master would take his head. King Kong of the Heavenly Sword, bending down, replied that he did not need the head. Getting up from the table, the boy explained that he wanted everything else in return, adding that the nails and hair should go to him. 4 days later, thick trees were visible. Samurai were walking along a forest path. Suddenly, the warrior's eyes widened in surprise. One of them, through the sweat on his face, noticed something. The guard suddenly rushed from his place and began to call the head of the clan. The boy, pointing his finger back, shouted that the poisonous dragon was here. Myung, opening his mouth wide, asked where exactly, to which he received the answer that he had entered the southwestern siege line responsible for the Gate of Harmony. The man clarified whether he was sure that this was the poisonous dragon, and the guard, warming his fingers, explained that the appearance and the lame leg matched. The commander of the Chaegao clan, smiling, said that he was really here, and he himself came to the Cheongsang clan, as they had planned. Suddenly the warrior, sweat on his face, answered in the negative. The youth exclaimed that he was coming straight here, which made Myung, clenching his jaw, very surprised. The elder's eyes bulged and asked what kind of idiot he was and what he was thinking. Red eyes were visible in the tent, and it was said that Manhwa had described him as such, and he said that the poison dragon's actions were beyond common sense, and that he had always been like this. Li Jun, pulling back the curtains, said that they had no reason to be afraid, because if he himself was going to the lion's cave, then he should be greeted. After a while, many warriors lined up in a long column. A moment later, Juggin's legs appeared. The protagonist stopped in place. A second later, the protagonist walked forward. The poison dragon calmly moved straight ahead. Juggin was quickly approaching Li Jun. The Heavenly Sword King Kong raised the corners of his lips menacingly, and said that he had come to them voluntarily and fearlessly to die. The protagonist lowered his hands and said that he was glad that he was alive. The protagonist added that 9 years had passed and he could finally see his face, causing the guy to narrow his eyes thoughtfully. The poison dragon looked ahead and asked if he remembered and said that he was in the poison clan as an alliance representative. Introducing Li Jun in the past, Juggin said that he had already been eliminated, and a clan that had disagreements with the alliance was at a disadvantage when considering membership, and if they were going to see it through to the end, then let them do it. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist added that he thought that he had enough of cleaning up the consequences of his actions. The Heavenly Sword King Kong frowned and replied that he understood everything. The boy, remembering how he swung the sword, exclaimed that his feelings had not failed him. A small room appeared. The leader of the Murim Alliance held a weapon in front of him. A small boy was visible, and Li Jun said that it was Juggin. The swordsman, raising his eyebrows, thanked the protagonist for remembering and looking for him all this time. The protagonist, opening his mouth, replied that he had not forgotten a second of what happened that day. Suddenly, a powerful aura surrounded his body, and he explained that he was here in front of him to make him pay for what he had done. Li Jun's robe fluttered in the wind, and he asked if Juggin had come to pay for what he had done. Clenching his fists, the King Kong of the Heavenly Sword asked if this was really why the protagonist killed his son. Dropping his jaw, the protagonist explained that his fight with the silent dragon had nothing to do with it. Gritting his teeth, the leader of the Murim Alliance suggested that he would also have to pay for his actions. The young warrior wrapped his fingers around the handle of the blade and declared that this was excellent, and offered to fight. Myung frowned in confusion, and the other members of the Chaegao clan exclaimed that the poison dragon was definitely crazy, and did not understand whether he was seriously going to fight Li Jun after killing 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes and thought himself his equal. Calling his opponent with his fingers, the King Kong of the Heavenly Sword invited him to attack. Jumping up, the protagonist shouted that he would not hold back. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the protagonist used the endless slash skill. The opponent parried the attack, causing a bright flash. The leader of the Murim Alliance lowered the corners of his mouth and noted that his opponent had terrible technique and a weak base, and then asked if his desire to kill him was really the only one so strong. The young warrior frowned. The boy slammed his foot on the ground and made a sound. Suddenly, a shock wave swept around the opponents. The protagonist flew back, holding his hand on the ground. A moment later, the protagonist abruptly ran forward. Clenching his jaw, Li Jun declared that such an attack, no matter how many times it was repeated, would not work on him. Jugun's eyes lit up due to the use of the ability 9 Rays of Void Jade. A magical aura surrounded the silhouette of the protagonist, and he used 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu. Opening his mouth in alarm, Myung cried out that the guy had disappeared. Lowering his chin, the King Kong of the Heavenly Sword sighed heavily. Suddenly, the guy looked to the side. A poison dragon attacked him from the side. The silhouette of the protagonist turned dark, to which his opponent said that everything was clear to him now. Li Jun spread his arms out to the sides and admitted that this technique was truly worthy of the title of 9 Rays of Void Jade and 5 Thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu. Closing his eyes, the leader of the Murim Associations noted that the power of the third beam was not enough for him. At the same second, the guy attacked the protagonist. The blade of the sword flashed past the protagonist's face. The young warrior jumped down to dodge the attack. Li Jun turned his head back. The King Kong of the Heavenly Sword said that this was very petty, while the guy lowered his head and sighed indignantly. A small knife appeared in his hand. The pupils of the leader of the Murim Associations noticeably shrank from confusion. A bright circle formed under his feet, and the guy did not understand whether these were flying threads. Li Jun jumped up. Gritting his teeth, Jugun exclaimed that he would not let him go. The opponent's leg was enveloped in a glowing thread. The guy closed his eyes in bewilderment. The protagonist bared his teeth angrily. At the same second, the protagonist dealt a crushing blow. The members of the Chiak family, with their mouths wide open, did not understand what was happening, and called out for Mr. Li Jun. A glowing thread flew through the air. The young warrior raised his hand with a small blade up. Suddenly, the guy ran into a huge cloud of dust. The young man clenched his jaw, and his opponent said that he only knew part of the 9 Rays of the Void of Jade, namely the 5 Thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu. Red energy streams appeared in the smoke, and Li Jun said that he would show him. Putting his hand forward, the Heavenly Sword King Kong explained that he would show their full version. Gritting his teeth, the poison dragon used the skill 9 Rays of Void Jade, 5 Thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu. A funnel of dust formed behind him, and the protagonist used the 4th beam. The protagonist bared his teeth viciously. Red energy streams appeared from Li Jun's eyes. The young warrior pierced his opponent's hand with a knife. Jugun slid his feet on the ground. Blood appeared under the protagonist's eye. Suddenly, a palm approached his face. Red streams of magic hovered around Li Jun's silhouette. The protagonist opened his mouth in alarm, and his opponent used the ability of Stunning Palm. A bright flash of energy occurred a moment later. The space in front of the people was filled with a cloud of smoke. Stepping on the ground, the Heavenly Sword King Kong said that he managed to open the 4th beam. With his hands down, the Murim Association leader noticed that his opponent ended up using only the 3rd one, and assumed that it was to relax him. The protagonist bowed his head to the ground, and his opponent said that he should have realized by now that there was a huge difference between them. Forcing a smile, the protagonist said that he didn't care, and then added that he had already achieved his goal. Closing his eyes, Li Jun asked his opponent again. At that moment, the young warrior threw a bag towards his opponent. Gripping his fingers around the hilt of his sword, the Murim Association leader began to say that it was useless, but suddenly stopped. His eyes visibly narrowed in fear. A cloud of dust formed behind the opponents. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred. The Chiak clan members ran forward and began to loudly call out for their master. Li Jun was thrown back sharply. The man landed on the ground, while he was asked if everything was okay. The villagers were wondering where the poisonous dragon was hiding, and the head of the Murim Associations kept silent with his lips down. There was a magic seal on the man's palm, and he thought about how his hand was not obeying him, and he did not understand whether the dagger that Jugun touched him with was poisoned. Remembering the moment when his opponent had wounded him, Li Jun wondered if all this was just for this. Lowering his head, the King Kong of the Heavenly Sword was thinking about this poison, when suddenly a loud cough was heard. People fell to the ground and shouted that there was poisonous powder in the air, and called on everyone to run away. The silhouette of the protagonist was visible to the side of the head of the Murim Associations. The guy cautiously turned his head to the side. The silhouette of the poisonous dragon appeared through the smoke. Dust hung over the settlement, and the protagonist said that today he only came to greet his opponent. The protagonist clenched his fists, and remarked that he would definitely return to kill him one day. Li Jun lowered the corners of his mouth, and said that it was very arrogant. Hiding in a cloud of smoke, the young warrior said that they would find out later whether it was arrogant or not. The mantle of the King Kong of the Heavenly Sword fluttered in the wind, and no one understood where the poison dragon had disappeared to. Myung waved his fan in front of his face and said that the wind was coming from the valley, and then added that the guy was moving towards the mountains. Jugun's legs appeared. The protagonist stood in the dust, and Uncle Yun assumed that this young man was trying to cover himself with the poison in the sand and reach the top of the mountain. With his mouth wide open, the man told the others to find him, and then cried out that his rival had disappeared behind clouds of dust. The Jegal clan members helped their allies out of the smoke, crying out that the poison was too strong and they would not be able to withstand it. Li Jun silently lowered his hands, while Myung ordered the arrows to be used, as the poison dragon could not be allowed to climb to the top of Mount Chongsang. A column of smoke rose high into the clouds. Putting his hand to his forehead, Manhwa sighed heavily and said that this was the reason his eye twitched today. Smiling, the advisor noted that everything was clear to him, as his senses had never deceived him. The Chongsang clan building was visible. Ringyong entered the room filled with wounded fighters. The ruler raised her eyebrows. The girl looked away when she was told that the time had come. With his hands behind his back, Manhwa reported that there was chaos below, and then assumed that the poison dragon had arrived. The bandaged men opened their mouths in alarm and asked if this was true. Maiwol's jaw dropped in disbelief. The advisor stated that since Jugun was here, they would leave as promised, when suddenly the demonic disciple of Buddha appeared from behind and asked him again. The Ami clansman, his mouth wide open, exclaimed that this was not what they had agreed upon, and noted that Manhwa knew what he had been waiting for all this time. The man turned his head and explained that he had said that he would give him a chance to take revenge on the poison dragon someday, but he had not said when. The advisor stated that his promise was valid, but he regretted that the revenge Maiwol had been expecting was being delayed, to which Maiwol clenched his teeth in anger. The man drew his sword from its sheath and cried out loudly. Suddenly, a bright flash of blood appeared. The demonic disciple of Buddha's blade cut through the trunk of a tree. A huge leaf fell to the ground. Gritting his teeth, the Ami clansman asked if the advisor thought he would just stand there and watch him, to which the advisor asked him to put his worries aside and trust him. Placing his hand on his chest, Manhwa said that he would look for a better opportunity for his partner to carry out his magnificent revenge. The Buddha's disciple turned away and, after a pause, said that the advisor must keep his word. Renjen watched as the Ami clansman walked away. Smiling, the elder of the Chiak clan said that they would go, since it was impossible for Jugun to notice him and kill him right here. Frowning, the ruler asked what the advisor planned to do next, to which he replied that the stage was already set, so they just needed to find a convenient place to watch. At that moment, the man turned away. The girl, pressing her lips, said nothing. In the distance, behind the mountains, the setting sun was visible. The protagonist was climbing the stairs. The protagonist's lips turned down. A crowd of people greeted him, shouting that he had managed to pass through the main gate, and they knew that the poison dragon would return. Smiling, the head of the Safa clan said that the young warrior had come. The boy grinned and said yes. A bright flame appeared, and Jugun said that he had heard about what happened to Muam, and Rinjen said that they had lost Gyurion and the Heavenly Swordsman, and many others. The Safa clan members were warming themselves by the fire, and the protagonist remarked that he should have stayed here, to which the ruler replied that it would have been good, but no one knew that Li Jun would appear. The girl said that the bad thing was that the King Kong of the Heavenly Sword had become much stronger, to which the protagonist, folding his arms, confirmed her words. The young warrior admitted that he had met him on the way here, to which the head of the Safa clan opened her mouth in bewilderment. The mistress closed her eyes, paused, and said that Li Jun was indeed still alive. The girl remarked that it was surprising that he had managed to remain in one piece after meeting the head of the Murim associations, to which he, lowering his chin, replied that it was just luck. Recalling the silhouette of his opponent, the protagonist said that if it wasn't his imagination, then during the fight with him, his 9 beams of jade emptiness, 5 thunderstorms of toad kung fu went beyond the 7th beam, but in any case, it felt like it was a completely different martial art. Looking away, the protagonist clarified what it was, and then added that as far as he knew, Li Jun couldn't rise above half the beams. Lowering her jaw, Rinjen replied that she didn't know either, and then suggested that Mom had realized something at the end of the battle with him, but hadn't had time to tell her. Gritting her teeth, the ruler paused and declared that since the young warrior knew about the second half of the 9 rays, their meeting had been a success. Hearing this, the boy lowered the corners of his mouth and noted that this was true. Standing on a hill, the girl asked if Li Jun had told him everything, to which the young man answered in the affirmative. Renin's hair fluttered in the wind, and she explained that sometimes you have to remember the reality that you so want to forget. The ruler said that no matter how painful and difficult it was, in the end they would just have to move forward, when suddenly Jugun put his hand on her shoulder. The protagonist looked at the interlocutor, his lips pressed together. Lowering his head, the protagonist asked for forgiveness for everything that had happened to them and Wam. The head of the Safa clan grinned anxiously. A moment later, the girl raised her head and was silent. A bright moon was visible above the settlement, and the ruler said that despite all the difficulties, they were now here and at a dead end, because the Murim alliance surrounded the Chongsang Mountains, and there would not be enough food for long. Renjen asked what they should do, to which the young warrior turned his head back and asked her not to worry, because he had a plan. Lowering his hands, the guy asked the interlocutor to tell everyone to get ready. Opening his mouth, the young man said that they would go down the mountain before dawn. A red flag was visible at the gathering place of the Murim alliance clans. Li Jun closed his eyes and asked where the poison dragon was, to which he was told that they had tried to find it, but there were too many casualties, so they had to turn back. Frowning, Myung informed him that the poison in the sand was a collection of unfamiliar poisons, and then added that they did not know what kind of poisons they were yet, so they needed to prepare to face them. Placing his hand on the table, the King Kong of the Heavenly Sword thought that Jugun had returned to the Chongsang Mountains without any problems, but the commander of the Jigo clan noted that even so, their plans were still in effect, since they had managed to corner him. Turning away, the man stated that everything was just beginning, and then added that the battle would most likely take place at night, so he should begin preparing. Li Jun closed his lips, thinking that his opponent had used him as he wanted. Remembering Myung's furious face, the leader of the Murim alliance thought that the lower ones cannot interfere in the battle of the higher ones, and the protagonist knows this, so he attacked the strongest one. The members of the Chaegao family opened their mouths wide, and the King Kong of the Heavenly Sword decided that the protagonist did this so that others could not interfere. The moment of the fight appeared, and Li Jun realized that the young warrior wanted to have a duel in order to poison him by any means. Needles were visible in the man's hand, and he thought that since the poison dragon succeeded, everyone else was scared and could not continue, and for this he used visible poisonous powder so that no one would dare to follow him out of fear. The leader of the Murim alliance imagined the silhouette of his opponent in the dust, and thought that he managed to carry out his plan behind enemy lines, but it is unclear whether this is overconfidence or stupidity. Li Jun lowered the corners of his mouth, and said that it would be fun to kill him no matter what. Suddenly, the commander of the Chaegao clan pulled back the curtain and called out loudly for the master. The King Kong of the Heavenly Sword looked away. At that moment, the boy came out from behind the canopy. Frowning, the leader of the Murim Association saw who it was. Smiling, Manhwa sighed and said that he knew that the master was alive. The guards put blades to the advisor's neck, while he said that they were connected by fate, and admitted that he was glad to meet him again. Swords were put to Manhwa's neck, and Myung said that he was really looking for death. The commander of the Chaegao clan, with his mouth wide open, asked how he dared to come here after attacking the leader of the alliance. The old man, narrowing his eyes, asked in return that he might regret what he had done and had come to surrender. The man bared his teeth and asked whether he wanted to surrender. A moment later the guards lowered their weapons, to which the Admiralty advisor thanked them. The elder raised his eyebrows and said that one should be polite to those who wished to surrender. Suddenly Manhwa lowered his gaze. Unexpectedly, his leg was broken into small pieces. Li Jun, his eyes bulging, ordered him to kneel. A second later, the old man fell to the ground. The pupils of the King Kong of the Heavenly Sword narrowed sharply, and he said that because of his obsession with him, he saved him several times, and now his son was dead. The elder, lying on the floor, explained that he heard about it, and he was sorry that it happened this way, because he did not think that he would still decide to follow his beloved. The Admiralty advisor began to say that he would definitely go to the next world, when suddenly he was hit hard in the face. Drops of blood were visible. The warrior swung his fist furiously. Suddenly, the boy pulled his hand back. It seemed like the boy was attacking Manhwa with all his might. Li Jun continued to strike hard. The men, their eyes bulging, were very surprised, and one of them asked to stop, as he could hurt his hand. Suddenly, the bloody fist of the King Kong of the Heavenly Sword was grabbed. The boy, turning his gaze to the side, was perplexed. Myung tightly squeezed the boy's wrist. The commander of the Chaegao clan, through sweat on his face, explained that in order to find out who wanted to kill the leader, they must bring him to the alliance alive, and until the situation was resolved, he would be their prisoner under constant supervision. A moment later, Manhwa, standing up, laughed. The back of his head was visible, and he asked if they knew why he came, knowing that he could die. Opening his jaw, the old man said that from here it would be best to see what he was capable of. The man and the boy watched the Admiralty advisor in bewilderment. After a while, high mountains appeared. Pyeongbok, holding a torch in his hand, said that he always followed him, despite the specificity of some methods, but he was bursting with curiosity. Looking at the protagonist, the scout Safa asked why they were going now and not at night, to which he received the answer that the Chaegao family uses the technique of 9 locks and 8 lines with Mount Chongsang in the center, and even in the darkness it would be difficult for them to pass unnoticed. The informant, through sweat on his face, said that in that case it would be possible to go during the day. Jugun, turning his head, explained that then everything would be different. The protagonist remembered how he stood behind a tree and said that before coming here, he observed the situation around. The boy looked out from behind the corner, and added that since they do not have enough food, some groups go hunting, or the clans themselves send them some food. It seemed like a lot of bags, and the young man said that that's why he did something with the food of the Chabu, Taeyum, and Wanri clans. Pyeongbok, opening his jaw, asked if it was poison, and Jugun replied that it was, but it would only work in the morning. The girl, opening her mouth, asked why he was confusing things so much, and why not just use a strong poison and kill them all. The protagonist turned around and explained that each clan has its own meal time, and therefore, if one gets sick, the rest will refuse to eat, and therefore this is the best way to sow chaos between a large number of people. Renjen, looking ahead, asked what he would do with Lijun. The protagonist raised the corners of his lips and said that he would hardly be able to fight at full strength, because he had managed to use a special poison on him, and the goddess of desire asked again about the special one, to which she received the answer that this poison was from his body. Suddenly, the guy raised his hand up. A dense forest was visible, and a question was heard about what had happened. The young man lowered his eyebrows thoughtfully. Suddenly, the poison dragon's pupils narrowed. Jugun abruptly grabbed the arrow that was flying straight at him. The guards clenched their jaws in fear. The protagonist, having broken the projectile, exclaimed that they were now on their territory. The warriors frowned menacingly, and the protagonist explained that everything was starting, and asked everyone to remain vigilant. After some time, many tents appeared. Myung, placing his palms on the table, said that a signal had arrived. Baring his teeth, the commander of the Chaegao clan shouted that he would repay the poison dragon for that disgrace in the village of Namgang. The broad back of a man was visible. Clouds were parried in the sky. High mountains appeared. Suddenly, the warriors fought fiercely. Pyeongbok, clenching his jaw, asked what was happening. Suddenly, a multitude of bright rays appeared in the depths of the forest. A moment later, a huge number of arrows quickly cut through the air. The team tried to defend themselves from the oncoming attack. The informant, with his mouth wide open, asked what they should do, since they would not be able to protect everyone and get through 9 castles. Jugun, with his palm outstretched, replied that dawn was coming soon, and so they just needed to hold out. Suddenly, small bombs flew up above the protagonist's head. The sharp balls began to burn. Rungan's eyes widened in surprise. Opening her jaw, the girl shouted for everyone to move aside. It seemed as if the goddess of desires released her magic ribbons. There were bombs inside them. A second later, a powerful explosion was heard. The warriors' pupils narrowed in fear. Sangyi, grinning, said that this time the Chaegao family had lured them into a dead end. Renjen frowned angrily. The strategic advisor, with his mouth wide open, exclaimed that it was time for the goddess of desire and the poison dragon to pay for everything. The man, with his weapon drawn, ordered to kill the Safa clan and rushed to the attack. A moment later, many guards rushed from the spot. Pyeongbok clenched his jaw in bewilderment. The protagonist calmly looked straight ahead, and a question was heard asking when the poison would work. Suddenly, a multitude of bright rays were visible on the informant's face. The scout's eyes bulged in surprise. The warriors, covering their faces with their hands, could not understand what was wrong with their eyes. Sangyi, squinting, asked what was going on. Raising the corners of his lips, the protagonist explained that the leaves of the poisonous pea make it so that they cannot open their eyes when looking at the sun. The bright sun appeared, and the guy added that this is why they decided to go down at dawn. The young man said that the Chaegao family is now at a dead end, which made the man sweat. The poisonous dragon seriously bit his lips. Blinding rays illuminated the forest, and the guards shouted that they cannot see anything, and wondered how this was possible. Tears suddenly flowed from the warriors. Jugun, frowning, thought that an enemy who cannot see cannot remain calm. An unusual labyrinth was visible, and the protagonist muttered that now the road to the gates of death is difficult. Suddenly, a magical glow appeared, and the protagonist added that the difficult road had become straight. Pyeongbok, smiling happily, exclaimed that this was great, because everything could work out. The guy, turning his gaze to the side, objected that it was too early to rejoice, and asked if they remembered what he said before leaving. Lowering his eyebrows, the informant replied that the gate of life is in the gate of death, and the gate of death is in the gate of shadows. The enemy covered their faces with their hands, and the young man said that although they were able to stop them with poison, but this only affected the enemy's speed. Renjen turned her head and listened carefully, that they would understand how the poison works and try to adapt to it. A girl with long hair was visible, and the poison dragon said that while they were slowed down, they should quickly move towards the gate of death. Raising the corners of his lips, Jugun said that there was no need to fight, and asked everyone to follow him. After a while, high mountains appeared. A crowd of people quickly ran forward. The warriors tried to run past the enemy. Sangyi, baring his teeth, spoke rudely about Safa. The man, through tears, clarified what they were doing and ordered everyone to maintain their positions, because the formation cannot be destroyed. The bright sky was visible, and it was heard that he could not see anything. Suddenly, a fist was approaching the strategic advisor. A moment later, one of the Kwandu brothers dealt a powerful blow to his opponent. Blood flowed from Sangyi's nose. The authorized warrior Safa, clenching his jaw, exclaimed that he had finally avenged his deceased brother. Suddenly, a strong surge of energy was heard. Myung appeared, looking straight ahead, and thought that this was strange. The commander of the Chaegao clan, lowering his eyebrows, muttered that according to the plan, they should already be moving on to the next phase, but there was no news. The man placed his palm on the map and thought that some time ago the groups that were supposed to move to the flag began to move chaotically. The sun's rays broke through the mountains, and Myung wondered if something had happened. Uncle Yong suddenly put his hand in front of him. Li Jun, opening his mouth, said that he had come up with something again, because he felt a slight poison inside himself. The King Kong of the Heavenly Sword, closing his eyes, explained that it was not fatal, but it affected their troops, and the plan had gone wrong from the very beginning. The boy, squinting, exclaimed that he would have to go after all. The commander of the Chaegao clan, turning around, said that nothing was finished yet, and they could not order the antidote to be prepared and reorganized, to which the young man objected that he could not rely on the Chaegao family again and lose. Li Jun said that he would go first, after which he jumped high. Suddenly, the man slammed his fist hard on the table. It felt like he had broken it into 2 pieces. Clenching his jaw, Uncle Yun thought that he had pushed back the previous battle, which meant he knew about the 9 castles and 8 lines formation. Suddenly, Jugun's mouth was wide open. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows, and Myung muttered that he would be able to escape from it in the same way this time. The protagonist quickly ran forward, and the Chaegao clan commander added that he was moving towards the Gate of Life and the Gate of Death. Frowning menacingly, the man said that he did not know how he had managed to poison them, but he thought that by stopping the formation, he could escape. Uncle Yun exclaimed that he should just wait, because the Gate of Death would be special to him, and at that time, the boy sighed heavily. A crowd of warriors stood in an empty clearing, wondering if this was the Gate of Death, knowing that there was nothing there. Someone asked if the strongest were supposed to be sent here, and the poison dragon, through the sweat on his face, realized that something was wrong and wondered if they had already reached the Gate of Life. Suddenly, Jugun's pupils narrowed. A moment later, the tree trunks were cut in half, and the protagonist shouted for everyone to move aside. A second later, the protagonist pulled out a sword. An unusual aura surrounded his hand. The boy abruptly held the weapon out in front of him, protecting the people. The young man, baring his teeth, defended himself. Suddenly, the poison dragon lowered his eyebrows. A bright flash appeared in front of him. Pyongbak opened his jaw in surprise. The sharp end of the sword was visible. Jugun began to sigh heavily. Noticing the people in yellow robes, the protagonist exclaimed that they were the Ami clan. The warriors crossed their palms seriously. The men, with their eyes wide open, did not understand how they got here before the Chaegao family. The woman, lowering her weapon, said that they received a request from the Murim Alliance, and came here. Inian added that they did not care about Chongsung, where the Taoists disappeared, but they were still members of the Alliance, which made the protagonist clench his jaw in bewilderment. The head of the Ami clan, folding her katana, said that they were seeing each other for the first time since the wedding. The girl, smiling slightly, asked how he was doing. After some time, a tent appeared. Inside the room was tied up Manuel, who said that they could lock him in a place with a view of the mountains, and asked what kind of boredom. The old man lowered his head, and suddenly questions were heard. Through the curtains, someone was seen killing the guards. Suddenly, a human silhouette appeared. Mayawal entered the tent, to which the elder said that he was already afraid that he would miss the most interesting part. Manyo, smiling menacingly, exclaimed that it was time to move. A clear sky was visible, and Jugun thought that it was useless. Clenching his jaw, the protagonist muttered that, unlike other clans, the Ami clan does not eat regular food. Looking at the guys in yellow robes, the protagonist realized that the poison did not affect them. Looking ahead, the poison dragon thought that this did not even matter, because there was 1 head, 2 Buddhas, 3 rulers and 2 kings. Looking at the head of the clan, Jugun said to himself that she was already here, which meant that they would definitely not be able to leave without losses. Clenching his fist, the protagonist wondered what could suddenly attack and use poison during a fight, or simply find an opening and use the 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu. Inyan, standing in front of the protagonist, exclaimed that she had introduced herself, but he remained silent, and asked if she was really that unpleasant to him. The girl, smiling, asked if he was thinking about how to get out of this situation right now. The poison dragon sweated from fear. Jugun, lowering his eyebrows, said that he would delay them, and let them leave here. Renjen opened her mouth wide and shouted that his strength would not be enough, to which she received a negative answer. The protagonist, introducing the members of the secret society, asked to remember them and all those who had already given their lives, and also explained that their deaths would be useless. Looking down, the protagonist said that he would fight them. The boy added that this was the best option at the moment, causing the goddess of desire to bite her lips. Suddenly, a bright smile appeared. The head of the Ami clan, raising her eyebrows, said that he would be able to delay them for a short time, and added that this was stupid. With her eyes bulging, the girl said that he should think carefully. The poisonous dragon opened his mouth in surprise, hearing the question of whether this was really the best option. Suddenly, a memory appeared in which Inian, stretching out her index finger, asked that if Yeomwon falls and the Tang clan is destroyed, then who will become the head of the demon school? Holding a knife to the big guy, the leader of the Ami clan asked a second question, who will go against Safa of Bukshan? Showing 3 fingers, the girl asked that if Yeomwon is killed, then who will go against Haewol? Buddha, lifting the corners of his lips, explained that when he found the answers to the questions, he would be waiting for him on Mount Ami, and that there were no eternal enemies or allies in the world. Inin, looking ahead, said that in the world of suffering there was only one task. Opening her mouth, the leader of the Ami clan added that this task was to seek the way. Jugun, through the sweat on his face, understood that she wanted him to answer those questions. Opening his jaw, the protagonist exclaimed that his answer remained the same. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist explained that he chose to follow his own path and solve all problems on his own. The girl, smiling slightly, said that she saw that he was becoming a seeker of the way, and asked if he knew that before that he would need to do something. The boy narrowed his eyes and replied that he would have to kill Yeomwon first. The Buddha widened her eyes and asked how exactly. A moment later, the boy was covered in dark power and used the 9 rays of Void Jade ability. Suddenly, a huge dragon appeared behind him and Jugun used the 4th ray skill. Clenching his fists, the protagonist exclaimed that with this power, his team, through the sweat on their faces, were very surprised. The members of the Ami clan frowned in fear. Inian, holding a katana in her hand, said that she knew he would become even stronger, and if he were a simple chatterbox, she would have cut off his head. Turning around, the girl said that then the Ami clan would retreat, because depending on his actions, they could only become his strength. The Buddha added that she would give him one piece of advice before leaving, which made the protagonist look straight ahead seriously. Inian, standing near the bushes, explained that Kangho's morality came from a position, and those who wanted to lay claim to it needed to see the full picture. The leader of the Ami clan, lowering her hands, added that he should find out everything before fighting Yeomwon. A second later, the people in yellow robes suddenly took off, and a question was heard asking if they really had left. Pyenbok, opening his jaw, asked what kind of strange words those were, to which the boy replied that he would explain everything later, because first they needed to get out of here. The young man, shaking his head, said that they needed to know the full picture. Suddenly, Myung, through sweat on his face, asked what that sound was. A thick haze was visible in the mountains, and the man did not understand why the Ami clan had left. Hitting his head, the Chegel clan leader muttered that he was calm because he had entrusted them with the gate of death, and they had simply left. Splashes of blood appeared behind Uncle Yun, and he thought that no one could stop them now, and nothing could be done, so he would have to go. The red splashes were approaching the man. Myung looked back in confusion. Suddenly, Maiwo pierced his body through. A moment later, Myung coughed up blood. The Chegel clan leader, noticing the demonic disciple of Buddha, asked why he did this. Suddenly, the man's pupils contracted. Manyo, holding his hands behind his back, heard that he knew he was planning something, to which he replied that he only wanted to become part of the 9 lands and 6 heavens. Myung, sitting on the ground, exclaimed that he did not even know his place, and the old man said that he would allow the Chegel family to leave, and unfortunately there was no place for them in his 9 lands and 6 heavens. A second later, the elder reached for the flag. Taking it, Manyo asked if these were the 9 castles and 8 lines. The Admiralty advisor, waving the banner, clarified whether this was how it should be done. Mountains were visible, and the old man laughed loudly. After some time, one of the guards was sitting in a tree. The opponents were sitting on the ground, and one of them reported that the signals from below were strange, because the Safa had already gone beyond the gates of death. The man, baring his teeth, clarified how this was possible, and whether the Ami clan had retreated. The warrior pulled out his weapon and shouted that then they should forget about the Chegel family, because they themselves would go to the gates, and everyone who had recovered from the poison should follow him. Suddenly, the samurai noticed the members of the Chanseong clan. After a while, the bright sky appeared. Someone's leg appeared, and he said that it was good that they were able to come. Cheon, crossing his arms, said that he had already thought that he would have to sneak inside to find them. John, joyfully folding his palms, exclaimed that they were glad that everything was okay with them. Renjen, with bulging eyes, asked what the Chanseong clan was doing here. The deputy leader, lowering his head, said that they took everyone to a safe place and returned, and the Murim and Chanseong alliance had crossed all possible boundaries, and therefore nothing would change even if they helped them a little. Hostages were visible, and the man continued that they captured the remaining warriors of the alliance, and their Taoists knew the Chanseong mountains better than anyone. The master, pointing his hand back, explained that they would lead them from here. The team, with their mouths open in satisfaction, said that this meant that they really managed to get out. The blue sky appeared and it was heard that they all survived and would now be able to return home. The people were smiling and rejoicing happily. Suddenly, John hugged Soso. A moment later, the goddess of desires approached Chan and addressed him. The man looked to the side. The deputy clan leader said that the deceased leader would also want this, which made the girl look down sadly. Suddenly, Jugun smiled slightly. The protagonist lifted the corners of his lips in satisfaction. A second later, the protagonist's eyes bulged. Suddenly, his face became frightened. The poisonous dragon looked forward in bewilderment. A human silhouette appeared above him. Li Jun, opening his mouth, asked that he really thought he could escape from him. Jugun abruptly opened his jaw. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides. A moment later, a powerful explosion was heard. The entire forest was covered in a magical shell. A cloud of gray smoke was visible. Tree stumps appeared among the dust. Holding his head, Pyeongbok coughed and asked how this could have happened. The informant covered one eye. In front of him, the scout saw a huge crater with burning people, but he did not believe it. Behind him, the silhouette of Li Jun appeared, who declared that the games were over. The man grinned angrily, and his opponent noted that they could not just let go. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred. Ren Jin jumped out of the gray haze, and the subordinate called out to the mistress. Frowning, the ruler turned to the head of the Murim alliance. The girl extended her hand forward, and the King Kong of the Heavenly Sword noted that they quickly met again. On the ground, traces of the man's feet were visible, and he thought about the fact that the head of the Safa clan did not attack him, but pushed him away, as if creating distance. Lowering his chin, the guy asked if the mistress was worried about the people even in such a state. The wounded warriors of Safa were lying on the ground, and Li Jun said that he and Wam were always clinging to useless things. The leader of the Murim alliance explained that this is why everything ends up like this, when Rin Jen suddenly clenched her teeth and exclaimed that she would never forgive him. The ruler pounced on the enemy, using the 9 beams of the Void of Jade, 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu. King Kong of the Heavenly Sword blocked the attack, putting his shoulder in front of him. Lowering his eyebrows, the commander of the Murim alliance said that only the strong can talk about forgiveness, and then added that the rival can use the 9 beams of the Void of Jade, 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu with only one hand. Energy flows hovered around the body of the ruler. Swinging his sword, Li Jun said that it would be better to send her to Muam. Suddenly, Cheon jumped on him from behind, asking what about this attack. The King Kong of the Heavenly Sword kicked the head of the Safa clan into the stomach. The boy turned around to block the master's attack. A bright blue flash appeared. The blades of the swords crossed, and the commander of the Murim alliance declared that the Chanseong clan now had neither a foundation nor a head. Pulling his hand back, the boy suggested that his opponent just stay away if he wanted to cling to the past so much, and then asked if he was asking for the death penalty. To which he cried out that even if he lost everything, the will of the Chanseong would continue to live. Lowering the corners of his mouth, Li Jun asked his opponent again, and noted that this was some kind of stupidity. Teacher Cheon opened his mouth wide. The sword magic of 75 waves and 13 meteors clashed. The head of the Murim Association stepped on the ground. Lowering his hands, the boy suggested that the death penalty would not be enough for his opponent, to which the latter thought that he was like a monster, because it was impossible to withstand first the sword of 75 waves, and then the sword of 13 meteorites. The blade of the sword left traces in the air. It seemed as if a blade was stuck into the body of Master Cheon, after which the King Kong of the Heavenly Sword said that he was not an opponent for him. The face of the deputy head of the Chanson clan was covered in blood, and his opponent asked if he really hoped to defeat the one who defeated their leader, to which he muttered that he thought that he had excellent skills, but they were different. The master said that he was called an idiot because of his stubbornness, to which Li Jun lowered his eyebrows in bewilderment. Teacher Cheon grabbed his opponent's hand. The man opened his mouth wide and shouted that it was because he was always ready to go through fire and water. The deputy head of the Chongsun clan shouted the name of the poison dragon, when suddenly Jugun appeared to the side. Crossing his arms, the protagonist called out to the main opponent. Extending his palm with dark energy forward, the commander of the Murim alliance decided that he needed to deal with one more person. Suddenly, the guy's fingers were enveloped in yellow ribbons. The head of the Safa clan bared her teeth angrily. Spreading his arms out to the sides, Jugun released 12 flying energies capable of quick destruction. The magical streams approached Li Jun's body. The King Kong of the Heavenly Sword gritted his teeth. A moment later, a huge column of red energy formed around him. The protagonist flew back and cried out in pain. Grabbing his opponent by the neck, Alliance Commander Murim asked if the young warrior thought he could attack suddenly, and then exclaimed that his games were over. Squeezing his fingers around the boy's throat, Li Jun called him names. A silhouette of a young man with a ponytail on his hair appeared in the darkness. Gritting his teeth, the leader of the Murim Associations did not understand how his opponent dared. Streams of magical energy hovered around the opponents, and the King Kong of the Heavenly Sword announced that today he would finish the 9 beams of the Void of Jade, the 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu, which his opponent was so proud of, and then added that he would start by painfully destroying him from the inside. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist began to scream loudly. Forming a flurry of energy around himself, Li Jun declared that he knew all of his techniques. Lowering the corners of his mouth, Alliance Commander Murim noted that the protagonist could only use 4 beams out of 9. The young warrior grabbed his opponent's hand with his fingers and coughed loudly, and the latter thought that he should have killed him earlier. Looking up, the King Kong of the Heavenly Sword did not understand how he could withstand his 7 beams with the power of 4. Magic streams rushed through the air, and the head of the Alliance Unions noticed that his blood flow was very strange. Suddenly, the guy looked away. The guy dodged the attack. A magic seal appeared on his cheek. Gritting his teeth, Juggin explained that he used not only quick destruction, but also 12 flying energies of the Yak clan, after which he added that of course, such difficult techniques were unknown to the enemy. A memory appeared in which the protagonist was taught basic techniques. Smiling maliciously, the protagonist asked how the opponent was using these techniques. Frowning, Li Jun cried out that the poison dragon was a non-entity. Suddenly, the young warrior cast the Great Lightning Breath spell, then kicked his opponent. The leader of the Murim Alliance threw his head back. Loud sounds were heard among the Rocky Mountains. The protagonist emerged from the smoky cloud. Renjen opened her mouth wide and asked if he was okay. Lowering her chin, the protagonist replied that he was okay. Li Jun remained in the forest, surrounded by energy flows, and the young warrior informed the ruler that their opponent was also okay. Grinning viciously, the King Kong of the Heavenly Sword declared that he would kill all the vile creatures. The guy folded his bloody palms. The commander of the Murim Alliance frowned. The protagonist's eyes bulged. The leader of the Safa clan opened her mouth in alarm, when suddenly it was heard that this would be a real battle. Grinning, Manhwa noted that there was something to see here. The blood-stained advisor and monk stood in the middle of the forest. The heroes from different clans looked at each other on the battlefield. The elder of the Chiak clan was smiling. Suddenly, the protagonist frowned and called out to him. Gritting his teeth, Li Jun asked where the advisor was from, then added that he should have been tied up. Raising his eyebrows, the man said that he couldn't be stopped that easily. Throwing the bloody flag to the ground, the advisor said that he had killed everyone in the Chiak clan and all the family members who were at the bottom of the mountain. Raising his palm, Manhwa said that the Ami clan had retreated, meaning no one would stop them now, and then added that he had a suggestion. Holding out his bloody hand in front of him, the elder of the Chiak clan suggested that they let them go this time. After a moment, the advisor explained that he would then be able to share useful information with him, to which Li Jun, closing his lips, remained silent. The man asked to believe him, because this information is worth letting them go, when suddenly the King Kong of the Heavenly Sword grinned viciously and declared that the advisor had really gone crazy. The man asked if the commander of the Murim Alliance agreed, to which he, standing in the shadows, told the interlocutor to shut up, because he had no need to listen to such a person. Juggin clenched his hand into a fist while Manhwa said that then nothing could be done, and decided to side with them and destroy the head of Li Jun, to which he asked if the advisor was thinking of scaring him with this. But it was even good, because he could take the chance and kill everyone who interfered with him. At the same second, the protagonist jumped up, throwing stones to the sides. Suddenly, the elder of the Chitik clan pinned him to the ground with a crash. Having twisted the young warrior's arm, the advisor ordered him not to climb while the elders were talking. With her mouth wide open, Renjen loudly called the young master. The man asked his opponent to think again, when suddenly he bared his teeth angrily. A blade appeared in front of the hand of the head of the Murim associations. The guy cut the monk's weapon with his palm. Gritting his teeth, Mayawal asked if his opponent knew that it was forbidden to take someone else's offering. Lowering his eyebrows, Li Jun called out to the monk. Lowering his jaw, the advisor noted that his opponent should not overdo it, because he had recently had to fight Muam, and his hand had not yet fully recovered from the poison. Manhwa said that this young warrior's attack also could not be ignored, because it was too greedy to want everything at once, to which he pressed his upper jaw hard on the lower jaw. Rising from his knees, the advisor admitted that he knew that he had many ambitions, so it was better not to spoil them, and then said that he knew how to achieve what he wanted, and asked whether he should tell about it. Opening his mouth, the elder of the Chitik clan thought about telling about the leader of the Murim Alliance. Li Jun's eyes noticeably narrowed in fear. The advisor began to smile widely. Turning his head, the man explained that if the others decided to use this situation to attack, then he would have to side with the common enemy. So if they were not sure that they could withstand the two of them, then they should just keep an eye on the members of Safa. Frowning, Renjen exclaimed that Manhwa was a rat, to which he replied that this was the only way to live longer in such a harsh world as Murim. Holding his hand, the advisor clarified what the King Kong of the Heavenly Sword would do. The commander of the Murim Alliance remained silent with the corners of his mouth lowered. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy said that he would let them go this time, and then added that he would still have a chance to destroy them, just not today. Smiling, the elder of the Chitik clan exclaimed that this was a great idea. Suddenly, a pillar of energy formed above Juggin's body. The protagonist remained silent as he rose from his knees. Looking away, Li Jun said that the young warrior was here again. In the distance, Rocky Mountains could be seen. A crowd of people were walking on the ground. The villagers were moving deeper into the forest. The monk pointed his finger forward and cried out that Lord Manhwa would really just let them go, and did not understand what his promise was. The man pressed his lips together and thought about it. Opening his mouth wide, Manhwa began calling out loudly for his master. Clouds were visible in the sky, and Li Jun said that the advisor simply sent her back, allowing them to live, to which he replied that he thought she would meet them soon. With his hands behind his back, Manhwa noted that he could not protect them forever. Taking a step forward, Li Jun said that the Chongsong clan, the Ami clan, and the Safa of Sandong were now on his side. The King Kong of the Heavenly Sword wrapped his fingers around the hilt of his sword and said that he was becoming too strong, and it would be better to destroy him now, to which the other man replied that they had made a deal. Flipping the blade over in his hand, the head of the Murim Association noticed that the advisor was the only one left here. A moment later, the boy struck, leaving a red mark in the air. Li Jun placed the blade on the man's shoulder and asked what the deal meant to him. Gritting his teeth, Manhwa asked him to wait, and then explained that he would get what he wanted if he allowed all of them to survive, not just him. The advisor added that they needed to leave the Chanseong clan, the Ami clan, Safa of Sandong, and even the Poison Dragon and the entire Murim alive, to which the other man lowered the corners of his lips in bewilderment. Looking away, the elder of the Chiak clan exclaimed that the leader was alive and well, but he did not understand why he had to pretend to be dead. The man could be heard saying that they couldn't let them all interfere no matter what, while the Murim Alliance commander kept his eyes closed, and the advisor explained that someone needed to bring the chaos in the Murim Alliance under control. The ruler above the structure appeared and the man declared that whoever could do that would become the leader of the Murim Alliance. The boy frowned in worry. The elder of the Chitik clan pointed out that there had to be a mess in order to bring something into order, and then pulled the blade of the sword away from his face and said that they were excellent ingredients for him to become the leader. Manhwa smiled and declared that he would help him realize his ambition to become the leader of the Murim Alliance. The boy wrapped his fingers around the hilt of the blade and remained silent. Bright red traces appeared in the air. Li Jun sheathed the weapon. Turning away, the King Kong of the Heavenly Sword announced that he was returning to the Alliance. The advisor began to laugh, smiling broadly. Clouds were visible above the forest, and someone could be heard saying that he had never imagined such a thing. The wounded people were lying on the ground. The master sat on a rock and told him that the guy was not the same Li Jun he remembered. The master closed his eyes and asked how the leader lost to him, while Juggin remained silent. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that he could attack many times using the gaps, but it was not enough to defeat the leader of the Murim Alliance. A memory appeared in which Cheon fought with the King Kong of the Heavenly Sword, and the protagonist thought that the difference between them was too great, and then decided that although he had received the 9 rays of the Void Jade, the 5 thunderstorms of the Toad Kung Fu, but he also had them, so to win, not only the inner core was needed, but also other techniques. Holding a bandage in his hand, the young warrior wondered if they would be able to restore the Chongsong clan when they got out of here. The boy placed his palm on the master's back and told him that he owed the dead Muam a favor and that he had to kill Li Jun to avenge him. The boy frowned and said that he needed to master the techniques of the Chongsong clan. Chong looked away and thought about how this fighter had almost lost his life and was already thinking about the next step. Closing his eyes, the man noticed that Juggin had already received the 9 rays of the Void of Jade, the 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu, and then asked what else he wanted. The master agreed to teach him, but said that he would have to try, and Rinzhen smiled when he heard this. A man in a red robe appeared and asked if they were in too much of a hurry. The clansmen gritted their teeth in anger, and the stranger muttered that Manhwa had not said that the best moments happen when hope gives way to despair. Manhwa smiled evilly and declared that this moment would come right now. The team clenched their jaws in confusion. Manhwa smiled widely and, when asked if he was pursuing them, replied that Manhwa had promised to leave them. The demonic disciple of Buddha added that he was by his side simply knowing that the opportunity would find him, to which Rinzhen, with her jaw open, shouted that the Ami clan had agreed to support the Poison Dragon, and that he, by doing so, was violating the will of the clan. The enemy, shuffling his legs, said that this was true, but these were his own feelings that had nothing to do with the affairs of the clan. Manhwa, grinning terribly, exclaimed that he had already said that the terrible evil, the future around, would personally destroy. The girl, turning her gaze to the side, thought that she had not recovered enough, and therefore it would be difficult to fight him in this state. Juggin, holding out his palm, asked everyone to take 20 steps back and explained that he would deal with him. The goddess of desire lowered her eyebrows and turned to the protagonist, to which he said that in such a state she could not fight, and he alone had enough strength. The demonic disciple of Buddha pouted in surprise. The protagonist, taking out his katana, said that in any case, if he could not do anything, it would not get better. Looking down, the guy added that therefore let him fight him. Rinzhen, through the sweat on her face, exclaimed that she understood him. Suddenly, the enemy, shedding tears, began to laugh loudly. Manhwa, opening his mouth wide, asked if he thought that it would get better if he defeated him, and whether he truly believed it. The young man frowned seriously. The demonic disciple of Buddha, squinting, said that this was impudent behavior. A moment later, the enemy began to push off the ground. A second later, the opponent rushed forward and shouted that he did not like this at all, and therefore would help him see the outcome. Suddenly, the poison dragon, pursing his lips, used the skill 9 rays of Void Jade and 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu. Juggin raised his dagger up. Unexpectedly, the protagonist parried Mayawal's attack. The demonic disciple of the Buddha choked in bewilderment. The protagonist, lowering his eyebrows, said that it was stupid to think that he was the same as before. It seemed like the guy swung his fist near the opponent's face. Suddenly, the enemy kicked the young man away. The poison dragon began to fall sharply. It was seen how the opponents quickly stopped, and Mayawal exclaimed that his place was in hell, where death awaited him. With his mouth wide open, the man added that he would not dare to curry favor with the Buddha until he brought him his head, and used the ability of the Sword of Assault Waves. A moment later, many magical lines cut through the air. Juggin tried to dodge, parrying near the trees. Strange threads appeared on the protagonist's wrist. The demonic disciple of Buddha, swinging his weapon strongly, clarified that he really expected to repel his attack. The protagonist continued to rush past the tall trunks. An unexpectedly powerful force cut the trees into 2 parts. The enemy's eyes bulged in bewilderment. A thick smoke was visible. A magical thread appeared on one of the trunks, and Mayawal wondered where it had gone. A second later, the guy flew above the enemy's head, and the latter wondered if he used his streams to move along the treetops. A moment later, the young man fired several projectiles. The demonic disciple of Buddha clenched his jaw in anticipation of the blow. Suddenly, the enemy jumped back from the approaching attack. Suddenly, the poison dragon swung his dagger. Mayawal looked up. It seemed as if the opponents collided with each other. Juggin's body was covered with an unusual force. The opponent bared his teeth viciously. A second later, several blows were heard. John, clenching his fist, exclaimed that this fight was not like the previous one, because now he was completely under the control of the poisonous dragon. The boy, bulging his eyes, added that he would succeed, to which the teacher objected that they did not know. The man, opening his mouth, explained that the poisonous dragon had indeed become stronger, but it would be difficult to defeat Mayawal after only a few months of training. Cheon, watching the battle, said that he had already lost to him once, and therefore he would be extremely careful, and that was why the poisonous dragon was also trying his best. The protagonist clenched his jaw, and the teacher said that he had used 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu from the very beginning, and he knew that he would not be able to win if the battle dragged on. The man frowned and said that the 9 rays of the Void of Jade and the 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu increase absolutely all aspects of strength, but in any case, this energy needs to be developed and improved, and so far he was unable to do this. The protagonist lowered his hand to the ground, and Chong asked what would happen next. A moment later, the guy lifted his legs off the floor. 2 small projectiles appeared. Suddenly, the enemy hit them. The young man jumped up sharply. It was visible how Juggin reached for the dagger. A second later, the protagonist tightly gripped his weapon. The protagonist, stretching out his hand, used the skill 12 flying needles. Mayawal, moving his head back, was able to dodge. The guy bared his teeth in displeasure. Suddenly, a leg swing appeared in front of him. Unexpectedly, the demonic disciple of Buddha powerfully pushed the young man. A bright explosion was heard in the distance. The poisonous dragon coughed up blood from pain. Juggin looked up in surprise. His body was covered with magical lightning. Suddenly, an unusual attack from the enemy appeared. The protagonist clenched his jaw in bewilderment. A moment later, a powerful flash appeared in the forest. A thick haze was visible. A human silhouette appeared through the fog. Mayawal, stretching his sword to the side, exclaimed that it looked very beautiful, but he was only looking for a gap in his movements. Looking at the ground, the demonic disciple of Buddha added that there was poison in those needles. The enemy explained that he knew all his tricks, and that is why he was so careful, after which the protagonist abruptly raised his hands. The enemy said that he was trying to find his weakness, which made him weak, and smoke was visible coming out of the guy's mouth. Mayawal, holding his weapon in front of him, suggested finishing. Suddenly, a bright light appeared behind the demonic disciple of Buddha, and he used the ability of the assault stream. A second later, the enemy released a powerful burst of dark energy. The young man crossed his elbows, trying to defend himself. The poisonous dragon opened his mouth wide. His teammates' eyes widened in fear. Mayawal smiled contentedly. A red explosion appeared. A deep crater suddenly formed around Juggin. The protagonist's pupils shone unusually. The demonic disciple of Buddha sighed heavily, surprised that he was alive. Renjen watched the fight through sweat on her face. The enemy said that he was truly evil and he definitely needed to cut off his head, after which the protagonist interrupted him and, clenching his fingers, explained that he had prepared this attack for Li Jun, but he would have to use it now, and so he should watch carefully. Magic threads appeared, and the enemy asked what he was talking about. Unusual lines were also visible near the thick trees. A moment later, the guy stretched out his hand forward. Mayawal, holding the sword, was perplexed. A huge number of magic threads appeared, and the young man used the soul-sealing skill. Suddenly, the body of the demonic Buddha disciple was bound. Splashes of dark red blood appeared in the air. Mayawal clenched his teeth tightly. Purple shining threads bound and immobilized his body. The protagonist, with a red stream flowing from his mouth, reminded his opponent of his words about weaknesses, which turned out to be wrong. He raised his hand and added that he only made his enemy think so. The boy imagined how he moved in the forest and said that in fact, on the treetops, he was weaving a trap for the priest from soul threads. Thin, brightly glowing threads were stretching from Jugin's hand. He smiled confidently and added that Mayawal was so busy protecting his weaknesses that he did not even notice it. John frowned, understanding why the boy had asked him to take 20 steps back. The opponent, whose clothes were soaked with blood, clenched his teeth and screamed that these stupid threads would not stop him. Suddenly, a painful expression froze on his face. He screamed loudly, and the boy explained that they contained his poison, which penetrated into the body when there was resistance. Jugin raised his hand and added that the priest had taken many lives under the guise of serving Buddha. He clenched his fist and shouted that for the 5 deadly sins and 10 grave crimes, Mayawal would go to hell. The threads began to shine brightly. The man opened his mouth wide, screaming in extreme pain. His eyes rolled back in his head. The space around him turned red, the threads stretched to their limit. Dark blood sprayed into the air. The red liquid contrasted with the blue sky. Small drops scattered in all directions. Then a purple flash of light appeared. Jugin raised his hand and began to breathe heavily. The enemy's body sank to the ground. Then he fell on his forehead with a loud thud. Gray smoke rose up as the boy silently looked at his defeated opponent. The people in the crowd watched in shock. Soso placed her hands on her chest, her mouth open in horror. The warrior, whose face was dripping with red blood, said that he could become stronger now. He turned around and added with a smile that there was no more danger, so he could rest for a while. The next moment, his eyes closed and he began to fall down exhausted. John cried out in excitement. Someone grabbed the protagonist's shoulder. Chion caught Jugin and said that he had simply passed out from fatigue, so there was no need to worry. The man looked at him and praised him with a proud smile. The youth's eyes were tightly closed, and the deputy clan leader added that they would take care of him now. The blue sky was visible above the green trees. Someone approached the defeated Mayawal and called it a terrible sight, and the priest recognized man. The elder leaned over and said that the protagonist always had trouble finishing things because his enemy survived. He looked down and realized that the boy had managed to get a new poison after all, just as Li Jun said. The man then raised his hand and said that he would now end the priest's suffering. Mayawal's face was covered in blood and was dripping with sweat. When the priest's hand tightened on his throat, he simply asked why this was happening. Man, whose eyes shone brightly, replied that he had never had any sympathy for the wounded man, but the Ami clan had sided with the poisonous dragon, and if Mayawal were left alive, he would be a nuisance to everyone. The Buddha's disciple began to cry, saying that he believed that they shared the same pain. The elder raised his eyebrows and explained that he was very afraid of losing the right to kill the poisonous dragon, but now the wounded man could rest. High in the mountains there was a light mist. There were 2 crowds of people standing opposite each other, and Chion announced that it was time to split up. He frowned seriously and explained that the Taoist Chanxiang and his friends would lead the people from here to Sannong. Renjen smiled and thanked the deputy clan leader for his help. He closed his eyes and replied that their leader had to go through a lot of troubles because of her, so he was doing this for him. The girl looked down in embarrassment when Chion added that these were his last condolences to their leader, who had lived his life so foolishly. Suddenly, the eyes of the Safa clan leader widened in surprise. The man said with a slight smile that if fate willed, they could meet again. Renjen, surrounded by her comrades, hoped that the Chanxiang would take care of the protagonist when he woke up. Jugin was sleeping on the back of one of the clan members, and the girl added that they really should split up because Safa would become a stone in his path. They turned away and said goodbye to the Chanxiang clan. Soso turned around with a smile on her face. When the Chanxiang clan members were about to leave as well, Zhang abruptly ran in the opposite direction. He hugged the Safa clan maid tightly and cried loudly. She turned around and hugged him back, and the boy said that they had to meet again. The man from the Safa clan chuckled when he saw this. Chion turned around and asked furiously what the young Taoist was doing. The sky was light blue and the deputy chief demanded that the boy come back. Renjen turned around with a smile on her face. Green leaves were flying in the air and she said that separation is always followed by a meeting. Jugin's eyes were closed. He was lying in the middle of a dark space. He opened his eyes. Then he sat up, not understanding why he was here again. A look of shock froze on his face when he heard someone's voice. A huge monster was standing above him, saying that the boy called him. The boy's eyes suddenly opened. He stood up and grabbed his head, not understanding what just happened. John and Chion entered the room and saw that the poisonous dragon had woken up. The roof of a wooden building was visible. The Chanson clan members approached the bed and informed the protagonist that it was best to stay here and rest until he recovered. The man put his hands behind his back, asking about the protagonist's plans for the future, to which the protagonist replied that he needed to learn more martial arts. The protagonist sweated and added that he was not strong enough to kill Li Jun yet, and that he wanted to find Heron, which meant he would have to fight Yomwan. The deputy clan leader sighed and asked if this was the first time Jugun had calculated his steps. He looked down and replied that he had previously thought that he could put his life on the line to kill an enemy. He then introduced himself with Heron and said that he now had a reason to want to survive. Chanson furrowed his brows and concluded that his path had changed, and that he needed to take care of himself and think about his life. The young man introduced the members of the Ami clan and said that their leader had given him some final advice, that the morality of the Kangho came from a position, and those who wanted to claim it needed to see the big picture. Sitting on the bed, the warrior said that it was for this reason that he needed to go back to the beginning and pay attention to the details. He fell silent, looking down. John raised his eyebrows in surprise when Jugun said that he wanted to return to the Unnam. Cheon closed his eyes and said that since he clearly knew what to do, he should recover quickly. He then walked to the door and added that he would teach the protagonist one technique before he left, and suggested that they meet at dawn tomorrow. The young man nodded silently. The sky was dark above the mountains. The warrior sat on a rock while the deputy leader, standing in front of him, said that they would start with the energy flow. John touched his face and noticed that Jugun's posture was too unstable, which was why he was breathing irregularly. Suddenly, the man hit the young Taoist on the head. The child clutched his sore head and the teacher said that no one asked him to teach the warrior. A lump grew on the head of the crying John, and the deputy head ordered him to sit behind the poisonous dragon and practice too. They sat on the rocks in the lotus position, and Chong said that the warrior's energy flow was unusual. He placed his cane on the protagonist's shoulder and added that it felt as if he was using the energy flow not from the internal energy, but from the energy of the cosmic body. The warrior's body emitted a purple glow. The teacher added that the energy of the cosmic body warms it up during the energy flow before using the internal energy. He imagined a human dark silhouette and explained that the reason why Jugun sees the energy of the cosmic body even if he uses the energy flow method is because he cannot accumulate internal energy in the energy core or has already accumulated it in other ways. However, if he neglects the energy flow method, he will not be able to cope with his chi energy. Chong extended his hand forward and explained that chi moves through the will and is controlled by breathing, and with the right breathing, the boy will be able to reduce damage to the body even if he uses up all of his internal energy. Jugun's body was emitting blue light. The deputy had asked him to step out of the shadows of the trees and look at the forest. Green leaves were flying in the air. The man concluded that this was observing the forest from the shadows. The blue sky was visible above the treetops. John adjusted his glasses and shouted with a joyful smile that it was his time to be a mentor, and he would teach the warrior the technique of sound. The young Taoist became embarrassed when the protagonist pointed out his joy. Then he closed his eyes and explained that the effect of the sound technique changes depending on how and why it is used. The boy remembered standing behind the prone Jugun and said that back then it was a technique that disperses the enemy's internal energy with the sound of a bell. John then frowned and grabbed the boards, which created a strong shock wave that knocked out the enemy's spirit. He raised his hand with a whistle and said that he recommends this as a mediator. The protagonist looked at the child in bewilderment. John blew the whistle. The poison dragon opened his eyes wide and frowned. His legs buckled, and the young Taoist explained that this was the effect of the whistle. He handed it to the warrior with a smile and said that this sound technique can be combined with poisons. Jugun took the whistle and said that he would try it. Sweating, the warrior blew the whistle. Then he quickly ran away from the attacks of John and Xion. The protagonist sat on a rock in the lotus position. A week later, the young Taoist looked at the poisonous dragon and said that he was not resting at all. While collecting herbs, he said that it was because of anxiety. Pulling out a plant, the boy explained that he was locked in a mine for 8 years and dug a way out every day, and when he got out, he continued to walk the path of revenge, so he was uncomfortable doing nothing. A blade of grass stuck out of his mouth. He added that his internal energy had really improved thanks to the breathing technique. John raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if the boy could eat a little slower. The poisonous dragon sweated awkwardly as he chewed the grass. They sat on the ground. The young Taoist added that now the protagonist at least chose what he ate, and now he takes everything in sight. The warrior looked at his hands, not understanding why he was eating grass that could not help make poison, and there was clearly something wrong with it. Xion frowned and said that it was an evil deity. They sat at a round table and the man added that there was a demonic art called the 5 thunderstorms of falling heaven. John hugged himself in fear when the teacher said that for Jugun, this was an evil deity. He remembered the huge monster in his vision and knew that this was it. The deputy clan leader frowned and said that this deity made the owner of the 9 rays of emptiness jade starve very much, not only physically but also mentally. The poisonous dragon broke out in a sweat and asked how he could deal with it. Xion looked at it intently, and replied that he could rest and clear his head if his stomach was empty due to hunger. He pictured a thin man in a meditation pose and explained that this was called purification of the soul through purification of the body, and that a warrior should purify his body not with water but with fasting. Juggin broke out in a sweat when Cheon recommended that he try long meditation and then perhaps he could discover something new. He stood in front of the entrance to the dark cave. Then he took a step forward. A shadow swallowed his silhouette. Suddenly, a huge rock shook. Cheon blocked the entrance to the cave with this boulder. John, who was standing at a distance, asked if the poisonous dragon would be okay, and the teacher assured him that he would not die if he fasted for a few days. Putting his hand on the stone, the man added that, however, it would be difficult to overcome the influence of the evil deity. He frowned and said that if Juggin endured this, he would be able to improve the 9 rays of the void jade. A drop fell on the surface of the water. The youth was sitting in the lotus position. He opened his eyes and mentally called out to the evil deity. A giant monster immediately appeared in front of him. It opened its mouth wide, from which purple light came out. A member of the Chanxian clan looked at the cave and said that the protagonist had been inside for 2 weeks, but there was still no news. John trembled in fear as he imagined the poisonous dragon turning into a monster. Juggin lay on the floor, breathing heavily and thinking that his stomach hurt so much it felt like there was a hole in it. His hand was shaking. Then he clenched his hand into a fist and decided that he was not going to give up. His pale face was dripping with sweat. Behind him was the evil deity. While the boy thought that before hunger consumed his mind completely, he needed to think about something else. He frowned in concentration and decided to think about his enemies. A drop fell into the red lake where dark reflections of people were visible. He imagined Li Jun holding a sword in his hands. Then he remembered Yongwan's face and thought that he should reproduce all their movements in his head and reflect them. Juggin closed his eyes and thought that great masters can become better even with the energy of the soul. A bright light appeared behind him, and he thought that after the soul opened, the body would follow, and then thoughts and chi energy. The entrance to the cave was blocked by a large stone. Suddenly, this stone shook. John opened his mouth in fear and surprise. The blue sky was visible. The young Taoist shouted loudly that the poisonous dragon was coming out. The boy pointed his hand back, hurrying his mentor, but he ordered him not to hurry. They turned around and saw a man whose body was emitting a dark purple glow. Juggin lowered his head while energy was concentrated around his body. He stood motionless. Chon raised his cane and cautiously asked who it was. The boy's eyes widened. The deputy head of the clan frowned tensely. Then he attacked the warrior in a jump, using the blue cloud sword technique. John screamed in fear, looking at his teacher. The poisonous dragon stopped the blow with his staff with his hand. Gray smoke rose around from their collision. The boy opened his mouth to say something. Then he smiled and introduced himself as Juggin. Cheon smiled too and replied that the warrior had so much internal energy that he initially thought the protagonist had been consumed by an evil deity. The young Taoist put his hand on his chest in relief when he realized that the poisonous dragon had been defeated. The mentor patted him on the shoulder and called him a monster in the flesh. The windows of the building were visible. The 3 were sitting at the table. Juggin thanked the deputy clan leader. The man handed him a message from the Tang clan, presumably from his wife. The boy took a folded piece of paper. Inside were 2 words written, summer water. As he looked at the letter, Cheon wondered what it could mean, but the protagonist did not know either. He put the letter inside his cloak and said that Heron would not send a letter just like that, so he should have time to come for her before summer. The wind blew green leaves. The poisonous dragon said that he would go to inspect the forest beyond the trees. The mentor frowned and said that now he understood why the leader loved Juggin so much. John waved his hand at the warrior, who was walking away. In Annam, there were high cliffs behind the forest. The wind blew over the tablet with the name of the place. Someone stepped forward. The young man looked at the massive wooden doors. There were many people inside, who were talking loudly about their own things. Suddenly, a male figure appeared in the doorway. The shadow hid Juggin's face. He was wearing a black cloak. The bandit put his weapon on his shoulder, shouting indignantly, and the boy asked if this was the Keelsan clan. The people drew their swords when he said that they did not look like this clan. A bald man sitting on a bench said that it was too late to look for the Keelsan clan, because they had all been exterminated 6 months ago by the poisonous dragon, and now there was a base of the green forest. The protagonist looked at him silently. With a calm face, he replied that he understood everything. He remembered the head of the Keelsan clan, who was the only one who looked like he actually knew something, and that was why he hoped to find important information here. The bandit grabbed the axe and laughed when the warrior asked where the things that were here went. He smiled widely and replied that this clan was very unlucky. Suddenly, a dark blue flame appeared. The guy grabbed the villain by the head, and the man said that they sold everything that was stolen. Everyone around fell to the floor. Juggin asked if there was any way to get these things back, and the man replied that maybe they could find something on the black market in Zhengyang. The poison dragon frowned when the bandit said that people had come here before to look for the Keelsan clan's things. Sweat was running down the bandit's face, and he said that those people came from Bukshan. Jugin's eyes widened in shock. He did not understand what they were doing in Unnam, and why they needed the things of the Poison Clan. He clenched his teeth tightly, thinking that something was wrong here. There were white clouds in the dark sky. Raindrops fell on the roof of the house. Someone was walking near the building. Conversations could be heard behind the open door. Yonghwa looked straight ahead while water dripped from his hat. He entered the room where the members of the assembly of the 6 poison clans were sitting around the fire. Hazian, whose face was hidden behind a veil, said that Yonghwa was very meticulous in her work. The man sat down and said that he had not left the alliance yet, so there was no need to worry. The leader of the Ormine folded his arms and said that he stood out too much, which could be dangerous for the implementation of their great plan. Yonghwa frowned and replied that the least he could do to draw attention to himself was to speak out against someone. The Nanjun leader, sitting up straight, told him not to forget that it was the Tang clan that would be held responsible if anything went wrong. The corpse master, whose body was covered in bandages, said that they had bigger problems than this. The bearded warrior sighed heavily and said that since they were all gathered, they should sort out all the problems at once. Nobium smiled and said that the meeting of the 6 poisons clans had just begun, and they could discuss everything thoroughly without rushing. Sitting around the fire, they began to talk about the poison dragon. Some frowned seriously, some smiled, or showed no emotion, but everyone was interested in what to do about Jugun.